Lord of the Mysteries Chapter 113 to Chapter 170. Mr. Aztec can tell that I'm a Beyonder? His ability is really powerful. Klein was startled for a moment before he calmly replied, yes. He thought for a moment, then added, don't worry. Because of Xianxia. Just as I guessed. Aztec sighed. Among the policemen who came to the school to question me and Cohen, there were two people with supernatural powers. That should be Captain and Leonard. They took over Welch's case. Klein nodded slightly and didn't interrupt. Aztec raised his cane slightly. You should have already entered that circle. I hope you can help me find clues about my origins. You don't have to do it on purpose. Just remember when you meet them. At this point, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Apart from you, I don't know anyone else with supernatural powers. You can never imagine what kind of emotions a person without a past would have. It's like a ship drifting in the sea. The scariest thing isn't encountering a storm, but not being able to find a port or a route to land. You can only welcome disaster after disaster, never to end, never to feel calm and safe. No, Mr. Aztec, I can understand your feelings very well, because I'm the same person. Fortunately, I have the original Klein's memory fragments. I have Banson and Melissa. Klein silently replied before asking, Mr. Aztec, with such an amazing ability, why don't you enter a similar circle and look for useful clues yourself? Aztec looked into Klein's eyes and laughed self-deprecatingly. Because I am afraid of danger, afraid of death. He sighed. I'm used to my current life, and I like it. I don't want to, and I don't have the courage to, take risks. I can only rely on you. Klein didn't say anything else. If I can find any relevant clues, I will pay special attention. All right, it's time for us to return to the office. When Cohen is done with his work, we'll have lunch together. Do you still remember? The school's East Balham restaurant is pretty good. Heh, it's my treat. Aztec raised his cane and pointed in the direction he had come from. Sorry, I really don't remember. How could the original Klein have the money to go to an East Balham restaurant when I was in college? Even if Welch and Company were to treat him, he would reject such a relatively extravagant place. Klein pressed down on his hat and followed Aztec back to the 3-story gray stone building of the history department. After taking a few steps, Aztec suddenly spoke again. Now that I'm done with school, I'm going to welcome my summer vacation. You can visit me at home or write to me. Klein nodded and casually made a casual remark. Mr. Aztec, I thought you would go to Desi Bay for a vacation. No, it's too hot in the south now. I don't like sunbathing. Look at my skin, I get tanned easily. In comparison, I'd rather go to Winter County, to the north of the Fasak Empire, to ski, enjoy the scenery, and fish for seals, the bronze-skinned Aztec replied with a smile. I want that too. The newly hired Nighthawk, Klein, revealed an envious look. After lunch, he returned home and took a short nap. He began to review and research the advanced knowledge of charms and amulets, hoping to grasp them as soon as possible and create a product that could barely be used in battle and help him in the preliminary stages. A few minutes before 3 in the afternoon, Klein packed his belongings and sealed his bedroom with a wall of spirituality. Above the gray fog, in the majestic temple, an ancient and mottled bronze table sat quietly. Shrouded in a thick grayish-white fog, Klein sat at the seat of honor, watching the blurry justice and the hanging man appear at their designated seats. Miss Justice's emotions aren't too stable. Worried, uneasy, and confused. Klein, who had already activated his spirit vision, noticed the abnormality of the only female member of the tarot with just a glance. Audrey Hall's current feelings were indescribable. The fact that Susie could suddenly speak had a strong impact on her. In her imagination, the future development would be a great detective or a famous psychiatrist, Miss Audrey, with her assistant, the big dog, Susie. But if it turned out to be the big dog detective, Susie, with her assistant, Miss Audrey, then it would be no, not a little, it would be very strange, and she would be at a loss. Audrey suddenly sat up straight, wanting to ask Mr. Fool and the hanging man for advice. She swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue. How should I ask? What should I do if my pet is abnormal? How do I get along with a pet that has good intelligence and can speak? No, no, no. This is the Tarot Club, not a pet rearing experience sharing session. I'm willing to bet that if I were to really ask that question, my good image in the eyes of Mr. Fool and the Hanged Man would be shattered. Audrey's thoughts raced, and she finally organized her words. Honorable Mr. Fool, Mr. the Hanging Man, who always helps me, I have a question to ask. What can a pet with extraordinary powers help its owner with? Simply put, what can it do? As soon as she finished speaking, she realized that Mr. Fool and the Hanging Man had fallen silent at the same time. The atmosphere suddenly became a little strange. Hey, 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 say something. Don't look at me like that. I didn't do anything. Really, I'm asking on behalf of my friend. Audrey was so ashamed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. She deeply regretted asking such a question. Combined with Miss Justice's previous question about what would happen if an ordinary animal consumed a sequence potion, did she share the potion she concocted with her pet? This is indeed something Miss Justice would do. With such a member, as the boss of a cult, I always feel a chill. Klein raised his right hand, pressed it against his forehead, and pinched it twice without answering. The Hanging Man, Alger Wilson, was silent for more than 10 seconds before replying with a slightly strange tone. It depends on what kind of extraordinary powers the pet has. It depends on what kind of supernatural abilities the pet has. For example, if it's a spectator, it can observe and listen in on certain occasions on your behalf. You know, people are wary of their own kind, but they are unlikely to suspect that a pet is eavesdropping, even if the pet is squatting at their feet. Makes sense. Most of the time, when Dad is discussing important matters with other nobles, members of parliament, and ministers, he will avoid me and lock the door to the study. However, as long as Susie can avoid the initial purge, she won't be chased away. And those madams and ladies also like to communicate in small circles in private. Audrey's eyes lit up when she heard that, and her imagination immediately ran wild. And now that Susie can speak, she can directly tell me what she hears. Susie is awesome. I want to treat you well. I want to teach you how to recognize words and pronounce them properly. Should I teach Susie the aristocratic pronunciation or the normal Bakeland accent? Will she be able to recognize her origins when she greets other dogs in the future? Wait, why am I thinking about this? It's not like she can communicate with other dogs using human language. Wait, Mr. the Hanging Man, why did you directly use the spectator as an example? Could it be that all of you have guessed something? Audrey's expression changed. She sat up straight again and smiled faintly. Mr. Fool, I found another page of Roselle the Great's diary. This was obtained from Fur's wall. Very good, all your debts have been paid off, Klein replied in a good mood. I'm sorry, there's not much content on this page of the diary. Audrey expressed the content she remembered on the parchment. Klein raised his right hand and let the parchment appear directly in his palm. He then said casually, this does not affect my promise. Besides, the diary you brought last time has 2 sides. The diary collected by Justice and the Hanged Man were not the original version of Emperor Roselle's diary. It was a copy that was copied and copied by later researchers. Some people would record it on one side to preserve it, while others kept it the same for convenience. As he spoke, Klein lowered his gaze and looked at the first few lines of the diary. December 20th, it's the beginning of a new year, but the feedback I've received has left me very confused and troubled. No oil? Is it because it can't be found for some reason, or is there really no oil? It has been more than 150 years since Roselle the Great was assassinated, and there is still no trace of oil. Klein's pupils shrank, and the hand holding the diary almost trembled. Without oil, not only does it mean that the emergence of the internal combustion engine will become unknown, but it will also lead to the stagnation of the chemical industry, making it impossible to establish a true modern industry on Earth. In other words, the subsequent development of this world was somewhat unpredictable to Klein. His original plan was that although he only knew a little about everything and was unable to invent things, he was better at knowing a little bit about everything and being able to foresee the direction of change and the trend of the times. When he accumulated enough salary and had his first pot of gold, he would make venture investments in promising industries and not put all his eggs in one basket. Klein felt that in this way, he would sooner or later have a lot of wealth. At that time, he would find white gloves to act as an agent on the surface, and then establish an international charity fund. On the surface, it would help the poor, and secretly fund labor revolts in various countries, so as to compete with the upper class of society and improve the lives of the people at the bottom. If he found a way to return to Earth, he would divide his assets. 1/3 would be given to Banson, 1/3 to Melissa, and 1/3 to his own foundation. However, it was a pity that this beautiful vision of the future was shattered in an instant. Fortunately, this world has electricity and magnetism, and there are successful cases of telegraphy. I will mainly invest in this direction in the future. Klein calmed himself down, and his gaze moved down line by line. December 21st, don't think about oil anymore. Raising my sequence rank is the way to go. December 22nd, the environment of the old town of Xianxia is so dirty that it is unacceptable. If I hadn't visited incognito, perhaps I would never have known that it still maintained the appearance I saw when I was young. I want to gather my ministers and formulate a capital sewer and public toilet improvement plan. Yes, I also want to correct the wrong habits of the residents. Let them boil hot water to drink, wash their hands and faces frequently, don't litter, urinate or defecate anywhere, and use condoms as much as possible. Haha, I have thought of how to name this matter, the Patriotic Health Campaign. Therefore, the invention of condoms has to be brought forward, as well as masks, paper cups, and other items. The most primitive version will do. I'll give it a try. Thanks to this world, it has rubber trees. 23rd of December. Perhaps I should consider the suggestion to leave a way out for myself outside the Church of the God of Craftsmanship. For example, joining that ancient, secretive organization that secretly influences the situation of the world? When Klein saw this, he suddenly realized that there was nothing below. His mood was indescribable. Great Emperor, what is the name of the ancient, secretive organization that you mentioned that secretly influences the situation of the world? Is there something I don't know? How can you stop here? Why didn't you write more? It's like reading a novel in the past, only to find out that the author had stopped at the end. Also, the Patriotic Health Campaign, the Emperor really knows how to play. The content of this diary should be said after he became the consul of the Republic of Intis. Perhaps he even called himself Julius Caesar. I have to go back and flip through some books and foreign history textbooks. I have to see which year the capital sewer and public toilet improvement plan of the Republic of Intis appeared. After more than 10 seconds of silence, Klein reined in his thoughts and made the diary in his hand vanish. You can communicate now. Audrey heaved a sigh of relief, adjusted her state, and became a spectator. She smiled faintly and said, I want to know if the name of the sequence potion is Arbiter. In addition, what kind of beyonder can directly pass through a wooden door or make locks ineffective? I know that. Shrouded in the grayish-white fog, Klein was about to speak, but the hanging man beat him to it. I need you to help me investigate something in exchange for an answer. What is it? Audrey asked with interest and puzzlement. Alger glanced at the fool and said in a low voice, I want to know if the king intends to take revenge on the Faisak Empire this year or next June by starting a new war on the east coast of Balam. The current lingua franca of Taro was Ruan, and it was determined based on the accents of the three parties at the first gathering. Therefore, Alger knew that Miss Justice was a noble of the kingdom of Ruan, and he also believed that Miss Justice knew that he was a Ruan. As for the fool, Alger believed that his Ruan characteristics were just a disguise that made it easier to communicate. Ever since that ritualistic magic, Alger had unknowingly begun to use him to address the fool. Audrey recalled the things she had seen and heard at various social events over the past few days and nodded with some confidence. No problem, but I need enough time to confirm it. I can wait. The hanging man smiled at Alger. With Mr. Fool as a witness, I believe you won't go back on your word. Audrey looked at the silent and mysterious fool in the grey fog and curled her lips. But I believe that the value of this matter is higher than the sum of the 2 questions I've asked. When you confirm the answer, I will compensate you according to the situation, Alger answered as if he had already prepared for it. Miss Justice, Mr. the Hanging Man, do you need virtual currency to measure value? Klein leaned back with a smile and watched the two of them. Audrey heaved a sigh of relief and cheered for herself in her heart. That's great. Audrey, you've learned how to bargain. She was so excited that she almost left her spectator state. she quickly found a random question to ask. "Ah yes, Mr. the Hanging Man, did you receive the 1,000 pounds in cash?" "I'm sorry, I'm still at sea and haven't returned to land." Alger didn't want to talk about this matter and directly answered her previous question. A beyonder who can pass through a wooden door and make the lock ineffective should be a sequence 9 apprentice. The secret organization, the Theosophy Order, has its formula, but we can't rule out the possibility of obtaining it from other sources, such as an ancient tomb belonging to the fourth epoch. The Theosophy Order, the secret organization that is inextricably linked to the demonist sect. Klein leisurely rubbed his chin with his fingers. Seeing that Mr. Fool didn't retort, Audrey couldn't help but sigh. If I had the apprentice formula in the past, I might not have chosen spectator. That kind of performance would be awesome. Alger ignored Miss Justice's words and continued, there is indeed a sequence potion with a name similar to Arbiter. There is indeed a sequence potion with a name similar to Arbiter. I believe you should be familiar with it, because the Augustus family and the Phaenopotter Kingdom's Castilla family both control the beginning of the sequence pathway. Of course, the low sequence formulas were rewarded in ancient times, and some nobles might have obtained them before. The Augustus family was the royal family of the Rouen Kingdom, while the Castilla family was the royal family of the Phaenopotter Kingdom. So the Augustus family's beginning is Arbiter. Audrey was enlightened, feeling that she had solved a question that had puzzled her for a long time. She sighed silently. It's no wonder I always want to follow their arrangements in front of him. I'm always uncomfortable and always willing to admit defeat. I'm always unlike myself. I thought it was because I was timid. The Arbiter has a convincing charm and sufficient authority, as well as outstanding combat ability to deal with unexpected situations. Alger described the corresponding situation succinctly. Audrey nodded slowly, leaned back slightly, and said elegantly, I have no more questions. Alger thought for a moment and turned his head to look at the seat of honor at the long bronze table. Honorable Mr. Fool, I would like to ask you something. Is the true Creator's holy residence promoted by the Aurora Order the legendary Forsaken Land of the Gods? Forsaken Land of the Gods? I've only seen this term once in Roselle's diary. It might be in the confidential information of the Nighthawks, but it's not something I can access now. How do you expect me to answer? The corners of Klein's mouth nearly twitched. He considered for a few seconds and replied in a calm tone. This isn't something you should know now. Alger's heart tightened as he immediately lowered his head. Please forgive me for overstepping my boundaries. Audrey originally wanted to ask what the Forsaken Land of the Gods was, but she gave up on the idea after hearing that. In the magnificent temple above the grey fog, silence suddenly took over. At this moment, Audrey felt that she should say something. Mr. Fool, if, and I'm saying if, I have the chance to join another organization, such as the Psychological Alchemy, is that possible? Klein maintained his posture of leaning back and chuckled. No problem. My only request is not to reveal the existence of the tarot. If you become a member of another organization, the materials and information you can exchange will definitely increase. After saying that, he suddenly recalled that he was also a member of another organization, a true Nighthawk, and that the Hanging Man was likely related to the Bishop of Storms. Could it be that my tarot was the so-called Traitors' Alliance? A gathering of snitches? Klein fell into deep thought. I understand. Audrey was excited once again as she thought of a question. Mr. Fool, if I find a man or woman suitable for tarot, can I guide them to join us? How should I guide it? Alger thought for a moment and asked, Mr. Fool, what are the criteria for future members of our gathering? How should we judge? Idealistic, moral, cultured, disciplined. These 4 phrases instantly popped up in Klein's mind. He remained silent for a few seconds, and when Justice and the Hanging Man began to feel a little uneasy, he said, if you think it's suitable, you can tell me here. If you think it's suitable, you can tell me here. I'll decide whether or not to let them join. Before that, you can't give any hints. That will cause the secret of the Tarot Club's existence to be leaked. You have to remember, for non-members, Klein paused and said in a deep voice, without my permission, you are not to recite my name. A few minutes after the gathering ended, Audrey and Alger, who had returned to their own bedroom and the captain's cabin, could still hear the fool's words echoing in their ears. Their impression of the mysterious and powerful Mr. Fool was either relaxed, calm, or unpredictable. He rarely displayed such a dignified and condescending attitude. And it was precisely because of this that the two of them were terrified and willing to obey. They were no strangers to such words, but they were all recorded in the Revelation of Evernight and the Book of Storms, West Borough of Tingen City, Daffodil Street. Klein pulled open the curtains, allowing the golden sunlight to shine into his bedroom. After Justice and the hanging man left, he examined the star from which the prayers came, but this time, he didn't receive any information. According to the Crimson Star's ability to save prayers, which was similar to offline information, Klein believed that the youth who spoke Jotun hadn't prayed again in the 2 times he had entered the world above the gray fog. This made him suspect that the youth's parents were hopeless, so they chose to give up. With his back facing the sunlight, Klein walked to the side of the bed and slumped down. He didn't want to move at all. He knew that he had to hurry to the divination club and continue the digestion process, but he was unwilling to move. All he wanted was to lie there quietly and enjoy his rare rest day. From Tuesday to Friday, his daily schedule was very packed. In the morning, he had mysticism lessons and corresponding practice. In the afternoon, he had shooting practice and combat practice. He was so tired that he didn't have much energy at night. On Saturday, the morning didn't change. In the afternoon, he would be on duty at Cheney Skate. He would eat, drink, and defecate underground until Sunday morning. Sunday morning was Klein's time to catch up on his sleep. In the afternoon, he would decide if he wanted to go to the divination club. On Monday morning, he had just made a trip to Koei University. In the afternoon, he had to gather the tarot members and consider acting as a seer. In short, he had been busy all week without any chance to rest or relax. Therefore, at this moment, Klein just wanted to be dispirited for once. He wanted to stay at home like a salted fish, do nothing, think nothing, and just be in a daze. Klein buried his face in the blanket and encouraged himself, no, as the boss of a cult, how can I be so pathetic? If Miss Justice and Mr. the Hanging Man were to find out about this, their worldview would be shattered. I have the formula for the clown potion. I'm just waiting for the seer potion to be completely digested. I have the formula for the clown potion. I'm just waiting for the seer potion to be completely digested. He muttered a few words to himself, then suddenly flipped over and sat up. Taking out a brass coin from his pocket, Klein quickly divined if it was a good day to go to the club and received a positive answer. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. After the countdown, he forced himself to stand up straight, walked to the coat rack, and took down his tuxedo jacket and silk half-top hat. House Street, in the conference room of the Divination Club. Klein sat in a shady corner, drinking side black tea and reading the Tingen City Honest paper. There were very few members around him, only about 6 or 7 of them. Just as he was amused by the incorrect grammar of a recruitment notice, Glassy, who was wearing a monocle and holding a silk top hat, walked in. Beside him was a lady in her 30s who was wearing a blue-collared dress. The lady's eyebrows were arched, and her eyes were large but lifeless. Her left hand was tightly gripping a black velvet Intis hat that looked like a helmet with feathers stuck in it. What an exaggerated hat. Doesn't it hurt to wear it? Klein sensed something and looked over. He pinched his glabella twice, as if to relieve his fatigue. In his spirit vision, Glassy and the lady with emerald green eyes were healthy, but they were anxious, angry, and flustered. Good afternoon, Glassy. That Mr. Lenevis really isn't trustworthy, right? Klein asked with a smile without standing up. Previously, Glassy, who had just recovered from his lung disease, had asked him for a divination regarding the investment in Lenevis Steel Company, but he had received a bad suggestion. However, when Klein saw how hesitant Glassy was, he felt that he would most likely choose to take the risk. At most, he wouldn't bet all his wealth. Therefore, after seeing the color of his emotions, Klein immediately made the connection and made a judgment. Glassy was first taken aback before he smiled bitterly. I really regret not taking your divination advice. This is the second time I've said that. I believe that there won't be a third time. He turned his head and said to the lady with crow's feet, Madame Christina, look. We haven't even said a word, and Mr. Moretti already knows our intentions. He's the most amazing fortune teller I've ever seen. I prefer to describe him as a seer. Good afternoon, Mr. Moretti. We're here because of Lenivis. The lady named Christina gave a simple bow, looking a little flustered and anxious. Shall we go to the topaz room? Glassy was relatively calm as he gestured to the door of the meeting room with his chin. Klein smiled and stood up. This is the work of a fortune teller. He walked along the aisle to the door and entered the empty topaz room. Glassy locked the wooden door and walked to his seat as he sighed. Lenivis has gone missing. He used the excuse of going to Civilouse County to supervise the mining of minerals and left Tingen. He never returned. We sent people to search for him on a steam locomotive, but we discovered that the so-called high-grade large iron mine only existed on the blueprints. What made me feel fortunate was that I thought of your divination advice and only invested a third of the original amount. Otherwise, I would have lost my family and my life. Klein looked at the two of them with a deeper gaze than usual and asked curiously, "What's the matter?" He asked curiously, "Shouldn't you choose a representative to go to the Hornaces mountain range in Civilouse County to verify it once before making such an important investment decision?" Christina replied quickly, "Our representative was bewitched." "Our representative has been bewitched." "He's been bewitched by the people Lenivis temporarily hired, the temporarily rented place, and the temporarily enclosed land." Klein didn't ask further. He maintained his posture as a seer. "What do you wish to divine?" "I wish to divine if this matter can still be salvaged," Christina said as she glanced at Glassy. Klein took a piece of paper and a fountain pen. "Then let's do an astrolabe divination. I'll ask and you answer." Amidst the question and answer, Klein marked the corresponding spots with the constellation of thunder and the symbols of various situations, completing the astrolabe. Compared to the astrolabe divination of ordinary people, he used more elements, and the method of interpretation was closer to the truth. "Lady, sir, you are now at a fork in the road. If you are greedy, flustered, and don't know how to control yourself, you will fall into the abyss and never be able to escape. But if you can endure, wait, persevere, and stop being greedy, there will be opportunities for you to see the light." Klein spoke unhurriedly. "I understand." Christina nodded slowly, thought for a moment, and said, "Mr. Moretti, can you divine Lenivis's whereabouts?" "No, I'm afraid that won't work. The information Lenivis left behind is most likely fake. Even his name might not be real. How am I supposed to divine it?" "Unless you can get very detailed information about him or provide him with personal items," Klein answered truthfully. Christina was silent for a moment, then she took out a one-solely note and pushed it to Klein. "I've heard from Glassy that you are a true seer who respects fate and doesn't covet money. Take the rest as a tip for the club. Thank you for giving me confidence." She stood up, politely bade farewell, and quickly left. "Doesn't covet money. No, I'm very vulgar." Klein regretted pretending to be a charlatan. After watching Christina leave, Glassy closed the door and turned around to ask again. "Is there really no other way? What I said just now was the solution." Klein smiled and leaned back. "Sigh." Glassy sighed. "Lenivis took away more than £10,000, and there were more than 100 victims. Fortunately, I only lost £50. I only lost my savings, so I don't have any debts. As for Madame Christina, she invested £150. That's not an easy amount for her to bear. Have you called the police?" When Klein heard the figure of £10,000, he was suddenly filled with indignation towards the swindler. Such an amount of money would make him a tycoon even in Bakeland. "I wonder if the police will seek help from the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, or machinery hive mind if it's just a simple search." Klein's thoughts wandered. Glassy nodded heavily. "We've already called the police, and the police are taking this seriously. After some discussion, we're willing to offer a portion of the money recovered as a reward. No matter who it is, as long as they can provide any clues to Lenivis's whereabouts, they will receive a reward of £10 once it's verified. If they can provide accurate information about his whereabouts and help the police capture Lenivis, they will receive £100 in cash, £10 for clues." £100 for the capture of Lenivis? Klein's eyes lit up when he heard that, and his breathing became heavy. At that moment, he was worried about the source of the subsequent investigation fees. His extra salary of £3 for this week, along with his remaining stash, was just enough for the second payment. However, if Detective Henry was able to complete 2 commissions next week, his extra weekly salary wouldn't be enough for the remaining payment. He was short by a few soldi. Of course, that was on the premise that he didn't need to use his stash for anything else during this period of time. Perhaps I can get Lenevis's belongings from the police, but if he really left Tingen, it would be useless. Klein sighed in anticipation. In the next hour and a half, due to Angelica's recommendation, 2 more people came to Klein for consultation. One of them was divining for a 1-year-old child. Klein directly drew a birth astrolabe, and the other party was convinced and satisfied. The other person was searching for items. Klein used tarot divination and dream divination to lock onto the general area. This surprised him, as he had never seen a fortune teller who could provide such precise information. Perhaps I'll be able to save up the remaining amount just by divining for others. After tipping Klein, he put on his hat, took his cane, and walked towards the entrance of the club while thinking. Just then, he saw Lady Christina come back in with a young lady in a flouncy hat beside her. When Christina saw Klein, she immediately came over and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong with you?" "Mr. Moretti, you previously mentioned that if we have items related to Lenevis, we can attempt to divine his whereabouts." "That's right." Klein nodded. Christina took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice, "Does his child count as a related item?" Christina didn't notice the seer's confusion. She looked at Angelica, who was at the reception desk, and said with a suppressed voice, "I'm talking about Lenevis's children." She pointed at the young lady in the lotus leaf hat beside her and said, "This is my niece, Megos. This is my niece, Megos. Her mother is my elder sister. I'm very sorry and regretful for thinking that Lenevis was an outstanding young man. Hence, I introduced Megos to the unmarried Lenevis and watched them become lovers. Megos' parents were very pleased with Lenevis. They planned to invest all their savings in the steel company after their engagement. Fortunately, Lenevis escaped before this happened, so their family didn't suffer a fatal loss. Unfortunately, my sister and brother-in-law had to explain to their relatives and friends why the engagement ceremony was cancelled. They also had to worry about the child in Megos' womb. We all believe in the god of steam and machinery, not the lord of storms. We don't believe that lovers must remain chaste before marriage. We don't blame Megos, and we even sympathize with her. However, the child's survival is indeed difficult, especially when he has a father like that. This is a scam of money and sex." Klein looked at Megos, who was standing quietly at the side, and realized that she was an outstanding beauty. She had a smooth forehead, long blonde hair, and a pair of large eyes that were very similar to Christina's. At this moment, she was melancholic and quiet, and her lips were tightly pursed. What an infuriating swindler, and he even managed to escape. Klein cursed Lenevis and thought for a moment. After some thought, he said, "If it's a child that has already been born, I do have a way to use him to divine Lenevis's whereabouts. However, it's a pity that I'll need to wait for a few months. This might be the result of my previous divination. Endure, wait, persevere, and stop being greedy. Then, I'll welcome an opportunity and see the light of day." "A few months," Christina muttered as she shook her head. "No, after so long, even if I find Lenevis, I won't be able to get my money back." She turned her head to look at the blonde Megos, and her voice involuntarily deepened. "Do you have any items that Lenevis carried with him?" "No," Megos replied softly. "Does the ring he gave me count?" "It has to be something that he's carried for a long time." Klein shook his head in denial. Christina was silent for a few seconds, then looked at Megos. "You have to make a decision. I believe that keeping this child will make the rest of your life difficult and full of thorns. Are you going to tell him that his father is a swindler who has deceived many people, including his mother? It's time to go to the clinic and the hospital. This can also help us find Lenevis and take back what we've lost." "Hey, I ascends this divination a little?" It wasn't Klein's place to interfere in other people's family matters. All he could do was wait patiently by the side, lampooning from time to time. Megos lowered her head and lowered her gaze. She didn't speak for a long time. After a while, she touched her lower abdomen and revealed a gentle smile, saying, "He's different from his father. He's a very considerate and likable child. Every day, he would kick me gently to tell me how he was feeling. He would even hum and whistle, using music to help me sleep." As Klein listened, he suddenly felt that something wasn't right. The first half of Migos's words were a common reaction, but the latter half sounded like she was talking in her sleep. She was talking about something unrealistic. Did she suffer a huge blow and have a mental problem? Klein raised his right hand and reached for his glabella, pretending to massage it to relieve his fatigue. Just then, Migos turned around abruptly and walked quickly to the door, leaving behind only one sentence. She said, "Maybe his father will secretly return because of his birth and keep a portion of his wealth." Klein was stunned. He didn't have time to activate his spirit vision. He watched as Migos left the club and walked down the stairs. Christina took a deep breath and said after a few seconds, "I'm sorry, Mr. Moretti." "Sorry to disturb you, Mr. Moretti. We will try our best to find Leniva's belongings." Klein nodded indiscernibly and watched her walk down the stairs. He sighed and shook his head. The next morning, the moment Klein entered the Blackthorn Security Company, he greeted Roseanne and asked, "What's going on? Where's today's newspaper?" The sweet brown-haired lady, Roseanne, sized him up. She asked curiously, "Klein, you're very strange." "Why is that?" Klein asked with a smile as if he had expected it. Roseanne rolled her eyes. "In the past, you only read the newspaper during your lunch break because you have mysticism classes in the morning. Oh, old Neil is already waiting for you at the armory. I knew in advance that there would be a reward for a case, so I wanted to flip through the newspaper and memorize the criminal's appearance. Who knows, I might meet him one day." Klein explained with a smile. "Is that so?" Roseanne curiously picked up a few copies of today's newspaper and started flipping through them quickly. Wanted poster. Lenivis, right? Klein immediately replied, "Yes. Yes. Despicable swindler. He actually cheated more than £10,000. Roseanne looked carefully for more than 10 seconds and suddenly exclaimed angrily. Klein shared the same feelings as her, so he condemned her. "It's indeed despicable. I even want to apply to take over this case." Roseanne looked at it for another 10 seconds and shook her head regretfully. "This case doesn't seem to involve any beyonder factors. Even if it did, it would be handed over to the mandated punishers of the Lord of Storms." Klein didn't quite understand what Roseanne meant, but after flipping through the newspaper, he sighed regretfully. That's right. So many people were deceived. The believers of the 3 major churches must be included, and Leniva Steel Company is located in the South Borough. Cases related to beyonder factors would be handed over to the corresponding team if they involved the believers of a particular deity. However, if the believers of the Evernight Goddess, the Lord of Storms, or the God of Steam and Machinery were involved, the case would be assigned according to the jurisdiction. Golden Indus District, North and West Districts would be under the Nighthawks, East, South, and the Dock District would be under the mandated punishers, and the University District and suburbs would be under the Machinery hive mind. As he flipped through the newspaper, Klein also memorized Lenivis's appearance. He had a full forehead, black hair, and brown eyes. He wore glasses with nearly circular lenses, and the corners of his mouth were slightly upturned, as if he was mocking everyone. Other than that pair of glasses, Lenivis didn't have any obvious characteristics. He looked very ordinary. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Roseanne, Klein passed through the partition and prepared to go underground. At that moment, he saw the pale-skinned, ice-cold corpse collector Fry and the white-haired, black-eyed Miss Author, Sika Tron, walk out of the recreation room at the same time and turn towards him. After a brief greeting, Klein watched his 2 teammates leave. He then saw Dunn Smith, who was dressed in a black trench coat, open the door and stand beside him. "There's a case?" Klein asked curiously. At this time, the 2 Nighthawks wouldn't go out together for no reason. Dunn's gray eyes swept the area and he nodded with a smile. "There's a place in West Borough that's suspected to be haunted. I'll get Sika and Fry to take a look. However, you don't have to worry about this. Before you grasp the basics of combat, I don't plan on letting you participate in any more missions. I have to be responsible for my teammates. Captain, you're such a good person. Other than your receding hairline and poor memory, you don't have any other flaws. Klein praised him in his heart. He then asked in confirmation, that is to say, I only need to attend mysticism classes and undergo combat training. I don't need to make any contributions to receive a salary? That's only temporary, Dunn gave a definite answer. I only need to attend classes and work out to receive a full and generous salary. Just thinking about it feels good. Klein thought happily. Let's hope there aren't any more coincidences. He prayed silently. His peaceful and uneventful life continued until Friday. After completing his combat training, Klein arrived at Basic Street by car. Outside Henry's private detective firm, he looked to his left and right. After confirming that no one was paying attention to him, he put on his gauze mask, straightened his trench coat collar, and quickly entered the corridor. After knocking on the door, Klein once again saw the middle-aged, tough-looking Detective Henry. Good afternoon, sir. One of your commissions has come to fruition, the blue-eyed Detective Henry said in a drunken voice. Klein deliberately said in a hoarse voice, Good afternoon, sir. Is it about the gentleman who appeared at the Evil Dragon bar? The gentleman who bought the supplementary ingredients for the Spectator potion, yes. Henry waved the pipe in his hand. Then, he didn't say a word as he smiled at Klein. Klein understood what he meant. His heart ached as he took out 4 one-pound notes and handed them over. This is the second payment. He paused and added, Write me a receipt. He paused and added, Write me a receipt. He had less than £1 in his private stash, no problem. Henry coughed twice. As he checked the anti-counterfeiting mark on the notes, he instructed his employee to bring paper and a fountain pen. Following that, he invited Klein to take a seat on the sofa as he quickly wrote a receipt and stamped it. After doing all of this, Henry took a puff of his pipe. According to your description, my assistant and I waited at the Evil Dragon bar for 3 days before we finally met that gentleman. He's indeed a rather vigilant gentleman, and he's also very observant. Thankfully, I'm a veteran in this field. Daxter Guderian, a doctor at Greenhill Medical Asylum, Klein silently repeated Detective Henry's words. He began to think about how he could approach this doctor who was suspected of being a spectator and a member of psychological alchemy. He didn't want to take too many risks on this matter. He didn't want the Nighthawks to discover that there was something wrong with him. He didn't want to lose his current life for information and resources. Furthermore, that gentleman was likely a spectator. Without special training, it was almost impossible to hide one's true intentions and thoughts from him. Should I find someone to act as a middleman and be more mysterious? No, the more people are involved, the easier it is for problems to arise. Perhaps I can consider hiding the truth within the truth. Let the doctor see my expressions and body language, but not all of my thoughts. As Klein listened to Detective Henry's introduction of Daxter Guderian's situation, he thought about how he could minimize the risk to the greatest extent while not affecting the achievement of his goal. Gradually, he found inspiration from the police and spy movies he had watched. I can give it a try, but I have to practice it repeatedly. Klein nodded in his heart and focused all his attention back on Detective Henry's words. Ahem. Henry cleared his throat and said, We are still working on the Red Chimneys request. You should know that there are many similar buildings in Tingen. Of course, if you can provide us with other clues, things will be much simpler. Klein laughed hoarsely. If I had other clues, I wouldn't have asked you. To be honest, the long investigation and search had made him pessimistic about the outcome of the matter. The mastermind had obviously noticed his divination and had sufficient time to move to another hiding place. Therefore, he could only hope to find more clues from the information of the tenants. And that's worth £7. Just thinking about it makes my heart ache. After Detective Henry finished his description, Klein picked up his cane and left. Saturday morning, in the doctor's office at the Greenhill Medical Asylum. Daxter Guderian, who wore gold-rimmed glasses and had an outstanding aura, took off his coat and hat, and hung them on the coat rack. Just as he picked up the tin can of coffee powder, he heard knocking on the door. Please come in, Daxter said nonchalantly. Then, he saw the half-closed door open and saw a young man in a black windbreaker walk in. Daxter was puzzled by the stranger's unfamiliar face. Good morning, and you are? Klein closed the door behind him, took off his hat, pressed it against his chest, and bowed. Good morning, Dr. Daxter. Please forgive my sudden visit. I am Probationary Inspector Klein Moretti of the Awa County Police Department. These are my credentials and badge. Inspector? Daxter muttered as he took the badge and ID. Special Ops. He slowly raised his head. His gaze was so calm that there wasn't the slightest ripple in it. It was as if he were examining something. He had short black hair and pupils that were darker than brown. He had the temperament of a scholar and was calm and composed. For the time being, there was no sign of malice. Daxter returned the item in his hand and pointed at the chair opposite his desk. Please sit down, officer. What can I do for you? Klein sat down and put away his cane. He slowly put away his identification and badge and revealed a smile. Please allow me to reintroduce myself. I am also a member of the Tingen Nighthawks. I specialize in dealing with matters involving Beyonders. Good morning, Mr. Spectator. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Daxter's pupils shrink, and he retracted his hand as if he was about to escape. Officer, I don't understand what you mean. Daxter forced himself to speak, almost unable to maintain his composure. I don't like such jokes. Perhaps I should call the guards. Klein slowly took out his revolver from the holster under his armpit, his smile unchanged. His smile didn't waver as he said, Mr. Daxter, I know you can see my confidence and that I have no ill intentions. Heh, to be honest, I wasn't too sure at first, but your reaction gave me the answer. Everything I said is true. Klein added in his heart. Daxter relaxed a little. He glanced at Klein's revolver and asked curiously, I find it hard to understand why you would come looking for me. I don't think I exposed anything, Klein smiled and said, this is just a coincidence. This is just a coincidence. Maybe fate arranged for us to meet. Actually, we met at Evil Dragon Bar's underground market, but you didn't notice me back then. Although you cleverly purchased the supplementary ingredients for the sequence potion separately, it was still worth paying attention to, since I happen to know the formula. Daxter suddenly exhaled, as if he had lost the motivation to defend himself. So that's how it is, I thought I was careful enough. I didn't expect. After muttering a few words, he stared into Klein's eyes and said, Officer, I know you're not here to arrest me. Officer, I know you're not here to arrest me. What's your real purpose? Klein said with a relaxed expression, I'm different from the other Nighthawks. I don't think that every Beyonder who doesn't belong to us is a potential criminal. That's unfair to those who yearn for order and kindness. Daxter changed his sitting posture and wasn't as tense as before. If the other Nighthawks, mandated punishers, and machinery hivemind members were like you, then the world would be at peace. You know the members of the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, and machinery hivemind? Klein pretended to be surprised. This isn't something a person who entered the Beyonder domain by mistake should know. There must be an organization behind you. He leaned back and said with a smile on his face, that's right. Psychological alchemy? As he spoke, he watched Daxter's expression turn ugly. I can tell that you're waiting for my answer, but I still overlooked something very normal and fell into your verbal trap. Daxter muttered in frustration. He began to realize that the spectator state wasn't omnipotent. He could tell what Klein's motive was, but that didn't mean he could figure out the details. Klein rubbed the revolver cylinder and said, Doctor, we have to be honest with each other. Doctor, we have to be honest with each other. It starts with me. I don't think that unsupervised Beyonders are potential criminals, but I agree with registering and monitoring every Beyonder. This is to prevent the risk of losing control and to prevent more serious and dangerous situations from happening. I won't disturb your normal life. I hope that we can cooperate to a certain extent. A certain extent? Daxter asked as though he was thinking. Klein chuckled. Yes, there is a limit. For example, report your condition to me regularly. As you know, many cases of losing control can be salvaged when the situation isn't that serious. The Nighthawks have accumulated sufficient experience in this aspect. For example, in your organization, among the Beyonders you know, if anyone is about to harm the innocent, please provide me with clues in a timely manner. For example, you can use something to exchange for something more useful to you. This is a benefit I'm giving you. You should know what benefit means. In addition, you don't have to worry anymore. You don't have to be afraid of being suddenly captured or killed by members of the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, or machinery hive mind. You can enjoy your life in peace and happiness. We will give you something to prove your identity. You can use it at the last moment when there's no other way. Daxter listened in silence. After a while, he asked, you wish for me to betray my organization? After a while, he asked, no, it's not betrayal. Klein said sincerely. This is the protection of justice, morality, and kindness. You are stopping some evil, cruel, and bloody cases. Other than that, I won't ask you to betray the secrets of your organization. Daxter thought about it carefully. He seemed to feel a little better because he had an excuse. After a few seconds of silence, he extended his right hand. It's a pleasure working with you. Klein shook Daxter's hand with the hand that wasn't holding a gun. It's a pleasure working with you. He paused for a moment and chuckled. Doctor, you can tell me if you're a member of psychological alchemy now. Yes. Daxter nodded. Klein, who had activated his spirit vision before entering the room, didn't notice any fluctuations in Daxter's emotions. He deliberated and asked, how did you join psychological alchemy? Daxter looked into Daxter's eyes. Because there was a patient in this mental asylum. When I was treating him, I realized that he could see through me completely. He was so clear-headed and rational that he didn't seem like a lunatic. His name is Hyunjin. Klein committed this name to memory and chatted with Daxter for a while. They agreed on the secret method of sending the request and the location of the meeting. He didn't discuss potions, formulas, or rumors with Daxter for the time being. He would bid farewell at a suitable time, put away his revolver, and leave Daxter's office. Daxter let out a long sigh as he watched him disappear through the door. He leaned back in his chair weakly, feeling both pained and relaxed. 36 Sitland Street, Blackthorn Security Company. Dunn, who was sitting behind his desk, swept his gray eyes and asked, what happened? Klein, who was almost half an hour late, organized his words. Captain, I found a Beyonder. He's confirmed to be a member of the psychological alchemy. He's a decent doctor, and he's willing to cooperate with us. I think it's best to maintain the current state of affairs. This will help us understand the latest developments in psychological alchemy. After pausing for a few seconds, Klein added, I want to develop him into an informant for the Nighthawks, or a secret outer member. The term informant came from the language of Intis, from Roselle the Great. Dunn nodded slowly and said, you handled it very well. But if there's anything like this in the future, it's best that you inform me first. Give me the doctor's information and the written report of your treatment process. I'll give him something to prove his identity. Also, don't tell Leonard and the others about this. Although they are trustworthy teammates, there are clear rules. You'll be in charge of contacting that doctor in the future. Klein exhaled silently as he beamed. Time passed steadily, and Tingen sent off the tail end of summer. It was mid-August, and the temperature had stabilized at 26 degrees Celsius. Splash. Klein suddenly stood up from the bathtub and took a step forward, causing water droplets to splatter. He stood there naked and looked down at his abdomen. With a little effort, he could clearly see the contours of his muscles. This was the result of his persistent training. Other than that, he looked a lot more energetic. And today, his martial arts teacher, Gawain, had begun teaching him basic boxing footwork and force exertion techniques. Pa. 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 Klein's bare feet stepped on the bathroom floor, sliding forward, retreating, and dodging to the right, accompanied by punching and blocking. Phew. He stopped and exhaled happily. He grabbed the towel beside him and wiped himself. In the 2 weeks after coming into contact with the asylum's doctor, Daxter Guderian, Klein seemed to have escaped from the cycle of coincidences and Beyonder incidents. His life became stable. He received his salary step by step, delved into mysticism, practiced shooting and combat, and developed new dishes. He accumulated decent tableware and decorations with his brother, Banson, and sister, Melissa. He consulted Captain Dunn, his teammate, Leonard, and company about past Beyonder cases, and helped people at the club with divination. He strictly followed the rules he had concluded. This made his mind feel at ease. If it wasn't for the fact that he missed Earth in the dead of night, the fact that he had yet to figure out the red chimney, and the fact that the misfortune cloth puppet's images would occasionally appear in his dreams, he would have gotten used to his current life. During this period, Tarot summoned Klein 3 times, but he didn't receive any new Roselle's diary. But according to Justice, she had gotten to know 2 new Beyonders and was in the process of coming into contact with them. Once they entered the corresponding circles, they should be able to trade for more Roselle's diary. The hanging man also indicated that he had returned to land and was handling some matters. He would immediately start searching whenever he was free. In addition, Justice felt that the 2 Beyonders she had just met were worthy targets for her to develop. For example, each of them had a good cover for their identities, and each of them had different sources of resources. Each of them had their own perseverance and characteristics, and they weren't the kind of people who would easily betray secrets. The only problem was that they were only Sequence 9. They weren't suitable for a high-end and strict secret organization like the Tarot Club. A high-end organization? I think it's more like a pyramid scheme. Back then, the fool Klein only wanted to cover his face and sigh. He couldn't find the words to respond to Miss Justice's self-satisfaction. He could only agree to let her observe the 2 Beyonders further. Of course, Justice wasn't the naive and romantic girl from the beginning. She cautiously didn't mention the names and characteristics of the 2 Beyonders, afraid that the hanging man would find out about her. Miss Justice said that she could clearly feel the signs of the potion digesting. Perhaps in another 3 to 4 weeks, she would be able to complete her role as a spectator. I have to bring the telepathist formula forward. After wiping himself clean, Klein placed the towel to the side. As he put on his clothes, he thought about what had happened on Tarot the day before yesterday. In the past 20 days, he had only met Dr. Daxter Guderian once. With the thought that more haste makes waste, he had only chatted with him about his condition and asked about some unimportant matters from the psychological alchemy. And the speed at which Justice digested the potion made him have no choice but to think about how to get the Sequence 8 telepathist formula from Daxter. After buttoning up his shirt one by one, Klein picked up another dry towel and used it to wrap his head to absorb the moisture from his short hair. Compared to Justice, the speed at which he digested the seer potion was faster. Up until this week, he didn't hear anything he shouldn't hear or see anything he shouldn't see during his cogitation or spirit vision. Flipping the towel, Klein dried his hair and looked towards the door, muttering to himself, "The seer rules that I summarized are indeed effective. My summary of the seer principles is indeed effective. Next week. I should be able to completely digest the potion next week. I still have no idea where to get the Hornacis Grey Goat Horn and the Human-Faced Rose from the Clown formula. Perhaps I can learn from Madame Daly and submit a special application. But that will definitely attract the attention of the upper echelons. All I want to do now is to develop wretchedly. The believers of the Aurora Order in the police department have also been found, but I still don't know who Mr. Z is. Henry said that I can complete the Red Chimney Commission before the end of this week. My private stash has recovered to a little more than £7, so I don't have to worry about how to pay the balance. I can't find any problems with the information on the houses and tenants he gave me previously, and I don't have the time to check them one by one. Maybe I can check which house with the red chimney has recently had a change of tenants. Yes, that's a good idea. After meditating for 20 to 30 seconds, he put on his grayish-black trousers, put on his bow tie, and secured his holster. He threw his night training uniform into the laundry basket, opened the door, and walked out of the bathroom. He had just finished his Wednesday afternoon combat training, so he was still at Gawain's house. "Hello, Mr. Moretti." Gawain's maidservant happened to pass by and quickly bowed. Klein nodded slightly and pointed to the messy and wet bathroom. "Please clean it up." "That's my job. The laundry will be handled by the laundry lady." "She'll be here at 6, the maidservant replied with her head lowered. The laundry lady didn't provide food and lodging, and they were paid very little. Therefore, they wouldn't be employed by just one family. Usually, they would take on the laundry of several nearby residents. They would either rush to do the laundry every day and immediately go to another house after doing it, Or they would collect all the laundry at home and deal with it together before sending it back. Only by doing so could they barely survive. Klein didn't say anything else. He went to the living room and bade farewell to his master, who was sitting in a rocking chair. He saw Gawain, who had white hair at his temples, nodding listlessly. His legs were covered with a light brown blanket, and he was holding a copy of the Awa Evening Post in his hand. Klein knew that the man in front of him, who was bathing in the setting sun, was actually in his early 50s, but he looked so lethargic that he looked like he was in his 80s or 90s. During their usual combat training, Gawain also maintained his silence. He only spoke when it was time to give pointers. He didn't say much or engage in idle chatter. As for Klein, he was exhausted every day and lacked the desire to initiate a conversation. Therefore, their relationship was still cold to this day. From Teacher Gawain's demonstration, his strength is rather astounding. His footsteps are also sufficiently agile. It probably wouldn't be a problem for him to take on 3 of me. He has a salary from the police station, and he even bought a piece of land in a village on the outskirts of Tianjin. He can collect a fixed rent. He employs a chef, a maidservant, and a laundry lady. In the foodie countries on Earth, a man in his 50s or 60s with such wealth would have long traveled the world. Klein retracted his gaze from Gawain and shook his head to himself. Then, he went to the clothes rack and took off his half-top hat and black windbreaker. Dressed neatly, he picked up his cane and walked out of the house. He walked along the stone path with weeds growing on both sides and approached the main door. Just then, he saw a 2-wheeled carriage parked outside the iron fence, and a familiar man was standing inside. Leonard? Klein muttered to himself as he looked at his Nighthawk teammate, whose hair was disheveled. Leonard was wearing a white shirt, black trousers, and buttonless leather boots. He was twirling his hat in his hand. When he saw Klein come out, he smiled and said, "Are you surprised?" "There's only shock, no joy." Klein ignored the other party's indecency and stared into the fake poet's green eyes. "What is it?" Leonard put on his hat and said, "Captain wants you to cooperate with me and Fry. We'll talk more on the way." "All right." Klein followed him into the carriage. When the scenery on both sides passed by, Leonard picked up the briefcase beside him and threw it in the opposite direction. Klein caught it steadily, took out the document, and carefully read it. August 11th, 11 p.m. Westboro Workhouse. The bankrupt Sauls attempted to set it on fire, creating a tragedy. However, he ended up burning himself to death. August 11th, 10 p.m. Dock worker Zid jumped into the Tussock River, ending his poor life. August 11th, 8 p.m. Iron Cross Street's Lower Street, matchbox maker Mrs. Lau Weiss died of a sudden illness. When he saw the first 2 incidents, Klein was puzzled. He felt that such deaths were too common. Not only did they not attract the attention of the Nighthawks, but even the police department had to avoid wasting manpower. But as he continued reading, he gradually frowned. After flipping 2 pages, he suddenly raised his head and looked at Leonard. "Isn't this a little too much?" When the number of normal deaths reached a horrifying level, it was hard to call it normal. Leonard nodded in a rare serious manner. "The number of deaths in the past 2 weeks is 5 times the normal number. The Tianjin Police Headquarters discovered this problem when they were compiling the data. They quickly handed the matter over to us, the mandated punishers, and the machinery hive mind. Although these deaths were initially verified to be normal, the captain believes that we have to investigate again, and this might require the help of divination or ritualistic magic." Klein was enlightened. "I understand." Leonard snapped his fingers and said, "Me, you, and Fry will form a team. Me, you, and Fry will form a team. He'll be waiting for us at Iron Cross Street's Lower Street. Sika, Royale, and Old Neil will form a team to investigate the corresponding incident in Northborough. Captain will stay in the security company to deal with any accidents." "Okay." Klein nodded solemnly. He suddenly thought of something and quickly asked, "Can I go home first and leave a note?" He had to tell his siblings that he had something on tonight and wouldn't be having dinner at home. Leonard laughed. "No problem. It's on the way." Only then did Klein calm down. He flipped through the death incidents again, trying to find a connection between the different ways of death, the different names, and the different times. As he read, he suddenly had a thought. This is my first group mission after becoming a Nighthawk. P.S. Regarding a plot from yesterday, without spoiling it, if I had to force Klein not to activate his spirit vision so that he would miss the observation, I would have used a gentler and less uncomfortable method. For example, activating his spirit vision but not discovering anything, or it's just a minor mental problem. That way, I would have enough reasons to explain later. Then, why did I emphasize not being able to make it in time and forgetting? Why? Tingen City, 2, Daffodil Street. After leaving behind a note, Klein locked the door and walked quickly to Leonard Mitchell, who was waiting by the roadside. Leonard's short black hair was a little longer than last month. Due to the lack of care, it looked very messy. But even so, with his good looks, emerald-like eyes, and poet-like temperament, he still had a unique sense of beauty. Indeed, any hairstyle depends on the face. Klein subconsciously lampooned and pointed in the direction of Iron Cross Street. Fry is waiting for us there? Yes. Leonard adjusted his shirt that wasn't tucked in and asked casually, "Did you find any clues from the information?" Klein held his cane in his left hand and walked along the edge of the street. "No, I couldn't find any pattern in the manner of death or the time of death. As you know, rituals involving evil gods and devils have to be coordinated with a specific time or method." Leonard touched the custom-made revolver hidden by his waist and under his shirt. He chuckled and said, "That's not absolute. In my experience, some evil gods or devils are very easily satisfied as long as they have a strong interest in what happens next. And there must be a considerable number of ordinary deaths. We have to eliminate them to get the correct answer." Klein glanced at him. "That's why the captain asked us to do a new investigation and eliminate the ordinary deaths. Leonard, your tone and description tells me that you have plenty of experience in such matters, but you've only been a Nighthawk for less than 4 years. On average, you don't encounter more than 2 Beyonder cases a month. Furthermore, most of them are simple and easy to resolve." He always felt that his teammate, Leonard Mitchell, was odd and mysterious. Not only did he always suspect him and think that he was special, but he was also sometimes paranoid, sometimes arrogant, sometimes frivolous, and sometimes deep. Did he have a fortuitous encounter as well? Did he also have a fortuitous encounter that made him feel like the protagonist of a drama? Klein combined his rich knowledge from movies, novels, and television dramas to make a rough guess. Upon hearing his question, Leonard smiled. "That's because you haven't officially entered the state of a Nighthawk. You're still in the training stage. Every half a year, the Holy Cathedral will compile the supernatural cases encountered by each parish and church into a book. Based on the different levels of confidentiality, the book will be edited in different versions and distributed to all members. Outside of the Mysticism Studies course, you can request permission from the captain to enter Cheney's Gate and borrow the previous casebooks." Klein nodded in enlightenment. Captain never reminded me about this. He had yet to have a chance to enter Cheney's Gate. Leonard chuckled. "I thought you were used to Captain's style. I didn't expect you to be so naive as to expect him to remind you." At this point, he added meaningfully, "If one day, Captain remembers everything and forgets nothing, then we need to be more vigilant." "Does this mean I'm out of control?" Klein nodded with a solemn expression and turned to ask, "Is this Captain's unique style?" "I thought it was a problem that came with the sleepless sequence. Memory loss caused by staying up late, to be precise, it's the unique style of a nightmare. Reality and dreams are intertwined, often making it difficult to distinguish what's real and what's fake. There's no need to keep it in your mind." Leonard wanted to say something else, but the two of them had already stepped into Iron Cross Street and saw corpse collector Fry waiting at the tracked public carriage stop. Fry was wearing a black round-brimmed felt hat and a thin trench coat of the same color. He held a leather suitcase in his hand, and his skin was so pale that it made one suspect that he would collapse from a sudden illness at any moment. His cold and gloomy aura made the people waiting around him stay away from him. After nodding at each other, the three of them didn't say a word. They gathered in silence and walked past SLYN Bakery together, turning into Iron Cross Street's lower street. The hustle and bustle immediately inundated them. The street vendors selling oyster soup, pan-fried fish, ginger beer, and fruits were shouting at the top of their lungs, causing the pedestrians to slow down involuntarily. It was already past 5 o'clock. Many people had returned to Iron Cross Street, and the two sides of the street began to congeal. A number of children were mixed in with the crowd, watching everything coldly as they stared at all the pockets. Klein often came here to buy cheap cooked food. He had even lived in a nearby apartment in the past, so he knew the situation here rather well. Hence, he warned, be careful of thieves. Leonard smiled and said, don't mind them. He pulled up his shirt and adjusted his gun holster, revealing the revolver at his waist. Suddenly, the gazes that were focused on him shifted away. The surrounding pedestrians also subconsciously made way for him. Klein was taken aback as he quickly caught up to Leonard and Fry. He lowered his head to prevent anyone he knew from noticing him. Banson and Melissa still maintained contact with some of their former neighbors. After all, they hadn't moved far enough. After passing through the area filled with street vendors, the three of them entered the true lower street of Iron Cross Street. The passers-by here were all wearing old and tattered clothes. They were vigilant and greedy for the appearance of unfamiliar yet glamorous people. They were like vultures eyeing carrion, ready to attack at any time. However, Leonard's revolver effectively prevented any accidents from happening. Let's start the investigation from last night's death, starting with Mrs. Lauvis who made the matchbox. Leonard flipped through the information and pointed to a place not far away. Unit 134, first floor. As the three of them moved forward, children in tattered clothes who were playing quickly hid by the side of the road. They stared at them with blank, curious, and fearful gazes. Look at their arms and legs. They're just like matchsticks. Leonard sighed and took the lead to enter Unit 134, which had 3 floors. A mixture of smells immediately entered Klein's nostrils. He could vaguely distinguish the stench of urine, the stench of sweat, the smell of dampness, and the smell of burning coal and wood. He couldn't help but raise his hand to cover his nose. Klein saw Biggie Mountbatten waiting here. The sheriff in charge of the surrounding streets had a brownish-yellow beard and was full of flattery towards Leonard, who had revealed his inspector's identity. Sir, I've already asked Lauvis to wait in the room. Biggie Mountbatten laughed in a slightly shrill and unique voice. He obviously didn't recognize the much more spirited and dignified Klein. He only cared about pleasing the 3 officers and led them into Lovis's house on the first floor. It was a single-room house with a 2-story bunk bed on the innermost side. On the right was a table with paste, cardboard, and other items on it. In the corner was a basket filled with matchboxes. On the left was a tattered cupboard that stored clothes and cutlery. On both sides of the door were a stove, a toilet bowl, a small amount of coal, wood, and other items. In the middle were 2 dirty mats on the floor. A man was sleeping soundly wrapped in a quilt that had holes in it. It was almost impossible to set foot on it. On the lower bunk bed, a woman lay there. Her skin was cold and gloomy. It was obvious that she had lost all life. Next to the corpse sat a man in his 30s with greasy and messy hair. He looked dispirited and his eyes had lost all of their spirit. Lauvis, these 3 officers are here to examine the body and ask you some questions. Biggie Mountbatten shouted loudly, not caring that there was still someone sleeping on the floor. The dispirited man lifted his head weakly and asked in surprise, didn't we examine and question this morning? He wore a grayish-blue worker's uniform that had many traces of sewing. Just answer when I tell you to. Why do you have so many questions? Biggie Mountbatten reprimanded him harshly. Then he smiled at Leonard, Klein, and Fry. Sir, that's Lauvis. The one on the bed is his wife, the deceased. According to our preliminary examination, she died of a sudden illness. Klein and the others tiptoed to the side of the bed through the gap between the mats. Fry, who had a high nose, thin lips, and a cold temperament, did not say anything. He only patted Lauvis gently, indicating for him to move so that he could examine the body. Klein glanced at the man sleeping on the floor and asked doubtfully, who is this? I am a tenant. Lawrence scratched his head and said, this room costs 3 soldi and 10 pence a week. I'm just a dock worker. My wife only earns 2¼ pence for a stack of matchboxes. A stack, more than 130 matchboxes. We have children, so I have no choice but to rent the spare space to others. A bed on the floor only costs 1 soldi a week. I have a tenant who helps with the setup in the theater. He doesn't rest before 10 at night, so I sold the rights to use the floor bed during the day to this gentleman. He's the person who guards the theater's entrance at night. Yes, he only needs to pay 6 pence a week. Listening to the man's long-winded introduction, Klein could not help but glance at the basket at the corner of his eye. One basket of more than 130 boxes only earns 2.25 pence. That's about the price of 2 pounds of rye bread. How many baskets can one make in a day? Note 1, Leonard looked around and asked, "What do you think? Were there any abnormalities in the period before your wife's death?" Lovis, who had already answered similar questions, pointed to his left chest and said, "Since last week, yes, maybe the week before last, she often said that it was stuffy here and that she couldn't breathe." Signs of heart disease? A normal death? Klein interrupted and asked, "Did you see the process of her death?" Lovis recalled and said, "After the sun set, she stopped working. After the sun went down, she stopped working. Candles and kerosene were much more expensive than matchboxes. She said she was very tired and asked me to talk to the 2 children. She wanted to rest for a while. When I went to see her again, she had already stopped breathing." At this point, Lovis could no longer conceal his sorrow and pain. Klein and Leonard asked a few more questions, but they were unable to discover any abnormalities. After exchanging glances, Leonard said, "Mr. Lovis, please wait outside for a few minutes. Mr. Lawrence, please wait outside for a few minutes. We're going to do an in-depth examination of the body. I don't think you'd want to see what happens next." "Oh, okay." Lovis stood up hurriedly. Biggie Mountbatten walked to the side and kicked the tenant who was sleeping on the floor awake. He chased him out roughly and tactfully closed the door and stood guard outside. "How is it?" Leonard looked at Fry. "She died of heart disease," Fry said with certainty as he retracted his hands. Klein thought for a moment and took out a halfpenny coin, intending to make a quick judgment. "Mrs. Lovis's heart disease was influenced by supernatural factors?" "No, this is too narrow, the answer is misleading." Mrs. Lovis's death was influenced by supernatural factors. That's it." He muttered silently as if he was thinking, and quickly confirmed the divination statement. While reciting, Klein came to the side of Mrs. Lovis's body. His eyes darkened and he flicked the coin up. The brass coin tumbled down and stopped steadily in his palm. This time, the king's head was facing up. This meant that Mrs. Lovis's death was influenced by supernatural factors. Supernatural factors exist. Klein's eyes returned to normal as he turned to look at Leonard and Fry. Leonard suddenly laughed. "Very professional. As expected of a seer. You seem to be hinting at something." Klein muttered without making a sound. Fry opened his suitcase and took out a silver knife and other items. He paused for a few seconds and said, "The corpse told me that she had indeed died of a sudden heart disease. Do you have a way to divine the situation in more detail?" Klein nodded seriously. "I can try combining the mediumship ritual and dream divination. Hopefully, I can obtain something from Mrs. Lovis's remnant spirituality." Fry maintained his cold and reserved state as he took 2 steps back. "Give it a try first." He turned his head to glance at Klein and suddenly sighed in a flat tone, "You're getting more and more used to such situations." "I didn't want to." Klein had the urge to cry. He took out the extract, essential oils, and herbal powders he needed and quickly completed the setup for the mediumship ritual. Standing in the middle of the wall of spirituality, he chanted the honorific name of the Evernight goddess and made a prayer in Hermes. Soon, wind swirled around him as the light dimmed. Klein, whose eyes were completely black, took the opportunity to repeatedly recite the divination statement. Mrs. Lovis's cause of death. Mrs. Lovis's cause of death. He stood and entered the dream. He saw the transparent spirit that lingered around the corpse in a blur. Then, he reached out his illusory right hand and touched Mrs. Lovis's remnant spirituality. In an instant, light exploded in front of him as scenes flashed past. It was a sallow, emaciated woman, dressed in rags, busily pasting a matchbox. There was her suddenly pausing as she clutched her chest. There was her talking to her 2 children. There was her body swaying slightly as she panted heavily. There was her suddenly being patted by someone when she went to buy black bread. They were the signs that she had heart problems over and over again. There was her feeling very tired and lying in bed, but she never woke up. Klein carefully observed every detail, trying to find traces of supernatural factors. But when everything was over, he still did not obtain enough clear clues. The blurriness and haziness shattered as he exited the dream and returned to reality. He removed the wall of spirituality and said to the waiting Fry and Leonard, who were watching the show, "There's no direct symbolism. Most of the images reveal that Mrs. Lauvis had suffered from a heart disease early on. Only one is different. Mrs. Lauvis is padded from behind. The hand is white and slender, and it seems to belong to a woman. For such a family, they won't easily go to the doctor unless it's the most serious situation. Even if it's just to line up at the free charity medical organization, they can't afford to lose time. If they don't work one day, they might not have food the next day." Leonard sighed in a sentimental tone like a poet. Fry glanced at the corpse on the bed and let out a soft sigh. Without waiting for Klein to speak, Leonard quickly changed his state and said as though he was thinking, "Do you mean that the supernatural factor existed when Mrs. Lauvis was padded, and that it came from the lady with the slender hands?" Klein nodded and answered, "Yes, but this is only my interpretation. Divination is often vague." He and Leonard did not discuss further. They each retreated to the other side of the mattress, allowing Fry to take out the auxiliary instruments and materials from the suitcase without interference for further inspection. They waited for a moment. Fry packed up his things, cleaned them up, and covered them up. The cause of death was a natural heart disease. There is no doubt about that. Upon hearing this conclusion, Leonard paced back and forth a few times and even walked to the door. "Let's stop here first. Let's go to the West Side workhouse to see if we can find other clues and see if the two deaths can be connected." "Yes, that's the only way." Klein, who was full of doubts, agreed. Fry carried his suitcase and skipped past two mattresses. He didn't step on other people's blankets. Leonard opened the door and walked out first. He said to Lawrence and the renter, "Don't worry. You can go home now." Klein thought for a moment and added, "Don't be in a hurry to bury the body. Let's wait for another day. There might be another thorough inspection." "Oh, all right, officer." Lauvis bowed slightly and answered hurriedly. He then said in a half-numb and half-dazed manner, Actually, I don't have the money to bury her at the moment. I have to save for a few more days. Fortunately, the weather has cooled off recently." Klein blurted out in surprise. "You plan to leave the body in the room for a few days?" Lauvis squeezed out a smile. "Yes, fortunately. The weather has cooled off recently. We can put the body on the table at night and carry her to bed when it's time to eat." Before he could finish his sentence, Fry suddenly interrupted. "I've left the burial fees beside your wife." Then, he left these words behind and ignored Lovey's shocked expression and the gratitude that followed. He walked quickly towards the apartment's door. Klein followed closely behind, pondering a question. If the weather was still as hot as it was in June or July, what would Lauvis do with his wife's body? Would he find a dark and windy night and secretly throw the body into the Tussock River or Coe River? Or would he find a random place to dig a hole and bury it? Klein knew that burials in cemeteries was a law that the 7 major churches and the royal families of the various countries had specially formulated more than 1,000 years ago, towards the end of the previous epoch, in order to reduce and eliminate water ghosts, zombies, and vengeful spirits. The specific implementation method was that the various countries would provide free land, and the various churches would be responsible for guarding or patrolling. They would only charge a small fee during the cremation and burial process to pay for the necessary labor. But even so, the real poor couldn't afford it. After leaving Iron Cross Street's 134, Lower Street, the 3 Nighthawks separated from Biggie Mountbatten and silently turned towards the Westboro Workhouse on a nearby street. Just as they approached, Klein saw a long queue coming towards them. It was the same situation as when people from foodie countries queued up for internet celebrities on Earth. There were people squeezing against each other. "There are more than 100, no, close to 200 people," he muttered in surprise. He saw that the people in the queue were dressed in tattered clothes and had numb expressions. Occasionally, they would look anxiously at the entrance of the workhouse. Fry slowed down his footsteps and said with a cold and gloomy tone, they can only be selected according to the order in which they line up. Of course, the workhouse will do a verification to prevent people who don't meet the requirements from entering. This is also due to the recent economic downturn. Leonard sighed. Those who don't get a spot can only find their own way? Klein asked subconsciously. They can also try their luck at other workhouses. Different workhouses open at different times, but there will always be a queue of the same length. Some people are already waiting at 2 in the afternoon. Fry paused and said, the rest will most likely starve for a day. This way, they will also lose the ability to find a job and fall into a vicious cycle of death. Those who can't take it will give up their persistence and kindness. Klein was silent for a few seconds before exhaling. The newspapers never publish such things. Mr. Fry, it's rare to hear you speak so much. I was once a priest in the goddess's workhouse. Fry was still in his cold state. The well-dressed trio successfully arrived at the entrance of the Westboro workhouse. They showed their identification to the gatekeeper who was arrogantly sizing up the people in the queue and were ushered into the workhouse. The workhouse was remodeled from an old cathedral. The mass hall was covered with mats and hanging hammocks. The thick smell of sweat mixed with the stench of feet filled every corner. There were many homeless poor people inside and outside the hall. Some of them were swinging hammers and smashing rocks, while others were picking up thin cotton from old ropes. Not a single person was idle. To prevent the poor from relying on charity and becoming scoundrels, the Poor Law of 1336 stipulates that every poor person can only stay in the workhouse for a maximum of 5 days. If they exceed the limit, they will be chased out. During these 5 days, they also have to work, such as breaking rocks or carrying cotton. This is also a necessary task for criminals in prison. Fry explained to Klein and Leonard emotionlessly. Leonard opened his mouth, but in the end, he said sarcastically, after leaving this workhouse, they can still go to another one. Of course, they might not be able to stay there again. Perhaps in the eyes of some people, the poor are equivalent to criminals. Carrying cotton? Klein was silent for a moment, not knowing what to ask. The fibers in old ropes are a good material to fill in the cracks of ships. Fry stopped in his tracks and found the traces of the blackened ground. They waited for a few minutes before the director of the workhouse and the priest rushed over. They were both men in their 40s. Saul set the fire here, but he only burned himself to death? Leonard pointed at the marks on the ground. The director of the workhouse was a man with a wide and slightly protruding forehead. He swept his blue eyes in the direction that Inspector Mitchell was pointing at and nodded affirmatively. Yes. Did Saul show any unusual behavior before this? Klein added. The workhouse director thought for a moment. According to the people who slept next to him, Souls kept saying things like, God has abandoned me, this world is too filthy, I have nothing left, and so on. He was full of resentment and despair. However, no one expected that he would break all the kerosene lamps and set the place on fire while everyone was asleep. Thank God, someone discovered and stopped him in time. Klein and Leonard looked for the few poor people who slept next to Solus last night, as well as the guards who stopped the massacre, but they only got the same answer as what was written in the information. Of course, they secretly used spirit vision, divination, and other methods to confirm if the other party was lying. It seems like Sauls had thoughts of revenge and self-destruction a long time ago. It seems like a very normal case. Leonard let the director and the priest lead and expressed his opinion first. Klein deliberated and said, that's right. Let's temporarily rule out Saul's arson, Leonard concluded. At that moment, Fry suddenly said, my divination also tells me that this case isn't influenced by beyonder factors. Just then, Fry suddenly said, no, there might be other possibilities. For example, Saul's was instigated by someone else. That person is a beyonder, but he didn't use any beyonder means. Klein's eyes lit up when he heard that. He immediately echoed, it's possible. For example, the instigator from before. Instigator Triss. Hearing Klein and Fry's guesses, Leonard tugged at his collar and paced back and forth. Then we'll have to investigate everyone Sauls came into contact with in the workhouse, as well as everyone he met after he was chased out of his house. This is very troublesome. Let's make the best use of our time and do a separate investigation here. Then, we'll head straight for the third death in Westboro and hand the rest over to the police. All right, Klein replied without hesitation. Fry had no objections either. He turned and walked towards the few poor people who had slept near Saul's the night before. Klein was about to look for another target when he saw Leonard giving him a look and pointing his chin towards the side hall of the workhouse. What does that mean? He was confused and pretended that nothing had happened. He walked half around the mass hall and followed Leonard into the side hall when Fry wasn't paying attention. They passed through a partition and arrived at a secluded corner. I have a guess, Leonard said suddenly as he stopped in front of the shattered window. Klein looked around in confusion and asked, what guess? Leonard's green eyes were deep as he asked in return, if it weren't for the influence of extraordinary factors, what do you think would have happened to Mrs. Lavis? Klein thought for a moment and said with a heavy heart, it would have been the same outcome, but it would have been delayed by a week, 2 weeks, or even a month. For a family like theirs, they wouldn't have gone to a doctor unless they couldn't take it anymore. As long as the heart condition worsens, death could come at any time, and there would be no way to save them. What about Saul's? If he wasn't instigated, what would have happened to him? Leonard asked again. Klein said after some deliberation, from the information, Saul's had long been resentful about the bankruptcy and was extremely resentful that he wasn't saved. I think he would have taken revenge sooner or later, but it wouldn't have been against those who were saved. It would have been against the boss of the company that caused his bankruptcy and the bank staff that took away his house. What would have happened after he took his revenge? Leonard asked. Without a doubt, he had already decided to end his life. He would have died regardless of whether his revenge was successful or not, Klein answered with certainty. Leonard nodded slightly and revealed his trademark frivolous smile. Then can I say that both Mrs. Lavis and Saul's are destined to die soon? Klein was a knowledgeable keyboard warrior. After hearing this question, he immediately had a guess. Are you saying that their deaths were brought forward by supernatural factors? Why is that? A more accurate description is that the life they should have has been artificially shortened by beyonder factors and stolen away. And life has always been the best material for summoning evil gods and devils to carry out terrifying curses. The corners of Leonard's mouth curled up as he corrected Klein's guess. Summoning evil gods and demons to carry out terrifying curses. Klein stared into Roland's green eyes and said, half doubtfully and half speculating, you seem to be very sure? But we only have 2 samples for the investigation. Leonard smiled cynically and said, Klein, there's no need to pretend between us. I've seen you escape the control of sealed artifact 2-049, so I know how special you are. You should also be able to vaguely sense that I'm different from ordinary beyonders. He retracted his smile and looked into Klein's eyes. I once told you that there are many special people in this world who can always do things that others can't. For example, you, and for example, me. This world has a long history. There are all kinds of mystical items, and there will always be people who obtain them, master them, and become the main characters of different dramas. There won't be many such people, but there definitely won't be only 1 or 2. I don't think that beyonders with secrets are necessarily bad guys or villains. I don't think it's necessary to figure out the source of their uniqueness or why it manifests itself. As long as your actions don't endanger me, the Nighthawks, or the entire Tingen City, then you are still my teammate. Similarly, I hope that you will treat me with the same attitude. Of course, it's best not to tell the higher-ups about this. They are all conservative and inflexible. They always believe that special people like us will definitely lose control and fall under the temptation of evil gods and demons. But I'm afraid I have more secrets than you can imagine. Klein muttered to himself and said frankly, that's indeed my attitude. I only look at your actions and goals. I don't care about your uniqueness, and I don't try to pry into your secrets. After saying that, he added in his heart, no, actually, I do care about it and am rather curious, but I can only forcefully endure it. Does Leonard think he's the main character of a drama? What fortuitous encounter did he have, and what kind of mystical item does he have? Leonard unbuttoned his shirt and nodded with a smile. I'm glad that we have come to a consensus. In those adventure novels, this is called the meeting of the 2 main characters, and the wheels of history begin to roll forward. Shameless. Klein gave a perfunctory smile. He knew very well that the phrase "the wheels of history begin to roll forward" came from Roselle the Great. At this moment, Leonard paced around twice. His green eyes were bright, and the corners of his lips curled up. "All right, I'll be frank. I'm quite confident that the main characters of these deaths should have died within the next 3 months, but someone used various means to bring it forward to the last 2 weeks. And the other party's goal is to summon an evil god, devil, or carry out a terrifying, large-scale curse. It's easy to cover up the deaths of people who show signs of death. It won't quickly attract the attention of the police department, and it won't be destroyed by the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, and machinery hive mind during the preparatory stages." Klein muttered to himself, analyzing the thoughts of the person behind the scenes. Yes, if a healthy, normal person suddenly dies for no apparent reason, as long as it happens more than 3 times, it will definitely be noticed and will be subject to routine investigations. Then how do we find the altar to hold the ritual? Be it summoning an evil god, devil, or creating a terrifying curse, they all require an altar and a ritual. And the lives that are harvested in advance also need a similar place to store them. Klein believed him for the time being. After all, he hadn't found any other clues, so he couldn't make any other conclusions. "What's the harm in trying?" Leonard chuckled and said, "Klein, isn't this your area of expertise? Can't you imagine what the surroundings of an altar for a ritual would be like?" Without waiting for Klein to answer, he described, "The aura of death is thick. With the altar as the center, within a radius of 10 meters, there won't be any living creatures other than the host of the ritual. The surrounding temperature is at least 5 degrees Celsius lower than normal, and there's a constant gust of cold wind. The altar is sealed by a wall of spirituality, and the lives of Mrs. Lauweiss and the others that were taken." At this point, he looked at Klein and teased, "I believe you can divine the approximate location of the altar with these characteristics." Klein frowned slightly and replied in a deep voice, "As long as it doesn't exceed Tingen City. In addition, I need an absolutely quiet environment where no one can disturb me, such as my house. Yes, I also need Mrs. Lauweiss and the others' belongings." At the same time, he had some misgivings. He felt that Leonard knew too much about black magic and black witchcraft. "No problem." Leonard laughed and suddenly took a step forward. He walked past Klein and headed for the mass hall without another word. "This guy sure has a unique way of doing things." Klein lampooned and followed him back the way they came. When he found Fry, who was seriously questioning and taking notes, Leonard said with a solemn expression, "I have a guess. I have a guess, and I plan on letting Klein give it a try." "What guess?" Fry asked coldly. "I'll let you know when there's a result. I don't want to be the laughingstock of Roshan and the rest." Leonard found a random excuse to gloss over the matter. Fry didn't ask any further. He followed Klein's instructions and borrowed Sol's and Mrs. Lauweiss' belongings from the nearby police station before meeting up with his teammates at Klein's house. "Wait in the living room. Don't let anyone disturb me." Klein took out his pocket watch and opened it to take a look. It was almost 6, and Melissa could return at any time. "You can trust us." Leonard paced around the small living room with his hands in his pockets. Fry sat quietly on the sofa. "Is this guy an ADHD patient?" Klein curled his lips and returned to the bedroom on the 2nd floor. He locked the wooden door and sealed the room with a wall of spirituality. Following that, he set up the altar and prayed to the goddess to eliminate any interference. Then, Klein wrote the corresponding divination statement on a piece of paper. The location of the altar. He gave a very broad limit to prevent any mistakes. With the piece of paper and the belongings of the deceased, Klein lay on the bed and recalled the scene described by Leonard. Then, he recited the divination statement 7 times. He didn't attempt to use the uniqueness of the world above the gray fog. Firstly, the strange and mysterious Leonard was downstairs. No one knew if he would notice anything amiss. Secondly, he was a seer who was about to finish digesting his potion. With the help of the ritual, it should be enough. If there were no results, Klein would consider finding another opportunity to go above the gray fog. After all, summoning an evil god or devil could threaten Banson, Melissa, and himself. With the help of cogitation, he quickly entered a dream and saw blurry, illusory, and fragmented scenes. Soon, a scene appeared before his eyes. It was a two-story grayish-blue house bathed in the glow of dusk. The windows on the first floor were tightly shut, and the dark-colored curtains didn't reveal any gaps. However, they occasionally expanded and contracted. The soil near the house was dark brown. Not a single blade of grass or flower grew there. The surrounding garden seemed to be shrouded in shadows, dilapidated and dark. Not far from this house, there was a river flowing quietly. After a while, Klein, who didn't see any more scenes, exited the dream. Leonard's guess was right. Where could that house be? There are too many places in Tianjin with rivers. For example, the southwest of the West Borough, the dock area, the University District. He opened his eyes and rubbed his sun acupoint. He was in deep thought with a serious expression. 2. Daffodil Street, in the living room that was dyed with the colors of dusk. With his back facing the oriel window, Klein said to Fry and Leonard, "I saw a grayish-blue two-story house in my dream. All the windows on the first floor were tightly shut, and the curtains were drawn. The soil within a few meters of it was black and brown. There was not a single blade of grass or flower growing there. It also had a dilapidated and dark garden, just like the kind commonly seen in ghost stories. The only thing that can identify its location is a river not far from it, a rather wide river. This could be the Tussock River, or it could be the Koi River. I can only rely on the method of investigation to find it. I hope I can make it in time." The Tussock River was the largest river in the Kingdom of Ruan. It originated from the minor Minsk Mountains in the northwest and flowed southeast, passing through Midseashire, Alwa, and other places. It passed through the capital, Bakeland, and entered the sea near Pritz Harbor. It intersected with Tianjin at the southwest corner of the West Borough and the dock areas south of the South Borough. The Koi River originated from Mount York in the north and flowed through the University District on the outskirts of the East Borough before flowing into the Tussock River. These were the two main rivers around Tianjin. The others could only be called small streams and did not have wide water surfaces. After listening to Klein's explanation, the pale-skinned Fry nodded slightly, agreeing with Klein's opinion. In the absence of other clues, investigation was the only effective method. At this moment, Leonard said with a smile, "Maybe we can narrow down the target's location." "How do I shrink it?" Klein asked with a frown as he held the silver vine-patterned pocket watch. Leonard chuckled. "For this kind of criminal with a plan and purpose, the first target they choose will definitely be far away from the area where the altar is. This is because of the instinct to pursue safety. When there aren't many dying ones left in other areas, the difficulty of finding them increases. Only then will he consider the area nearby. Therefore, we should look through the information again and filter out the areas where the number of deaths was at a normal level at the beginning and has been increasing rapidly in the past few days." Klein's eyes lit up. Excellent reasoning. At the same time, he lamented in his heart, "I really don't have the talent to be a detective." Fry nodded, picked up the documents on the coffee table, and started reading again. A few minutes later, he said in a deep voice, "There is indeed such an area, and there is only one." "Which district?" Klein blurted out. Fry passed the thick stack of documents to Leonard beside him and pursed his thin lips. "Western District." "Is this the West District?" Klein clenched his fists and immediately suggested, "Then let's check the southwest corner of the Western District first. That area isn't that big." "I agree." Leonard weighed the information in his hand and agreed very easily, as if he wasn't the one who suggested narrowing down the scope. The light two-wheeled carriage slowly moved along the slightly muddy and dirty road. Not far away, there was a wide river dyed with the afterglow of the setting sun. Klein and Fry looked out from the windows on both sides, inspecting the houses one after another. They focused on the grayish-blue color, which meant that the garden was in ruins. If they could see it, they would pay attention to whether all the curtains on the first floor were drawn. Leonard sat leisurely in his original spot, leaning against the wall of the carriage as he hummed a local tune. As the dark scenery flashed by, Klein suddenly caught sight of a grayish-blue two-story building from the corner of his eye. In front of the building, there was a garden that gave off a gloomy and dilapidated feeling. "Found it," Klein said with a suppressed voice. Before he could finish his sentence, Fry and Leonard squeezed over at the same time and looked into the distance. They were so fast that there was no gap between them. As the carriage approached the building, the scene of the first floor with the dark curtains drawn appeared before the eyes of the three Nighthawks. There was no need for divination to confirm it. Klein was certain that this was the building he saw in his dream. This was where the evil altar was. Be it him, Leonard or Fry, none of them stopped the carriage immediately. They allowed the carriage driver to continue moving forward. They passed by the target and left the target as if they were just passing by. When they could no longer see the building, Leonard shouted for the carriage driver to stop. Klein, take this carriage back to Zutland Street. Take Captain's place to help. Leonard snapped his fingers and said to his teammate with a smile. Does he think that I'm a rookie and shouldn't be involved in such a dangerous matter? This guy isn't bad. Klein was taken aback for a moment before he understood what Leonard meant. Fry nodded in agreement. You've just started fighting, and you're in a supporting profession. I know. Besides, a person who can cause so many deaths to hold a ritual is definitely not easy to deal with. Only Captain can make things less scary. Klein took a deep breath and agreed rationally. Then, he looked at Leonard, then at Fry, and squeezed out a smile. He forced a smile and said, Be careful. Don't worry, I treasure my life. Before Captain arrives, we will only monitor and not approach. Leonard chuckled. Fry didn't say a word. He only lifted his suitcase. Klein was silent for a few seconds before he took out a copper penny. I'll do a divination for you. He silently said, Things will end well here. As his eyes darkened, he flicked the coin up. Clang, the coin flipped up and rolled down, landing firmly on Klein's palm. Klein opened his eyes and saw that it was the king's portrait facing up. He immediately heaved a sigh of relief. This is just a vague symbol. There are other interpretations. The most important thing is always to be careful and prudent, he said to Fry and Leonard in the manner of a seer. Leonard had already turned around. When he heard that, he waved his hand as he jumped out of the carriage. You're as naggy as my 80-year-old grandmother, Fry nodded solemnly as he carried his suitcase down. As he watched his two teammates head towards the target building, Klein touched the revolver in his holster and said to the carriage driver, Zutland Street. The carriage driver, who was hired on time, had no objections. The coachman, who was hired on time, had no objections. He let the horses move again. 36 Zutland Street. When Klein entered the Blackthorn Security Company, Roshan, Mrs. Oriana, and the rest had already knocked off. The place was abnormally quiet and dark. Dunn, who was wearing a black trench coat, sat on the sofa in the reception area. He didn't light up the gas lamp, as though he had blended into the dark area. Found a clue? He asked in a deep voice, giving Klein, who was looking for the captain, a fright. Klein quickly turned around and looked into Dunn's gray eyes. Yes, he quickly recounted Leonard's bold guess, his own divination confirmation, and the on-site investigation that followed. As for Leonard's confidence and the uniqueness he described, they were naturally unimportant. Dunn would interrupt from time to time. When he was done, he stood up abruptly and walked towards the door. I almost forgot. Stay here to prevent any accidents, he exhorted as he was about to go downstairs. All right. Klein nodded solemnly. At that moment, other than Kenley, who was on duty at Cheney's gate, the other Nighthawks were busy outside. Dunn Smith walked down a few flights of stairs and suddenly stopped. As he put on his hat, he said to Klein, Lock the door and follow me over. I'm not asking you to participate in the battle. Firstly, it's to get a feel of the atmosphere. Secondly, we might need the help of ritualistic magic during the final search and inspection. Remember, before everything is over, you have to stay at least 50 meters away from us, and you must not approach that building. Klein was taken aback for a moment before he nodded vigorously. All right. The sun had completely sunk below the horizon, and the surging Tussock River was deep and dark. Dark clouds covered the crimson moon, making the two-story grayish-blue building look like a monster hiding in the shadows. The garden in front of the building was extremely quiet. There wasn't a single sound, as though there were no insects or life. Klein looked at the scene from afar, his palms sweating and his body trembling. He felt that there were countless terrifying things hiding there, waiting for a bloody feast. Under his gaze, Dunn, Leonard, and Fry, who had almost melted into the darkness, carefully approached the target building. In an unlit bedroom on the second floor of the grayish-blue building, a gentle and sweet young lady with a round face was sitting in front of a dressing table. Under the dim starlight, she was studying complicated skin care. Beside her right hand was a silver mirror. Its surface was so rough that it couldn't reflect a person's figure. Suddenly, a bloody mark appeared on the surface of the silver mirror. The gentle and sweet Trissy's expression immediately sank. She stood up, walked to the window, and looked outside in silence. Outside the glass window, the garden was overgrown with vines. It was dilapidated and gloomy. The river flowed darkly, reflecting the starlight. The houses nearby emitted a warm and cozy glow. Everything was extremely quiet, as if they were welcoming the arrival of night. Trissy, whose facial features weren't considered exquisite, but when put together, they were abnormally beautiful. She retracted her gaze and quickly walked to the clothes rack. She took down a hooded black robe. She quickly put on the robe, buttoned it up, tightened her belt, and flipped over the hood, turning herself into an assassin. Trissy raised her right hand and wiped it across her face. Immediately, her face under the hood turned hazy and blurry. Following that, she reached into a secret pocket at her waist and took out a glowing powder. She sprinkled it on herself while chanting an incantation. Trissy's figure began to disappear inch by inch. Her silhouette was like a pencil drawing that was completely erased by an eraser. After completing her invisibility, she silently left the bedroom and went to the opposite room. She pushed open the unprotected window. With a light leap, Trissy stood on the windowsill and looked down at the lawn behind the building. She looked down at the iron fence that had almost blended into the night. She looked down at corpse collector Fry, who was silently climbing over the fence. She took a deep breath and dropped down like a feather, landing on the lawn without a sound. Fry, who was wearing a black trench coat and holding a custom-made revolver, looked around cautiously, searching for any vengeful spirits or evil spirits that might appear. He could see these things directly. Trissy approached Fry silently and circled behind him. At some point in time, a dagger that was painted black appeared in her hand. Poof, she moved as fast as the wind, stabbing the dagger into Fry's lower back. But at this moment, the scene in front of her suddenly shattered, shattering like an illusion. Trissy realized that she was still standing on the windowsill. She was still looking down at the lawn and the iron fence. But outside the fence, it wasn't just corpse collector Fry. There was also Leonard Mitchell, who was aiming at the windowsill. There was also Dunn Smith, who had his eyes closed and was pressing down on his glabella. There seemed to be invisible ripples spreading around the captain of the Nighthawks. Trissy's pupils constricted. She knew that it was just a dream. She didn't know when she had fallen asleep. Bang! 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 Leonard and Fry fired a total of 3 shots, accurately hitting the invisible target who seemed to be still in a dream. Crack! The outline of Trissy's figure appeared. She first cracked before turning into fragments that resembled the coarse surface of a silver mirror. Inside the house, she turned around and scurried along the corridor and stairs until she reached the first floor. Woo! In this level, the cold wind that could freeze people blew endlessly. Invisible, transparent figures wandered around in every place in a dazed and numb manner. Having lost her invisibility, Trissy's body temperature dropped a little every time she passed through a ghost-like existence. When she finally reached the altar, she couldn't help but shiver. The altar was a round table, and in the center was a statue of a god carved from white bones. This statue was about the size of a normal adult male's head, and its eyebrows and eyes could only be vaguely seen. It seemed to be a beautiful woman. Her hair extended from her head all the way to her ankles. Each strand was clear and thick, like a venomous snake with tentacles. At the top of each strand of hair, there was an eye. It was either closed or open, densely packed together. Around this evil statue were many puppets. The puppets were crudely made, with names and corresponding information written on them. For example, Joyce Mayer. There were 3 candles on the round table, flickering in the cold and gloomy wind with a hint of greenish-yellow flames. Trissy bowed to the statue and quickly recited an incantation. Then, she pushed the puppets away, extinguished the candles, and picked up the statue. Woo! The wind howled shrilly, causing the tightly shut windows to shake violently. Clang. Crack. Glass shattered one after another, and the cold and lifeless wind blew in all directions. Fry, who had just circled to the other side and didn't dare to recklessly barge into the altar, shivered. He felt his blood turn cold and frost form. He felt his movements slow down. At that moment, he felt his ankle tighten, as though something invisible had gripped it tightly. An even colder feeling spread from the point of contact. If it were any other Sequence 9 Beyonder, they would definitely be numb and stiff. But as a corpse collector, Fry was no stranger to such a state. He turned the revolver and pulled the trigger at the side of his ankle, as though he could see who his enemy was and where he was. Bang! A silver demon-hunting bullet flew into the wind, and in return, a mournful wail was heard. The invisible shadow dissipated, and Fry regained his ability to move freely. On the other side, Dunn Smith, who had wanted to climb to the second floor to avoid the altar, was similarly frozen by the expanding cold wind. He stopped outside the broken window. Woo! The dark-colored curtain behind the window suddenly rose, enveloping Dunn like a monster opening its mouth to devour its prey. Dunn's head was immediately wrapped by the curtain that seemed to have gained life. It became tighter and tighter, outlining his mouth and nose. Just as he was about to suffocate, Dunn stomped his feet, straightened his knees, twisted his waist, and tore the curtain apart with brute force. He used his left hand to grab a corner of the curtain that was wrapped around his head, pulled it down, and threw it to the ground. Bang! He raised his hand and fired, shooting at the curtain that was still trying to envelop him. The curtain instantly stopped moving, and a dark red color quickly seeped out. Woo! On the lawn, Leonard Mitchell, who was reciting a poem, was also struck by the cold wind that contained a strong aura of death. His teeth chattered, and he couldn't make a sound for a moment. At that moment, the messy vines suddenly spread out and wrapped around his ankle. A black shadow came crashing over with the help of the strong wind. The slightly stiff Leonard didn't have time to fire. All he could do was hurriedly pull his shoulder and raise his arm. Poof! The black shadow smashed into his forearm, causing its spikes to stab into his skin. It was only a delicate, scarlet flower, from who knows where. Leonard flung the flower that was stained with his blood to the side in pain. Bang! He fired at the vines that were wrapping around him, causing dark red juice to spurt out. Thud, thud. Thud. Leonard took a step forward and rushed towards the altar on the first floor, towards the shattered window. The vines suddenly retracted from where he was standing, as if they were avoiding something invisible. Trissy used the chaos caused by the destruction of the altar and the disruption of the ritual to complete her invisibility once again. She successfully evaded the spirit vision and escaped the encirclement, arriving behind the three Nighthawks. She extended her right hand, and immediately, a cold wind blew past, carrying the flower that was stained with Leonard's blood into her palm. Trissy didn't stay any longer. With the flower in hand, she nimbly climbed over the metal fence and fled towards the Tussock River. At that moment, Leonard, who was just about to enter the first floor, suddenly turned his head, as if he was listening to something. His expression changed as he hurriedly pulled up his sleeves and looked at the wound that had been caused by the flower. With his physique, the wound had already stopped bleeding. It was only slightly red and swollen. Leonard's expression sank as he suddenly pinched his left index finger and pulled out his fingernail. His face immediately contorted in pain, but he didn't stop moving. As he chanted, he used his fingernail to cut open the clotted wound, staining it with dark red blood. Then, he pulled out a few strands of hair and wrapped them around the fingernail. By the Tussock River, Trissy slowed down and cast her gaze at the flower in her hand. She muttered something, and a black, illusory flame suddenly appeared in her palm. The flames engulfed the flower and burned it to ashes. After doing all of this, Trissy stepped into the river and sank into the water. At the same time, Leonard threw out the blood-stained fingernail that was wrapped around his hair. He watched it land in a corner and burn in midair, emitting a pungent, burnt smell. The fingernail, along with the hair, quickly disappeared, leaving behind only a speck of dust. Leonard heaved a sigh of relief and flipped into the first floor through the window. He said to Dunn and Fry, who were destroying the altar, "The target has escaped. The target has escaped. Fortunately, our main goal has always been to stop the ritual." Dunn sighed and looked at the puppets on the round table. "She's very vigilant and very powerful." She sensed our approach ahead of time. Otherwise, she's at least a sequence 7 beyonder. Give Klein a signal and get him to come over. Give Klein a signal and get him to come over. Through the brief contact in the dream, he determined that the enemy was a woman. Klein, who was hiding in the shadows of a building dozens of meters away, kept looking at the target building in the darkness. He could vaguely hear a strong gust of wind and clearly discern the sounds of gunshots. If the enemy were to flee in my direction, should I pull out my gun and pretend not to see it? His body trembled slightly as sweat seeped out of his palms. A beyonder who could use all sorts of means to shorten the life of a dying person was definitely not a sequence 9 or 8 beyonder. It wasn't something a seer like him could face head-on. Even if he sacrificed himself, he might not be able to delay the other party and create a chance for Dunn and Leonard to catch up. Fortunately, the Evernight goddess who wielded misfortune seemed to have heard the prayers of her loyal guards. No one ran towards where Klein was hiding. After a few minutes, he heard fluttering singing coming from the target building. Tilting his ear and listening carefully, Klein confirmed that it was a folk tune that Leonard Mitchell often hummed. It was filled with vulgar phrases. Phew. He heaved a sigh of relief. With a gun in one hand and a cane in the other, he walked out of the shadows and approached the target building. This folk tune was the rendezvous signal that he had agreed upon with Dunn and the others. Just as he took 2 steps, Klein suddenly stopped. He leaned his cane against the metal fence beside him and switched the revolver to his other hand. Then, he removed the silver chain from his sleeve and let the topaz fall naturally. After switching positions with the revolver and spirit pendulum, Klein waited for the topaz to stabilize before he half closed his eyes and entered a state of cogitation. He then recited a divination statement. The singing just now was an illusion. The singing just now was an illusion. After repeating it 7 times, he opened his eyes and saw the pendulum spinning counterclockwise. It's not an illusion. Klein's heart returned to its original position. He put away the spirit pendulum, picked up his cane, and quickly approached the arched metal fence of the target building. Then, he handed the silver inlaid black cane to his right hand and held it together with the revolver. Just as he reached out to touch the railing and tried to push it open, he suddenly felt a bone-chilling coldness. It was as if someone had stuffed a block of ice into his neck without any mental preparation. Hiss. Klein retracted his hand and grimaced in pain. It's just like winter here. He looked at the garden behind the iron fence with the faint starlight and the distant street lights. He saw that the branches were withered, the flowers were withered, and many leaves were stained with white frost on the dark brown soil. Amazing. Klein sighed inwardly as he tapped his glabella twice and activated his spirit vision. With his left hand, he retrieved his black wooden staff, inlaid with silver, and used it to push open the unlatched door. With a creaking sound, he turned sideways and stepped onto the stone path that led straight to the grayish-blue building. On both sides of the path were plants that looked like ghosts. Such a scene reminded Klein of all kinds of ghost stories and supernatural movies. He subconsciously slowed down his breathing and quickened his pace. However, he had only walked a few meters when someone suddenly patted his left shoulder. Thump. Thump. Klein's heart skipped a beat before it started beating violently. He raised his right hand and aimed the revolver in that direction. Then, he slowly turned around and looked over. In the faint light, he saw a tree branch swaying and nearly falling. You call this scaring yourself? The corner of Klein's mouth twitched as he waved his staff and smacked the tree branch down. He continued forward as he heard faint sobbing and wailing. Transparent, blurry, and nearly formless shadows were reflected in his eyes. These shadows sensed the aura of a living person and the warmth of flesh and blood as they surged over. Shocked, Klein immediately ran and dashed through the grayish-blue building's front door. Is this what Captain meant by feeling the atmosphere? It's indeed much scarier than when I helped Sir Deweyville. Vengeance is clearly more rigid than a shadow. It's not aggressive. As he thought about it, he walked to the altar in the middle of the living room. It was a round table filled with crudely made puppets. In addition, there were 3 extinguished candles. Dunn Smith was standing in front of the altar with his back facing Klein. He picked up the puppets one by one and looked at them. Corpse Collector Fry silently observed the floating shadows. He tried to reach out to comfort them, but he could only pass through them helplessly. The shadows didn't attack him either, as though they treated him as one of their own. When Leonard Mitchell saw Klein arrive, his tone changed. His voice became deep and magnetic. This is a tranquil morning. It suits. The even more tranquil sorrow. Only through the withered autumn leaves. The sound of chestnuts gently falling to the ground. Amidst the slow and gentle recitation of the poem, Klein seemed to see the surface of a lake that was illuminated by the clear moonlight. He saw the crimson moon that hung silently in the sky. The shadows calmed down. They no longer chased after the aura of the living and the warmth of flesh and blood. Dunn put down the puppet in his hand and turned around. He said to Klein, "This is a terrifying curse ritual. It's a terrible curse ritual. Fortunately, we've already disrupted it. Set up the ritual first to appease the remnant spirituality. Then, try to communicate with them and see if you can get any clues from them." Realizing that he was no longer a burden, Klein immediately puffed out his chest and looked up. "Yes, Captain." He took 2 to 3 steps to the altar and swept the puppets off the round table. At this moment, he saw from the corner of his eye that each puppet had a different name and corresponding information. "Captain, did you find anyone you know?" Klein asked casually. After asking, he looked at Dunn, and Dunn looked at him. Both parties fell into silence. "I'm so stupid. Why would I ask a question that tests Captain's memory?" Klein nearly covered his face and sighed. "If it were any other leader, they would definitely find an opportunity to make things difficult for me. Thankfully, Captain will forget about this matter. I really don't know if this is a good or a bad thing," he thought, half rejoicing and half joking. After more than 10 seconds of silence, Dunn seemed to finally distinguish between reality and dream. He said, "That's right. There's someone you know." "Who is it?" Klein stopped his act of rearranging the candles. "Joyce Meyer, a survivor of the Alfalfa tragedy," Dunn answered succinctly. "Joyce Meyer? Anna's fiancée." Klein suddenly thought of souls in the workhouse, who seemed to have been instigated and induced by someone. That was why he broke out in advance and attempted to set the fire. He withdrew his right hand and said in a deep voice, "Instigator-tress?" He used the shortened lives of those who were about to die as a sacrifice in an attempt to curse all the survivors of the Alfalfa tragedy? Because he doesn't know who discovered the problem and reported it to the police. And if Terry were to directly take revenge, it's unlikely that he'll be able to kill all the targets scattered in different places in one go. At most, after 2 or 3 cases, he'll be noticed by the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, and machinery hive mind, and he'll lose the opportunity to continue committing crimes. Klein could almost imagine why the other party would make such a choice. Dunn nodded before shaking his head. Not all the survivors, but all the survivors in Tingen City. His cursed ritual can only affect the people within this range. In addition, the person presiding over the ritual is a woman, not Terry. Klein frowned slightly. Perhaps it's a powerhouse sent by the Theosophy Order to help Terry? Yes, the Theosophy Order's origins might be related to the Demonist sect. It's normal for the powerhouse to be a woman. Dunn smiled and said in a mellow voice, "I agree with your judgment. Although there's only that woman here and not Terry, we can make the necessary guesses. For example, they don't live together, or Terry is out searching for someone who's about to die." Klein didn't say anything else. He placed the 3 candles, took out the full moon essence oil, crimson sandalwood, and other materials, and quickly set up the altar. Using the silver dagger to create a sealed wall, he began praying to the Evernight goddess, the mistress of repose and silence, completely appeasing the spirits inside and outside the house. Unfortunately, during the subsequent spirit channeling segment, Klein only saw a few images of the remnant spirituality when they were alive. He didn't obtain any useful clues. After letting these spirits truly rest in peace at night, he ended the ritual and removed the wall of spirituality. He shook his head at Dunn, Leonard, and Fry. This place was severely damaged by the backlash of the ritual being interrupted. "We've lost the remnant image of the owner." Dunn wasn't surprised as he pointed at the stairs. He pointed at the stairs and said, "Then let's go to the 2nd floor and try again." "Yes." Klein, Leonard, and the others immediately expressed their agreement. The 3 Nighthawks followed the stairs all the way to the 2nd floor and split up to search each room. Finally, they met in a bedroom with a faint fragrance floating in the air. They saw the messy pile of dresses and boxes that had not been closed yet. "Are these cosmetics?" Dunn asked casually as he picked up a box from the dressing table and sniffed it. "To be precise, they're skincare products. Ever since Roselle the Great, they're no longer referred to as such." Leonard smiled and corrected him. "Captain, as a gentleman, you still need to know the necessary common sense." Klein didn't join their discussion. Instead, he cast his gaze at the mirror on the dressing table. There were obvious cracks on the mirror, and some fragments fell onto the carpet. That Beyonder was in a hurry, so he didn't destroy it thoroughly enough. He suddenly said in a deep voice, "Perhaps we can give it a try." "I'll leave it to you," Dunn replied confidently. Klein quickly brought candles up from the first floor and lit them in front of the broken mirror. Under the flickering candlelight, he took out the full moon essence oil and other items to create a wall of spirituality. After doing all of this, Klein stood in front of the mirror that was illuminated by the 3 candles and chanted in Hermes, "That's right." He chanted in Hermes, "I pray for the power of the Evernight, I pray for the power of concealment, I pray for the goddess's blessings, I pray for this mirror to be temporarily restored. I pray for it to show everyone that has been reflected on in the past month." As the incantation was recited, a strong whirlwind suddenly blew within the wall of spirituality. The broken pieces of the mirror were rolled up and placed back in their original positions. The cracked mirror emitted a dark luster. As Klein caressed it with his hand, a figure was immediately reflected, but it wasn't Klein who was in front of it. It was a young lady with a rather round face, gentle and sweet. Perhaps it was because the mirror had been damaged, or perhaps it was because the backlash from the interruption of the ritual had similarly affected the second floor, but her facial features were rather blurry, making it impossible to see her exact appearance. But even so, Klein still found her strangely familiar. Faced with a baffling sense of familiarity, other Sequence 9 Beyonders might try their best to recall it, or they might ignore it and forget it. However, a seer was different. Klein ended the ritual and removed the wall of spirituality. He found a piece of paper and wrote the divination statement, the source of the sense of familiarity. Following that, he sat by the bed in his bedroom and recited the statement while holding the piece of paper. After reading it 7 times, his eyes darkened. With the help of cogitation, he entered a deep slumber and conversed with his spirituality. In the blurry and distorted world, Klein saw a carriage and a young lady in a grayish-white dress. The lady had soft black hair and a round face. She had a gentle and sweet temperament, but her body was trembling abnormally. The scene flickered, and Klein saw the young and beautiful lady again. She was in the underground market, squatting as she conversed with someone in a rude manner. The dream quickly faded, and when Klein woke up, he understood why he found the image in the mirror familiar. He had seen her in real life. "The first time I met her was at Daffodil Street, which is in the vicinity of Iron Cross Street. And that night, Captain and the others were pursuing instigator Triss at Iron Cross Street. There does seem to be a connection between the two." Klein pondered for dozens of seconds before setting up a ritual and praying to the goddess to depict the image of the enemy in his mind. Dunn and the others waited quietly without interrupting. Only then did they come over and examine the portrait. "You've seen her before?" Dunn asked. Klein nodded slightly and answered simply, "Yes. On the night you were pursuing the instigator, I met her at the public carriage stop at Daffodil Street. It's near Iron Cross Street. Then there's a high chance that she's the enemy from before, an accomplice of the instigator." Dunn nodded as though in thought. At this moment, Leonard suddenly exclaimed, "Don't you find the portrait familiar? She looks a lot like instigator Triss." Klein was startled and immediately looked at the paper, re-examining the young lady's portrait. Yes, they are indeed very similar. Round face, long and narrow eyes, gentle temperament. The more he looked at them, the more he felt that Leonard's words made sense. However, instigator Triss's facial features were still ordinary, while the young lady could be considered beautiful. Klein raised his head and glanced at Leonard, noticing that the latter was signaling him to raise his eyebrows. "What does that mean?" He was at a loss and confused. Dunsmith pondered and guessed, perhaps she's the instigator's sister and has also joined the Theosophy Order or the Demonist sect. Seeing that Klein didn't have any rapport with him, Leonard sighed to himself and said seriously, I have a bold idea. What do you think? Dunn asked. Leonard stated very straightforwardly. I suspect that this person is instigator Triss. What? Fry blurted out in surprise. Dunn frowned slightly. Are you saying that instigator Triss is actually a woman, or that the person just now was a man pretending to be a woman? No, from the contact in the dream, I can confirm that she's a woman. After all, Klein had seen too many imaginative and inconceivable plots. After taking another look at the portrait, he immediately had another guess. Could it be that instigator Triss has turned into a woman? If that was the case, many details could be explained. For example, why did Triss' line suddenly break? Even divination wouldn't find any traces, because the target had already undergone a fundamental change. The only problem is, how did he suddenly turn into a woman? And he seemed rather relaxed. The crossdresser actually looks pretty good. No, to be honest, he's pretty good. Klein thought as his thoughts wandered. Leonard nodded in relief and said, yes, that's what I'm thinking. This can perfectly explain instigator Triss' sudden disappearance. It also matches the fact that the upper echelons of the demonist sect are all women. Dunn and Fry were momentarily speechless. Even though they had seen many monsters and miraculous things, this was the first time they had encountered such a change. You mean that many of the women in the upper echelons of the demonist sect were once men? Dunn asked in return. Without waiting for an answer, he continued, it's indeed possible. Perhaps this is the characteristic of their sequence potion. Klein felt a chill down his spine. He felt that the potion of the demonist sequence was too much of a scam. I hope the seer sequence doesn't have such a scam potion. No, definitely not. One is the demonist pathway. It's obvious from the name that something isn't right. But I don't know what the corresponding sequence one of seer is. He subconsciously prayed to the goddess. Potions can do such things? Fry asked in disbelief. Leonard spread his hands and smiled. Even mid and low sequence potions can cause miraculous changes in people. After all, they originated from the Creator. At this moment, Dunn turned his head to look at Klein and said, try to divine the target's current location. All right. Klein came to the pile of messy dresses and picked one up with mixed feelings. He laid it on the carpet. He propped his cane on it and recalled the target's facial characteristics and corresponding information as he silently recited the divination statement. Triss, no, Trissie's whereabouts. Trissie's whereabouts. After repeating it 7 times, Klein's eyes turned from brown to black. Suddenly, wind swirled around him. His left hand left the cane, causing the silver-inlaid black cane to sway. Amidst the sway, the cane failed to topple over and stabilized itself in its original spot. There's an interference. Klein said in a deep voice. An interference means that I'm in the right direction. That lady is most likely instigator Triss, no, Trissie. Seeing this, Dunn nodded indiscernibly. As expected of the demonist sect that was active on the continent stage in the last epoch, because Triss had become Trissie, he determined that she wasn't a member of the Theosophy order, but a member of the demonist sect. After surveying the area, Dunn sighed and said, we can investigate from other sources, such as the origin of these dresses or the owner of this house. We can also get the police department to send people to investigate the steam locomotive station and dock. These can indeed lead to clues, but that way, Trissie will have plenty of time to leave Tingen. Yes, I'll try again above the grey fog when I return home. Klein was wary of Trissie, a person who would commit mass murder at the slightest disagreement. He wished he could immediately find her and execute her on the spot. Leonard, go to the police department and gather people to deal with the aftermath. Klein, you can go home and rest. At this point, Dunn rubbed his sun acupoint and paused for a few seconds. He looked at Klein in a half-probing and half-guiding manner. If you were in charge, how would you handle the matter just now? Let's say that your team consists of me, Leonard, and Fry. Klein frowned and thought for more than 10 seconds. I'll first use divination to confirm if the ritual will take effect in a short period of time. If the answer is negative, we'll first monitor the area and not approach. Then, we'll send someone to inform the police department and the nearby garrison to mobilize at least 5 cannons to bombard the house. We'll flatten the altar and the place where Trissy is hiding. She'll either hide inside and be blasted to death, or she'll escape under the fire. This will easily expose her. I'll get the captain and the rest to guard different positions." The more he spoke, the more excited he became. He felt that this method was simple and effective. It was brutal and straightforward, very safe and reliable. Dunn, Leonard, and Fry were all stunned. No one spoke for a long time. Captain, is this method not good?" The excited Klein saw the other party's reaction and felt his heart pound. After a few seconds of silence, Dunn said, "No, this method is good. However, there's an additional premise. That is, we have to confirm that the destruction of the altar won't result in more serious consequences. We've been Nighthawks for so long that we're used to relying on ourselves, beyond our powers, and the corresponding firearms. We're also used to not letting ordinary people come into contact with Beyonder events. Alright, I've always been a loyal advocate of firepower coverage." Klein added in his heart. In the deep night, Klein and Leonard walked for about 500 meters before they saw the public carriage stop. After waiting for a while, they returned to Iron Cross Street. One of them went to the nearby police station, while the other headed for Daffodil Street. When they arrived outside his house, Klein straightened his clothes. After confirming that there was nothing strange, he took out his keys and opened the door. In the living room, Melissa and Banson were doing their homework and reading books under the relatively bright light of the gas lamp. It was quiet and cozy. Banson is exhausted from running around in the day, but he can still persist in his studies at home. What a persevering person. "I can't do it, all I want to do now is lie down." Klein glanced at his brother and raised his hand with a smile as a silent greeting. Banson smiled. "I now understand that a generous salary also comes with a price. Everything in this world has a price. There's a price to pay in order to gain something," Klein said as he placed his cane on the rack by the door. "I think Roselle the Great said this before?" Melissa stopped writing and looked up. Tingen Technical College was different from universities and public schools. Every year, there were only 2 weeks of summer break from the end of July to the beginning of August. Once the hottest period was over, classes would resume immediately. "Is that so?" "I don't know," Klein replied with a slightly stiff expression. As he took off his hat, he walked towards the stairs. He planned to head above the gray fog to divine Trissy's whereabouts as soon as possible. Suddenly, he heard his stomach growl and felt a strong sense of hunger. "All right, I haven't had dinner yet. But the note I left behind said that the security company will provide meals for us, so there's no need to leave any food for me." "Seriously, Captain, I forgot about that." Klein's expression changed a few times as he tried to pretend that he was already full. At that moment, Melissa turned her head and glanced at him. She pointed to the kitchen and said, "I left you a lamb chop, a bowl of vegetable soup, and a few loaves of bread. There's also a few loaves of bread left." With that said, she lowered her head and cast her gaze back at her textbook. After saying that, she lowered her head and looked at the textbook again. She muttered to herself in a low voice, "Sis, you really like to worry too much. No, you're too meticulous in your thinking." Klein's mind jolted when he heard that. He immediately smiled. And said, "Melissa, your worries are very reasonable. I'm indeed a little hungry. Yes, I'll go up and change my clothes and take a shower." Although he was already secretly gulping, confirming instigator Trissy's whereabouts was more important. No one knew if this fellow would take revenge on society in an even crazier manner. "Okay." Melissa didn't look up as she continued her studies. Tap. 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 Klein quickly ran to the second floor and entered his bedroom. He locked the door, took off his coat, removed the holster under his armpit, and took out a simple silver knife from the drawer. After sealing the room with a wall of spirituality, he took a deep breath, calmed his mind, and took 4 steps counterclockwise. Accompanied by the incantations of celestial worthy of immeasurable blessings, Klein, who was getting used to the crazy ravings that tore at his mind, once again appeared in the towering palace above the gray fog. Having used the ritual several times today, he massaged his sun acupoint in exhaustion, causing a piece of yellowish-brown goatskin to appear on the long bronze table. Klein thought about it seriously and wrote the divination statement after some deliberation. Trissy's whereabouts. He wasn't sure if the name was correct, but he had the other party's specific characteristics and detailed information as a guide. With the goatskin in hand, Klein leaned back in his chair and recalled the matters regarding Trissy in his mind. Then, he silently recited the divination statement 7 times. He emptied his mind, closed his eyes, and with the help of cogitation, he quickly entered a dream. In a foggy illusory scene, he saw a steam locomotive that spewed thick smoke and sparks. He saw 2 rows of leather seats and a clean and tidy carriage. The gentle and sweet Trissy, who had a round face and long, narrow eyes, was sitting by the window. On the table in front of her was a hat inlaid with fine checkered black muslin. Klein carefully tried to identify the train number, but he couldn't see it. Not long after, he exited the dream unbearably, his eyes reflecting the ancient mottled bronze table and the illusory crimson stars. I can only confirm that Trissy is leaving Tianjin on a steam locomotive. There aren't any other clues. Sigh, it seems like this mysterious space is mainly helping me eliminate any interference. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's improving my divination skills. Klein tapped the edge of the table with his finger as he thought about his next move. Through this divination, he was completely certain that the target was the former instigator, Triss. However, with the other party having escaped from Tianjin, he didn't think that the outcome would be of any help to Dun. Captain has already said to send a telegram to Bakeland and Mad Harbor, and all the major stations along the railway. Trissy is wanted throughout the country. I won't report the results of this divination to prevent suspicion. Klein quickly made a decision. This was because, regardless of his reminder, Dun was using the most appropriate method to follow up. And in a situation where he couldn't see the train number clearly through dream divination, using spirit pendulums and other methods wouldn't yield an effective result, even if he used a method of elimination. A similar situation also included the matter with the red chimney. At that moment, he felt mentally drained. He didn't stay above the gray fog for too long. He wrapped his spirituality around himself and simulated the experience of falling. By the time he returned to his room, his mind was filled with images of oily lamb chops. I have to sprinkle some fennel on it. Praise the lady. Klein swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He quickly removed the wall of spirituality and opened the door. The next day, he entered the Blackthorn Security Company with his cane in hand. Good morning, Klein. I have good news. Roshan, who was behind the reception desk, waved her hand excitedly. Klein's eyes lit up. You caught Trissy? Trissy? Who is she? Roshan, who was wearing a light green dress, looked confused. You don't have to know her. What's the good news? Klein changed the topic. Roshan smiled brightly as she replied, the captain's request has been approved. The police department will be transferring 2 police officers who have come into contact with supernatural incidents to do administrative work. I finally don't have to stay up all night. Praise the lady. That's really good news. Klein echoed sincerely. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Roshan, he passed through the partition and headed underground, intending to continue his mysticism lessons. When he passed by the captain's office and the Nighthawk's recreation room, he peeked his head out and saw that Dunn, Leonard, and the others were there. This meant that the search and investigation last night didn't yield any good results. It would be handed over to the police department for them to handle the tedious follow-up work. Klein had wanted to chat with the captain to grasp the latest situation, but seeing that he was busy writing manuscripts and sending telegrams, he had no choice but to leave silently and not disturb him. He planned to ask at noon. He followed the flight of stairs underground and saw 2 rows of elegant gas lamps surrounded by a metal grid. He saw the light that penetrated the glass and the silent and unchanging corridor. Breathing in the cool breeze, Klein took a few steps and suddenly stopped. He suddenly shifted his gaze to the gas lamps, and his brows gradually furrowed. He realized that he had made a common-sense mistake, a mistake that could only be made with common sense on Earth. Last night, during his divination above the gray fog, Klein had seen Trissy riding a steam locomotive into the distance, so he had subconsciously determined that it was something that was currently happening. However, no one in this world had invented electric lights or similar devices. There were almost no steam locomotives that carried people after dark, and this was something that Klein, who was used to seeing green trains traveling at night, had instinctively overlooked. That meant that it wasn't something that happened last night, that was the future he had foreseen, it was something that would happen today or tomorrow in the daytime. Klein's heart tightened. He paced back and forth before running back upstairs. He knocked on the door of the recreation room and saw Leonard reciting a poem by the window with a helpless look. Ignoring Kenley, Royale, and Sikatron, Klein looked at Leonard. "I have a question for you. Do you want to learn how to amuse the ladies?" Leonard put down Roselle's selected poems and teased him. He walked out of the entertainment room and followed Klein to the middle of the staircase that led underground. He stared into Klein's eyes and chuckled. He stared into Klein's eyes and said with a chuckle, "It looks like you did a very effective divination last night." Klein didn't explain and directly said, "I divined that Trissy was riding a steam locomotive into the distance." After the conversation at the Westboro workhouse yesterday, he didn't mind appearing a little special in front of Leonard. "Steam locomotive. The earliest one is at 7. Leonard took out his pocket watch from his shirt pocket and snapped it open. "I can't delay any longer. I'll tell the captain that I've received reliable information." He quickly went upstairs and left the Blackthorn Security Company. After staying downstairs for a few minutes, he returned and entered Dunsmith's office. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and watched as the Nighthawks who were playing cards were summoned. Then, the captain rushed out after sending another telegram. Recalling what had happened just now, he had mixed feelings. Different from the warning given by the death of the suited clown, this time, a similar mistake had happened to him. It seemed that he had learned a lot, and the lesson was even more profound. He turned into the armory and entered the guard's room. He took off his hat and coat with familiarity and hung them on the coat rack. Old Neil had just finished making his hand-ground coffee. He took a sip happily and said, "Want a drink?" "Okay." Klein sat down, as comfortable as if he had returned home. Old Neil glanced at him and mumbled, "That's right. Or 3 sweets and a spoonful of milk? You're such a sweet guy. It's not good for your teeth or your body." No. It's just that I like it sweeter when I drink coffee. And when I fry steak or roast meat, I prefer seasonings like rose salt, black pepper, and fennel." Klein had always thought of himself as a fan of all tastes. Old Neil quickly made the coffee and pushed it over. "Do you want to take a break or do you want to start directly? Let me calm down for a few minutes. The captain and the others have received information on Trissy's whereabouts. They're rushing to the steam locomotive station. I wonder what the outcome will be." Klein sighed. Old Neil sked. "Is the information detailed? Are you sure which train it is?" "No, I'm not sure," Klein said with pursed lips. Old Neil immediately laughed and said, "Under such circumstances, the chances of failure are far higher than the chances of success. Trissy should be sequence 7. A beyonder at this level isn't that easy to catch. Heh, don't think about relying on divination. It's not omnipotent. You will only obtain a symbol. If you're not careful, you might misinterpret it or miss something." Klein recalled the mistake he had made and felt deeply touched. He nodded from the bottom of his heart. "That's right. Divination isn't omnipotent." After saying that, he sighed. His body and mind suddenly entered a magical state. He leaned back slightly and attempted to exhale. But at that moment, he heard an illusory shattering sound. He was shocked to discover that something in his body was dissolving and fusing with his mind. It was an indescribable and unique feeling. Klein half closed his eyes and quietly experienced it. He didn't need anyone to remind him. He knew that it was a sign that the seer potion had been completely digested. The first town that the Tussock River passed through after passing through Tingen was called Venia. It was also the first steam locomotive station on the way to Bakeland after leaving Tingen. On the platform, Trissy had changed into a beige dress and wore a round-brimmed lady's hat. A black veil hung down from the brim of the hat, covering most of her face. It made her appearance blurry and difficult to identify. She had already sent a telegram to her companions in Tingen to remind them to be careful. She had also used the items she had stolen to buy a ticket for the steam locomotive to Bakeland. The reason why she didn't board the train at Tingen Station and instead floated downstream to Venia was that Trissy still had the instincts and rich experience of an assassin. Whoosh, amidst the sharp and long whistle, the steel train that was as tall as a monster came to a stop beside the platform, spewing out sparks of smoke. Trissy didn't bring any luggage with her. She directly boarded the first-class carriage. At the same time, she decided to alight immediately after 3 stops and use another method to get to Bakeland. In the basement of St. Selena Cathedral, Klein closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair. He felt the complete digestion of the potion and vaguely saw illusory stars one after another. Those stars had an inexplicable connection with his body, as if they wanted to gather together and become one. After an indescribable feeling of hunger and thirst subsided, Klein returned to normal and didn't have any additional insights. But my mind is a lot more relaxed and pure, he opened his eyes and added silently. Light shone through the glass, illuminating the detention center outside the armory. Old Neil finished reading the newspaper, took a sip of coffee, and looked up at Klein. How do you feel now? Have you calmed down? Or do you need a glass of wine, an early paycheck, or a leisurely day off? At that moment, Klein, who had completely digested the seer potion, was attempting to use cogitation to change the switch of his spirit vision, making it less conspicuous. Now, he no longer relied on stimulating a few specific parts to activate his spirit vision. Therefore, he could use more covert methods to achieve his goals, such as quickly pinching the joints of his middle finger with his thumb or tapping his left molar twice. Considering that he might need to hold a gun in one hand and a cane in the other, but he still needed to use his spirit vision, Klein finally chose to tap his molar gently, opening it with his left molar and closing it with his right molar. After constantly hinting and making changes, he opened his eyes and smiled. I'm just too concerned about Captain and the others' actions. I don't need to calm down. At the same time, he tapped his left molar twice, attempting to activate his spirit vision to quickly familiarize himself with this method. Cough. 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 Old Neil suddenly coughed violently, causing his face to turn red like a cooked lobster. What's wrong? Klein asked with concern after a moment of surprise. He carefully observed Old Neil's aura and realized that the color of his health was normal. It was just that he was a little weak due to his age. Old Neil coughed for more than 10 seconds before slowing down. He reached for his coffee and slowly took a sip before saying, everyone makes mistakes. Cough, I choked on my own saliva just now. Shall we begin today's mysticism lesson? All right. Klein tapped his right molar twice almost soundlessly. Digesting the seer potion 1 to 2 weeks faster than expected made him both happy and vexed. Needless to say, he was free from the latent danger of losing control, was about to advance, and possessed more beyonder powers. It was enough to make anyone happy and excited, but he was vexed that it messed up his arrangements and plans. Considering that he still had to stay with the Tingen Nighthawks for a long period of time, Klein felt that it wasn't a good choice to secretly become a clown. He would constantly have to worry about being exposed, and he wouldn't dare to use the corresponding powers during missions that required cooperation, putting himself in greater danger. His plan was to emulate Spirit Medium daily and submit a special application to the upper echelons. He would then use his accumulated contributions to exchange for formulas and beyonder ingredients as rewards, allowing him to openly become a Sequence 8 Nighthawk. However, there was an essential difference between mastering a magic potion in a month and mastering a magic potion in a year. Klein could bear a certain level of attention from the Holy Cathedral and was willing to be the focus of training, but he definitely did not want to attract the suspicion of the upper echelons. He had to find a convincing reason for his current state. His original plan was to make use of the period when the seer potion had yet to be completely digested to gradually lay the groundwork for the captain. For example, he would mention that he felt his spirituality being lively every time he went to the divination club. He would also pretend to casually describe the rules of a seer that he had concluded from helping others with their divination. He would also mention that he hadn't heard anything he shouldn't have heard or seen anything he shouldn't have seen. This way, the upper echelons of the Nighthawks would think that he had unconsciously emulated daily when completing his mission, and had done it even more thoroughly. This would allow them to focus on summarizing the rules and explore the direction of the acting method. This would greatly reduce their suspicion of Klein and only do a routine inspection. Yes, I can also use this to remind the captain and help him discover the acting method. Klein silently added in his heart. To him, Dunsmith was a very good captain. Other than his poor memory, he didn't have any major flaws. Therefore, he hoped to reduce the risk of him losing control and make him stronger. Of course, Klein could also choose to wait a year before submitting the special application. That way, he wouldn't need to take any risks, but the consecutive coincidences and the red chimney he saw in his dream divination made him have no choice but to improve himself as soon as possible. In the next 2 weeks, I'll lay the groundwork for the captain 3 to 4 times before submitting the formal application. At the same time, I can also head to the underground market to see if there are any corresponding Beyonder ingredients. It should be very expensive. Klein quickly made a decision and focused his attention back on his mysticism lessons. Time passed, and the beautiful time for lunch slowly arrived. Old Neil finished his cup of coffee and tidied up the junk on the table. He laughed and said, "Your mysticism lessons are about to end. Your mysticism class is about to end. Judging from your previous attempt, you can make your own talismans now." That's exactly what I planned for the next few days. Klein exhaled in satisfaction. Charms were different from the amulets he had given his brother, Banson, and his sister, Melissa. They had to be engraved with the help of a ritual, and they had certain special powers that could be used in intense battles. However, low-grade charms weren't omnipotent. The spirituality they possessed would constantly decline, and they had to be created once every 2 weeks. Furthermore, they had to be activated with a specific incantation. It wasn't something that could be used immediately. In addition, the charms that the Nighthawks could master were limited to the domain of the Evernight goddess. At present, Klein could only make 3 types. The first was a slumber charm. Its effects were similar to the chants that Dunsmith and Leonard Mitchell used to make people fall asleep. The second was a requiem charm. It could pacify ghosts, shadows, zombies, and water ghosts. To a certain extent, it could deal with wraiths and evil spirits. The third was a dream charm. It could help the caster enter the target's dream. These effects were similar to the Midnight Poet and Nightmare powers of the Sleepless sequence. Therefore, Dunn, Leonard, and the others didn't use charms. Instead, Corpse Collector Fry, Sleepless Royale, and Kenley would carry 1 or 2 charms with them. However, they weren't of any use in the long run, and they had to get Old Neil to recharge them from time to time. At this moment, Old Neil glanced at Klein and smiled. "I remember that you've been practicing too much this month, and you've run out of ingredients. Do you plan on going to the underground market?" Klein was taken aback at first before he nodded with a pained expression. Yes. He knew the price of those ingredients. He only hoped that he could succeed on his first try and not waste anything. After shouldering the mission of sending lunch to the underground, Klein put on his coat and hat, grabbed his cane, and returned to the Blackthorn Security Company on the 2nd floor. When he passed by the recreation room, he saw that Leonard and the others had already returned and were having their meal. Knock. Knock. He knocked on the door of the captain's office. "Please come in." Dunn's mellow voice sounded. Klein pushed the door open and took off his hat. "Captain, did you catch Instigator Trissy?" Dunn massaged his son acupoint and shook his head tiredly. "We didn't find her at Tingen Station, but according to the telegram from Bakeland, a passenger saw her on the earliest first-class carriage. Unfortunately, she got off midway." "What a pity." Klein was already mentally prepared. He sighed and said, "Divination isn't omnipotent." Dunn's gray eyes swept across. "You don't have to be depressed. It's not that easy to capture a Sequence 7 Beyonder. At the very least, we destroyed Trissy's evil ritual and saved the lives of at least 40 innocent people. Furthermore, we have a grasp of her current situation, preventing her from wantonly committing crimes like before. If she still wants to do something similar, she might be noticed, discovered, and reported at any time. Sooner or later, she will be found and captured by us Nighthawks, mandated punishers, or the machinery hive mind. Of course, it's more likely that she'll be killed. I hope so. May the goddess bless me." Klein drew a crimson moon on his chest. Then, he paused and deliberated over his words. "Captain, I haven't heard anything I shouldn't have heard or seen anything I shouldn't have seen for more than a week. Furthermore, this is under the condition of frequent cogitation and spirit vision. Dunn frowned in confusion. Klein immediately added, "That's right. I feel that I'm not far from fully mastering the seer potion, and this might have something to do with my frequent visits to the divination club to help people divine." "Why would you have such a thought?" Dunn changed his sitting posture and revealed a puzzled expression. Klein deliberately answered in a sluggish manner, "Every time I go to the divination club, I feel my spirituality become more lively. And every time I help someone divine, my body, heart, and spirit will feel a lot more relaxed. I even concluded a set of seer rules, and I strictly abide by them. It's just like the mystery priors: do whatever you want, but do no harm." I got inspiration from this maxim, and I tried to imitate it to formulate a seer maxim. I believe that this might be an effective way to help beyonders quickly master their potion and reduce the chance of losing control. Just like Ma'am Daly, she has always been a spirit medium. Dunn had taken out his pipe at some point in time and was sniffing it gently. He seemed to have forgotten about Klein as he pondered for a few minutes before saying, "Not a bad guess. It's an interesting attempt." Klein's goal this time was just to lay the groundwork, so he didn't mention anything else. Instead, he said half-jokingly, "Perhaps I'll become the fastest member in the history of the Nighthawks to grasp a Sequence 9 potion. May the goddess bless you." Dunn didn't take it seriously as he gave his blessings with a smile. He then fell into deep thought again. Seeing this, Klein got up and bade farewell before leaving the captain's office. As he helped close the door, he suddenly thought of another problem. How was he going to act as a clown? It can't be that I'm going to join a circus, right? Besides, Tingen City doesn't have a fixed circus. They're all traveling ones. Klein's expression turned bitter. Being a seer is still quite impressive. Even if I meet someone I know, I can still hold my head high. If I were to become a clown, there would be no dignity to speak of. After delivering lunch and filling his stomach, Klein only rested for half an hour before rushing to the shooting club to practice his firearms. He didn't dare to relax at all. After feeding him thousands of bullets and persevering day after day, his current shooting standard had finally reached what Dunn Smith considered to be a passable standard. Fixed targets were especially good. After repeated repetitive practice, he put away his revolver and took a public carriage to the vicinity of his combat teacher, Gawain's residence. It took him 10 minutes to walk to the front door. Following that, he changed into a knight's training suit that he had just dried. He practiced from running, rope skipping, weightlifting, squatting, all the way to footwork and punching. He was drenched in sweat and exhausted. Rest for 15 minutes. The white-haired, weather-beaten Gawain took out his pocket watch, snapped it open, and glanced at it. He had maintained his silence since the beginning. He only spoke a word or two to remind Klein when he changed his training method or when Klein's movements weren't standard. Klein panted heavily. He didn't dare to rest immediately. Instead, he paced back and forth. The most obvious effect of his recent combat training was that his skin had darkened significantly, turning into the color of wheat. Gawain put away his pocket watch and stood beside the rough training ground behind the house. He crossed his arms and watched Klein relax. He was as quiet as a marble statue. "Teacher, other than unarmed combat, will you teach me how to use a straight sword, broadsword, rapier, and spear?" Klein, who had just digested the seer potion, was in a good mood. He took the initiative to ask. He had seen straight swords, rapiers, and other weapons, as well as breastplates and full-body armor in Gawain's collection room. He knew that Gawain wasn't just good at unarmed combat. Gawain, who was bathed in sunlight, glanced at him and said in a deep voice, "It's useless for you to learn these things. They are things that are behind the times. In the future, they will only exist in museums and private collections." He was silent for a few seconds before he added in a weathered tone, "They have been eliminated. What you should focus on is firearms. Even combat is only supplementary." Klein looked at the lethargic combat teacher and laughed. "I don't think so. All the ministers, all the councilmen, and all the generals think so," Gawain said while clenching his teeth. Klein stopped in his tracks and pretended to be typing. He spoke like a real keyboard expert. "No, they're just retreating from the main battlefield. They have other uses. Why does combat have to be the opposite of firearms? They can be completely integrated together. I believe that people who are more agile and have faster reflexes will be able to make better use of guns. Seeing the silent Gawain's eyes suddenly turned sharp, Klein continued with a slight smugness. The other weapons haven't been eliminated either. They just need to be improved to make them more portable. We can organize a team with high mobility, bypass the main battlefield, and go straight to the enemy's rear, straight to their core. In this kind of small-scale ambush, warriors with excellent combat ability and various weapons can play a very important role. You can imagine this scene. He displayed his ability to know a little bit of everything, randomly mixing and describing the combat methods of special forces on Earth. Gawain's breathing had turned heavy at some point in time. He stood there motionless, as if he didn't want to shatter the scene he had imagined. Klein glanced at the other party's reaction and secretly chuckled. He cleared his throat and pretended to be reserved. "Teacher, what do you think of my idea? Is there any possibility of it being realized?" Gawain's body trembled visibly, as if he had finally woken up from a dream. He gave Klein a deep look and said in a deep voice, "The effects of your rest are pretty good. The effect of your rest is very good. Now, repeat 10 sets of all the exercises you did before." "Huh?" Klein looked confused. Soon, he came to his senses as he started running again. He shouted in his heart, 10 sets? "Teacher, no, I don't want to use such a method to celebrate myself completely digesting the seer potion. Hey, don't you feel anything?" As he watched Klein run to the other side of the training field, Gawain suddenly uncrossed his arms and covered his face with one hand. His eyes were tightly shut, and the wrinkles on his face were deep and striking. After nearly vomiting from exhaustion once again, Klein took a shower, changed his clothes, and bade farewell to the silent combat teacher, Gawain. He then took a public carriage and left Gawain's residence. He didn't go home directly. Instead, he went to the Evil Dragon bar in the dock area. He planned to go to the underground market to understand the price of Beyonder ingredients and buy the items needed to make charms. Along the way, Klein didn't dare to sleep in consideration of the small stash he carried with him. He made it to his destination with great difficulty. "I have to leave a balance of £4 for the commission. I can only use £3.05 solely." He touched the notes in his pocket, took his cane, and walked out of the carriage. At this time, the sun had begun to set in the west. The luster of dusk dyed all the houses. The boxing and rat-catching matches in the Evil Dragon bar were heating up. After passing through the billiard room and many rooms, Klein entered the underground market. He looked around, but he didn't see the monster, Ade Missile, who was always active here. Didn't old Neil say that the monster survived only because the owner of the Evil Dragon bar, Swain, took him in and gave him a bite to eat? Klein muttered to himself in puzzlement. As a nighthawk, he was wary of such matters. Hence, he approached the burly man guarding the door and asked, "What's going on?" "Where's Ade Missile?" The burly man replied without a smile, "I don't know where he's sleeping. He's been like this recently. He's been lying there trembling, constantly shouting, 'Dead, dead, corpses everywhere, they're all going to die.'" What scene did he see? What agitation did he encounter? Klein frowned slightly and asked a few questions in detail, hoping to figure out where Ade Missile was sleeping. However, the guard didn't know either. "When I'm done, I'll use divination to find him and see what exactly happened to him." Klein made a mental note of the matter and walked towards one of the 2 rooms at the end of the market. According to old Neil, the room on the left was used for loans and repayments, while the room on the right was a place to sell and purchase precious items, including Beyonder ingredients. After knocking on the door of the room on the right, Klein discovered that it was separated into an inner and outer room. There were 3 customers waiting in the outer room. He lowered his half-top hat and sat behind the 3 customers. He leaned forward, pressed down on his cane, and waited in silence. Not long after, the partition door opened, and a customer dressed in a blue-gray dockworker's uniform walked out. He lowered his head and left in a hurry without any hesitation. Klein tapped his left molar twice and used his spirit vision to look at him and the other 3 customers. He didn't find anything out of the ordinary. Of course, there were still some minor ailments. After another 10 minutes or so, it was finally his turn. He opened the partition door and walked into the inner room where the kerosene lamp was lit. After locking the door, he sat on the customer's chair and looked at the old man in the black bonnet opposite him. "I want to know what Beyonder ingredients you have and what their prices are." The old man's cheek muscles drooped, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were deep. However, he was rather burly, and he wasn't surprised by Klein's request. This was because many customers weren't willing to let others know what they wanted to buy before confirming that they had a particular Beyonder ingredient. Typically, they would want to introduce everything. The old man flipped to the latest pages of the notebook and glanced at Klein. He picked up the honey wine in front of him and took a sip. Waterghost's brain tissue. Depending on the degree of completeness, it ranges from 3 to 15 pounds. Star crystal for 50 grams, 150 pounds. Queen bee grass for 200 pounds. Adult black-spotted frog for 170 pounds each. Human-faced rose, 280 pounds. Only one. Klein controlled his emotional reaction and quietly listened to the old man's introduction. To think that such an underground transaction only had less than 30 Beyonder ingredients. Touching the 7-pound note in his pocket, and thinking about Miss Justice's attitude toward 1,000 pounds, Klein silently stood up and sighed. "Unfortunately, there's nothing I want." Without waiting for the old man to ask, he quickly turned around, opened the partition door, and walked out. Returning to the underground market, Klein looked ahead and was stunned for a few seconds. He sighed with a bitter smile in his heart. "I'm probably the poorest boss of a secret organization." This made him even more determined to obtain the ingredients from the Nighthawks or to find Justice or the Hanging Man to exchange for them. After circling the underground market twice, Klein chose to buy the ingredients needed to make charms, such as semi-finished silver plates, herbal powder, and natural ores needed for the corresponding ritual. He spent a total of £1.15 solely. "I have a total of £5.10 solely left in my stash. After deducting the final payment from the commission, I still have £1.10 solely left." Klein silently calculated his financial situation and felt helpless. Of course, he knew very well that this was because he had only been working for slightly more than a month. If it were extended to a year, he could still save up more than £100. "In another 2 weeks, I'll have to tell Banson and Melissa that my salary has increased by £3. I can hire a maidservant. That way, I won't have any stash left." Klein thought as he walked to the main entrance of the underground market. At that moment, he saw old Neil, who was dressed in a classic black robe, slowly walk in. "You bought everything?" Old Neil chuckled and greeted him. "Yes," Klein answered frankly. Old Neil immediately sked and said, "You're really early." "That's because I'm still hungry, and you've already enjoyed dinner." Klein casually made small talk with old Neil. After a while, the owner of Evil Dragon Bar, Swain, who was dressed in a Navy officer's uniform, walked in. He approached the two with a serious expression and lowered his voice. He said, "I need your help." "What happened?" Old Neil suddenly turned serious, and Klein couldn't help but feel nervous. Swain, whose brown hair was messy and whose body reeked of alcohol, replied in a deep voice. "Losing control?" Klein's heart tightened, and he almost blurted out a question. Although Dunn and old Neil often emphasized the dangers of losing control and the probability of it happening, this was the first time he had encountered something like this. For a moment, he was a little panicked, a little confused, a little scared, and a little sad. It was a very complicated feeling. Every year, a quarter of the incidents we deal with involve Beyonders losing control. And among this quarter, a large portion of them are our teammates. Dunn's words flashed through his mind, causing his reaction to slow down. On the other hand, old Neil, who had experienced too many similar incidents, immediately asked, "Where are the rampagers? What do you need us to do?" Klein was taken aback when he heard that. He thought that a slick and lazy, semi-retired person like old Neil would find an excuse to reject Swain's request, or extort a large sum of money from him before attempting to help. He did not expect old Neil to not hesitate at all and immediately enter a state of participation. He did not care about the difference between a Nighthawk and a mandated Punisher. Looking at the solemn expression on old Neil's face, Klein suddenly understood something. Be it the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, or the members of the machinery hive mind, their goal was to prevent Beyonder powers from harming the innocent, and to maintain the peace and stability of Tingen City. If they were to encounter any dangerous or urgent situations, it was their duty to do so. At this moment, Swain replied curtly, "Be my support." He did not explain why he lost control or where the rampager was. He quickly walked toward the exit. This former captain of the mandated punishers was clearly an old man who was addicted to alcohol, but Klein realized that he couldn't keep up with him. He had to jog to barely keep up with him. He turned his head to look at old Neil and saw that the mystery prior, whose body was showing signs of aging, had also begun to run. The three of them didn't care about the gazes of the guards along the way. One of them was wearing an old navy uniform, one was wearing a dark classic robe, and the last one was wearing a knee-length black windbreaker. They rushed out of the billiard room and out of the Evil Dragon bar. The customers who were drinking and adding oil to their drinks instinctively moved their eyes away from the dogs catching the rats and looked at Klein and the others. "Is it Boss Swain? Why is he in such a hurry to leave? Did someone go back on their word?" Amidst the hushed discussions, some of the customers turned their attention back to the cage and cheered again, venting the depression they felt during the day. Some of them were more vigilant and felt vaguely uneasy. Thud thud thud, Klein and old Neil followed Swain to the other side of the road and ran into the real dock area. "That ship." Swain slowed down and pointed at an inland river cargo ship that was docked not far away. "Two mandated punishers are dealing with the rampager up there, preventing him from entering the Tussock River. Help me influence him and control him. Leave the rest to me." Old Neil took a few deep breaths and said, "Okay, but you need to give me a minute to recover." Swain nodded and did not say anything else. He rushed to the cargo ship and joined the battle. Listening to the sounds of fighting, old Neil glanced at the slightly nervous Klein, took out a silver piece the size of a baby's palm from a secret pocket at his waist, and handed it over. "Slumber charm. The incantation to activate it is the word for Evernight in ancient Hermes. After chanting the incantation, inject your spirituality into it and throw it at the target within 3 seconds." "Okay." Klein reached out to catch it, feeling touched. The front and back of the charm were engraved with incantations written in Hermes, as well as symbols, corresponding spirit numbers, and magic labels. He did not need to activate his spirit vision. Just by relying on his spiritual perception, he could sense the obscure, serene, and deep mysterious power. Old Neil straightened his back and took out the same silver charm from his secret pocket. As he walked to the cargo ship, he joked, "Don't be nervous, relax. Don't be nervous. Relax and think about something else. For example, I lent you that amulet. If you use it, remember to make a new one and return it to me. Of course, you can wait until next month, when the material quota is restored, and then do it." This, as expected of the experienced old Neil. Klein placed the charm into his left pocket, reached for the revolver in his underarm holster, and adjusted the firing position and trigger. "I don't think I'm nervous anymore." With a gun in one hand and a cane in the other, he and old Neil passed through the gangway and steadily boarded the cargo ship. The cargo ship had obvious signs of its age. Although it was powered by steam and had an additional chimney, it still retained the masts, sails, and other configurations of the past. Furthermore, it only had a metal shell on the surface. Some parts were made of steel, while others were made of wood. The sounds of fighting intensified. Just as Klein and old Neil were looking for an entrance to enter the cabin, they suddenly heard a loud clanging sound. The side of the cabin, which was made of wood, instantly cracked, and thorns flew everywhere. A figure fell out and hit the side of the ship. Klein couldn't be bothered to look at the figure's injuries. His gaze was completely focused on the monster that was running towards the crack. The monster was more than 1.8 meters tall. It was wearing a tattered shirt and trousers. The exposed parts were covered with dark green scales. The gaps between its hands and feet were covered with a membrane that looked like the webbing between the toes of some aquatic animals. It had a head full of wrinkles, and one could vaguely make out the appearance of a human. Its scales were dripping with mucus. Sizzle, the dark green mucus slightly corroded the deck, leaving distinct marks. Bang! The monster that tried to rush out of the crack was punched from the side by Swain, causing it to move 2 steps sideways. Bang! Bang! Swain, with his exaggerated muscles, was obviously not as strong as the monster. Furthermore, his punches and kicks had clearly hit the monster, but they couldn't shatter its scales, making it difficult to cause any substantial damage. For a moment, he was in a sorry state and was on the verge of collapsing. If not for his amazing balance and the fact that there were other mandated punishers following him and firing at him, Klein suspected that the blue-eyed elder would have been beaten to death by the monster. Thud. 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 Swain kept retreating and advancing, like a moth pouncing on fire despite knowing that it was a flame. However, Klein could sense that he was accumulating something and waiting for something. Bang! Swain took a few steps back from the blow and blocked the line of sight of the other mandated punisher. The monster seized the opportunity and immediately rushed towards the crack. It wanted to escape from the cabin and jump into the tussock river. Looking at the wrinkled head covered in mucus, Klein raised his right hand and pulled the trigger. Bang! The silver demon hunting bullet hit the monster's torso as he had expected, but it only shattered the scales and embedded more than half of it. The monster immediately let out an ear-piercing shriek. It exerted force with its legs and pounced at Klein like the wind. The strong smell of fish wafted into his nose as he suddenly crouched down and rolled to the side. Clang! He felt the body of the ship shake as debris hit his body. At the same time, he heard an old and deep voice. It was an incantation chanted in ancient Hermes. Dark night. Klein rolled twice more. Without bothering to pick up his cane, he hurriedly raised his gun and looked up. He saw old Neil calmly throw out the charm in his hand, not far from the monster. The silver sheet was quickly enveloped by dark red flames, emitting a soft explosion. A deep, tranquil power instantly spread out. The monster that had nearly smashed through the side of the ship swayed, and its movements became sluggish. At this moment, Swain ran out of the cabin and approached the monster. He twisted his waist and swung his arms, throwing a few punches like a machine gun. All of them landed on the monster's head. However, all he could do was create a crack and not deal fatal damage. However, Klein could sense that the blue-eyed elder's accumulation was about to reach its peak. Bang! The monster seemed to recover as it swung its forearm, forcing Swain to take 5 steps back. Each step left cracks on the deck. Seeing that the monster was about to turn around and jump off the cargo ship, Klein hurriedly took out the slumber charm from his pocket with his left hand. Right on the heels of that, he skillfully recited a word in ancient Hermes, dark night. Suddenly, Klein felt the silver charm in his palm turn cold, as though it was made of accumulated snowflakes. Without thinking too much, he injected his spirituality into the charm, pulled his shoulder, and swung his arm at the monster. At that moment, the fishman-like monster had already jumped into the air. The dark red flames illuminated the surrounding darkness, and the soft explosion sounded like a hypnotic prelude as it quickly rippled out. Bang! The monster fell straight to the dock and curled up into a ball, temporarily entering a half-asleep state. Klein was about to rush to the side of the ship and shoot at the monster's head when he suddenly saw Swain, who had lost his navy uniform somewhere, rush out and jump down. He adjusted his posture in midair, and the muscles on his body bulged. In Klein's spiritual perception, something that had been repressed to the extreme erupted. Swain fell from the sky and smashed into the monster's body. Then, he straightened his back and swung his fist down, striking the monster's head. Crack! The monster's head split into pieces. Dark red blood and grayish-white brain tissue splattered all over the ground, accompanied by dark green mucus. Is this one of the powers of the Folk of Rage? Klein stood beside the shattered ship's railing and muttered to himself. Old Neil held his left hand, leaned over, and looked down as well. At that moment, Swain stood up straight and stood there, staring deeply at the monster that had lost its life beneath his feet. He took out a deflated metal flask from somewhere, opened the lid, and gulped down half of it. Then, he tilted the flask's mouth, aimed it at the monster, and poured the rest of the liquor onto its body. After doing all this, Swain seemed to have aged, and his back hunched a little. Old Neil sighed, looked at the scene below, and whispered to Klein, I know this out-of-control mandated punisher. He's been with Swain for 20 to 30 years. He's once eliminated water ghosts that killed people on shore, and he's captured evil Beyonders who tried to escape by diving into the Tussock River. He didn't continue, but Klein could tell what he was implying. This guardian who had made many contributions and killed many monsters had turned into a monster in the end. It's been 2 months since Lord of the Mysteries was uploaded. It's time for it to be published. In these 2 months, I barely wrote any words or chattered. I didn't communicate much with everyone. This is mainly because I feel that the best communication between an author and a reader can only be in a novel. What I want to express, what I want to say, is all in the story I write. There's no need to say anything else. Yes, going back to Lord of the Mysteries, I probably have this thought. I want to find the joy I had when I first came into contact with web novels. The joy of, oh, there's such a world and there's such a magical world. Back then, every book brought me a different, strange, and interesting world. It always broadened my horizons and made me unable to extricate myself. It always expanded my imagination. Of course, this is also because I've come into contact with too few similar novels. So, when I felt ready in every way to construct a relatively new world and an interesting and novel system on my own, I began the book with apprehension and courage. With the acting method as the core, there are 22 paths, 220 potions, and 220 different jobs. This is the part that I hope to interest everyone the most. In addition, there's the world, which is a mixture of Cthulhu-style, SCP Foundation elements, the style of the First Industrial Revolution, and steampunk feelings. I've read many books and made many settings, but I know that what I need the most is to properly tell the story, unhurriedly. This is also the reason why I've slowed down the pace of the first book and added 410,000 words of free chapters. I want to honestly go through the plot, to outline the characters, and to describe the world. I don't want to pursue the so-called climax. I want to present the images in my heart that I want to share with you. Thanks to the writing of a martial arts grandmaster, my daily stories have an attractive standard, and I have the ability and writing style to tell a story honestly. In the past, I learned to express, or rather, every writer and author would instinctively express. But now, I feel that I am beginning to learn to restrain myself. Most of the time, I will not talk about it. I will only use my actions, words, and expressions to express my emotions. I will not make any inner monologues. I might not even use my actions, words, and expressions. I will just describe it coldly, just like the chapter on the lead worker. This is also the standard that I hope to maintain in the key passages of the Master of the Mysteries. The various structures of this book are probably the most well thought out of all my books. As for how to take care of each other, I'll wait and see. These are my thoughts and attempts for this book. I hope that everyone will like it, and I hope that you'll continue to subscribe. After all, I still have to eat, and I still have to buy clothes, skirts, bags, and houses for my wife. I've always been a vulgar person. I've never doubted that. At the same time, I'm also a very lazy person with a very problematic personality. I once thought of organizing my fans, just like other authors, but, it's so annoying, so tiring. Then, there's no then. I don't know how long it's been since I last updated my Weibo. I created a WeChat official account and tried to write something, but, it's so annoying, so tiring. Then, there's no then. I don't know how long it's been since I last updated my Weibo. I created a WeChat official account and tried to write something, but, it's so annoying, so tiring. Then, there's no then. I don't know how long it's been since I last updated my Weibo. I once tried to get someone to help me liven up the official account, but when I saw the content posted by others, I always felt embarrassed, so I stopped it. Phew, I want to reconcile with myself now. Admit it, I'm a lazy person. I'm a person who has a flaw in interpersonal relationships. I'm a person who is thin-skinned and wants to keep up appearances. I'm a person who doesn't like to be disturbed by all kinds of miscellaneous things. I'm a person who can't be helped. Perhaps, what I can do well, and what I'm willing to do well, is to write a novel, to tell the story in my heart. That's how I reconcile with myself. I don't want to live awkwardly anymore. I don't want to force myself to gather popularity anymore. I want to create an official account. If there's content, there'll be more. If there's no content, then forget it. Yes, reconciliation is just a form of literary persuasion. More accurately, it should be described as self-abandonment. After the exchange, tomorrow at midnight, which is a few minutes past 12 tonight, I'll update my VIP chapter. I'm begging for subscriptions and monthly tickets in advance. I'll explode. Really, I have a stockpile. Looking at Swain, who was standing in front of the monster's corpse, and then turning his head to look at the mandated Punisher, who had been in charge of restraining the monster, helping his comatose companion up, Klein suddenly felt an indescribable sadness. Be it the Nighthawks, mandated Punishers, or members of the machinery hive mind, it was almost impossible for them to become heroes. This was because everything they did was not known to the public and could only be hidden in various confidential documents. However, the danger and pain they endured were so real. Perhaps one day, my opponent will be my teammate. Klein sighed silently, feeling the weight of the terms Nighthawks, mandated Punisher, and machinery hive mind member. At this moment, old Neil sighed and said, "Let's leave. Don't disturb them." "All right." Klein picked up his cane and was about to take a step forward when he suddenly saw old Neil still holding his left hand. He asked with concern, "Are you injured?" Old Neil chuckled and said, "I was stabbed by the shrapnel that ricocheted. I was hit by the shrapnel. If I was younger, I would definitely be able to dodge it. Fortunately, this is only a small problem." He loosened his right hand slightly, allowing Klein to see the small wound that was still oozing blood on the back of his left palm. After confirming that there were no major problems, Klein walked down the gangway and sighed. "Mr. Neil, you're calmer than I imagined. With the monster less than 2 meters away from you, you were still able to calmly recite the words and use the charm." Although the mandated Punisher, who had lost control and turned into a monster, had pounced at Klein, old Neil had been very close to him. In the face of the praise, old Neil immediately chuckled and said, "I'm a senior Nighthawk. I'm a senior Nighthawk. Out of all the dangerous situations I've experienced, what happened just now isn't even in the top 10. I remember once when Dunn and I were patrolling Raphael Cemetery, a dead person had somehow turned into a zombie. It left the tomb and hid in the shadows of the trees. I passed by and didn't notice it at all. I was looking for a place to hide. Heh, you know what I mean. In the end, it pounced on me from behind and grabbed my neck." Klein was a little shaken by what he heard. He guessed and asked, "Under such circumstances, you can still calmly use the spells, or the spells that a certain mystery prior can perform quickly?" Old Neil glanced at him and said with a chuckle, "No, Dunn dragged the zombie into a deep slumber in time. I'm telling you this to tell you that as a Nighthawk, not only must you believe in yourself, but you must also believe in your teammates." Klein was silent for a few seconds, then said half-jokingly and half-sincerely, "Mr. Neil, you're so wise today." Old Neil skipped a step onto the dock and replied with a disdainful tone, "That's because you only know the most insignificant side of me." The two of them walked out of the dock and returned to the Evil Dragon bar. Klein put away his revolver, leaned on his cane, and took off his coat. Under the light of the gas lamp, he checked if there were any damages. How lucky. There were only a few wooden splinters that dirted a small area. He pulled out the miscellaneous items, roughly patted the dust off, and put on his clothes again. Old Neil looked at him with a smile, mimicking his tone, and leisurely added, "What a pity, there's no way to claim it." Klein was momentarily at a loss for words. "I'm not that kind of person," he emphasized in his heart. At that moment, the public carriage arrived. Klein took out his silver vine-patterned pocket watch and opened it. "If there's nothing else, I'll be heading home," he said to old Neil. Old Neil nodded slightly and said, "Go back and enjoy your dinner. Don't worry about the slumber charm. I'll get Swain to compensate you. He's a rich man." "Of course, not today. I have to consider his feelings." "Thank you for your generosity." Klein opened his mouth, but that was all he said. He quickly got into the carriage and returned to Daffodil Street. It was already past 7, and the sky was completely dark. He took out his key and opened the door. Klein saw Melissa taking off her veil hat and hanging it on the coat rack. "Hence," he said with a smile, "that's right." He smiled and said, "You just came back too?" At that moment, the complicated emotions he had accumulated dissipated. He felt relaxed and warm. There's a practical class in school today, Melissa explained seriously. Klein sniffed and caught a whiff of the fragrance of food. He was taken aback and subconsciously asked. He was stunned and asked subconsciously, who's preparing dinner? Just as he finished his sentence, he and Melissa answered at the same time. Banson. Both of them sounded a little panicky. At that moment, Banson, who had heard their conversation, walked out of the kitchen and wiped his hands on his apron. Don't you have confidence in my culinary skills? I remember when Melissa didn't know how to cook, you would wait for me to come home and watch me cook with great eagerness. Actually, cooking is very simple. For example, stewed beef with potatoes. First boil the beef, then add the potatoes, then add the seasonings. Klein and Melissa looked at each other and remained silent. Leaning on his cane, he took off his hat and turned to smile. I think it's time to hire a maidservant. It's very unhealthy to always be late for dinner. But I don't wish for strangers to be by our side when we're chatting. That would make me feel uncomfortable. Melissa subconsciously found another reason to reject it. As Klein took off his coat, he smiled and said, Don't worry about it. At that moment, his expression suddenly froze and he stopped moving. That was close. I nearly took off my coat. I have a revolver under my armpit, ahem. He cleared his throat and pretended as if nothing had happened. Don't worry about it. When we get home, we can let the maidservant rest in her room. I don't think any servant doesn't like to rest. Yes, we have to find a maidservant who is willing to learn how to cook. He didn't want to suffer from the ravages of dark cuisine in the future. Banson stood at the kitchen door and nodded in agreement. When we're free, we can go to the Tingen Family Servant Assistance Association. They have rich resources and sufficient understanding in this area. All right, it's decided then. Klein ignored Melissa's unwilling gaze. Bakeland, Empress Borough, Viscount Glaint's house. Audrey Hall left the ball with her maidservant, Annie. She went up to the second floor and entered the bedroom that the Viscount had prepared for her. With Annie's help, she slowly took off her gorgeous dress and light dancing shoes and wore a black hooded robe that she had prepared beforehand. After putting on the hood, Audrey stood in front of the full-length mirror and began to examine herself. She saw that most of her face was covered by the shadow of the hood. Only the beautiful curve of her lips could be clearly seen. The black robe, the face hidden in the shadows, the feeling of mystery and depth. This is the look that I've always dreamed of. Audrey thought happily. She was a little worried, so she added a blue boat-shaped bonnet under the hood. There was a thin black gauze hanging down, obscuring her facial features. Not bad, that's it. Audrey stuffed her feet into her calfskin boots and turned her head to Annie. Wait for me here. No matter who comes, don't open the door. Annie looked at her lady helplessly and said, But you have to promise that you won't be out for more than an hour this time. You should trust me. I've kept my promise the previous few times. Audrey smiled as she approached her maidservant, hugged her, and kissed her cheek. Then, she leaped a few steps back, pulled up her hood, and turned to leave the bedroom through a secret door. She walked all the way down to the side door of the Viscount's house and saw a carriage already parked there. Master Glaint stood in the shadows, glanced at Audrey, and praised her from the bottom of his heart. He praised from the bottom of his heart, Your getup is really, yes, just like how Roselle the Great often describes it. It's very cool. Thank you. Audrey lifted her robe and bowed gracefully and happily. The two boarded the carriage and left the villa. They arrived at a house 10 minutes away. Outside the house, Audrey saw Apprentice Fur's Wall and her friend, arbitrator Xiaoderi Cha, whom she had been seeing frequently recently. Fur's brown hair was slightly curled, and her light blue eyes had a natural laziness to them. She pointed at Xiaoderi Cha. And said, She's an excellent persuader. She can help you get what you want. Xiaoderi Cha was rather short. She was at most 1.5 meters tall. Her facial features were delicate and soft, but her eyes didn't seem to have matured, making her look rather young. Although she had messy, shoulder-length yellow hair and was dressed in a traditional knight's training suit, she exuded an indescribable majesty and charisma. Audrey had met him a few times. She smiled faintly and greeted him. She smiled faintly and called out, Miss Xio, can I trust you? You don't have to worry at all. Xiao smiled and gestured for her to follow. Just as she was about to catch up to Audrey and Glaint, there was a sudden clang. Audrey looked in the direction of the sound and saw a gleaming triangular spike lying beside Xiao feet. Audrey and Xiao looked at each other, momentarily at a loss for words. After more than 10 seconds, Xiao quickly and agilely crouched down, picked up the triangular spike, and hit it on her body. We have to prevent any accidents from happening. Some people lack sufficient rationality and aren't easily persuaded, Xiao explained in all seriousness. Audrey nodded wordlessly and answered in a clear voice. She replied in a clear voice, I believe you. This is a tool that allows certain people to converse with us calmly, Furs added as she looked at the lawn. The four of them didn't say anything else. They took a few steps forward and knocked on the wooden door with 3 long knocks and 2 short knocks. With a creak, the main door slowly opened. Audrey, who had entered the state of a spectator, saw many people sitting scattered inside. Some of them used various methods to hide their faces, such as relying on hoods and masks, while others didn't care and exposed their facial features. Almost instantly, Audrey noticed a black-robed man sitting on a single-seater sofa. The man also wore a hood, hiding his face in the shadows. He stared at the guests silently, giving off a condescending vibe. He's very confident, but his gaze is disgusting. His gaze keeps moving around my body like 2 slippery tentacles, trying to peel off my clothes. Audrey had sharp senses and meticulous observation. She calmly made a judgment, but she almost got goosebumps. At this moment, Furs introduced Mr. A? It feels more like a criminal's code name and not the name of a mysterious powerhouse. It can't be compared to the Fool at all. No, those who can be compared to Mr. Fool are probably deities or important figures second only to deities. Audrey's thoughts raced as she suddenly felt a sense of superiority. She looked at Mr. calmly and lowered her voice to speak to Furs and Xiao. Does this gentleman have any past achievements? Viscount Glaint, who was also wearing a hooded robe, was also very curious. Xiao replied with a serious expression, there have been a few such incidents in the past. Sequence 8 and even Sequence 7 Beyonders have targeted Mr. A in an attempt to deal with him, but in the end, they all disappeared without a trace. What a powerful Beyonder, Glaint exclaimed in admiration as he repeated the previous introduction. As they spoke, the 4 of them entered the house, and the gatekeeper immediately closed the door. After adapting to the light from the gas lamp, Audrey saw 2 blackboards erected in front of her. There were lines of words written on them. At this moment, Furs, who was holding an unlit cigarette, whispered, those are the needs of the members of the gathering. That's what the members of the gathering want. You should be able to understand. Many people don't want others to know what they have to avoid being targeted by greedy people. So, they will write on the blackboard anonymously what they want, or what they want to sell, as well as the approximate price and item requirements. Audrey nodded slightly. She didn't bother observing the members of the gathering and directly scanned the items on the blackboard on the left. Requires the eyes of an adult Manhattan fish. Spectre's dust, 165 pounds. Roselle the Great's notebook, 3 pages, 20 pounds. Upon seeing this, Audrey could no longer maintain her composure as a spectator. She was shocked and excited. These prices are too cheap. She thought excitedly and happily. As she walked, her gaze moved and she saw even more items. Infant's tears, flowers, 200 pounds. Mummy powder, 10 grams, 5 pounds. Murloc mucus, 30 milliliters, 29 pounds. Sequence 8 Sheriff Potion Formula, 450 pounds. Too cheap. The Beyonder ingredients didn't even exceed 300 pounds. Audrey's eyes lit up as she followed her companion to find a place to sit down. At this moment, Xiao moved closer to her ear and asked softly, what do you want? Audrey's breathing became heavier. Roselle the Great's famous declaration flashed through her mind. I want them all. She had 2 brothers, so it was not her turn to inherit the title and the main estate, but as a girl who was the favorite of her parents and brothers, she had 300,000 pounds worth of houses, fields, pastures, mines, jewels, stocks, shares, and bonds to her name. This was considered her share of the family property, but before her father, Earl Hall, passed away or she married, she would only possess it in name and receive a corresponding annual annuity. Even so, she earned £15,000 to £25,000 a year. She was one of the wealthiest female nobles in the entire Rouen kingdom. Of course, as a noble, there were many necessary expenses, especially since she already had an annuity. She couldn't rely on her parents for everything. She controlled herself and replied reservedly, "I'm only interested in Emperor Rozel's notebook for now. I'm his admirer. I think the special runes or words he created have mysterious powers. It's just that we haven't found the right way to combine them." "Audrey, you're becoming more and more hypocritical," she added silently in her heart. Just as she finished speaking, a young man in a white shirt and black vest sitting on a chair nearby chimed in excitedly. "Yes. That's it. I've finally met someone who shares the same opinion as me. I'm the owner of the 3 pages of the notebook. I can sell them to you right now." Audrey was at a loss at first, but then she replied with a smile, "Then please allow me to express my gratitude." She took out 2 10-pound notes and handed them to him in exchange for the 3 pages of Rozel the Great's diary. Of course, no one here knew that it was a diary. They only referred to it as a notebook. Flipping through the pages, Audrey confirmed that the words were similar to the ones she had obtained in the past. She put away the diary and asked Xiao and Furs in a low voice, "If the notebook is fake, who can I look for? Mr. A?" "Yes, Mr. A doesn't allow fraud in his gatherings." "Yes, I can also help you arbitrate in private," Xiao Dericha answered eagerly. "I understand." Audrey entered her spectator state and began to examine the Beyonders and Beyonder reserves present. Due to the young man's agitation, many people had noticed them. They were either overtly or covertly sizing up Audrey and Glaint, but none of them could see through the hood. The sofa, chairs, and coffee table were scattered around, all facing the blackboard. The material is ordinary, which means that the convener, Mr. A, isn't a noble and is very casual in this regard. Yes, with the confidence he displayed, he wouldn't deliberately put on such a disguise. Audrey rolled her eyes and observed calmly. Mr. A sized up all the ladies present, and his gaze often stopped on the good-looking ones. "He's very lecherous. Why does he keep looking at me? He can see through the hood." At this point, Audrey's heart skipped a beat. She felt disgusted, as if she had eaten a fly. But soon, she relaxed because she realized that Mr. A wasn't looking at her or the other women. This means that his eyes can't see through the fabric directly. His eyesight is very outstanding. It's as if he's sizing me up at close range. Under such circumstances, the hood is of little use. Audrey quietly observed the transactions of the others and grasped part of the situation of the people present. At this moment, Mr. A's attendant walked over and whispered to the 4 of them, "You can write your requests on a piece of paper for me. You can write your requests on a piece of paper for me, or you can go to the small room and write the items you want to sell on the blackboard during the break." Furs took a whiff of her cigarette and looked around warily. "Have you decided on the Sequence 9 formula you want?" Over the past few days, she had fulfilled her promise and told Audrey and Viscount Glaint all the information she knew about the sequence pathways. Audrey pretended to think for a moment and said, "Spectator. I want to become a spectator. Yes, I also want the follow-up to spectator, telepathist." She considered that she would have to interact with Furs and Xiao Dericha frequently in the future. Sooner or later, they would discover that she was a Beyonder, a spectator. Therefore, she decided to use this opportunity to bring the matter to light and completely cover up Tarot's existence. Although it'll be a waste of money, it's worth it. Audrey secretly praised herself. At the same time, she noticed that Xiao Dericha would look at the blackboard from time to time with a look of longing and depression. "Xiao told me that the corresponding sequence 8 for Arbiter is Sheriff. She's looking at the formula worth £450? Yes, I can tell that she's very eager for the Sheriff formula. She's been an Arbiter for more than a year, and she's been unconsciously acting as an Arbiter. She should have digested the potion." All the details above indicate that Xiao is short of money. While Audrey was secretly making a judgment, Viscount Glaint stated his choice. "Apothecary. I need the formula for Sequence 9 Apothecary." Sensing Audrey, Furs, and Xiao's gazes, he explained with a chuckle, to me, having health and not being afraid of most diseases and injuries is the most important thing. A rational choice. I once dreamed of being an apothecary too. Fur sighed with a smile. She had a languid and decadent temperament. After making the decision, Audrey and the rest wrote their requests on a piece of paper and handed it to the attendant. Then, they watched as the attendant walked around and asked them one by one, collecting quite a number of pieces of paper. The attendant mixed up the pieces of paper and handed them to his companion who was in charge of the blackboard for him to register the information. I need the formulas for the spectator and telepathist potions. The price will be negotiated face to face. Every time a piece of paper was written, the attendant would read it 3 times. If anyone was interested, they would secretly request for a room and complete the transaction with the attendant's help. After waiting for a while, Audrey and Glaint didn't receive any requests for a transaction. They were both a little disappointed. At this moment, another attendant walked over and approached Audrey, handing her a folded piece of paper. "Mr. A gave this to you," the attendant said in a low voice. Audrey unfolded the piece of paper and glanced at it. It read, "Are you interested in other Sequence 9 formulas?" The corners of Audrey's mouth curled up in disdain and she wrote in the blank space on the piece of paper, "I'm only interested in the spectator." She folded the piece of paper again and returned it to the attendant. She watched as the attendant handed it to Mr. A. Mr. A opened it and glanced at it. He didn't say a word and continued to watch the gathering members in silence. However, Audrey keenly noticed that the piece of paper had quietly burned and turned into ashes that fell to the ground. After another 15 minutes, Mr. A said, "We've entered the break stage. We've entered the resting phase. You can communicate freely." At this moment, the young man who had sold Roselle's diary approached Audrey and said excitedly, "I've already deciphered a portion of Roselle the Great's special runes and tattooed them on my body. I've obtained pretty good powers. Are you interested?" Audrey suddenly recalled that she had once asked Mr. Fool if the special words in Roselle the Great's diary contained any magical powers. Mr. Fool's answer was that they couldn't unless a deity was suddenly interested. She looked at the young man in front of her, thought for a moment, and probed, "What kind of pretty good powers did you obtain?" The young man replied excitedly, "I'm stronger and healthier. I'm stronger and healthier." Audrey looked at him with pity and said, "I'm sorry, but I believe in my own research more." In the remaining time, she continued to observe the gathering, but she didn't obtain much useful information. She only roughly judged that there were members of normal professions like doctors and lawyers. After another half an hour, Audrey and the others left and returned to Viscount Glaint's villa, where they stayed until the ball ended. At around 10 o'clock at night, Audrey returned home. Just as she was about to get the maid to prepare hot water, she suddenly saw Susie give her a look. After finding a reason to get the maids to leave for the time being, Audrey locked the door and turned to look at Susie, who she didn't know was considered her pet. "Did you hear anything? Or did something happen to you?" The golden retriever, Susie, calmly squatted there and howled, causing the surrounding air to tremble. "Yes, I heard the Count and a few members of Parliament discussing matters in the study. They said that the King and the Prime Minister have reached a consensus to give up the plan to seek revenge on the Fasak Empire on the east coast of Balam." "Where's the east coast of Balam?" Seeing Susie's astonishing mastery of Rouen, Audrey felt mixed emotions. After a few seconds of silence, she said, "I'll give you a map tomorrow." "All right," Susie replied cheerfully. "The King and the Prime Minister believe that the most important thing now is to push forward with the reform plan from before. They want to use a public examination to determine the government personnel. They hope to get this matter passed by both the House of Lords and the House of Commons before October." "Really?" Audrey asked in pleasant surprise. This was the first thing she had attempted to secretly guide with her own abilities after becoming a spectator. If it could become a reality, it would fill her with a sense of accomplishment. Susie answered very honestly, "I can't give you a definite answer. This is only what I heard. I don't even have a deep understanding of what they mean. After all, I'm just a dog that has just begun learning." Audrey was momentarily stunned before she beamed. "Susie, you did great. This is your reward." She took out a bag from a beautifully decorated cabinet, tore open the seal, and placed it in front of Susie. This was a dog biscuit made from flour, vegetables, meat, and water by Bakeland Pet Care Company. It was a snack that Susie loved very much. Susie, who was sitting upright, sniffled and raised one of her paws, as though she was considering how she should eat to match her present status. A few seconds later, she gave up on thinking and followed her instincts. She pounced forward and rushed towards the door with the bag of rations in her mouth. She straightened her body and opened the door with one paw. She went out and hid in the shadows, snorting as she began enjoying her snacks. On Sunday afternoon, after catching up on the sleep he had lost while guarding Cheney's gate, Klein took a trackless public carriage to Evil Dragon Bar. He had originally planned on using divination to find Monster 8 or Missile and find out the reason for his recent strange behavior. However, he had been interrupted by the mandated Punisher's sudden loss of control, so he had no choice but to wait until today. Passing through the billiard room, they entered the underground market. This time, Klein didn't have to look around. He saw Audiobook cowering in a corner, shivering. The young man with messy, greasy black hair and a pale, ugly face sensed Klein's approach. He immediately covered his eyes and leaned against the wall, trying to move to the side door. However, Klein had already caught up with him and blocked his way. He quietly tapped his left molar twice. In his spirit vision, Audiobook's aura was rather unhealthy. No matter which color it was a little dim. This also meant that although he didn't have any major illnesses, his body was extremely weak. At the same time, Klein discovered that the monster's emotional color exuded obvious fear and nervousness, as well as a blue that lacked rational thought. The surface of his astral projection had expanded from the deepest parts of his ether body. Its color was transparent and colorless, as though it was formed from pure light. Is this the uniqueness of a natural monster? Klein nodded indiscernibly. He stared at Audiobook's face and said, "What have you seen recently? What have you seen recently? What have you encountered? Why are you hiding in a corner, shivering, saying that they're all dead and corpses?" At this moment, Audiobook lowered his head and looked at his toes, as though he didn't dare look at the person in front of him. Wearing grayish-blue trousers and a tattered linen shirt, his body trembled as he replied in a panic, "No, I didn't see anything. No, I didn't see anything. No, I just had a dream. The dream was full of blood and the ground was full of dead people. Haha, sob sob sob, I was among the dead, I was there too. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die." He laughed and cried at the same time. The contents of his reply left Klein feeling as though his thoughts were in a mess. Rubbing his sun acupoint, Klein asked in a deep voice, "Why are you afraid of me?" Audiobook was taken aback for a few seconds before he suddenly squatted down and shouted in extreme fear. "No. No." Gazes followed as Klein immediately felt awkward. "I didn't do anything to you. Why are you shouting as though something has happened?" He laughed dryly and saw Audiobook curled up and trembling. He was only begging for mercy and didn't say anything else. All he could do was open up a distance from him and pretend to be passing by. Maybe I should ask Mr. Aztec, but he went to the north of the Fasak Empire for a vacation last week and won't be back until next Thursday or Friday. Before that, I'll report to Captain. Klein covered his mouth and yawned, then he turned around and left the underground market. After receiving this week's salary, his private stash of money had returned to £8.10 solely. However, he could only take a look at the Beyonder ingredients. Of course, if he wasn't afraid of the high interest, he could borrow from his boss, Swain. Walking out of Evil Dragon Bar and waiting for the public carriage, Klein's thoughts wandered as he thought about what was going to happen next. There's only 1 week left, and I'll be able to pay off the £12 I withdrew at the beginning. I'll finally be able to bring home £3 a week, and Melissa won't have an excuse to delay hiring a maidservant. I'll hide the other £3 for a while and save up some money. Also, I have to get the telepathic reader formula from Daxter Guderian as soon as possible or find the corresponding clues. I'll use the excuse of giving my subordinates funds to exchange for cash from Miss Justice. This can be done through an anonymous bank account. In the process, I'll use divination to interfere. This will be very safe and won't expose my secret. After getting on the public carriage, Klein didn't go straight to the Blackthorn Security Company. Instead, he planned to spend 2 hours at the Divination Club. This was to pave the way for the next step of digesting the potion. Furthermore, to Klein, he was quite famous in the divination industry. Some of his old customers would visit him again, and some would introduce their friends to him. If it was a coincidence, he might even have more than 10 deals in an afternoon. This way, even if he only went twice a week, he could still earn about £50. To the poor Mr. Fool, this was quite beneficial. Sigh, it's a pity that I spoke too nicely back then, and my image was too perfect. There's no way I can change the divination fees. Sitting in the club's conference room, Klein drank side black tea as he thought helplessly. With his current reputation, even if he charged for solely, there would still be people who would come for his divination. However, as a seer who respected fate, he could only maintain the price of 8 pence. Although Klein had completely digested the potion, he wasn't willing to take the risk of going against the rules of a seer he had previously concluded. This included not using divination to obtain extraordinary benefits. After all, he didn't know if it would cause him to lose control or something bad to happen. The Nighthawk's internal information didn't have the concept of digestion, so Klein couldn't determine if there were any risks after completely digesting the potion. He couldn't do anything that violated the corresponding rules. Just as he was thinking about these things, the beautiful receptionist, Angelica, came in. She walked to his side, lowered her body, and whispered, "Mr. Moretti, someone is looking for you for a divination. Red agate room." All right. Before Klein came, he had confirmed if it was a suitable day for him to go to the club. He had received a definite answer from his divination. He took his half-top hat and walked out of the conference room. He saw a customer waiting at the entrance of the red agate room. This customer was a girl of 16 or 17 years old. She was wearing a light blue dress with ruffles and holding a gauze hat of the same color. She had naturally curly brown hair, a cute face with baby fat, and a pair of beautiful light blue eyes. Elizabeth? Klein recognized her as his sister's good friend, Elizabeth, who studied at Ivos Public School. He had once helped her choose an amulet and resolved Selena's magic mirror divination incident with her help. Elizabeth was equally pleasantly surprised. "Mr. Moretti, is it really you? I was wondering if it was you when I saw the name. After all, I'm a mysticism enthusiast." Klein explained helplessly before adding, "Don't tell Melissa." "Oh, and Selena. The result of my divination was that it was suitable for me to come to the club." "How did I end up meeting Elizabeth?" As he shook his head, he turned around and opened the door to the red agate room. At the same time, he tapped his left molar twice. He slowly entered the room and sat in the fortune-teller's seat. He looked up at Elizabeth. With just a glance, his brows furrowed. The young lady's aura was dyed with a layer of dark green, a sign of being haunted by ghosts and vengeful spirits. Klein calmly made a judgment and asked, "Have you been having nightmares recently? Do you have recurring nightmares in which the things in your dreams are repeating?" Elizabeth, who had just locked the door, was stunned before she could even sit down. After a long while, she finally replied. It took her a long time before she replied, "Yes. That's why I'm looking for you." Klein leaned back and asked, "What kind of dreams did you have? When did it start?" "Since the last 2 days of my vacation in Lamed Town." "Oh, my family has a small manor there." Elizabeth could be considered half a mysticism enthusiast, so she had long recalled the corresponding situation. "In my dreams, I would always meet a knight dressed in full black armor. He held a huge broadsword in his hand, and his face was completely covered by a helmet. All I could see was a pair of glowing red eyes. He kept trying to approach me, and I would run away in fear." The distance between us grew closer and closer. Klein thought for a moment and asked, "In the 2 or 3 days before you had such a dream, did you come into contact with antiques, ancient ruins, funerary objects, or mausoleums?" Elizabeth recalled for more than 10 seconds before saying, I went to the mountains near Lamed Town a few days ago. There was an abandoned castle there." This is the standard opening of a supernatural novel. Klein lampooned silently and pressed, "What's wrong?" He pressed, "Then, did you leave anything behind in the castle? Or did you take anything from the castle?" Elizabeth knitted her pretty eyebrows together, and after a while she asked uncertainly, "I was pricked by the thorns and bled. Does any blood left behind count?" Klein nodded solemnly and answered in a deep voice. Upon hearing Klein's answer, Elizabeth immediately felt a little nervous. She subconsciously sped up and said, "Can you help me divine the reason? It would be even better if you could divine the solution. Divination can at most provide a direction for the solution. Furthermore, it's filled with symbolism, blurry, and easy to misinterpret. Of course, you're very lucky. I'm not just a simple seer, but a true scholar of mysticism." Klein silently lampooned the girl's question and said solemnly, "Since it's related to a dream, I suggest using divination in this aspect." All right. Elizabeth nodded like a chick eating its food. Klein maintained his professional demeanor and said, "I need you to sleep here and recreate that dream. That won't be a problem, right?" Klein maintained his professional demeanor and said, "I need you to sleep here and recreate that dream. That won't be a problem, right?" However, she quickly added with a stutter, But I can't guarantee that I'll definitely have that dream." But she quickly stuttered and added, but I can't guarantee, I will definitely have that dream." Then, she quickly added with a stutter, But I can't guarantee that I'll definitely have that dream." Then, he pointed to the sofa by the side of the onyx divination room and said, "Please. No, there's no need. I'll just sleep here." Elizabeth shook her head gently and crossed her arms. "When I feel tired in public school, I'll sleep like this during the break between classes." As she spoke, she used her arms as a pillow and leaned her upper body forward to the edge of the table. "All right, you can pretend that I don't exist." Klein smiled as he observed her aura and the color of her emotions to determine if the girl had successfully fallen asleep. "Okay." Elizabeth closed her eyes and buried her face in her arms, trying her best to even out her breathing. Klein didn't say another word as he leaned back in his chair. The room immediately became abnormally peaceful. It was a feeling that calmed one's mind and made one forget external peace. After a while, after confirming that Elizabeth had fallen asleep, Klein took out a semicircular silver sheet from his pocket. It was filled with Hermes words that were difficult for ordinary people to understand, as well as all sorts of symbols, numbers, and labels. This was the dream charm that Klein had successfully created yesterday morning. At the same time, he had also completed 2 slumber charms and 2 requiem charms. The former was a rectangular silver sheet, while the latter was a triangular one. This allowed him to differentiate between them in an intense battle. "Crimson," Klein said in a deep voice as he said a word in ancient Hermes. This was the activation incantation that he had set up. As there was still a follow-up segment to inject spirituality, there was no need for it to be different from others. It was fine as long as it was suitable for memory and short enough. As the mysterious voice reverberated, Klein felt the dream charm in his palm turn light, as though it had temporarily lost its weight. After the spirituality was infused, he immediately placed the talisman on the table in front of him. A transparent flame rose silently and wrapped around the talisman, burning it with a deep and serene black color. The blackness quickly spread out and enveloped Klein and Elizabeth. Klein seized the opportunity and entered a state of cogitation. Using his spirituality, he saw an illusory and hazy oval ball of light in front of him. This ball of light was surrounded by boundless darkness, making it look exceptionally lonely. Klein didn't dare delay. He immediately released his spirituality and touched the incorporeal light ball. Silently, the scenery around him began to turn upside down, but it quickly fixed into a yellowish-brown plain. There were many dead horses and humans on the plain. There was blood and weapons everywhere. Elizabeth was wearing a regal dress with long sleeves and a gauze hat. She was looking around in a daze. She immediately caught sight of Klein, and a pleasantly surprised smile surfaced on her face. "Mr. Moretti, we meet again. Back when I went to the divination club with Selena to get someone to do a divination, I suspected that the Klein Moretti on the list was you. Later on, I went a few more times, but because I had to attend classes, I always missed your schedule. When it was summer break and I was free, Father and Mother brought me to Lamed town for a vacation. You will definitely be able to help me, right?" As he listened to the girl's rambling, Klein was momentarily taken aback. So Elizabeth had long suspected that I was working part-time at the divination club. She even specially came to look for me a few times. She didn't show any signs of abnormality just now. Yes, the surprise was real, and it happened to cover up my true thoughts. Indeed, everyone is honest in their dreams, except for me, Mr. Fool." While he was deep in thought, Elizabeth's dream changed. A tall knight, who was more than 1.9 meters tall, dragged a broadsword that could touch the ground and walked over step by step. The knight was wearing black full-body armor, and there was a faint sound of metal clanking as he moved. Two flame-like red lights shone through the gaps in his visor as he stared intently at Klein and Elizabeth. The thoughts of a wraith. It's not even at the level of an evil spirit. Klein, who was already in a spirituality state, didn't need to activate his spirit vision. In the classification of the Nighthawk's internal data, remnant resentment and indignation were the weakest and easiest to deal with, followed by shadows and wraiths. Evil spirits were considered extremely troublesome soul-type monsters, and the most terrifying evil spirit was said to be in no way weaker than a high-sequence beyonder. With this in mind, Klein took a step forward and stood in front of Elizabeth. Then, he stomped his right foot heavily, shattering the dream. Countless firefly-like beams of light flew as his spirituality returned to his body, allowing his eyes to see the dim onyx divination room once again. He saw the table with all sorts of divination props, and the dream charm that had been burnt to a crisp, leaving only a small amount of ash. Looking at this scene, Klein couldn't help but feel his heart ache when he thought about how the charms in the Evernight goddess's domain were made of pure silver. This thing is burning money. Even if I don't consider the cost of labor, just the various materials alone would cost an average of 6 to 8 solely per charm. Yes, thinking about the Beyonders of the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, I feel a lot more balanced. After all, they burn gold, the corresponding metal for the sun domain was gold. At this moment, Elizabeth softly grunted and slowly woke up. She sat up straight again. She evaded Klein's gaze and said, "Mr. Moretti, are there any results from your divination?" "Yes." Klein nodded seriously. "The nightmare will disappear on its own in less than a week. I'll report to the captain and have him send someone to Lamed Town to deal with it." Klein filled in the unspoken part in his heart. "Really? That was great. Thank you, Mr. Moretti." Elizabeth suddenly became excited and moved. Then, she suddenly frowned. "What's wrong?" Klein asked with concern. "Nothing, I just remembered that I have to go home." She slowly took out the one solely note that she had prepared earlier and placed it on the table. Then, she took her hat and bid Klein farewell in a reserved manner. After leaving the red agate divination room, she walked briskly to the staircase outside the door. After confirming that no one was watching, she shook her arms and cried out in pain, so numb, so numb." Inside the Blackthorn Security Company, Dunn rubbed his forehead. His gray eyes stared at Klein opposite him. "Did you encounter another Beyonder incident when you returned so suddenly?" "Hey, Captain, why do you sound so disdainful?" Klein cleared his throat and answered without hesitation, "Yes." "What incident?" "What incident?" Dunn Smith rubbed his forehead again. Klein answered in a clear manner, "2 incidents. 2 things. First, when I went to the underground market to buy the talisman materials, I found Monster Adamasol curled up in a corner, trembling in fear. At this point, he frantically hinted that he needed to pay for the materials. As for the cost of searching for Dax Terguderian, he couldn't bring himself to mention it since it involved the Red Chimney. Furthermore, he deeply regretted not entrusting it to 2 detective agencies. Dunn didn't seem to understand the hidden meaning behind Klein's words. He nodded and said, "What happened to Ade Missile?" Klein exhaled silently and described in detail. Ade Missile had a dream. Adamasol had a dream. He dreamed that the ground was covered with blood and dead people, including himself. He was terrified. Dunn spoke slowly, as though he was in deep thought. "As a seer, what do you think this symbolizes?" "A disaster. A disaster that affected a wide area. Other than that, there's no other information. Besides, not every dream of Ade Missile has any symbolic meaning," Klein answered after some deliberation. "I'll submit it to the Holy Cathedral and see what their opinion is." Dunn shook his head in a self-deprecating manner. "This isn't something I'm good at." Klein didn't have any other ideas, so he switched to talking about Elizabeth being haunted by a wraith. "Lamed Town. That lady is a believer of the goddess, right?" Dunn asked thoughtfully. "Yes," Klein answered affirmatively. then there's no problem. You and I will head to Lamed Town now and try to enjoy dinner there. Oh, and bring Fry along. His powers are very useful when it comes to matters related to corpses and ghosts. Dunn rubbed his son acupoint, trying hard to remember if he had forgotten anything. If Elizabeth didn't believe in the Evernight goddess, then she would have to hand it over to the mandated punishers or the machinery hive mind according to her specific faith. If her faith wasn't even in the three major churches, then it would belong to the machinery hive mind, which was in charge of the suburbs. Klein didn't say anything else. After waiting quietly for a while, he finally heard Dunn add, "Also, the three of us will be working together. Also, the three of us are working together, so we can apply to use sealed artifact 3-0782. 3-0782? Klein thought hard for a while before remembering that the corresponding sealed artifact was the mutated sun sacred emblem. The beyonder effects of this sacred emblem seemed to be able to last for a very long time. Its function was to constantly purify corpses and ghosts within a 15-meter radius. Its disadvantage was that it would also purify the souls of ordinary people. Research showed that if an ordinary person were to stay within a 15-meter radius for an hour, they would become an idiot who only knew how to praise the sun. The limit for a beyonder was 6 hours. As for ghosts and corpses, they would dissipate in less than a minute. Captain actually remembers the codename of this sealed artifact. F*CK, I feel like my memory is inferior to his. Klein was suddenly stunned and nearly found a noodle to hang himself. At this moment, Dunn Smith leaned back and asked with his gray eyes, "What's your plan?" "Captain, that's the question I wanted you to ask." Klein nodded seriously. "I feel even better. I even believe that I can pass the Holy Cathedral's test right now. It's an indescribable feeling and confidence." Realizing that his answer might have been a little vague, he couldn't help but add, "Perhaps the potion's name is the key. Perhaps the name of the potion really is the key. When I strictly follow the principles of a seer that I came up with to be a fortune teller, everything becomes better and easier. Yes, I can already use a more covert method to activate spirit vision." Dunn frowned slightly, his eyes narrowing as he muttered to himself in thought, "The potion's name." After about 10 seconds, he looked at Klein again. "Do you need to go back and inform your family? Sunday is the second day after you started guarding Cheney's Gate. You should be able to rest." Considering that Elizabeth was his sister's good friend and that he had promised to resolve the problem in a week, Klein didn't feel awkward and replied, "There's no need to waste time. After we set off, we can just make the carriage circle around Daffodil Street." "Alright, go look for Fry. I'll fill in the application form and retrieve sealed artifact 3-0782, said Dunn as he pointed to the lounge diagonally opposite. Fry was a corpse collector and didn't have the energy of a sleepless. If he had the time, he would usually take an afternoon nap. He filled in the application form himself, signed it himself, and retrieved it himself. "Captain, there's a loophole in our management system." Klein lampooned silently. He took his hat and left Dunn's office, knocking on the door diagonally opposite. After knocking thrice, Fry opened the door and looked at Klein with a puzzled expression. "What's the matter?" As he had just taken an afternoon nap, his hair was a little messy and his shirt wasn't neatly dressed. His cold and gloomy aura was greatly diluted. However, he still looks like a dead man who had just crawled out of his coffin. Klein hid his smile and answered seriously, "There's a case that involves a wraith. There's a case involving vengeful spirits. The captain hopes to get your help." "All right." Fry subconsciously raised his hand and smoothed his messy hair. He once again turned into a cold and unapproachable person. After he was dressed, the two of them sat on the sofa in the reception hall for 7 or 8 minutes before they felt their surroundings become warm and pure, as if they were receiving the holy light of the sun. Then, they saw Dunn Smith walk out of the partition with an ancient badge the size of half a palm in his hand. The emblem was dark golden color, and it was engraved with the symbol of the sun. There were lines that extended to the edges. It was sealed artifact 3-0782 from the Republic of Intis, formerly known as the mutated sun sacred emblem. Intis was the country that Roselle had changed from an empire to a republic and then from a republic back to an empire. Now, it had established a stable republic system and was located on the west coast of the northern continent. It was separated from the Kingdom of Ruan by landmarks such as Midseashire and the Hornacis mountain range. Ever since Intis was founded, the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun had been the mainstream, suppressing the Church of the God of Craftsmanship until the latter changed its name to the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. Therefore, the country was also known as the Nation of the Sun. Let's set off. Fry, you'll be in charge of driving. Caesar won't be able to withstand the purification of the sacred emblem for that long, Dunn instructed calmly. Caesar Francis was a civilian in charge of purchasing and applying for supplies. He was also a part-time carriage driver, but he was an ordinary person and couldn't stay within a 15-meter radius of sealed artifact 3-0782 for more than an hour. According to Klein's understanding, it would take at least 2.5 hours to travel from Zutland Street to Lamed Town, and that didn't include the time needed to make a detour to Daffodil Street. All right. Fry didn't decline. He only checked his belongings again to make sure he didn't miss anything. When the afterglow of the sun dyed the spire of the town's cathedral gold, the Nighthawk's carriage finally arrived at Lamed Town after making a detour from Daffodil Street. The town was located northwest of Tingen. Many of the buildings still retained the characteristics of the era before the age of steam. There were almost no factories, and it was the commercial hub for all the nearby villages. After parking the carriage at the corresponding spot in the town's inn, Dunn glanced at the barber shop opposite him. I just asked the local residents. It's only a 15-minute walk from here to the abandoned castle on the mountain. It's said that it belonged to the feudal lord who ruled this place during the end of the Fourth Epoch. However, something happened after that, and it became what it is now. Of course, their descriptions can only be attributed to folklore. Alright, let's go over now and finish off the wraith before nightfall. Then, we'll take turns to guard 3-0782 and keep it away from ordinary people? It had been 3 hours since Dunn obtained the mutated sun sacred emblem. They were getting closer and closer to the limits of Beyonders. It wouldn't be long before they had to split up and give each other time to recover. Alright, Fry answered briefly. I'm fine with it. Klein secretly touched the slumber charm and requiem charm in his pocket. 3 Nighthawks wearing black windbreakers and matching top hats or felt hats walked through the streets of the town and headed for the nearby hill from a fork in the road. The path was overgrown with weeds and bushes, but the road was wide enough for 2 carriages to travel side by side. Not long after, they saw an ancient castle with a collapsed outer wall. The outer wall that was still standing was covered in green plants, and the exposed areas were mottled. Before they even got close, Klein felt a bone-chilling cold. Goosebumps appeared on his arms. There's indeed a wraith, Fry said in a flat tone as he looked at the ancient castle. Dunn turned his head to look at one of the newly promoted Nighthawks and smiled. Don't worry. With 3-0782 and Fry around, the wraith won't cause too much trouble. He held the custom-made revolver in one hand and the mutated sun sacred emblem in the other. He took the lead and walked towards the ruined ancient castle. Klein followed closely behind, ready to pull the trigger, smash his cane, or use a charm at any moment. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! When Dunn was less than 5 meters away from the ancient castle, the damaged stable and well entered Klein's vision. A cold wind that could only be described as mournful blew over, as though it was rejecting the arrival of uninvited guests. The 3 Nighthawks didn't stop and continued forward. The warm and pure feeling gradually dispersed the cold as it occupied the front of the ancient castle. They stepped on the stacked stones and passed through the collapsed outer wall. They slowly entered the ancient castle that had lost its main door and stepped on the shattered tiles. The ancient castle's hall, which was covered in moss, was rather spacious. However, the windows were narrow and located high up, making lighting a difficult task. It made the place dark and gloomy. This is also a characteristic of ancient buildings from the end of the Fourth Epoch and the beginning of the Fifth Epoch. The pseudo-historian Klein instinctively made a judgment as he secretly activated his spirit vision. At that moment, an illusory but ear-piercing roar erupted. A thick black fog suddenly emanated out of nowhere, resisting the invasion of the warmth and purity. A tall figure quickly appeared from the black fog. He wore black full-body armor and held a broadsword that normal people wouldn't be able to wield. This wraith was identical to the one Klein had seen in Elizabeth's dream. 2 flame-like red lights pierced through the gaps in the visor, staring coldly but angrily at the 3 Nighthawks. You've disturbed my slumber. You must repay me with your flesh and blood. He suddenly took a step forward and approached Dunn in an instant. The broadsword in his hand slashed down heavily. Dunn had already agilely retreated and fired a shot with a bang. Clang, the silver demon hunting bullet failed to penetrate the illusory black armor. When it hit it, it produced a crisp but unrealistic sound. Klein and Fry retreated to the side at the same time. One of them held a gun with one hand and aimed at the two flames in the black-armored knight's eyes before pulling the trigger. The other's eyes turned a deep and serene grayish-white as he focused on the wraith. The black-armored knight roared angrily again and took large strides to catch up with Dunn as he swung his broadsword. Bang, the broadsword failed to injure Dunn, but it sent him flying. He slammed heavily into the side of the door, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. With a clang, 3-0782 landed on the ground. The wraith's right foot, which was wearing an iron boot, impatiently kicked over, kicking this dangerous badge that was constantly purifying its surroundings out of the castle's main door. It was kicked 15 meters away from its body. When Klein, who had missed his shot, saw this scene, he was worried and nervous. He also found it strange. It was as if he was looking down at the changes in front of him calmly and rationally. Bang, he fired another shot. The silver demon hunting bullet hit the wraith's visor. Sparks flew, but it didn't cause any obvious damage. At that moment, Fry, who had always been cold and gloomy, shouted, "Right glove." His tone was filled with anxiety. Before he could finish his sentence, he raised his revolver and aimed at the wraith's right glove. Bang! Bang! Klein, who had almost instinctively followed Fry's instructions, pulled the trigger and fired the silver demon hunting bullet at the same time as the other party. This time, the wraith didn't use his armor to block the bullets. Instead, he raised his broadsword in preparation and easily deflected the two bullets. Bang! He took a step forward and charged at Klein at the speed of a charge, crashing into him. Klein was sent flying. He saw that his chest had caved in and that he was vomiting blood, but he didn't feel any discomfort. He came to his senses and fell to the ground, rolling and screaming. Suddenly, the ancient castle, the wraith, the collapsed pillars, and the moss that covered the ground strangely shattered. Everything returned to the black fog and the black-armored knight's appearance. The only difference was that Dunn clenched his fists tightly and bent his body. His gray eyes became dark and deep. Indeed, everything that happened before was a dream. Captain pulled the wraith, Fry, and me into his dream at the same time. But I'm special, I can maintain my consciousness and rationality. Klein realized that he was still standing 2 meters to the right of Dunn. He didn't vomit blood, nor did he scream. At that moment, Dunn straightened his body and looked at the wraith that was about to slash at him. He said calmly, "It's been more than a minute." The wraith was stunned for a moment before it let out a shrill scream. Black fog began to rise from its body, as though it had received a declaration of death. Corpses and ghosts that weren't at the level of an evil spirit couldn't exist for more than a minute within a 15-meter radius of the mutated sun's sacred emblem, F*CK. Captain, you're so cool. Klein watched this scene from the side and nearly shouted 666. Dunn didn't use his dream powers to kill the wraith using his home advantage, but to buy time. In the warm and pure feeling, the black fog quickly evaporated, and the coldness gradually disappeared. Before long, the wraith knight, who was wearing full armor and dragging a huge broadsword, became completely transparent and merged into the void. Clang, a black iron glove fell to the ground, its surface covered in white frost. Klein was about to ask the captain if he should pick up the dropped item, but his spiritual perception was triggered when he swept his gaze across the area. "There's a problem there," Klein said solemnly as he pointed at the flight of stairs that separated the living room and dining room. He had read in the internal information of the Nighthawks that when a spiritual perception had a similar situation, it usually meant that there was something evil or filthy hidden at the target location. If one wasn't confident, it was best not to touch it, or else one could easily lose one's life. Sometimes, even a mere glance could cause irreversible damage. Dunn looked over. With his high spiritual perception, he immediately realized that something was amiss. He turned to look at Klein and calmly instructed, "Do a divination to see if the exploration will be successful." Before entering the castle, Captain didn't even ask me to. Do a divination. he's rather confident. This means that he believes that the hidden object might be more dangerous than a wraith. Klein nodded silently, put away his revolver, and handed his cane to Fry. Then, he removed the topaz pendant from his sleeve and held the silver chain with his left hand as he deliberated over a suitable divination statement. In the blink of an eye, his eyes turned dark as an invisible breeze swirled around him. The exploration of the castle's hidden location will be successful. The exploration of the castle's hidden location will be successful. After reciting it 7 times, Klein's eyes returned to normal. He saw that the topaz pendant was spinning clockwise. Although it wasn't a big rotation, it was indeed spinning clockwise. This meant that the exploration would be successful. Klein, who had become a true seer, immediately nodded at Dunn and Fry. The danger is within the range of what can be resolved, or none at all. Dunn wore the mutated sun's sacred emblem on his left chest and pressed down on his silk top hat. He quickly walked towards the flight of stairs and familiarly searched for the mechanism. Fry, who had already picked up the iron glove, returned the cane to Klein. He raised his revolver and vigilantly guarded his surroundings, as if he was afraid that an enemy would suddenly appear. I'm still not professional enough. In the domain of the Nighthawks. Klein pulled himself together, drew his revolver again, and stayed on guard. After a few minutes, the half-squatting Dunn Smith pressed something, and the flight of stairs immediately produced a heavy creaking sound. The floor there cracked open, revealing a staircase leading downwards. A cold and dirty feeling filled the air, almost solidifying. Dunn glanced at it, removed sealed artifact 3-0782 from his chest, and threw it into the secret door. After jumping a few times, the mutated sun's sacred emblem stopped somewhere. If there were undead creatures inside, they would definitely pick up 3-0782 and throw it back. That would be interesting. Klein stared at the staircase and waited patiently. The lingering coldness and filth soon melted like snow under the sun. Warmth and purity enveloped the entrance of the secret door. Klein, the 2 of us will go down. Fry will stay here to prevent other enemies from destroying the mechanism. Dunn, who was experienced, made a decision. All right. Klein didn't have stage fright anymore. He took 2 steps forward and walked to Dunn's side. Fry nodded lightly, not letting his guard down. Pa. 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 Dunn led the way down the staircase, his footsteps echoing in the silence. He didn't prepare any lanterns or torches, because to a beyonder of the sleepless sequence, darkness wasn't an obstacle, but a blessing. In such an environment, their vision wasn't affected. After a few steps, Dunn suddenly turned his head and looked at Klein. I forgot that you don't have night vision. I'm used to not preparing illumination items. Captain, don't mind me. I have spirit vision. Klein realized that he didn't feel surprised at all. That handsome captain from before was indeed abnormal. In his spirit vision, the darkness in front of him was filled with gray. Although it was very blurry, it was enough for him to barely see the staircase. Yes, Captain is very healthy, and his mental state is also very good. Klein carefully stretched out his feet and slowly walked down. The staircase wasn't long. After about 14 or 15 steps, it touched the ground. Sealed artifact 3-0782 was lying there, emitting warmth and purity as it shone with a faint light. With the light, Klein could see even more clearly. He looked around and realized that it wasn't a big basement. The original shade was gone, but it was still damp. In the middle of the basement was a black coffin. The nails on it were dark red in color. The lid of the coffin had been pushed open a slit, and he could see a white skeleton lying inside. A headless skeleton. Dunn looked around before bending down to pick up the mutated sun's sacred emblem. Captain, this coffin. Well, its purpose is to prevent the dead inside from turning into zombies or wraiths. Klein examined the dark red nails on the black coffin and the way they were arranged. With his rather good knowledge of mysticism, he could tell that it was an ancient ritual, a ritual to prevent zombies from turning into zombies. At the same time, he muttered inwardly, but under normal circumstances, who would be wary of their relatives turning into zombies for no reason? The person helping to bury the corpse might not be a relative. Well, the reason why the coffin was placed in the basement and not in the tomb was to prevent others from discovering it. At that moment, Dunn, who was wearing sealed artifact 3-0782, leaned close to the coffin and looked at it carefully for a while. The deceased was probably poisoned to death. That means the person who poisoned him used ritualistic magic to prevent him from turning into a zombie for revenge. This should be something from 13 to 1400 years ago, right? He actually turned into a wraith in the end. This is simply too shocking. Klein walked to the coffin and said, "Where's his head?" "That ritual doesn't require cutting off his head." Dunn thought for a moment and said, "I have a theory. This wraith didn't always exist, but only appeared recently. It's only 15 minutes walk from the town to the ancient castle. The troublemakers of the past must have come often, but before this incident, there were no rumors of a wraith appearing in the ancient castle." Klein nodded indiscernibly. "Captain, do you mean that someone came here recently, opened the coffin, and took away the deceased's head?" "Yes, that ritual prevented the deceased from turning into a zombie, but it also locked his resentment in the coffin, preserving it in disguise. When the coffin was opened and the ritual was lifted, the resentment quickly turned into a wraith with the help of its metal glove. The person who opened the coffin didn't leave a corpse behind. He's not an ordinary person. Besides, why did he take away the deceased's head?" Dunn stared at the skeleton in the coffin and said, "For the resentment to be preserved for so long, other than the ritual, it should also be because of the deceased himself. He might have been a Beyonder when he was alive, or he was a descendant of at least 2 generations of a mid-sequence Beyonder. Yes, I'm talking about the mid-sequence Beyonders in the past, sequence 6 or 5. And there's always something special about such a corpse. His head might be useful in certain rituals or situations." At this point, Dunn paused and said, "What I said before was all speculation, but some of it can be verified. We'll split up and investigate the town later. See if anyone came to the ancient castle when they were young and got injured here. Yes, if they're still alive, it proves that the wraith did appear recently." "Logical way of thinking," Klein praised. He searched the basement again but didn't find anything else. He tried to use ritualistic magic to depict the guest who had entered the basement, but as it had been more than a month, and the wraith had lingered here for a long period of time, affecting the environment, he couldn't obtain any effective results. After that, he replaced Fry and let this expert in the field of corpses do a further examination. 15 minutes later, when the sun was about to disappear from the horizon, Dunn and Fry returned to the main hall of the ancient castle along the stairs. The former fumbled around to close the secret door, while the latter gave a brief description. It was indeed death by poisoning. The marks on the neck only appeared in the last 3 months. This means that there's a high possibility that someone came here. Klein nodded in thought. Following that, the 3 Nighthawks rushed back to Lamud town before the sky turned dark and booked 2 rooms at the hotel. The members who obtained sealed artifact 3-0782 needed to take this dangerous item for a walk outside the town. They would take turns every 2 hours, so they only needed 2 rooms. After a simple dinner, Klein, Dunn, and Fry immediately split up and went to different parts of the town to question the residents who had been staying there for a long time. And in such situations, the police identification was especially useful. "Officer, why are you asking about this?" "I remember that I used to go to that abandoned castle when I was young." "Injured?" "Definitely, how could a child not have fallen?" "I remember, yes, I was cut by the sharp rocks on the castle's outer walls." A man in his 40s with soft blonde hair looked at Klein in confusion and answered honestly. This was the 14th person Klein had questioned. 2 of them clearly remembered being injured in the castle when they were young. The captain's guess is correct. Klein made a judgment. He took back his identification and smiled. "Thank you for your cooperation. I have no more questions." Just as he was about to leave without his cane, the man in his 40s rolled his eyes and said, "Officer, are you interested in that castle? My house has a portrait of the first Baron of the castle. That's my grandfather's grandfather's grandfather. Anyway, it happened a long time ago." He took an oil painting from the castle. "It's said to be the portrait of the first Baron Lamud. Do you want it? It's a real antique. If it was a real antique, your house would have sold it a long time ago. This guy sure has guts. He even dared to lie to the police. Should I pull out my gun and scare him later?" Klein criticized in his mind. Thinking that it wouldn't cost him any money, he said, "Who knows if it's a real antique? Who knows if it's really an antique? I believe in my own judgment and judgment. Take it out and let me take a look." The blond middle-aged man immediately put on a smile, returned to the house, and rummaged through it. After a while, he came out with the oil painting. Klein scanned the portrait on the oil painting and saw the Baron wearing a white curly wig. He had gentle facial features, bronze skin, and an indescribable sense of vicissitudes hidden in his eyes. "This looks like Mr. Aztec." Klein's eyes widened as he subconsciously looked at the Baron's right earlobe. Then, he saw an inconspicuous black mole nearby. It can't be. Could Mr. Aztec be the so-called first Baron Lamud? That's a person from 1400 years ago. No, how can I be sure that the person in the portrait is the first Baron Lamud? Klein stared at the oil painting, his mind in chaos. It was as if he had suddenly realized that everyone around him had turned into monsters, or that the entire world was just a dream of a deity. He suddenly raised his head and stared at the blond middle-aged man in front of him. He reached into his armpit holster and took out his revolver. He said in a deep voice, "This isn't an antique. If you don't explain the situation clearly, I'll arrest you for fraud and prosecute you." He didn't care if the prosecution belonged to the police. He only had one goal: to intimidate the other party and obtain information. At the same time, Klein tapped his left molar twice and activated his spirit vision to monitor the changes in the target's emotional color. The blond middle-aged man jumped in fright and answered vaguely in horror, "No, I don't know if it's an antique either. No, I heard that it's an antique, but I don't know anything about it. I really don't. I don't even know a lot of words." His eyes darted around as he looked around, as if he wanted to call for help. But at that moment, he saw Klein adjust the revolver and trigger, as though he was about to shoot the suspect who resisted. He straightened his back and didn't dare to look around anymore. "Where did you get this oil painting?" Klein asked with a heavy heart. The blond middle-aged man's lips quivered as he smiled obsequiously. "Officer, my grandfather found this in the castle. More than 40 years ago, the outer walls and rooms on the second floor collapsed. Some items were found, items that no one in the past could find. Among them was this oil painting." No, it's not this oil painting. The original oil painting was already very tattered and couldn't be preserved. My grandfather hired someone to imitate it. Yes, it's the one you saw just now. I'm not lying to you. An oil painting from more than 40 years ago can indeed be considered an antique. Then are you sure that this is the portrait of the first Baron Lamud?" Klein rubbed the trigger, preventing the man from moving his gaze. The blond middle-aged man chuckled and said, "I'm not sure, but my guess is." "Reason?" Klein was nearly amused by the man's shamelessness. "Because there's no name on the oil painting. Just like how I'm called Scoundrel Grey, my father is called Curly-Haired Grey, and only my grandfather is the real Grey." Klein exhaled silently. "Where's your grandfather?" "In the cemetery. He has been buried there for almost 20 years. Beside him is my father, who was buried 3 years ago." The blond middle-aged man answered very honestly. Klein asked another question from another angle before adjusting the revolver in front of the yellow-haired man and putting it back into his armpit holster. Putting away his police officer ID, he turned around in his black windbreaker and walked toward the hotel with his hands in his pockets. He walked in silence under the faint light coming from the houses on both sides. "I'm not sure if the portrait belongs to the first Baron Lamud. I wonder if the town has any accurate historical records of the castle, but no matter what, the man in the portrait must be an ancient person, at least 1,000 years ago. Apart from his hairstyle, he's almost identical to Mr. Aztec. Is this the so-called reincarnation?" Back then, when Mr. Aztec gave up his position in other universities in Bakelin to come to Tianjin, it might have been driven by some remnant instinct. Yes, there's another possibility. For example, the man in the portrait is Mr. Aztec, and Mr. Aztec is him. With this in mind, Klein was shocked and nearly tripped on the steps in front of him. He paced back and forth under the destroyed gas lamps. Combining his knowledge from the information explosion era, he made a further analysis based on his previous guess. Mr. Aztec became an undead creature for some reason, such as a vampire, so he lived from ancient times until now. That's not right. How can there be a bronze-skinned vampire? And when I shook hands with Mr. Aztec, I could clearly feel his body temperature and the blood flowing in his body. Although he hates the heat in the south, he isn't afraid of the sun. He once formed a team and rode under the scorching sun with other teachers. Yes, there's another possibility. Mr. Aztec's sequence potion or some other factor gave him a long life, and the price was the loss of his memories. Considering the different dreams he had, could it be assumed that his memory loss was cyclical? Every few decades, he will forget the past and obtain a new life, and those dreams are the real life he once experienced. I think I've read similar novels. To verify this matter, divination alone won't do. I have to find the traces of Mr. Aztec's life, traces of him not being a child, but directly starting from adulthood. Klein, who was making a bold hypothesis and carefully verifying it, began to lean towards his second guess, but he couldn't eliminate the possibility of reincarnation for the time being. He reined in his chaotic thoughts and seriously considered if he should report this matter to Captain Dunn. If Mr. Aztec is really an ancient beyonder who has lived for more than 1,000 years, then his strength will be much greater than I imagined. He warned me previously out of goodwill, but if I find clues about his past, it's hard to say if he will still maintain his goodwill, but Mr. Aztec has always been very good to me. Rashly bringing in the Nighthawks might endanger him. I'll head above the gray fog to eliminate the interference for a divination. This is the best choice a seer should make. After making his decision, Klein sped back to the hotel. Taking advantage of the fact that Dunn and Fry had yet to return, he spent one solely to get a new room. After entering the room, Klein used the Holy Night powder to create a wall of spirituality. Then, he took 4 steps counterclockwise, passed through the crazy ravings, and arrived above the gray fog. The majestic palace stood there quietly. The ancient and modeled bronze table and 22 high-backed chairs had not changed at all. Klein sat at the seat of honor, and a yellowish-brown goatskin and a black fountain pen appeared in front of him. He picked up the fountain pen and wrote seriously. I should tell Dunn Smith about Mr. Aztec. Then, he took off the topaz pendant in his left sleeve and did a spirit pendulum divination. This time, the answer from the spirit pendulum divination was I shouldn't tell him. Putting down the topaz pendant, Klein, who had always followed his heart, thought for a few seconds and decided to try dream divination to be safe. This time, his divination statement became the consequences of hiding information about Mr. Aztec from the Nighthawks. Holding the goatskin and reciting it 7 times, Klein leaned back and, with the help of cogitation, fell into a deep sleep. He saw himself in the illusory, hazy, and fragmented world. He saw himself struggling to sink in a sea of blood. At this moment, a hand reached out and pulled him up from the sea of blood. And the owner of this hand was the bronze-skinned Aztec with a tiny mole near his ear. The scene shattered and reassembled. Klein saw himself in a dark and cold mausoleum. The coffins around him were open. Aztec stood beside him, staring ahead as if he was searching for something. At this moment, Klein exited the dream and saw the illusory, grayish-white, and boundless fog again. The symbolic meaning of the dream was that if I were to help Mr. Aztec hide the relevant information, then I would receive his help when I'm in danger in the future. This danger might have appeared because of his help in hiding the information. What does the final scene mean? I'll be exploring a certain mausoleum with Mr. Aztec? The mausoleum might have another symbolic meaning. Klein crossed his arms and held his chin as he interpreted the contents of the dream divination. Combined with the results of the spirit dowsing, he had already decided not to report his guess to the captain. He would only mention that a townsfolk had taken out a portrait of the first Baron Lamud, which was rather similar to Koei University's history teacher, Aztec. Klein couldn't be sure if Dunn had heard of this from somewhere else, so he had to explain it to him. Of course, without Aztec's narration, Dunn, who wasn't familiar with him, wouldn't be able to connect the dots. Klein even suspected that the captain didn't remember what Aztec looked like. With this in mind, he reined in his thoughts and planned to leave the world above the gray fog. But at this moment, he discovered that the crimson star that had been quiet for a long time was once again contracting and expanding weakly. Intrigued, Klein extended his spirituality and saw the youth who spoke Jotun again. He saw him kneeling in front of a pure crystal ball. The youth was still wearing black tights that were different from the styles of the various countries in the northern continent. His face was blurry and distorted, and only his brownish-yellow hair could be vaguely seen. He knelt there, and his tone was extremely pained as he constantly begged. Klein listened attentively, and with his rudimentary Jotun, he could barely understand what the youth was saying. "Great God, please cast your gaze on this place that you have forsaken. Great God, please allow us, the people of the dark, to escape the curse of our destiny. I'm willing to dedicate my life to you and use my blood to please you. Forsaken place. People of the dark. Great God." Klein silently recited these few key words and suddenly thought of a place that the hanging man had mentioned. The forsaken land of the gods. Roselle's diary also mentioned it. He even sent out a fleet to search for it, but to no avail. Klein narrowed his eyes, unsure if his guess was correct. He rapped the edge of the long bronze table with his fingers, and after 3 raps, he made a decision. He reached out his right hand and touched the illusory crimson star. The crimson blob immediately exploded as light flowed like water. City of Silver, Mortuary Hall. Derek stood in front of the steps, his eyes red as he looked ahead at his parents who were lying in 2 coffins. A simple silver sword was stabbed into the stone slab in front of him. The sword swayed slightly amidst the thunder that shook the house from time to time. Inside the coffins, Berg and his wife had yet to truly die. They tried their best to keep their eyes open, panting heavily from time to time. However, in the eyes of some, the luster of their lives had already dimmed uncontrollably and irreversibly. "Derek, do it." An elder dressed in a black robe and holding a sturdy cane said in a deep voice as he looked at the youth whose face was almost contorted. "No, no, no." The brown-haired Derek shook his head repeatedly, taking a step back with every word he said. In the end, he even let out a heart-wrenching scream. "Dong," the elder struck the cane in his hand and said, "Do you want the entire city to be buried with your parents? You should know very well that we are the people of the dark who have been abandoned by God. We can only live in this cursed place. All the dead will turn into terrifying evil spirits. No matter what method is used, it will be difficult to reverse it, unless someone with the same bloodline ends their lives with their own hands." "Why? Why?" Derek shook his head in a daze and despair. "Why are the citizens of the City of Silver destined to kill their parents the moment they are born?" The old man closed his eyes as if recalling the things he had experienced in the past. "This is our destiny, this is the curse we bear, this is the will of God. Draw your sword, Derek. This is a sign of respect for your parents. After that, when you have calmed down, you can attempt to become a divine blood warrior." Berg, who was in the coffin, wanted to speak, but after his chest heaved a few times, he could only let out gasping sounds. Derek took a step forward with great difficulty and returned to the side of the silver sword. He reached out his trembling right hand. The ice-cold sensation entered his brain, reminding him of the blood ice his father had brought back when he went hunting. A palm-sized piece of it could cool a room for a few days. Images of his strict father who taught him swordsmanship, his kind father who patted the dust off his back, his gentle mother who mended his clothes, his brave mother who stood in front of him when he faced a mutated monster, and his family who gathered together to share food under the flickering candlelight. Ugh! His throat emitted an extremely repressed and low growl. Then, he exerted strength in his right hand and pulled out his sword. Thud thud thud, he lowered his head, rushed forward, raised his sword high up, and stabbed down heavily. Ah! With a painful scream, blood splattered onto Derek's face and eyes. His vision was filled with bright red. He pulled out the straight sword and stabbed it into the coffin beside him. The sharp metal pierced through his flesh. Derek let go of his hand and stood up unsteadily. He did not look at the situation inside the 2 coffins. Instead, he stumbled out of the morgue as if he was being chased by an evil spirit. His hands were clenched tightly, and he gritted his teeth. The blood on his face left faint traces. Sigh. The old man who was watching from the side sighed. The streets of the City of Silver were lined with stone pillars. Lanterns hung from the stone pillars, and unlit candles were placed in the lanterns. There was no sun, moon, or stars in the sky. There was only unchanging darkness and lightning that tore everything apart. With the illumination of the lightning, the citizens of the City of Silver traveled on the dark streets. The few hours when the lightning subsided were considered by them to be the legendary true night. At this time, they needed candles to illuminate the city, dispel the darkness, and keep a lookout for monsters. Derek walked through the streets with his eyes fixed. He did not think about his destination, but as he walked, he realized that he had returned to his house. He took out the key, unlocked the padlock, and pushed open the door. He saw everything familiar, but he did not hear his mother's concerned voice, nor did he encounter his father's scolding for running around. The house was empty and cold. Derek gritted his teeth again and quickly returned to his room. He once again rummaged through the crystal ball that his father said was used by a city that had been destroyed a long time ago to offer sacrifices to the gods. He knelt down and faced the crystal ball. Without much hope, he began to pray painfully. "O great God, please cast your gaze on this place that you have abandoned. O great God, please let us, the people of the dark, escape the curse of our destiny. I am willing to dedicate my life to you, and use my blood to please you." Over and over again. Just as he was about to stand up in despair, he saw the pure crystal ball explode with a crimson light. The light was like flowing water, drowning Derek in an instant. When he regained his senses, he realized that he was standing in a towering palace supported by a huge stone pillar. In front of him was an ancient and mottled bronze table, and across the table sat a figure shrouded in thick gray fog. Apart from that, the surroundings were empty, ethereal, and empty. The bottom was filled with endless grayish-white fog and unreal crimson light spots. A flame of hope was ignited in Derek's heart. He looked at the figure sitting high in the seat in front of him in confusion and confusion. You are a god?" After asking, he suddenly remembered a sentence from the City of Silver's general knowledge book. He hurriedly lowered his head. The sentence was, "Do not look directly at God." Klein leaned back and crossed his hands. His posture was relaxed as he replied in Jotun, "I am not a god. I'm not a god, I'm just a fool who's interested in the long history." He had already tapped his left molar twice and realized that the color of the youth's ether body was modeled on the surface of the astral projection. This meant that he was not a beyonder. The fool. Derek ruminated over the word. After a long silence, he said with difficulty, "Regardless of whether you are a god or a fool, my prayers will not change. Regardless of whether you are a god or a fool, my prayers will not change. I hope that everyone in the City of Silver can escape the curse of fate. I hope that the sun described in the books will appear in the sky. If it's possible, I also hope that my parents can be resurrected. Hey, I'm not a wishing machine." Klein released his hands and smiled. "Why should I help you?" Derek was stunned. After a long while, he said, "I will offer my soul. I will offer my soul, I will use my blood to please you. I have no interest in the blood and souls of mortals." Klein smiled and shook his head. He watched as the youth's emotions slowly turned into the color of despair. Without waiting for him to speak again, he said leisurely, "But I can give you a chance. I am a fool who likes an equivalent exchange. You can use everything you have to get what you want from me, or from others like you. Take note, it has to be of equal value. This can make you stronger. Perhaps one day, you can rely on yourself to free the City of Silver from its curse and let the sky reappear." According to Derek's description, he was certain that the City of Silver was in the so-called Forsaken Land of the Gods. Of course, he couldn't be 100% sure for the time being. After all, according to the records of the religious texts, the state of the sky without the sun still existed in the first epoch, the Chaos Epoch. After all, no one knew if there were other strange places that the countries of the northern continent didn't know about other than the Forsaken Land of the Gods. Derek listened quietly and lowered his head in silence. After a while, he replied, "Yes." After a while, he replied, "I want to become the sun. I want to obtain its initial sequence potion formula from you." Sequence, potion, the sun. The sequence pathway of the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun. From the looks of it, they are indeed in the same world, and the word sequence was born after the birth of the first blasphemy slate, which was also the end of the second epoch's dark epoch. In other words, if the City of Silver is really in the Forsaken Land of the Gods, it means that this area was separated from the northern and southern continents at the end of the second epoch. Could this be related to the cataclysm of the third epoch? Legend has it that the Evernight goddess, Earth Mother, and the god of combat were born. Together with the Lord of Storms, the eternal blazing sun, and the god of knowledge and wisdom, they protected humanity from the cataclysm. Klein obtained a lot of information from Derek's words. However, it was very difficult for him to listen, and it was even more difficult for him to organize his words. This was because he still wasn't proficient in Jotun. Fortunately, ancient Fasak was directly derived from Jotun, and in this aspect, Klein could barely be considered an expert. Therefore, his progress in mastering Jotun was very fast, so he didn't make a fool of himself. Klein maintained his posture and replied calmly, "We can put this deal on hold. We can put this deal aside for the next 2 days. For the next 2 days, you'd better not go out and try not to stay in the same room as others." He didn't know what the unit of time in the City of Silver was, nor did he know how to convert it to the time in the northern continent's Ruan Kingdom. All he could do was give a general statement that it was tomorrow. After the tarot gathering, he would tell the other party that it would be at that time in the future. That's it. As for the unit of measurement of day, since it existed in Jotun, Klein believed that even if the City of Silver didn't use it to count, the other party would understand what it meant. "All right, I will obey your orders." Derek lowered his head and did not raise any objections. Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief and tapped the edge of the table with his finger. "Before I send you back, let's complete the equivalent exchange just now. I gave you a chance to grow stronger, so you have to pay the corresponding price. I've said before that I'm the fool who loves the long history. What I want in exchange is the history of the City of Silver, what you know." Derek thought for a moment before replying in a deep voice, "That's right. I will describe it truthfully. The Lord that created everything. The omnipotent and omniscient God." Klein leaned back and maintained his profound posture as he repeated the keywords in the youth's words. He was no stranger to the Lord that created everything. The Book of Storms, the Revelation of Evernight, and the Creator in folklore had a similar title. The true creator that secret organizations like the Aurora Order believed in also had the same description. However, this was the first time Klein had heard of an omniscient and omnipotent God in this world. Be it the Evernight goddess, the Lord of Storms, or the god of steam and machinery, none of them claimed to be omniscient or omnipotent. If the City of Silver is really in the forsaken land of the gods, and the forsaken land of the gods really belongs to this world, then omnipotent and omniscient God might be the honorific the living beings of ancient times had for the Creator. Klein looked at the youth in front of him thoughtfully, looking at the color of his sorrowful and pained emotions. Derek felt the fool's gaze and subconsciously lowered his head. He recalled the contents of the books and the legends told by his parents, and said slowly and sorrowfully, "When the sun disappeared from the sky, when the clouds were torn apart, when lightning and thunder became the rulers, the monsters hiding in the depths of the darkness suddenly appeared. They were so terrifying and unimaginable that they destroyed one city after another in the Kingdom of Silver. The dark age of mankind has arrived. The remaining powerhouses gathered in the City of Silver. Relying on their united strength and 2 mystical items, they finally managed to defend against the attack of the Thing of Darkness. They gradually cleared out the area within a day's journey of ordinary humans and established a city-state that protected the last remnants of human civilization." A textbook explanation. Klein couldn't help but comment in his heart. The man's description made him feel like the City of Silver was in a different world from the northern continent. Perhaps this was the uniqueness of the forsaken land of the gods? He thought without showing any emotion on his face. Derek took a deep breath and continued, "Don't worry. In the first few decades, plants couldn't grow, and the City of Silver had a severe lack of food. They could only rely on hunting dark monsters and mutated animals to fill their stomachs. The population began to decline uncontrollably. Fortunately, we later found black-faced grass. It was able to survive in such an environment and became our reliable and stable source of food. It was believed to be the final blessing left behind by the great god. It allowed the City of Silver to persevere generation after generation, lasting 2,582 years in the Dark Age. This is the time recorded by the past chiefs. The other citizens of the City of Silver consider it day when there is more lightning, and consider it night when there is less lightning. The alternation is a day. Because it's often chaotic, we can't grasp the exact number of days. What a strange place. Klein was glad that he didn't take it for granted that it would be tomorrow, but rather vaguely described it as the next 2 days. After briefly describing a few things in the history of the City of Silver that were worth remembering, he said, after the population recovered to a certain extent, the number of Beyonders also increased. After the population recovered to a certain extent, the number of Beyonders also increased. The 6-member council began to organize elite teams to explore the darkness. Recently, to this day, we've already explored the original territory and the nearby cities. We're heading deeper into the deeper and more terrifying darkness. At the periphery, we discovered quite a number of cities with strange styles that had been destroyed. We suspect that they were shelters built by the remaining humans. Unfortunately, they were ultimately devoured by the Thing of Darkness. The things of darkness he's describing should be referring to the various unimaginable monsters hidden in the depths of the darkness. Klein nodded indiscernibly. The Kingdom of Silver was once under the rule of the Giant King's court, so the Beyonder chain we have is the Giant Pathway. We also call it the Divine Blood Warrior Pathway. When we killed some monsters and explored the destroyed cities, we obtained some potion formulas of other sequences. However, the chain isn't complete. It's more or less incomplete. Derek began to introduce the current situation of the City of Silver. Hearing this, Klein suddenly became spirited. Although his posture didn't change, he was obviously more focused. I love to understand things related to sequence potions. The Giant King's Court. The City of Silver shares the same history as the Northern Continent? The history of the Second Era. Killing monsters would drop recipes? Was this a game? No, there's another possibility. Those monsters were once humans, Beyonders. Klein suddenly felt a little heavy. Seeing that the fool didn't say anything, Derek gritted his teeth and deliberated. The potion formulas of the Giant Pathway are Sequence 9 Beyonder Warrior, Sequence 8 Gladiator, Sequence 7 Weapon Master, Sequence 6 Dawn Paladin, Sequence 5 Guardian, and Sequence 4 Demon Hunter. The higher sequences are only known by the elders of the 6-member council. Sequence 4 Demon Hunter. This is the name of a high sequence potion formula? This is the first time I've heard of such a thing. Klein felt gratified that he had finally grasped the title of a high sequence Beyonder, but he suspected that it was an ancient name. It was different from the current description in the Northern Continent, just like the difference between a storm priest and a seafarer. Yes, Beyonder Warrior, Gladiator, Weapon Master. It sounds a little familiar. Right, the complete sequence that the Church of the God of Combat has is very similar. Sequence 9 Warrior, Sequence 8 Pugilist, Sequence 7 Weapon Master. Due to confidentiality issues, Klein only knew the names of the first 3 formulas of the Church of the God of Combat's complete sequence, but that didn't stop him from equating the two. From the core meaning, it's basically the same. The complete sequence that the Church of the God of Combat has is the so-called Giant Pathway. It's said that this deity that appeared in the third epic, which is the Cataclysm epic, inherited the legacy of the Giant King's court. Or is he an ancient giant himself? As Klein made his analysis and judgment, he maintained his indifferent gaze. Derek continued with the introductions. After the initial difficulties, the City of Silver has always been ruled by a 6-member council. The elder with the highest position is addressed as chief, while the other 5 are equal. The current 6-member ceremonial council is made up of 3 demon hunters, 2 guardians with the greatest potential, and a shepherd. *CK, the City of Silver has 3 high-sequence Beyonders. A demigod and half-human expert. Just one of them alone would be enough to destroy Tarot a few hundred times. Klein felt a little guilty when he heard that. He had never tried to pull someone under the nose of a high-sequence Beyonder. However, considering that the youth in front of him was only an ordinary person and wasn't even a Sequence 9, he was certain that he wouldn't receive the attention of a high-ranking person for a long period of time. Shepherd. Is that from another sequence? Those incomplete sequences. It sounds very similar to the style of the Aurora Order. That member of the Aurora Order, whose name I've forgotten, kept mentioning the Lord's Lamb in his letter to Mr. Z. Klein maintained his leisurely posture and asked casually, "What's the matter with the Lord? Shepherd?" "Yes, this is the sequence pathway we found from the cities that were destroyed by the things of darkness. It's only Sequence 5 Shepherd, but Elder Lovia is very powerful, very strange, and very terrifying. It said that she once fought against a high-sequence evil spirit without being injured. Therefore, when a seat in the 6-member council became vacant, she made an exception and became an elder, Derek answered with a hint of fear. Klein thought for a moment and asked with a smile, "What's the previous sequence to shepherd?" "I'm familiar with it. As you know, there are always differences between historical and modern names. In the City of Silver, the name of the potion has never changed," Derek retorted instinctively, then he lowered his head and said, "Sequence 9 Secret Suppliant, as expected." Klein was satisfied that his conjecture had been confirmed. This was the name of the Sequence 9 of the Aurora Order. Sequence 8 Whisperer, Sequence 7 Hermit Ascetic, Sequence 6 Rose Priest, Sequence 5 Shepherd. Derek recounted everything he knew. Whisperer, listener, about the same. I know more than the Tingen branch of the Nighthawks. Klein was in a good mood as he gestured for Derek to continue. Derek briefly described the current situation in the City of Silver. In the end, he couldn't help but mention, "We are under the curse of fate. Be it an ordinary person or a beyonder, they will turn into evil spirits after death. However, the evil spirits that beyonders turn into are more strange, more terrifying, and more difficult to deal with. In history, this curse has nearly destroyed the City of Silver several times. The only way to resolve it is for someone of the same bloodline to personally end the life of the deceased. What a cruel matter. I hope you can become stronger and find a way to free the citizens of the City of Silver from the curse." The fool Klein, who was just an empty shell, could only give him free chicken soup. "So, I want to become the sun, become the sun. When the sun shines on the land, we didn't encounter any curse," Derek muttered with great difficulty and pain. Klein nodded slightly and said, "You will have the chance. You will have the chance. Remember, in the next 2 days, I will pull you into this place at any time. Try to avoid being with other people." "All right," Derek replied in a deep voice. "Before that, you need to confirm your code name." Klein smiled as he pointed to the surface of the long bronze table. A deck of tarot cards had already appeared there. He believed that Derek definitely hadn't come into contact with such things, so he gave a brief introduction and said, "Choose a card as your code name, excluding the Fool, Justice, and the Hanging Man." Derek took 2 steps forward, flipped through the tarot cards, and said without hesitation, "That's right." Without any hesitation, he said, "Sun, I choose Sun, remember your choice. It will accompany you for the rest of your life," Klein said in a familiar tone of a charlatan. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and severed the connection with great self-control. He then watched the crimson light retract as the youth in front of him turned into a phantom and dissipated bit by bit. The crimson in front of him dissipated, and Derek Berg once again saw his bedroom and the pure crystal ball. Ka-cha! The crystal ball shattered from the inside out, either turning into illusory rays of light that flew into the surrounding void, or falling to the ground with a crackling sound. All of them were sparkling. Derek looked at the scene in a daze. From the reflection of the bronze mirror beside him, he discovered that the blood on his face was mottled. He discovered that the back of his right palm had a crimson light swirling inwards, forming a circle that radiated lines. The strange symbol drilled into the back of his hand in the blink of an eye and disappeared completely. Derek was stunned for more than 10 bolts of lightning to illuminate the sky before he finally woke up from his dreamlike state. He looked at the crystal ball fragments on the ground, then at the back of his right hand. His gaze gradually darkened. He walked out of his bedroom and returned to the living room. He opened the door and looked up at the sky above the City of Silver. A bolt of lightning flashed, and everything was covered in a silver glow. Following that, amidst the rolling thunder, the world returned to darkness. It was a darkness without any light, a darkness so deep and heavy that it left one in despair. Derek clenched his hands into fists. There was no joy in his eyes, only sadness and pain. But he was no longer at a loss. "Phew, I've tricked another member. No, I've recruited another member." Klein shook his head and laughed, mocking Tarot's current strength. The leader, the Fool, was only a sequence 9, and had just digested the seer potion, and the City of Silver that the sun said was hopeless had at least 3 high-ranked sequence 4 beyonders. "One more time, and I can explain this situation to the captain and make a special request. Once I become a clown, I won't just be a support anymore. Klein didn't stop. He extended his spirituality, wrapped it around his body, and descended rapidly. Passing through the gray fog and the ravings, he returned to his room and dispelled the wall of spirituality. Following that, Klein picked up the key, opened the door, and went to the 2 rooms that Dunn had booked. After confirming that the captain and Fry hadn't returned, he walked to the first floor and pushed the key to the boss. The boss glanced at the wall clock and gave him a thumbs up. "Well done." "Hey, why do you think I open an hourly room?" Klein opened his mouth to explain, but in the end, he decided to let the other party continue to misunderstand. Feeling wronged, he comforted himself. This way he won't be able to mention in front of the captain that I booked another room." After going out and pretending to walk around, Klein did a quick divination and returned to the hotel based on the results. He went straight to the 2nd floor and, as he expected, saw Dunn and Fry in one of the rooms discussing the results of the investigation. It can be confirmed that the wraith only appeared in the last 2 to 3 months. Dunn looked at Klein, who opened the door and came in, nodded and gave a conclusion. Klein immediately echoed, "Of course. My investigation has also confirmed this." He picked out the key points from the previous questions and said, a townsman named Gray the Rascal claimed that he had a portrait of the first Baron Lamud in his house. He said that it was an antique oil painting from more than 1,000 years ago. Don't tell me you spent money to buy it?" Dunn's gray eyes flickered. He was stunned for a moment before he asked directly. "Captain, do you think I'm such a gullible idiot?" Klein laughed dryly. No. Although I'm only a history student, I've attended some archaeology classes. I have a certain amount of experience in this area and can tell if it's real or not. The person in the oil painting looks like my history teacher, Mr. Aztec. He mentioned the most important matter in a casual and nonchalant manner. As expected, Dunn didn't pay attention to this. He rubbed his eyebrows and said, "A town with ancient ruins like this is always filled with all kinds of antiques. I just met a townsman who was selling Baron Lamud's silver wine glasses. Someone tried to sell me the Lamud family's emblem. He said that it was dug out from the castle," Fry echoed. Klein subconsciously asked, "You didn't buy it, right?" Fry looked at him, and he looked back at Fry. Neither of them continued the topic. "The next mission is for you or Fry, who has recovered, to take sealed artifact 3-0782 to a deserted place outside the town. Otherwise, most of the people in the inn will become idiots who only know how to praise the sun." "You first, or Fry?" Dunn said as he looked at Klein with his gray eyes. "Me." Klein raised his hand slightly and smiled. "It's not too late. I can get a good night's sleep when I come back." "Is it a 2-hour rotation?" "Yes, Fry. Go with Klein and confirm the location of the handover." Dunn turned to look at corpse collector Fry. During the investigation, he had found an opportunity to pass sealed artifact 3-0782 to Fry. Otherwise, Fry would have long been purified and started praising the sun. As for Fry, he didn't have enough time to recover and could only last for another 3 hours. "All right." Fry took out the mutated sun's sacred emblem from the inside of his black windbreaker and handed it to Klein. Klein received it curiously. He felt that the emblem's metal was warm to the touch, as if there was hot water flowing inside. The warm light was like a ripple, spreading outwards layer by layer, bringing with it a pure smell. At the same time, Klein felt that the dark gold sacred emblem with the symbol of the sun was constantly cleansing his spirituality, removing impurities and leaving behind purity. Indeed, a sealed artifact has a very dangerous side to it. A moment of carelessness can lead to death, or even more tragic than death. He muttered to himself as he wore sealed artifact 3-0782 inside his clothes. After confirming the condition of the revolver, charm, and cane, he and Fry walked out of the room, left the inn, and headed straight for the outskirts of Lamud town. The two circled the sparse and quiet forest and confirmed that there was no one alive within dozens of meters. "If anyone comes near, chase them away," Fry reminded him coldly. "I'll take over in 2 hours." "No problem," Klein replied with a smile. Watching Fry walk into the town, he found the half-height rock he had been eyeing. He plucked a leaf from the side and wiped its surface. Then, he touched the top of the rock with his finger and observed his finger under the crimson moonlight. After confirming that there was no mistake, Klein lifted his black windbreaker and sat down. "Don't stand if you can sit," he added silently in his heart. After a few minutes of silence, he looked at the dark, silent, and frighteningly deep forest. He could not help but stand up and take out different small metal bottles from a hidden pocket on the inside of his clothes. He sprinkled herbal powder and essential oil extract around the rocks. Then, Klein recited an incantation in Hermes. With the help of the materials, spirituality surged out and sealed the area he was in. He had 2 goals for this simple ritual. First, he didn't need to rely on a seer's premonition of danger to prevent corpses and ghosts from sneaking up on him. Second, he wanted to disperse mosquitoes. It was 100 times more effective than floral water. Satisfied, Klein sat down again. After sitting in a daze for a few minutes, he curiously took down sealed artifact 3-0782 and carefully examined the mutated sun sacred emblem. "I wonder if I can divine its origin and special source." Suddenly, an interesting idea flashed through Klein's mind. He took out a piece of paper and a fountain pen he carried with him and wrote a divination statement, "The source of the mutated sun sacred emblem in my hand." As a qualified and true seer, Klein had long been prepared for divination at any time. After reciting the divination statement 7 times, he closed his eyes and entered a state of cogitation. Using it as a springboard, he began his own dream. In the dream, he only saw pure light. Other than that, there was nothing else. Yes, the church must have tried it with other seers in the past. There's no source on the information, which means that they didn't obtain any effective results, just like what happened to me just now. Klein sighed and thought, "I wonder what the results will be after eliminating the interference." As soon as this thought surfaced, it immediately occupied his mind, making his curiosity reach its peak. After hesitating for more than 10 minutes, he saw that the night was quiet and there was no one around. He was hidden in the woods and wouldn't be seen by passers-by, so he stood up, took 4 steps counterclockwise in the wall of spirituality, and once again entered the world above the gray fog. In the majestic palace, Klein sat at the end of the long ancient table, conjuring a yellowish-brown goatskin, a black fountain pen, and the mutated sun sacred emblem in front of him. "It feels quite real." He picked up sealed artifact 3-0782 and weighed it in his hand. He felt that its shape and touch were the same as the outside world. "Conjuring it directly based on my feelings?" Klein muttered and wrote down the divination statement again, "The source of the mutated sun sacred emblem in my hand." After reciting it 7 times, he took the goatskin and sealed artifact 3-0782, leaned back, and entered the dream. In the gray, illusory world, Klein saw a drop of golden, warm, and bright liquid. It floated above the altar, and in front of it stood a man dressed in a classic white robe. The man's back was all that could be seen. He had lost all signs of life, and he slowly fell towards the altar. At that moment, the sun sacred emblem in his hand touched the drop of golden liquid, and the latter quickly seeped into it. When Klein saw this, the dream quickly faded, and he woke up. So it's because it is fused with the drop of golden liquid that this sacred emblem can always be effective and can't be controlled. Yes, at least it has been decades since it was discovered, and its purifying ability hasn't declined. I wonder what that drop of golden liquid is. Some kind of high-grade Beyonder material? Klein played with the conjured sealed artifact 3-0782 in his hand and fell into deep thought. After a few minutes of consideration, he tried to make the conjured mutated sun sacred emblem split the golden liquid in reverse according to his feelings in the dream. Klein looked in shock and amazement at the emblem that was no longer warm and pure. He looked at the floating drop of golden liquid and had a higher evaluation of the mysterious space above the gray fog. This was enough to be called magical, even if it was just an illusory object that had been separated. The source of this drop of golden liquid. He wrote a new divination statement in excitement. The source of this drop of golden liquid. After reciting the divination statement 7 times, Klein held the goatskin parchment, held the virtual golden liquid, and leaned back in his chair. He didn't know if he could perform a divination by relying purely on his senses. All he could do was make a bold assumption and carefully seek confirmation. In just a few seconds, Klein's eyes darkened, turning from brown to black as he entered a cogitation state. His eyelids drooped as he saw an illusory and hazy dream. In the blurry and fragmented world, a golden, dazzling sun suddenly leaped out, a deep snort came from across countless voids, and a pure and bright light instantly ignited everything. Golden and scorching flame swept outwards in a frenzy. Boom! Klein left the dream as his body trembled and tumbled to the side. His body had already turned into a burning torch. At that moment, his thoughts were in complete chaos. Not a single normal thought surfaced in his mind. Rumble, the mysterious space above the gray fog shook violently, and the magnificent palace collapsed inch by inch. The ancient and mottled bronze table was smashed into several pieces, leaving holes in it. This terrifying change only lasted for 3 seconds before the world above the gray fog returned to silence, as though nothing had happened. The golden flames on Klein's body gradually extinguished as he rolled on the charred ground, screaming in pain until he regained his ability to think. He held onto the armrest of the high-backed chair and stood up with great difficulty. He was horrified and confused by what had just happened. Before this, he had never imagined that a single divination would bring about such an outcome. He took a few breaths and looked up to survey his surroundings. He realized that the towering palace and the ancient table that had never changed had been destroyed. This was unprecedented damage to the world above the gray fog, which had never been abnormal. What's going on? Did my divination point to an incredible existence? Klein recovered a little as he let the charred parts of his body fall off as he made guesses. If it wasn't for the mysterious space above the gray fog, I probably wouldn't even be left with ashes. Could that drop of golden liquid be the blood of a god? Did I just see the eternal blazing sun, or a powerful angel under him? No, it's a Sunday. I feel like it's more like the former. Damn, did I look directly at a god? The more Klein thought about it, the more scared he became. He felt that he had almost died. The ignorant are truly fearless. If you don't court death, you won't die. In the future, I can't use everything for divination. Who knows what I'll see? If it happens again, I really don't know if this mysterious space will be able to help me block the most fatal damage. If that happens, I'll really die. Yes, if I continue trying with the golden liquid, it definitely won't work. The existence that I suspected to be the eternal blazing sun was also affected by the mysteriousness, strangeness, and suddenness of the divination above the gray fog. He didn't have the time to react. If he was prepared, this mysterious space probably wouldn't be able to withstand it. Thinking of this, Klein's figure returned to normal. It was no longer charred black, but compared to before, it was dimmer and more illusory. He raised his hand to rub his sun acupoint and suggested the idea of restoring the palace and the long table. The palace that looked like a giant's residence and the long bronze table were instantly restored. Everything was back to its original state. Klein sat down, leaned back in his chair, and gave a self-deprecating laugh. This isn't entirely a bad thing. At least I've figured out the limits of this mysterious space. I have a definite goal. Only an angel that's close to a god can fully activate the power above the gray fog, right? Sigh, I need to add another rule to my seer's code of conduct. Do not randomly divine matters that might involve high-level creatures. Yes, don't randomly activate your spirit vision. If you look directly at something you shouldn't look at directly, it might be game over on the spot. In the outside world, there isn't this mysterious space that can help me resist most of the negative effects. After a few seconds, Klein's expression suddenly turned odd. This was because some knowledge was reverberating in his mind. Yes, knowledge. In the short moment of contact with the existence that was suspected to be the eternal blazing sun, Klein had been in a state of divination. Therefore, he had instinctively divined some matters and knowledge from the other party. He quickly used the technique of dream divination to recall and organize what he had gained that wasn't part of his original goal. He picked up a black fountain pen and wrote 1 by 1. Do not look directly at God. 2. Pure white angel. 3. The creation technique of the flaring sun charm. This is a relatively high-level charm in the domain of the sun. Its effects can last for a year before weakening. There's no need to hold a ritual to pray to the eternal blazing Sunday. Instead, sealed artifact 3-0782 can replace it and steal its power from the mutated sacred emblem of the sun. 4. Extremely hostile towards the Lord of Storms and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. 5. Bard Potion Formula, main ingredient, 1 crystal sunflower, or the tail feather of an adult flint bird or a pyromancer bird. 1 siren stone or 1 singing sunflower. Supplementary ingredients: 1 midsummer grass, 5 drops of July wine juice, 1 elf dark leaf. 6. Light supplement potion formula. Main ingredient: 1 radiant stone, or the powder of a dazzling soul, or the blood of a mirror hedgehog, or the heart of a lava troll. Supplementary ingredients: 1 golden-edged sunflower, 3 drops of aconite juice, 7. Priest of Light potion formula. Missing main ingredients. Supplementary ingredients are 5 grams of rosemary, 7 drops of fingered citron juice, rock water, 8. Sequence 4 Unshadowed potion formula. Main ingredient can be extracted from the mutated sun sacred emblem. In addition, 3 tail feathers of an adult sun divine bird and a piece of holy radiant stone can be used as a substitute. Supplementary ingredients are lacking. After writing the above 8 lines, Klein couldn't help but tap the edge of the long bronze table. This harvest was much more than he had imagined. To him, he was already very satisfied with surviving that rash divination. Who knew that there would be an additional survival reward from the internal information of the Nighthawks? He knew that the sequence pathway of the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun was called Sun, and sequence 9 was barred. It was a job that used their singing to bring courage and strength to themselves and their companions, bringing about piety and obedience. Their slogan was, "Let us praise the sun." The corresponding sequence 8 was Light Suppliant. It could cast spells and rituals in the sun domain, and it was very effective against corpses and ghosts. Sequence 7 was called High Priest of the Sun. Its spells and sacrificial abilities in the domain were greatly enhanced. In other words, I've obtained the complete potion formulas for sequence 9 and sequence 8 of the sun pathway. Yes, it's different from the previous ones. This time, the potion formula even lists the names of substitutes or ingredients from different periods. As expected of a formula that was divine directly from the eternal blazing sun. Klein thought in relief. As for the request from the youth in the City of Silver, he had originally planned to see if the hanging man could resolve it. After all, the Church of the Lord of Storms and the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun were the most ancient orthodox religions. They sometimes cooperated and sometimes resisted each other for tens of thousands of years. It was perfectly normal for the former to have the starting sequence of the sun pathway. The hanging man might not have paid attention to such matters in the past and hadn't applied for access to the corresponding information, but with his identity as a sequence 7 seafarer, it would be relatively easy for him to obtain it. However, there's no need for him now. I've resolved it myself. I've resolved it in an unbelievable and extremely dangerous manner. Miss Justice, Mr. the Hanging Man, son, your fool nearly turned into a charred corpse. Klein lampooned in his heart with lingering fear. He lowered his head to look at the records on the goatskin and thought about the other formulas. Could Priest of Light be the ancient name for High Priest of the Sun? No, the Nighthawk's internal information didn't mention it at all. Furthermore, the contents of my divination didn't indicate. Is this sequence 6 or sequence 5? Sequence 4, Unshadowed. This is the first high sequence formula I've obtained. It's a pity that I lack the names of the supplementary ingredients. I wonder if there's any way to make up for it. That drop of golden liquid is indeed the blood of a god. Sealed Artifact 3-0782 is probably more powerful than anyone imagined. In my opinion, it's enough to become a Grade 1 sealed artifact. Yes, it should be because the Nighthawks in the past only verified whether this item has living characteristics, how dangerous it is to the humans around it, how difficult it is to control its influence, and whether it can be used against corpses and ghosts. There's no way to figure out the source of that special characteristic. This mutated sun sacred emblem is probably able to fight against evil spirits. How could the personnel back then easily find an evil spirit to experiment on? As a qualified Nighthawk, I can't become the owner of Sealed Artifact 3-0782, but, yes, I can find an opportunity to create a flaring sun charm and steal its power. Sigh, it's impossible this time. I didn't prepare the corresponding ingredients. How can I, a Nighthawk of the Evernight Goddess, carry ingredients from the sun domain with me? Klein rubbed his temples regretfully. Seeing that there were no other movements above the gray fog, he finally felt relieved. He confirmed that the eternal blazing sun hadn't followed the clues and found him. Don't look directly at God, don't look directly at high-level creatures. I must remember this, the eternal blazing sun's hostility towards the Lord of Storms and the God of knowledge and wisdom is extremely strong. Why, what's a pure white angel? Amidst his thoughts, Klein felt an emptiness and pain in his head. Furthermore, he felt that a long time had passed. He had to return to the outside world as soon as possible to prevent anyone from discovering anything abnormal. Previously, he thought that he would only need to make 2 or 3 divinations in this mysterious space, which would take less than a minute. Furthermore, with the wall of spirituality separating them, he would immediately sense it while he was above the gray fog. Therefore, he felt very safe and didn't consider too many unexpected factors. In the end, he nearly succeeded in courting death and wasted a lot of time. As he was afraid that he would be met with a light of purification upon exiting, or that he would discover that the mutated sun's sacred emblem had been destroyed, he held his heart in his throat and allowed his spirituality to envelop him as he plummeted. The crimson moonlight shone into his eyes, and the darkness was hidden deep within. Klein once again saw the sparse forest, the weeds in front of him, and the undamaged sealed artifact 3-0782 in his palm. After being on tenterhooks for a few seconds, he finally believed that he was safe. Phew! Klein heaved a sigh of relief. He felt a deep sense of exhaustion after frantically testing the boundaries of death. The exhausted Klein removed the sealed wall of spirituality, allowing the cool night breeze to blow on his face with the smell of grass and trees. The breeze woke him up a little. He caressed the warm and classic sealed artifact 3-0782 in his palm and sighed inwardly. Who would have thought that this emblem would contain a drop of God's blood? The experts of the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun must have searched for it before, but to no avail. Stretching his neck, Klein didn't dare to try anything else. He wore the mutated sun's sacred emblem on the inside of his windbreaker. He followed the chain and took out a silver vine-patterned pocket watch. He snapped it open and glanced at it. There was still more than an hour before Corpse Collector Fry's shift. I need 2 matches to support my eyelids. This is the side effect of courting death. Klein had no choice but to take out a small metal bottle from a small hidden pocket, remove the stopper, and bring it to his nose. The pungent smell of peppermint and disinfectant quickly entered his nose, causing goosebumps to surface. He felt energized and instantly forgot about his sleepiness. This was a formula he had learned from Corpse Collector Fry. It was called Quelaag's oil. It could help a person resist the stench of decay, and it also had the effect of refreshing the mind. For the next hour or so, Klein was tormented. From time to time, he would stand up and stroll around. There were a few times when he was bitten by mosquitoes in the forest and sucked his blood. Finally, he saw Fry, who had a high nose, thin lips, black hair, and blue eyes, walk out of the town in a windbreaker with a cane in hand. Although Fry still looked cold and gloomy like a zombie, Klein felt like he had seen his savior. He covered his mouth and yawned until his eyes were brimming with tears. He went forward and removed sealed artifact 3-0782 from the inside of his clothes. What happened? Fry looked at his teammate's pale face and took the initiative to ask. Klein sighed. I was on duty at Cheney's Gate last night, and I didn't sleep well this morning, so I'm very sleepy now. He didn't dwell on this matter and changed the topic. I'll be on rotation after 4 hours? 7 hours. Captain doesn't need to sleep in the middle of the night. Fry took the mutated sun's sacred emblem. Cultivation makes people happy. Klein silently slandered the captain. He bade farewell to Fry and walked towards the town. On the way to the hotel, he took out his pocket watch and looked at the time. It's almost 10 minutes earlier than the agreed time. What a warm person. Klein smiled and sped up. He returned to the hotel and pushed open the half-closed door. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the boss, he walked up to the 2nd floor and entered his room. After locking the door, he took off his jacket and shoes. He didn't wash himself, but directly fell onto the bed. In less than 10 seconds, his breathing became heavy, then long and steady. In his dream, Klein returned to Earth. In front of him was a game that he had yet to complete. On his left was iced cola and spicy chicken wings, while on his right was bitter bamboo shoot soup and rice. He had never eaten bitter bamboo shoots, but he liked to use them as ingredients to cook soup with meat slices. The soup was refreshing and appetizing, and it had a slightly seductive aroma. It was perfect for making rice. With a good dipping sauce, he could eat an extra bowl of rice than usual. Just as Klein was about to enjoy his supper and play the game, the scene in his dream changed. It once again presented the interior of 2 Daffodil Street. Klein suddenly realized that he was in a dream. He saw himself sitting at the side of the dining table, holding a copy of the Tianjin Daily News. In front of him was tomato oxtail soup, pan-fried lamb chops, mashed potatoes, and oatmeal bread. He subconsciously turned his head and looked at the door. He suddenly saw a figure standing outside the oriel window of the living room, quietly staring at the figure inside the house. Klein jumped in fright. He immediately recognized the figure as the gray-eyed Dun. Half his face was pressed against the window as he silently looked at the person inside. "Captain, can you not scare me in my dreams? Is this how you act as a nightmare?" Klein thought, amused and annoyed. He took out a spoon, scooped up a piece of beef, and put it into his mouth. "Yes, it's my handiwork." He sighed inwardly. He understood why he had suddenly woken up from his dream and why the scene on Earth had instantly disappeared. When someone invaded his dream, he would naturally be alerted. At that moment, Dun left the oriel window and directly pushed open the Moretti house's door. Draped in a black trench coat, he quietly walked to the opposite side of Klein. He took off his hat, nodded slightly, and sat down. Without standing on ceremony, he picked up his knife, fork, and spoon. He quickly finished the tomato oxtail soup, pan-fried lamb chops, mashed potatoes, and oatmeal bread. Klein watched in a daze, unsure of what his captain was trying to do. "Phew." Dun exhaled in satisfaction and gave Klein a thumbs up. He then took out his pipe and matchsticks and took a puff, intoxicated. After exhaling the smoke, he stood up, took his hat, and gave an old-fashioned but steady bow. He then strode out of the Moretti house and left the dream. Klein stared at his captain's back, unable to snap back to his senses for a long time. He lowered his head to look at the empty plate, subconsciously trying to recreate the food from before. But this time, be it the tomato oxtail soup, pan-fried lamb chops, or mashed potatoes, none of them continued to appear in his dream. It was completely devoured? Is this the power of a nightmare? The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he thought helplessly. So, Captain's goal is to prevent me from having supper in my dream? This is really a nightmare. This nightmare's acting is really creative. He let out a laugh, exited the dream, and went back to sleep. At 5:30 the next morning, Klein, who had to wake up early, had his coffee, toast, and bacon. He then rushed out of town to replace Dun. At 7 o'clock, they promptly set off for Tianjin. They arrived at 36 Zutland Street before 10 o'clock. After the energetic Dun placed sealed artifact 3-0782 back into Cheney's gate, Fry sat in front of the typewriter. Before the clerks arrived, he personally wrote yesterday's mission report and the corresponding reimbursement request. Klein watched from the side for a while and was satisfied to see that all the materials he had used were included in the list, including the ones he had used to repel mosquitoes and insects. He didn't go home immediately, as he had already arranged to meet Dr. Daxter of the mental asylum at 1 o'clock in the afternoon at a predetermined location. There's still the tarot gathering at 3 o'clock. Why does a boss of a secret organization like me have to live such a tiring life? Klein muttered to himself. He laid in the Nighthawk's break room for 2 hours to catch up on his sleep. He wasn't worried about forgetting the knowledge and matters he had obtained last night. He could use divination to recall them. What he was afraid of was that he would ignore the existence of the knowledge and matters, losing even the thought of divining them. Therefore, before he slept, he went through all the details in his mind to deepen his impression of them. This was also the reason why Klein insisted on writing weekly summaries to sort out the various situations. After lunch, he took out his pocket watch and glanced at it. He put on his hat and left the Blackthorn Security Company. He went to the shooting club at 3 Zutland Street. He pushed open the door and entered the reception hall. Klein didn't go straight to the shooting range that belonged to the Nighthawks. Instead, he found a seat in the hall and sat down. He held his black cane and waited patiently. The place he had arranged to meet Daxter was at the shooting club on Zutland Street. They had agreed to meet by letter. When Klein needed to meet, he would write a letter to Dr. Daxter Guderian as the patient's family member. asking about a special illness called dissociative identity disorder. In the letter, Klein would use various methods to mention the word spectator. He would use the hidden ink dots to confirm his identity, and the time the letter mentioned would be the time of the meeting. As for the location of the meeting, it had already been decided during their first meeting. If Klein felt that it was time to change the location, he would inform him during the meeting. When Daxter Guderian wanted to meet but wasn't in a rush, he could send the letter to the Hound Tavern or the Shooting Club. The recipient would be Mr. Hornacis, and Klein would pick it up at a fixed time. If there was an emergency, he had to pass the letter directly to the owner of the Hound Tavern, Wright. He also had to mention that he was looking for mercenaries. That way, as a peripheral member of the Nighthawks, Wright would immediately send the letter to the Blackthorn Security Company. After waiting for a while, 2 minutes before 1, Klein saw the rather gentlemanly Daxter walk into the hall of the Shooting Club. He wore a black silk top hat and a fitted tuxedo. He held a cane inlaid with silver in his hand and wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Daxter looked around inconspicuously and saw Klein, who was nodding slightly. He retracted his gaze and walked to the front desk. He skillfully applied for the shooting range and rented a gun. He had already been here once. Small shooting range 7, 3 solely per hour. Revolver rental fee is 1 solely and 6 pence per hour, including 6 rounds of bullets. The receptionist quickly settled the matter. After Daxter confirmed that the time was 1 hour and paid the 10 solely fee, he received the revolver and extra bullets. He was then led to the corresponding shooting range by the receptionist. Klein waited for another 5 minutes before slowly getting up. He held his cane, walked to the outside of small shooting range 7, and knocked on the door. With a creak, the door opened slightly. Daxter cautiously peeked his head out to look around before stepping aside. Klein immediately entered and locked the door. "Good afternoon, Mr. Daxter." As he spoke, he took out a 10 solely note and handed it to Daxter. "We won't let a peripheral member bear the cost of the meeting." "That's because I can claim it," he added silently. Daxter didn't reject it and accepted the cash. He then asked in a deep voice, "Officer Moretti, why did you want to meet me?" Of course, Klein wouldn't mention the telepathist formula right from the start, but he didn't hide his thoughts. After all, he was facing a spectator, and it wasn't easy to fool him. "Has Eugen been behaving strangely recently?" He first asked about the patient in the asylum who had turned Daxter Guderian into a member of the psychological alchemy. Daxter scrutinized Klein's gaze, expression, and actions. He thought for a moment and said, "No, he's the same as before. Frankly speaking, I think that if he wanted to leave the asylum, he could immediately act healthy and normal, but he didn't do so. He remained in there, seemingly trying to cure every patient. Those who were chaotic, violent, or had abnormal thoughts improved a little. Perhaps Eugen is using this method to train his beyonder powers. The corresponding sequence 7 psychiatrist for a spectator? Perhaps it's even higher. Since Eugen didn't become a psychiatrist in the asylum, but instead disguised himself as a patient, it means that he hasn't truly grasped the acting method. It should be as Daxter guessed, that he's training his beyonder powers, and this kind of training is similar to the acting method. It can, to a certain extent, alleviate the negative effects of the potion. Hence, Eugen decided to make the asylum his home. Klein openly expressed his deep thoughts about Eugen. This would make Daxter Guderian feel that he knew a lot, understood a lot, and was unfathomable. With this in mind, Klein also deduced something else. The psychological alchemy hadn't grasped the acting method. After all, even a powerful member at least Sequence 7 didn't know. In this era where beyonders were rare, a Sequence 7 was considered mid-level in any secret organization. It was enough to know important things, especially the kind that could effectively help members resist losing control. The psychological alchemy was a secret organization established in the last 200 to 300 years or even later. It was normal for them to not have grasped or concluded the acting method. Currently, the only organization that clearly proposed this method was the Secret Order, and this was an ancient organization with a history of more than 1,500 years, dating back to the last era. The Church of the Goddess is even older than the Secret Order. Just the revelation of Evernight's Letters of the Saints clearly recorded a history of almost 3,000 years, and this doesn't include the myths and legends from before. Why didn't such a church discover the acting method? In such a long history, in such a huge organization, there would always be members with unique ideas who would try all sorts of possibilities unconsciously or experimentally. Just like spirit medium daily, they might not have been able to clearly propose the acting method, but they had already started from the name of the potion and touched upon the correct path. Through good feedback, they gradually figured out something. With the accumulation of generations of examples, unless the upper echelons were a bunch of curly-haired baboons, it was impossible for them not to come up with the acting method. Klein's thoughts scattered as he made the connection, and he was suddenly shocked. In the eyes of other Nighthawks who didn't know the acting method, people like Spirit Medium Daily were all geniuses. They were existences that ordinary members couldn't emulate, so no one would suspect why it was difficult for Daily and the others to transfer their experiences to themselves. However, in the eyes of those who had grasped the acting method, it was extremely odd. Klein believed that in the long history of the Church of the Evernight Goddess, Spirit Medium Daily was definitely not the first member to use an acting method to quickly digest a low-sequence potion. She might not even be ranked in the top 10 or top 50, this doesn't make sense based on probability. Unless Daily didn't figure out the acting method herself and had someone else's guidance. That means that the Church of the Evernight Goddess isn't able to come up with the acting method because of the old path. All the members follow the will of the past and believe in the experiences of their seniors. They don't dare to rebel at all. After all, rebelling often means losing control. Yes, other than this explanation, there's another possibility. The upper echelons of the church have concealed the acting method for some reason. I have to flip through the corresponding information and find examples of Beyonders from the Church of the Goddess quickly digesting the potion, as well as figure out what happened to them. Klein thought solemnly. Daxter observed his expression and waited for a minute or two. Officer, is there a problem with Hood Eugen's performance? Not at the moment, I just thought of something else, Klein answered with a smile, throwing his doubts aside. He asked, has the psychological alchemy done anything recently? No, other than a small gathering in Awa County to exchange items and experience, Daxter answered honestly. Klein nodded slightly. Then how's your physical condition? Daxter controlled his expression and said, it's not good. I still hear ravings and hallucinations frequently. If I wasn't a psychiatrist, I might even think that I'm suffering from some sort of illness. As he spoke, his expression turned solemn. I followed Hood Eugen's and your instructions and ignored the hallucinations and ravings. It made me feel much better, but it still affected my sleep. It made me irritable and easily angered. I didn't feel like myself anymore. It was as if a brand new me was growing inside me, or perhaps I could describe it as a new personality. I'm very worried and afraid that I might suddenly lose control one day. It's just as I expected, and I didn't even need divination to predict it. Klein was prepared for this and smiled. You don't have to worry. You're now a peripheral member of the Nighthawks, and you have your own benefits. As an ancient organization, we have many ways to prevent ourselves from losing control. It might not be 100% effective, but it can definitely help you. Also, I'm willing to share my personal experience with you. You have to know that the man standing in front of you only took a month to completely rid himself of the hallucinations and ravings. You should know from Hood Eugen and his other companions how difficult it was. For the sake of the spectator's corresponding Sequence 8 telepathist, Klein boasted a little. He made it sound like he was being honest. Officer, there are lies in your words, but most of them are true, Daxter suddenly said calmly. What do you want from me? It's so hard to deceive a spectator. Klein smiled and replied, it's not just about what I want. There's also Miss Justice. Of course, he knew that Daxter would definitely think that the Nighthawks wanted something. If your method is indeed effective, and the item or information you want is within my reach, Daxter said after some deliberation. I'll pay you in advance, Klein said frankly. We want the telepathist formula. He wouldn't hide the potion formula and hand it over to the captain, saying that Daxter was using it in exchange for his own experience in mastering the potion. And during this process, Klein would definitely verify the formula and accidentally memorize it. In addition, exchanging his personal experience for the formula would allow him to accumulate more merit points. When the time came, he wouldn't even need to do anything extra to apply for the clown formula and the main ingredients. Making 2 deals for 1 formula is really worth it. Klein thought in a good mood. Daxter stared into his eyes and was silent for a moment. You're very calm. I'll work hard to obtain this formula, but I'm not sure how long it will take. If it's too dangerous, I hope to use other forms of compensation instead. No problem. Klein didn't plan on pressuring Daxter too much. He then vaguely described the acting method. The key to fighting against losing control lies in the name of the potion. We have to understand it and understand its true meaning. This isn't something that can be done just by thinking. We have to experience it for real. For example, as a spectator, you have to understand that you're only a spectator, not an actor. As for what a spectator should be like, you have to explore it in life, try it, and summarize its principles of conduct. Then, you have to be strict with yourself. Daxter listened attentively and only spoke after a while. After a while, he said, "What a brand new theory." I prefer to use the word theory to describe what you just said. It's like the theory of a drama and an opera actor. I'll try it. Hopefully, there will be good changes. If it really works, I'll do my best to help you obtain the telepathist formula. May the goddess bless you. Klein drew a crimson moon on his chest. He didn't add the psychiatrist potion formula because he knew that it was a mission that Daxter wouldn't be able to complete with his current status. He would be exposed if he wasn't careful. Therefore, he decided to take it slow and help Daxter achieve a higher position in psychological alchemy. That way, the long-term benefits would be very, very rich. Klein didn't stay any longer. He first looked outside through the hole in the door before leaving quickly. He turned towards the small shooting range that belonged to the Nighthawks. He entered and locked the door. His expression sank again. While he was guessing that the Church of the Evernight Goddess hadn't come up with the acting method, he thought of something that he had overlooked. The reason he had overlooked it was because the 2 things that were supposed to be connected had been reversed. He didn't think further about it. The first thing was that the Antigonus family had been destroyed by the Church of the Evernight Goddess. The second thing was that the Antigonus family had control over the seer sequence, or at least a large portion of it. As Klein knew that the 2 things were separated by a long time, he didn't analyze them together. Therefore, he had overlooked the strangeness in them. But now, the problem was rather obvious. Since the Antigonus family had control over a large portion of the seer pathway, how could the Church of the Evernight Goddess, who had completely destroyed them, only obtain sequence 9 seer? The spoils of war couldn't be limited to that, just the Aurora Order members who obtained a magical notebook from the Antigonus family were able to obtain the clown formula. Then, what about the Church of the Evernight Goddess, who had destroyed the entire Antigonus family? Even if the Antigonus family had long been prepared and had hidden the most valuable item on the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range, the Church of the Evernight Goddess should not have only obtained such a tiny harvest. They had killed quite a number of Antigonus family members, and the dead could speak. Klein paced back and forth in the small shooting range, thinking about the intentions of the Church of the Evernight Goddess in regards to the seer sequence. They don't wish for the Nighthawks to choose this pathway, or rather, they don't wish for the Nighthawks to become stronger in this pathway. That's why they only gave the sequence 9 seer, which is obviously supportive. Captain also mentioned that the Holy Cathedral might have subsequent formulas. No, in the confidential information I saw, they didn't even provide the corresponding sequence 8 and 7 potion names. They only described the corresponding combat characteristics. In other words, they don't wish for their subordinates to know that the higher-ups have the corresponding information. Could it be that all the Nighthawks who choose this pathway might become the Antigonus family's vengeful evil spirit? Is that why the higher-ups of the church made such a decision? Or is there another reason? For a moment, Klein was filled with doubts about the higher-ups of the Church of the Evernight Goddess. He was extremely wary of them. He reconsidered whether he should make a special application to openly become a clown. If there's some terrifying secret hidden in this, wouldn't I be jumping into a volcano? I'm not the kind of person who can accept a strict investigation. However, the Tingen branch has submitted the clown formula. As a seer, wouldn't it be normal for them to want to advance if they knew about this? Besides, sequence 8 is still a low sequence, so it shouldn't attract too much attention. The only problem is that I only used a month to completely grasp the potion and submit a special application. If the higher-ups knew and understood the acting method, they would immediately understand the crux of the matter. Of course, my reason is sufficient. After all, I know spirit medium daily, and I'm friends with mystery prior old Neil, who strictly abides by the maxim. It's not too difficult to understand why I'm able to obtain inspiration from them and complete the acting method. Yes, even Daly only managed to gain the attention of the higher-ups after being a Sequence 7 spirit medium for 3 years and showing signs of digestion. She was then groomed as a future archbishop and high-ranking deacon. I definitely won't attract too much attention at the clown stage unless I completely digest the potion in a few months and convince them that I've truly grasped the acting method. In other words, applying for the clown potion isn't too risky. I can continue, but I'll have to be careful in the future. Sigh, I can only take it one step at a time. I'll make another divination decision when I get home. Klein collected his thoughts, took out the revolver from his holster, and carried out his daily shooting practice and maintenance. The quality of this pistol from his classmate, Welch, was better than he had imagined. If everything went well, he would be able to use it for a long time. Of course, this was also thanks to the maintenance methods he had learned from Dunn and Leonard. Actually, it's fine even if it's damaged. These are all resources that can be applied for. Klein looked at the target, put away his revolver, and left the shooting club. He took the trackless carriage back to 2 Daffodil Street. Before he got close, he saw a young girl pacing back and forth at the door. This girl was wearing a blue dress inlaid with beautiful lace and a hat with fine gauze hanging down. She was Melissa's classmate, Elizabeth, who had cute baby fat. Noticing that Klein was approaching, she quickly walked up to him and took off her hat with a face full of joy. She paused for 2 seconds and suddenly said with a smile, "Good afternoon, Mr. Moretti. I believe you must have just returned from Lamed Town, right?" "I'm sorry, I came back in the morning." Klein smiled and said, "Good afternoon, Mr. Moretti. I believe you must have just returned from Lamed Town, right?" "I'm sorry, I came back in the morning." Klein smiled. That's a very honest answer, he thought in amusement. Elizabeth was stunned for a moment before she excitedly said, "All right, I was wrong. I came to find you today and waited here because I wanted to tell you that I didn't have any more nightmares last night. I didn't dream of that knight in full black armor. This is exactly the same as your divination results. Of course, that wraith was completely purified by sealed artifact 3-0782. Even I couldn't channel its spirit on the spot, much less your dream." Klein chuckled and replied gently, "I'm very happy that you're free from your troubles." "I'm glad that you're free from your troubles. I'm also very satisfied with my divination yesterday." Thank you again." "All right, I have to bid you farewell. I still have classes in the afternoon. Bye, Mr. Moretti. I'll find time to visit Melissa." Elizabeth left with light footsteps and boarded a rental carriage nearby. Looking at the scenery outside the carriage window that was slowly passing by, the corners of her mouth curled up as she thought smugly, "Melissa definitely doesn't know that she has such a powerful brother. I feel like my explanation was completely useless." Young girls are always willing to believe in their instincts and the facts they come up with. Klein watched as Elizabeth boarded the carriage. As he shook his head, he took out his keys to open the door and returned to his bedroom. He rested for a while and began to sort out and summarize the events of the previous week, including the unresolved matters of the past. After finishing this daily task, he burned the paper and took out his silver pocket watch. He snapped it open and glanced at it. 2:30? I'll wait for another 15 minutes. Seeing that there was still time, Klein put on his oldest formal coat and went to Slyn Bakery on Iron Cross Street to buy a cup of sweet iced tea from Mrs. Wendy. As he drank the beverage, he leisurely returned. At 4:45, he sealed his bedroom with his spirituality and took 4 steps counterclockwise to go above the gray fog. In the silent, ancient palace, Klein conjured a new divination statement on a goatskin parchment: "I should obtain the clown potion through the Nighthawks." Putting down the fountain pen, he untied the spirit pendulum that was wrapped around his wrist and held it firmly with his left hand. He let the topaz dangle at a spot where it would touch the goatskin parchment. After reciting it 7 times, his eyes darkened. The spirit pendulum in his hand began to spin slightly clockwise. The answer is yes, it should be. But the sequence after clown is hard to say. I still have to seriously develop my tarot. Klein carefully went through the matter again. Following that, he pressed his hand towards the crimson star that represented the sun. He wanted to summon the youth from the City of Silver ahead of time to confirm if he had divulged the matter above the grey fog to the 6-member council. If not, then he would give the youth a better way to control the timing of the gathering. City of Silver, in the Berg family's room. Derek sat quietly by the bed, waiting for the fool's summons. In order to avoid spending time with others, he didn't go out after returning, and had long finished all the food in the room. Enduring his hunger and listening to his growling stomach, Derek felt like a zombie wandering in the dark wastelands. However, he still didn't speak or get up. At that moment, he saw a dark red spread in the void and engulfed him. The grayish-white, boundless, cold, and silent world appeared before his eyes again. The fool, who was shrouded in thick fog, sat at the head of the table. Klein was very satisfied that the gathering wasn't interrupted. He also confirmed that he didn't receive any signs of danger. "Son, we meet again," he said in Jotun with a smile. He lowered his head and said, "You are a trustworthy fool." He lowered his head and said, "You are a trustworthy fool. The other members will have to wait for a while. Let me confirm something with you first." This time, Klein spoke in Rouen, but he gave the mysterious space the idea of translating it into Jotun. Therefore, in Derek's ears, the man was still speaking in Jotun. He asked in puzzlement, "What is it?" After I grasped the basics of Jotun, the mysterious space above the grey fog can achieve simultaneous translation of this language. This way, I don't have to worry about justice and the hanging man not understanding son's words. Sigh, why do I have to be so tired as a big boss? Klein pinched his temples and shook his head with a smile. I allow you to recite my name and remember the following titles. The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the grey fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Derek's pupils constricted, but he didn't dare to be distracted. He kept reciting it in his heart before seeking confirmation from the fool. Every time you return to the City of Silver from here, you need to use a short ritual to recite my name. I will inform you ahead of time for future gatherings. You don't need to pay attention to it, and you don't need to avoid others. When you receive my notice, you just need to be alone for 1,000 heartbeats. Klein revealed the method he had been deliberating over for a long time. This was essentially a response to a prayer. Due to concerns about the City of Silver's situation, and to save time, Klein skipped the other steps of the ritual. After all, it was a prayer to him. 1,000 heartbeats? Derek muttered to himself, as though he wasn't asking in return. Klein introduced the general situation of the tarot to him, then he took out his silver pocket watch and snapped it open. Derek was stunned for a moment, and he instinctively stared at the strange item. Seeing that 3 o'clock was approaching, Klein pressed his hand on the crimson star that symbolized justice and Sunday. Derek's eyes didn't move at all as he watched this scene. He saw a burst of light opposite and to the side, stretching out 2 blurry figures. Audrey Hall looked around and was suddenly stunned. Then, she heard Mr. Fool's ever-calm voice. "This is a new member, known as Sunday. This is Miss Justice, and this is Mr. Hanged Man," the woman said. A new member? Audrey was shocked at first, but she was soon filled with joy. She was very happy to see the development of the tarot. She had the spirit of a master. Alger, on the other hand, frowned slightly. He was a little displeased that the fool had suddenly pulled in a new member. He should have at least informed us in advance. However, it's true that an important figure like Mr. Fool wouldn't consider our feelings, he thought helplessly as he briefly greeted Justice and Sunday. During this short process, Audrey entered spectator mode and carefully observed the new member, Sunday. He can't be too old. Those body movements indicate that he's a little nervous and cramped. But he's maintained a sufficient amount of silence, giving off the feeling of, a lone wolf. Yes, a lone wolf. As Audrey thought, she cast her gaze at the fool who was seated at the end of the long bronze table. She said happily, "Mr. Fool, I found 2 more pages of Roselle the Great's diary. Actually, there are 3 pages, but the words are too complicated and difficult to memorize. My current limit is a little more than 2 pages. Any more and it will be confusing. The rest can only wait for the next time. Audrey added silently in her heart. A new Roselle diary? Klein perked up and asked with a smile despite knowing the answer, Miss Justice, what do you need in return? Audrey's eyes lit up, but she pretended to be reserved as she replied, as you know, I'm about to finish digesting the spectator potion. As you know, I'm about to finish digesting the spectator potion. I hope to obtain the telepathist potion formula as soon as possible so that I can prepare the ingredients in advance. I know that these 2 diary pages don't contain much content and might not be able to match the value of the telepathist potion formula. I'll give you another page. Yes, I'll also pay you an additional sum of money. Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly felt that something was amiss. She couldn't help but curse herself in her heart. Mr. Fool is an important figure that's close to the level of a god. How could he be interested in vulgar money? Therefore, Audrey couldn't maintain her spectator state as she hurriedly stuttered. That's not what I meant. Mr. Fool, what I meant was that you can specify the compensation you want. Yes, that's it. I like your suggestion just now. I'll answer like this, when you're done digesting the spectator potion, you'll be able to obtain the subsequent formulas. I have a subordinate, no, I'll have to use a more pretentious blessed. He's busy with something and happens to need some money. This is his anonymous account, an anonymous account at Bakel & Bank. Yes, I'll disguise myself and head to Bakel & Bank's Tingen branch to set up an anonymous account this week. Klein didn't answer immediately. He appeared profound, but he was seriously deliberating over his words. Bakel & Bank was one of the 7 largest banks in the Ruan Kingdom. It had the right to clear all transactions. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Kingdom of Ruan used a centralized clearing method to handle interbank transfers within the same city. However, unlike their counterparts in the Republic of Intis, not all banks could join the ranks. The 7 largest banks had a firm grip on this right, so they were also known as clearing banks, forcing other banks to rely on them. Connecting to accounts in different places could only be done in the same bank through the clearing of different branches. With the advent of steam locomotives and wired telegraphs, the efficiency in this area had increased significantly. At this moment, son Derek Berg suddenly said, Telepathist potion formula? At the back is the psychoanalyst's telepathist? Audrey looked at him in confusion. You know? At the same time, Miss Justice detected a problem with her spectator instincts. The other party had used the corresponding ancient name of Sequence 7, psychoanalyst, and not the more modern psychiatrist. How strange, this guy. Audrey once again scrutinized Son's every move. Derek didn't feel that he had shown an unusual side as he replied seriously, I can help you get this formula. After saying that, he felt guilty because he couldn't produce it for the time being, so he forced an explanation. This is a sequence that originated from the dragons, and our city of Silver was once under the rule of the Giant King's court. As you know, giants and dragons are sworn enemies. Therefore, the city of Silver has sequence 9, 8, and 7. I have a way to get them. This child. To think that I kept reminding him not to speak carelessly and not to reveal his origins. In the end, Klein almost wanted to cover his face with his hands. Sigh, although the young son looks very taciturn, pained, and mature, he's really just a teenager. However, it has made me understand one thing. So the spectator sequence originated from the dragons. It's no wonder that the symbol formed by the stars behind Miss Justice's high-backed chair is a dragon. The history of the City of Silver has been preserved very well. Klein maintained his posture of leaning back in his chair as he listened thoughtfully to Son's explanation. In fact, he could easily stop the son from revealing these things. As long as he didn't help with simultaneous translation, Justice and the hanged man wouldn't be able to understand anything even if they heard it, because they wouldn't be able to understand. But on second thought, Klein felt that this could effectively solidify his powerful and mysterious image in the hearts of the 3 members. Therefore, he listened with a smile without making a sound. He didn't make any unnecessary attempts. Giant King's Court, Dragons, City of Silver. Audrey was confused by what she heard. She first glanced at the hanging man, who was sitting opposite her. From his body language, she could tell that the gentleman was equally shocked and puzzled. She hurriedly turned her head to look at the seat of honor at the long bronze table. She saw the fool sitting on the high-backed chair, his body shrouded in a thick grayish-white fog. His right elbow was propped on the armrest, allowing his palm to leisurely rest on his slightly tilted head. He wasn't surprised, nor was he puzzled. He didn't think or have any doubts. He only watched everything with a smile in his eyes. He knows. He knows everything. Audrey and Alger made a firm judgment almost at the same time. City of Silver, I've never heard of this place. Where is it? Audrey probed. The hanging man. Alger listened attentively. At this moment, Sundberg's mind was also filled with questions. He could tell that other than the fool, who might be a deity, Justice and the hanging man were clearly closer to being beyonders of a certain sequence. And in a place forsaken by the gods, other than the citizens of the City of Silver, he had never seen any other living people. Therefore, he asked, you aren't citizens of the City of Silver. You're not citizens of the City of Silver. Which city are you from? Sigh. Klein couldn't help but sigh again. Audrey's lips quivered, momentarily at a loss for an answer. What he's implying is that if you don't wish to answer such questions, don't ask about the city of others. Miss Justice nodded slightly and elegantly shut her mouth. Clearly, the hanging man, Alger, had also misunderstood Sun's intentions. He didn't know that Sun was simply asking a question, so he maintained his silence and didn't say a word. Derek, who didn't receive an answer, seemed to understand something. He didn't mention the matter again. I will try my best to obtain the telepathist potion formula. I wish to use it to exchange for the initial sequence of the Sun pathway. The Sun pathway? Sequence 9 barred? The hanging man. Alger immediately asked. Derek thought for a moment and said, that's right. It should be this, but I don't know much about it. Klein, who was watching from the sidelines, decided to step in because he didn't want to take the risk of having his business taken away by someone else. He smiled and said, I believe Miss Justice doesn't have the barred formula. But there's a high chance that Mr. the Hanging Man can get it. Seeing Audrey nod, he chuckled and said, I'll give Sun a barred formula. I'll give the Sun a copy of the barred formula. The Sun will give the telepathist potion formula to Miss Justice as soon as possible. We'll try to get it within 2 gatherings. In return, Miss Justice will give me the newly obtained Roselle diary. That way, the deal will be complete. Yes, from the principle of equivalent exchange, Sun is at a disadvantage, but he is only promising. When he really produces the telepathist formula, Miss Justice will consider how to compensate him. Or, I will compensate him, and Miss Justice will provide money to one of my adorers. He needs to do something recently. This is because Sun might not be able to receive Miss Justice's cash or materials as compensation. Klein deliberately added that last sentence to make the hanging man and Justice focus on the fact that Sun might not be able to receive compensation. It was to highlight his unfathomable abilities and make everyone ignore the adorer who lacked money. I might not receive any compensation. Where is the Sun? Southern continent? Alger immediately frowned. The Sun's origins are also very mysterious. As expected, Mr. Fool also has subordinates in reality. Audrey finally saw the light of hope to become a Sequence 8 telepathist. How could she have any other thoughts? She suppressed her excitement and smiled faintly. I have no objections. Neither do I. Seeing that he could obtain the starting sequence of the Sun pathway on the spot, Derek nodded without hesitation. He didn't care about the subsequent compensation. The hanging man Alger, who was excluded from the 3-way deal, didn't have a say. Although he could indeed obtain the barred formula, he would still have to wait a week or 2. At this moment, the fool Klein, who had successfully delayed the compensation until the next gathering, pressed his hand forward in a good mood and conjured the barred formula. Main ingredients: 1 crystal sunflower, or the tail feather of an adult flint bird or a pyromancer bird. 1 siren stone or 1 singing sunflower. Supplementary ingredients: 1 midsummer grass, 5 drops of July wine juice, 1 elf dark leaf. He sent the formula to the Sun and saw him frown at first before relaxing. The names of the ingredients in the forsaken land of the gods must still maintain their ancient characteristics. Thankfully, this formula of mine was directly obtained from the eternal blazing Sunday. There are ancient names and all sorts of substitutes. Enlightened, Klein cast his gaze towards Miss Justice. Audrey looked at Sun, who was silently reciting the formula, and hurriedly sent out the 2 pages of the diary that she had forcefully memorized to express her thoughts. The diary immediately appeared on the yellowish-brown goatskin and flashed into Klein's hands. Just like before, he immediately began to read. On the 3rd of November, Matilda is 3 months pregnant. Now, when I look at those maids from the countryside, I feel that they are pretty. No, I can't lower my level and style. It just so happens that Countess Fleisch has invited me to a private party, November 8th. Archbishop Van Esten asked me for help. What can I help an archbishop with, 9th November. So there's such a secret hidden in the sequence pathways. Archbishop Esten told me that after becoming a sequence 5 beyonder, the subsequent parts can be substituted with the corresponding sequences of 1 or 2 other pathways. That is the beginning of the step from mid-sequence to high sequence. But this is only limited to 1 or 2 pathways. Once the potion of the wrong pathway is switched, going half crazy is the lightest outcome, and it's impossible to advance in the future. The pathways that can be substituted at sequence 4 are the sleepless pathway and corpse collector pathway. Yes, the Church's savant pathway and mystery prior pathway can also be substituted at high sequence sequences. Some pathways can be interchanged after sequence 5. This is different from what the Nighthawks say. Isn't it impossible to change a pathway after choosing one? Isn't it said that although one will obtain strange powers if they go astray, they will definitely go half-mad and never be able to advance further? There's actually an exception to this. Klein's pupils constricted as he looked at the diary. He didn't doubt that Roselle the Great would fabricate this matter. After all, the surprise in between the lines was so real. However, he didn't believe that the information Roselle received was absolutely correct. It was also possible that he had been deceived or misunderstood. This matter needs to be verified. I'll note it down first. Klein reminded himself as he pondered over the matter. If Roselle's description is correct, then the waters of the sequence pathways run deep. There are many secrets hidden. The complete pathway that the Nighthawks have is sleepless, and the relatively complete one is corpse collector, which can at least reach sequence 4. In the end, they can be interchanged after sequence 5. The potion formulas of the other pathways are extremely incomplete, and they only have the initial stages. Similarly, the complete pathway of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery is savant, and the relatively complete one is mystery prior. They can also be interchanged at a higher level. Interesting. I wonder which pathway can my seer sequence be interchanged with? Back then, the apprentice and marauder were mentioned by the Emperor. It's very likely that the first 5 sequences of the seer pathway each provide an ability. At sequence 4, they combine into one. Then, at this step, it's unlikely that other potions can replace it. Klein reined in his thoughts and focused his attention on the diary again. At this moment, he realized that the 2 pages of the diary seemed to be connected, but the actual content wasn't connected. They were records from 2 different periods, and this was a mistake made by people who copied it later on. April 9th. The Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, the Church of the Lord of Storms, and the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom have a bad relationship with each other and view each other as enemies. As for the Church of the Evernight Goddess and the Faesac Empire's Church of the God of Combat, they are like fire and water. These are things that can be used and are worth considering. April 13th. I participated in that ancient organization's gathering. I didn't expect them to be members of this organization. How alarming. So the second blasphemy slate is in the hands of this organization. This is the first time I've seen this legendary divine item. As expected, it hides an unimaginable secret. Maybe one day in the future, I'll make a blasphemy slate that belongs to me. No, a set, and every slate will contain an ultimate secret. F*CK, Great Emperor, what's the name of that ancient organization? You're making me very uncomfortable. Maybe, Roselle didn't dare to, write down the name of the organization, even though he was writing it in Chinese. Klein's heart itched and he was puzzled. However, from this diary page, he finally confirmed that Roselle the Great had seen the second blasphemy slate and later imitated it to create a deck of cards. Each card corresponded to a divine pathway. Perhaps it's the ultimate secret that corresponds to the divine pathway. I wonder who has the 22 cards now. That ancient organization actually has the second blasphemy slate. Klein's thoughts raced as he thought of many things. However, he quickly reined in his thoughts and moved his gaze away from the diary. He looked at the hanging man, Justice, and Sunday. He smiled and said, "Actually, you didn't have to wait for me." "It's our honor," the hanging man, Alger, who had long reigned in his displeasure, replied humbly. Audrey thought for a moment and smiled faintly. "Mr. Fool, the method you previously described for selecting officials through an open examination has been approved by the King and Prime Minister. It will soon be passed by the House of Lords and House of Commons. It's expected to be officially implemented early next year." "From the looks of it, the King and Prime Minister still have brains," Alger mocked out of habit. With Banson's intellect and diligence, he should be able to pass in grammar and accounting by early next year. However, as long as it's passed by the House of Lords and House of Commons, the various newspapers will definitely publicize it. I wonder how long Banson's first-mover advantage can last. The earlier the examination, the better. Sigh, there's no way Banson can beat the elites who graduated from various universities in such a short period of time. However, there's no need to beat them. They're competing for different positions. Those fellows will probably only have their eyes on positions like Cabinet Secretary or Secretary of the Ministry of Finance. The silent Klein, who only smiled and nodded, was worried sick for his brother. Seeing the fool nodding in agreement, Audrey straightened her back even more. She turned around and smiled. "Mr. the Hanging Man, I've obtained the answer to the matter you previously asked me to confirm. The king has already been convinced by the Prime Minister. He won't seek revenge on the Fasak Empire on the east coast of Balam for the time being. I think it's time for you to pay the additional remuneration you previously promised." Alger remained silent for a few seconds as though he was in thought. "Miss Justice, thank you for your answer. This allows me to stop worrying about certain matters. What additional remuneration do you wish to receive?" "As long as it's within reason, I'll consider it." Audrey smiled as though she was already prepared. "Clues to psychological alchemy, or clues to the main ingredients of the telepathist potion formula?" "Of course, this can wait until Sun hands me the formula." "No problem," Alger answered without beating around the bush. On the same side as the hanging man, Derek Berg, who was 2 seats away, was completely confused. He felt that he could understand almost every word, but he had no idea what they meant when they were strung together. He didn't understand any of the public examinations to select officials, the King and Prime Minister, the House of Lords and the House of Commons, the east coast of Balam, the Fasak Empire, or psychological alchemy. Fasak is a variant of giant. What does it have to do with the fallen giant King's Court? Derek looked at Justice and then at the hanging man. He suddenly felt that he might not be in the same world as the two of them. Could it be that somewhere in the cursed lands, in a place far away from the City of Silver, there's more than one city, or even a country? Derek maintained his silence and listened quietly. He vaguely understood why the mysterious fool had said that he might not be able to receive the so-called cash compensation given by Justice. To be able to pull people from so far away together and ignore the terrifying monsters in the depths of the cursed lands, the fool might really be a deity, an ancient deity. That was what he thought. Audrey, who had completed everything she wanted to do, had planned on being a silent spectator, but she suddenly thought of something else. She hurriedly said, "I've recently come into contact with some Beyonder circles and learned of a powerhouse named Mr. A. Mr. Fool, Mr. the Hanging Man, Mr. Sun. Do you know his background and true identity?" "I don't even know what you're talking about." Derek maintained his silence. "Mr. A? I only know Mr. Z. With such a similar code name, could he be from the Aurora Order?" Klein made a guess in his mind, but he didn't answer. He had to maintain his image and try not to answer without confidence. If he really faced such a situation, his description would be vague and make him look like a charlatan. Alger looked at the fool and saw that he was calm and unchanging. It was hard to guess his true thoughts, so he deliberated and said, "The Aurora Order has always been targeting the Church of the Lord of Storms, the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, and the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom." Therefore, compared to other organizations, these three churches know more about the Aurora Order, and I learned some things from them. There's no need to explain. I know you're from the Lord of Storms. Of course, you could also be a traitor. But why do the Aurora Order's targets of hatred happen to be the three oldest churches? Klein smiled without a word and looked calmly at the hanging man. Alger knew that his sequence pathway couldn't be hidden from the fool, so he didn't mind and continued, the Aurora Order has 5 saints and 22 oracles. The Aurora Order has 5 saints and 22 oracles. These oracles use letters as codenames, calling themselves Mr. A and Mr. X. They are at least sequence 7 Beyonders, and the strongest are sequence 5. They are all rather good at concealing themselves. A new oracle will replace a dead one. I'm not sure if the Mr. A you're talking about is the Aurora Order's Mr. A. I can only say that it's very likely. As for the Aurora Order situation, I've already told you about it. Audrey nodded slightly and became even more wary of Mr. A. Her heart ached a little. Thank you for your answer, Mr. the Hanging Man. You don't have to pay me the extra payment. No, I want to use the answer I just gave and the additional reward to ask you for a favor, Alger said in a deep voice. What kind of help? Audrey asked curiously. Alger thought for a few seconds. I've received intelligence that the great pirate Xianxia, known as Rear Admiral Hurricane, has secretly gone ashore and snuck into Bakeland. I don't know what he's up to. I hope you can help me find his whereabouts. As for the subsequent matters, you don't have to take the risk. Rear Admiral Hurricane Xianxia? One of the 7 pirate admirals? Audrey's eyes widened slightly, almost unable to maintain her spectator state. What did she want to do the most after becoming a Beyonder? Of course, it was to come into contact with figures that only existed in the legends of the nobles. Yes, he's also a sequence 6 Beyonder of the Sailor Pathway, Windblast. He also has a mystical item, which can also be called a sealed item. He's rather cunning and cruel, so don't try to deal with him, Alger introduced solemnly. Having said that, he suddenly turned his head and looked at Klein. Mr. Fool, can I request your adorer to provide help at critical moments? I'll pay the price you're interested in. My adorer is only me. Klein lampooned to ease his emotions and smiled. The premise is that my adorer happens to be in Bakeland. What's so special about Xianxia's mystical item? Audrey asked with some confidence. She had given it some serious thought and realized that she had quite the ability to search for people in Bakeland. First of all, her father was a top tycoon among the nobles. He had a pretty good reputation and connections, and she was very popular among the younger generation. Therefore, in the middle and upper echelons of society, she could use a lot of resources without realizing it. Secondly, the 2 Beyonder friends she knew had their own circles. Apprentice Furs was originally a clinic doctor, but she was now a newly minted author. She knew many people in the literary world, in the publishing industry, and among the middle-class doctors. Arbitrator Zio Dari Cha had long helped mediate matters between the middle and lower-class citizens. She was rather famous in Bakeland's East Borough, among the working class, and among many gangs. She had many secret channels. Together with the other Beyonders they had come into contact with, as well as the circles that other Beyonders had expanded, their ability to search for people was not to be underestimated. Faced with Justice's question, Alger answered without any hesitation, as though he didn't need to think before answering, that's right. He answered without thinking, the true name of that mystical item isn't known, but those who know it call it creeping hunger. Xianxia has to satisfy it with the soul and flesh of a living person every other day. Otherwise, it will use its master as a replacement. This is an important clue that can be used to find Xianxia, Audrey said with a slight frown. She felt a deep discomfort and disgust towards evil items that thirsted for the blood and souls of living people. Yes, but in a city with a population of at least 5 million, the disappearance of a few vagrants wouldn't be noticed. Alger reminded her before saying, ever since he obtained creeping hunger, Xianxia has become very difficult to deal with. He was originally a windblast. He had pretty good Beyonder powers in the domains of water, wind, and weather. But later, people discovered that he could make his target go berserk, enter the dreams of others, summon light to purify the dead, use his singing to enhance himself, and change into different people's appearances. He was nearly omnipotent. Alger described in great detail. We suspect that this was brought about by the mystical item, creeping hunger. Before he could finish his sentence, Derek Berg, who was quietly listening by the side, blurted out in surprise, "Don't worry." Shepherd. Shepherd? Secret Suppliant, Sequence 5 of the Listener Pathway? In the City of Silver 6-member council, there's a newly promoted elder named Shepherd. It's said that he's so powerful that he can resist a Sequence 4 Beyonder. He's an evil spirit of the same grade. Klein's facial expression changed slightly, but it was concealed by the grayish-white fog. And at this moment, the audience didn't pay any attention to him. Shepherd? Shepherd? Justice and the hanging man spoke at the same time. One was completely puzzled, while the other was slightly surprised. It was as if they had heard of the name Shepherd somewhere before. They knew something about it, but they didn't know the specific details. Seeing everyone's eyes on him, Derek immediately panicked. No matter how reserved and sorrowful he was still a teenager. He hurriedly explained with a stutter, "What I mean is that the characteristics listed by the hanging man are very similar to the Beyonder powers of the Shepherd sequence. Every Shepherd can devour the souls of others, including wraiths and evil spirits, and use a unique method to drive these souls and use a certain amount of their powers. It's like herding lambs for a deity. Therefore, no one knows how much power a Shepherd has. It only depends on how many Beyonder souls they have devoured. This makes them appear very terrifying, almost equivalent to a high sequence Beyonder. But some people suspect that there's a limit to the number of souls a Shepherd can devour and graze, but it can be replaced. So that's the meaning of Shepherd. The sequence pathway that the Aurora Order controls is as strange as ever. It's no wonder they believe in the true creator, no, the fallen creator." Klein was enlightened, but he didn't nod, acting as though he already knew. At the same time, he sighed inwardly. "Son, you're still a child after all. This is very important information that can be used to exchange for valuable items." "You actually said it out loud." "You said it out loud, yes. The mystical item that needs to be sealed, Creeping Hunger, shows powers that are very similar to a Sequence 5 Shepherd. Could it be that there are many sealed items that are similar to a particular sequence class, the kind where they lose control? I wonder which sequence class sealed artifact 2-049, the Antigonus family's puppet, is similar to." After listening to Son's explanation, the hanging man Alger nodded as though he had solved a mystery. He fell silent. Audrey was even more curious as she asked, "Which sequence pathway does a Shepherd belong to?" "What's the sequence?" "Secret Suppliant Pathway, 5. Klein took the opportunity to point out without a trace to show that he knew everything. "Secret Suppliant. Aurora Order." Audrey suddenly thought of Mr. A, who was suspected to be an oracle of the Aurora Order. Her heart suddenly felt heavy. She began to seriously consider what price she could pay in exchange for Mr. Fool's help to easily get rid of that disgusting fellow. However, no matter how she thought about it, she couldn't think of a way to move Mr. Fool. Indeed, important figures who are close to deities aren't that easily moved. There aren't many items or matters that interest them to begin with. Audrey sighed inwardly. Temporarily giving up on her impulse, she nodded gratefully at Son, thanking him for giving everyone a new guess about Creeping Hunger, allowing them to come up with a more reasonable and effective response. "Mr. the Hanging Man, I'm willing to accept this request, but I can't guarantee that I'll be able to find Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings," Audrey said as she turned to look at him. "There's no better answer than this. Regardless of whether you succeed or not, as long as you make the attempt, I'll pay you a certain amount later on, such as some secret knowledge and information. And if you succeed, perhaps I can directly provide you with the main ingredients of telepathist. Of course, the premise is that we know what it is," Alger promised with a rare generosity. "Deal," Audrey pursed her lips and replied with a faint smile. Following that, with Klein's permission and help, Alger conjured Zillings's portrait. As one of the 7 pirate admirals, he had a unique broad chin, and his brown hair was tied into an ancient warrior's bun. His dark green eyes seemed to contain a smile, but they were abnormally cold. After discussing the matters that needed to be discussed and sharing the information that needed to be shared, the fool Klein, who sat high above, smiled and announced the end of the day. Then, he saw Justice and the hanging man quickly stand up and bow, while he saw Sun slowly mimic them. He pressed his right hand forward and severed the connection, but he didn't leave immediately. City of Silver, Berg household. Derek looked at the familiar decorations around him and looked at the dark sky that flashed with lightning. For a moment, he was a little dazed. But he quickly snapped out of it and found a goatskin parchment and a quill. He scribbled down the barred formula that he had forced himself to memorize. He read it a few times and finally confirmed that there were no problems. Derek wasn't worried that the upper echelons of the City of Silver would suspect him of possessing the barred formula and becoming an unconventional beyonder. This was because in every previous expedition, the members of the elite team would more or less obtain formulas, ingredients, and strange items from monsters or from the destroyed cities. And during this process, it was quite normal for someone to hide something. As long as it didn't involve anything too important, the captains and upper echelons would tacitly not pursue the matter. Over time, some of the formulas began to circulate through the City of Silver's unofficial channels. Some of them became the foundation of the family's prosperity. The characteristics of the darkness around the City of Silver were relatively fixed. Some ingredients were easy to obtain, while others could only be found deep into the cursed lands. After putting away the goatskin, Derek recalled the mysterious fool's exhortations. Therefore, he bowed his head in his simple bedroom and simply prayed. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Jotun was a very ancient language. It had the mysticism of sacrifices, prayers, and spell casting, so Derek didn't need to switch to ancient Hermes. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. Silently, Klein, who was sitting at the end of the long bronze table, heard the echoing prayers in his ears. He saw the crimson star corresponding to the sun expanding and contracting. However, he didn't attempt to make contact. He planned to respond 10 minutes before the next gathering, so that the youth from the City of Silver could be prepared to be alone. And most importantly, it allowed him to avoid the conversion of time and date, reducing the possibility of damaging the fool's powerful image. After confirming this matter, Klein enveloped himself with his spirituality and suddenly plummeted. After returning to his room, Klein removed the wall of spirituality and prepared to head out again after a short rest. There was no longer a need for him to act as a seer, so there was no need for him to go to the divination club as a fixed schedule. Occasionally, he would go there to earn some extra income and fulfill his supervisory duties as a nighthawk. Originally, Klein had hoped to laze around in the afternoon, but he realized that there was something he hadn't done. He had no choice but to pull himself together. According to their agreement, he had to find Detective Henry today to obtain the final report on the Red Chimney investigation. Sigh, I heard that important figures are all quite busy. I still have to find time to go to the Tingen City Household Servant Assistants Association with Banson and Melissa to find a good maidservant. Klein struggled to change out of his shirt and put on a black tailcoat. He held his half-top hat and silver-inlaid cane and walked out the door like a gentleman. Inside the private detective agency. Sir, your commission has been completed. The drunken private detective, Henry, looked at the gentleman in a black tuxedo, half-top hat, and dark face mask before him. He heaved a sigh of relief and said, "This really wasn't an easy mission. It wasn't difficult, but it took up too much of our energy. Frankly speaking, I'm very regretful. I regret that the price I offered was too low. No matter what you say, I won't pay an extra penny." Klein emphasized inwardly as he pointed at the thick stack of documents on the coffee table. "This is the investigation report?" "Yes." Henry pressed down on the investigation report that was at least 60 pages long and sighed. "This is the most troublesome." Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Klein hand over 4 one-pound notes. Hence, he turned his attention to identifying the authenticity. "This is the final payment." Klein reached out to hold the thick investigation report. Henry coughed and said, "You really are an honest and trustworthy gentleman. You really are an honest and trustworthy gentleman." Sigh, I didn't expect that the investigation report would use so much paper. It was completely out of my budget. At that moment, Klein picked up the extremely thick investigation report and stood up. He bowed slightly and immediately walked towards the door with his cane in hand. Just like that, Detective Henry's subsequent words were stuck in his throat. How could I possibly pay for the cost of the investigation report's paper? It's included in the overall commission fee. Klein touched the remaining £5 and ate solely of his private stash and grumbled inwardly as he walked briskly to Basic Street. He first observed his surroundings and confirmed that no one was paying attention to him before he agilely left the area and found an opportunity to remove his mask. Klein didn't plan on returning home immediately. Instead, he planned on finding a coffee shop nearby to quickly sort out the investigation report. He wanted to find the houses that had changed tenants after his divination of the red chimney. Then, he would use the time before dinner to check those houses. There were quite a number of coffee shops in the neighborhood, but almost none of them met Klein's requirements. Ever since steam and machinery became the symbol of the era, more and more coffee shops lowered their standards and became cheap restaurants. They provided tea, coffee, bread, toast, and dishes like lamb stew with peas to the busy laborers. Hence, respectable gentlemen and ladies no longer went to coffee shops to chat. They no longer used such behavior as a symbol of their status. All kinds of clubs began to appear, replacing the original social functions of coffee shops. After walking for a while, Klein finally found a coffee shop with a decent environment. After sitting at a booth in a secluded corner, he took a sip of his Southville coffee, which only cost 3.5 pence, and carefully flipped open the investigation report. In Tianjin City's North Borough, East Borough, West Borough, Golden Indus Borough, Dock Borough, and University Borough, a total of 1,179 houses have dark red chimneys. In Tianjin City's suburbs, a total of 546 houses have the red chimneys described by the employer. This doesn't include the towns and villages that belong to Tianjin but are relatively far away. The following is the address of each house and the corresponding landlord and tenant information. According to the employer's request, I have done a more detailed investigation of the situation in the past 3 months. Klein scanned through page after page, constantly making notes on the piece of paper he brought with him with a fountain pen. Finally, he discovered that after he had divined the red chimney, a total of 25 houses had experienced a change in tenants. Not too many. I'll try to finish the investigation within 2 days. Yes, I've seen that red chimney in my dream divination, and I've seen parts of that house. As long as I encounter it again in reality, I'll definitely feel a sense of familiarity from my spirituality, and thus confirm the target. To put it simply, I'm a human detector. Klein nodded silently. Based on the different locations of the houses, he planned the 15 houses that he had to visit that day. As for whether such an operation would be dangerous, he didn't need a divination to know the answer. Since there was a change in tenants, it meant that the mastermind who caused his fate to be inconsistent and kept encountering coincidences had already left. I hope I can find out what the previous tenant looked like from the landlord. However, since the mastermind can influence my fate without me noticing and make the coincidences appear natural, he must have a way to erase the traces of his existence. Sigh, I can only pray to the goddess to make that guy make a mistake. Klein exhaled and forced himself to perk up. He put on his silk top hat, picked up his cane and report, got up, and walked out of the coffee shop. Following that, he spent 2 solely to hire a 2-wheeled carriage and went to the 15 houses with red chimneys before dinner. Unfortunately, they weren't the ones he had seen in his dream. If the results of tomorrow's investigation are still the same, things will be troublesome. He's actually still living in the house with the red chimney that I previously divined. This either means that he's confident enough that he's not afraid of my investigation or even the arrest of the Tianjin Nighthawks, or it means that he doesn't know that he's exposed, and that the power that resisted my divination was a power that doesn't completely belong to him. Klein stood at the entrance of 2 Daffodil Street, analyzing one possibility after another. After a few minutes, he patted the dust off his black tuxedo, pressed down on the half-top hat on his head, took out his copper key, and opened the door to go home with a smile. He planned to prepare braised lamb and honey-roasted meat for Banson and Melissa that night. At 11 o'clock at night, the 3 siblings entered their respective bedrooms after saying goodnight to each other. Klein closed the door and stood in front of his desk. Under the light of the gas lamp, he looked out of the oriel window. At that moment, the nearby streets were completely dark. There were only a few street lamps guiding the way. The stars in the sky were embedded in the black curtain, and they were not very clear. I wonder what Bakeland, which is known as the land of hope and the capital of capitals, looks like. Klein muttered silently. He reached out to grab the curtain and was about to pull it open. Whoosh, at that moment, a cold wind blew without warning, and the light from the gas lamp suddenly turned dark green. Klein subconsciously took a few steps back, and very professionally, he tapped his left molar twice. At the same time, he leaned towards the headboard and tried to grab the pistol under his pillow. In his vision, a face suddenly appeared on the wall above the desk and under the gas lamp. It had no eyes, no nose, and only a translucent mouth. "Don't shoot," the face said with its mouth open and closed. "It can communicate?" Klein already had his gun in hand, and he aimed at the target. "What are you trying to do?" he asked in a deep voice. The face let out a light chuckle. "I'm Daly." "Daly? Spirit medium Daly?" "The spirit medium Daly who was transferred to the Bakeland diocese?" Klein frowned in puzzlement. "I'm Daly? I know that this kind of visit is too rude, and I should inform you in advance so that you can be fully prepared. However, it's not convenient for me to meet you directly, so I can only communicate with you through this little guy." The translucent eyeless and noseless face laughed. Although her voice isn't right and is ethereal and ear-piercing, it's indeed Madame Daly's style of speaking. The powers of a spirit medium sure are cool. Klein sighed inwardly. Without lowering his gun, he asked, without lowering the muzzle, he asked, "Ma'am, what do you wish to communicate with me?" Without lowering his gun, he asked, "If I were you, I would first seal the bedroom with spirituality. Otherwise, your family will think that you have a mental problem." The translucent face joked. "Heh, you don't have to be so wary. I only returned to Tingen in secret because of Dunn's letter. As you know, Nighthawks are not allowed to leave their jurisdiction as they please." "Captain's letter?" Klein didn't go near the desk. Instead, he took out the holy night powder from the inner pocket of his black trench coat on the coat rack. "Dunn and I are both Beyonders who grew up in the Tingen Nighthawks. We have always maintained a good relationship. Last Thursday, yes, Thursday, he sent me a letter and mentioned you. He said that you imitated the maxim of a mystery prior and concluded your own seer's code of conduct from divination. He also claimed that this effectively helped you grasp the potion, preventing you from hearing things you shouldn't hear or seeing things you shouldn't see. Dunn said that this is very similar to me." "Heh, are you really not going to seal the room?" "I personally don't mind being misunderstood by your brother and sister," the translucent face explained unhurriedly. "So that's how it is. It's really Ma'am Daly." Klein heaved a sigh of relief and stuffed the holy night powder back into his inner pocket. He then walked to the desk and took out a silver knife used for ceremonies from the drawer. After quickly constructing a wall of spirituality, he turned to look at the strange face that protruded from the wall. "Ma'am Daly, what else did the captain say in the letter?" He only expressed his doubts and felt that he had grasped something, but he was unable to understand it clearly. "He hoped to get my opinion," Daly said with the help of the strange face that had no eyes or nose. "And when I finished reading the letter this morning, I knew that you were definitely not as ignorant as you described yourself. Heh, Mr. Moretti, I believe you have already concluded the acting method." "Is that why you came to me?" Klein asked without confirming or denying it. Daly already knows about the acting method. He calmly made a judgment in his heart. Daly made the translucent face reveal a smile. "Yes. I believe we should be honest with each other on this matter. I know that you have concluded the acting method, and you definitely know that I have grasped the acting method. Sigh, what's unpleasant is that it took me nearly 2 years to clearly understand it. As for you, you have only been a Beyonder for a month and a half." Upon hearing Daly's words, Klein deliberated for a moment before calmly smiling. "That's because I have you as my role model." He originally wanted to say, "I'm only standing on the shoulders of giants," but he ultimately decided not to give Roselle the Great another chance to appear in his ears. Klein's reply made Daly chuckle. Her translucent face, which only had a mouth, said, the translucent face with only a mouth said, "Even if you obtained inspiration from the mystery prior's maxim and confirmed your thoughts from my experience and performance, it only took you a month or so to clearly understand acting, and come up with your own seer principles. This is enough to prove that you have outstanding wisdom and open-mindedness." Klein didn't harp on the topic that made him feel guilty. Instead, he asked, do the upper echelons of the church know of this so-called acting method? Without a doubt, they know very well. I've once flipped through the historical records of the church, searching for those who rapidly advanced without regard for the rules. I discovered that there are quite a number of such nighthawks and bishops, and I'm not the most special one. As for their endings. At this point, Daly deliberately paused, and her tone seemed heavy. What were their endings? Klein's heart tightened as he blurted out a question. Could it be that the Church of the Evernight Goddess views the acting method as a temptation to evil gods and devils? The translucent face with no eyes, nose, or ears suddenly laughed out loud. Their endings were rather good. Other than those who lost control or were sacrificed in supernatural incidents, the rest at least became archbishops or high-ranking deacons. Among them, there was no lack of Beyonders who successfully advanced to high-sequence Beyonders. Well, in the Church of the Goddess, Sequence 4 and Sequence 3 are collectively known as saints, while Sequence 2 and Sequence 1 are grounded angels. Of course, every angel was once a saint. Daly, you were deliberately scaring me just now. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched. He didn't hide his puzzlement as he asked, since the church has long grasped the acting method, why don't they tell it to every nighthawk? Although it can't completely prevent the loss of control, it can definitely greatly reduce the corresponding probability and reduce unnecessary losses. The translucent face with only a mouth appeared a little confused. I don't know why either. They told me that when I became an archbishop or a high-ranking deacon, I would be able to understand this secret. I came to you today because I hope that you can clearly tell Dunn about the acting method before submitting the special application. Klein didn't foolishly ask him why he didn't do it himself. Instead, he said thoughtfully, once I'm noticed by the church, I have to make a promise, a vow, not to tell anyone else about the acting method? Yes, in front of the goddess's holy relic, swearing in her name is sufficiently binding. Believe me, you definitely don't want to know the consequences of violating it. All I can do now is chat with someone like you who has mastered the acting method. Your body's condition already told me the answer before you answered. That's why I dared to say that term. Daly made the strange face sigh. She paused for a moment before continuing. At that time, I only vaguely grasped the essence of acting and quickly digested the potion. Yes, in the upper echelons of the church, using the word digesting to describe the mastery of the potion is very appropriate. In short, before I made the vow and was told about the acting method, I did not have a very clear understanding of this matter, so I could not accurately warn Dunn and the others. I had already given up, but I didn't expect to meet you, a weirdo, no, a genius, who clearly recognized the acting method before submitting the special application. So that's how you see me, ma'am. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he solemnly promised. I originally planned to use the special application to warn Captain about the existence of the acting method. With your explanation, ma'am, I don't need to worry about anything. Very good. You really are a kind lad. Daly's tone was clearly relaxed. Ma'am, you seem to be only 2 or 3 years older than me. Klein pointed out her problem inwardly. Without waiting for him to speak, the strange translucent face continued, if you have any questions or need any help, you can write to me. If you have any questions, or if you need any help, you can write to me. Wait for me, wait for me to become an archbishop or a senior deacon. When I understand why the church hides the secret of the acting method, I will hint to you whether this matter is good or bad. Klein's mind jolted as he asked without hesitation, ma'am, what's your address? To him, having one more helper was good. Furthermore, this was a relatively powerful spirit medium. Faced with Klein, who didn't reject her request at all, Daly fell silent for a few seconds before chuckling. Our communication shouldn't be done through the post office. We shouldn't use normal letters. That's very unsafe. I'll teach you a relatively simple ritualistic magic. It can summon a unique spirit that belongs to me. Pass the letter you have written to it, and it will accurately deliver it to me. It's not as fast as a telegram, but it's faster than a steam locomotive. You can finish it by noon, and I'll receive it in Backlund that night. Klein listened attentively and nodded slightly, very practical ritualistic magic. Daly chuckled softly. The characteristic of this ritualistic magic is to pray to oneself and extract power from one's spirituality. There's no need to go through a deity, so it's rather hidden. However, it's usually not very powerful. First, choose the herbs and essential oils that correspond to your domain. This is no different from normal ritualistic magic, but you only need the candle that symbolizes you. Then, there's the incantation. There are 3 paragraphs. The first is I. Use ancient Hermes, Jotun, Dragonese, or Elvish to shout I. The second paragraph is I summon in my name. You can switch to Hermes. The third paragraph is a detailed description of the summoned object. For example, what you'll be using later: a spirit that wanders the unfounded, a creature from the higher world that's being driven by humans, a messenger that belongs solely to Daily Simone. Higher world? In the field of mysticism, this often refers to the spirit world. As Klein carefully memorized it, he analyzed the process of the ritual. In this aspect, he could barely be considered an expert. The advantage of this kind of ritualistic magic is that it bypasses the deity and purely uses one's own power. This also allows one to not be restricted by the domain of the deity and obtain a variety of spell effects. The problem is that it depends on one's own strength. The weak will always be weak, and the strong will always be strong. Klein felt that he had obtained new knowledge. This was a mysticism that he was unable to dispel at his current sequence. Daly repeated the description a few times and emphasized solemnly, remember, don't casually change the specific description of the summoned object. Remember, don't casually change the description of the summoned creature. It's easy to attract terrifying monsters. All right. Klein nodded honestly. At the same time, he suddenly thought of something. If I change the description of the summoned object to the fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck, what will be summoned? Will it be completely ineffective, or will the gray fog suddenly descend? Or will I need to go to that mysterious space to respond? Will this help me stir up more of the power above the gray fog? Will this lead to some terrifying chain reaction? Klein, who had just successfully courted death with the mutated sun's sacred emblem, still felt a lingering fear. In the end, he followed his heart's wishes and decided to divine above the gray fog before deciding if he should attempt it. He thought for a moment and asked with interest, if we strictly use the acting method, how long does it take to go from sequence 8 to sequence 7? And how long does it take to go from sequence 7 to sequence 6? According to the information I've read, sequence 8 to sequence 7 takes anywhere from 3 months to 2 years. It depends on whether you can quickly comprehend the core spirit and the corresponding rules during the acting process. Sequence 7 to sequence 6 takes half a year to 3 years. Sequence 6 to sequence 5 is about the same. Sequence 5 to sequence 4 takes 3 to 20 years. Daly gave a general description. Klein suddenly laughed. So, you've already reached sequence 6? He had heard from Dunn that Daly took a year to go from sequence 9 corpse collector to sequence 8 gravedigger. She also took a year to go from gravedigger to sequence 7 spirit medium. And she had only been a beyonder for 5 years. In other words, Daly had been a spirit medium for about 3 years. Yes, this is also the reason why I was transferred to the Bakelin diocese. The strange, translucent face answered frankly. My current occupation is spirit guide, but I prefer the title of spirit medium. Alright, this little guy is tired. I have to leave. Under such circumstances, I won't say, may the goddess bless you. May you have sweet dreams. Klein pressed his hand to his chest and bowed with a smile. No, there won't be any sweet dreams tonight. I have to rush back to Bakeland. This isn't a pleasant experience. It's like having sex with someone you don't like. Daly's voice became softer and softer. The translucent face without eyes or nose slowly retracted into the wall, leaving no trace behind. The light from the gas lamp brightened, and all the gloomy green disappeared without a trace. Klein, who had his spirit vision activated, stared at the changes in a daze. It took him a long time to snap back to his senses. A spirit medium, no, a spirit guide is really impressive. He can actually create a messenger in the mysticism domain. I wonder if my sequence 7 and sequence 6 will be special, he muttered silently to himself. He quickly dispelled the wall of spirituality and extinguished the gas lamp in the bedroom. He then quietly lay down on the bed in the darkness. He didn't plan on going above the gray fog that night. He had to be wary of Daly suddenly returning and saying what Dunsmith said, "Right, I forgot something." When that happened, he wouldn't be able to silence her even if he wanted to. The next day, Klein entered the Blackthorn Security Company 3 minutes early. "Good morning, Klein. The new clerk is here." Roshan greeted him with a bright smile. Klein was sincerely happy for her. "Congratulations, Roshan. The goddess has heard your prayers. My skin's condition is returning." Roshan's eyes lit up as she nodded. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Klein walked to the partition and knocked on the captain's office door. "Please come in." Dunn's mellow voice sounded. Klein pushed the door open and saw the captain instinctively sitting up straight. His gray eyes turned deep, as though he was prepared for something to happen. Ahem. He cleared his throat and sat down with his hat and cane. "Captain, I have something to report." Klein looked at the serious Dunsmith and suddenly smiled. "Captain, I figured something out yesterday." "What is it?" Dunn repeated his question and leaned back in his chair. He loosened his clasped hands. Klein recalled the script he had prepared. "I'm summarizing my previous experience. I believe that the name of a potion contains a series of rules that help us control the potion and avoid negative effects. And when we follow these rules to deal with matters, we seem to become a person of the corresponding profession. Similarly, these rules are implicit. No one can tell you directly. You can only summarize them bit by bit from the corresponding profession, and then modify them according to the feedback of different effects. So, when I became a true seer in the divination club and obtained my own seer principles, the ravings and hallucinations that plagued me disappeared. That's what I figured out." After saying that, Klein secretly exhaled. Other than not directly mentioning acting, he had said everything he needed to say. "Sigh, I just hope that Captain doesn't say that I already have such a clear idea when the church sends someone to inquire. That would attract more attention. Coupled with the seer pathway and the Antigonus family, there might be quite a bit of trouble when the time comes. However, Captain is also someone who has seen many things. He's experienced and intelligent. Once he figures out the acting method, he'll definitely notice that the church is hiding something from him. He'll know what to say and what not to say." Klein's mind was filled with thoughts as he felt a little confused. However, he quickly made up his mind and came up with a plan. If Captain still doesn't figure out the acting method or doesn't notice the church is hiding something, then I'll directly remind him before submitting the special request. Yes, I'll first test him and confirm his intentions. Dunn quietly listened to Klein's description as his gray eyes turned deeper. He was silent for more than 10 seconds before he reached out to rub his temples. Then, he picked up his pipe and took a whiff. After sniffing it, he seemed to have forgotten the rules of the Nighthawks and took out a matchbox. The greenish-white smoke slowly rose. Dunn half closed his eyes, as if he was tasting the tobacco. After a while, he opened his eyes and smiled at Klein. "Sorry, I forgot you don't smoke." "Smoking is bad for your health," Klein answered seriously. Dunn held his pipe and thought for a moment. "I seem to have understood something as well." "No, Captain, you don't understand anything. Anyway, don't wander into my dreams too often." Klein didn't reply with a question. He just smiled warmly. "Maybe it won't be long before you come to submit a special application." Dunn took a deep breath of the minty tobacco and said half jokingly and half emotionally, "How about tomorrow?" Klein replied inwardly. He took out his pocket watch and looked at the time. "Captain, I have to go find old Neil. Today's mysticism class is about to begin." "All right." Dunn held his pipe and watched Klein leave. After closing the door to the captain's office, Klein walked to the staircase that led underground in a good mood. When he passed by the clerk's office, he saw a man and a woman he didn't know. A new civilian employee. Klein nodded thoughtfully and added inwardly, "That's not the case. I'll submit a special application to Captain within this week in another 2 days, then, I'll pass a series of tests and become a Sequence 8 clown." In the dark and quiet underground tunnel, Klein turned to the armory and pushed open the door to the guard room. What happened to you? He jumped in fright when he saw old Neil's appearance. Old Neil was dispirited and his face was pale. He kept yawning. I've been feeling constipated recently. Last night, I tried a ritualistic magic to solve this problem, but I didn't sleep well the whole night. I kept running to the bathroom, and in the end, I almost fell asleep on the toilet. The constipation problem is solved. Seeing that it wasn't a big problem, Klein suddenly felt like laughing. But he restrained himself and asked, "What's the matter? Are you feeling better now?" At the same time, he tapped his left molar twice in concern and used his spirit vision to observe old Neil's healthy aura. The yellow color of the digestive system and the orange color of the excretion and detoxification are a little dim and mottled, but fortunately, it's within a reasonable range. Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief. I'm fine. I asked Fry for some anti-diarrhea medicine. Old Neil yawned like a heavy smoker and said, "You can study on your own for today's mysticism class. It's only the last 2 or 3 days of content anyway." "All right," Klein said politely. "Or maybe I'll guard the armory here and study mysticism. You can go to the lounge to catch up on your sleep?" Old Neil instantly straightened his back and answered with bright eyes, "Little Moretti, you are indeed a compassionate nighthawk, second only to Fry. I'll leave the armory to you." He picked up the blanket on his lap and rushed out of the guard room like a whirlwind, leaving Klein alone in a daze. In the morning, the Blackthorn Security Company received an additional job. It was to escort a wealthy merchant to the harbor to make a deal. Leonard and Kenley completed the job easily and earned quite a bit of extra income, which made Klein rather envious. On the other hand, he continued to delve deeper into mystery and practice his spear techniques. He was tormented by Mr. Gawain, who had somehow provoked him. Huff, huff. Klein opened his mouth and gasped for air. It took him a long time to regain the ability to take a shower and change his clothes. After leaving Gawain's house, he continued to be busy. He spent 2 solely to hire a rental carriage and passed by the remaining 10 houses with red chimneys. When the last dark red chimney disappeared from his sight, Klein's expression became very solemn. "The house with the red chimney that I saw in my divination isn't one of the houses that have recently changed tenants. If that's the case, things are going to be troublesome. I wonder how long it will take to finish investigating the 1,600 to 1,700 houses. Sigh, I can't get anyone else to help me with this matter. After all, only I have that spiritual sense of familiarity with the target. I can't be discouraged, and I can't give up. As long as I'm free, I'll investigate. I'll try to find the target in 3 months, no, 2 months. Who knows, the target might be among the houses I investigate tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Yes, I'll go back and organize the information. I'll plan my daily investigation route based on the areas near and far." Klein encouraged himself and tried to distance himself from his dejection. Having made up his mind, he was about to instruct the carriage driver to turn into Daffodil Street when he realized that it was very close to Instructor Aztec's house. Before Mr. Aztec went on his trip, he wrote to me that he would be back this week, but he didn't mention the exact date. I'll drop by on the way to take a look and leave him a note. Yes, I'll rent a carriage for 2 solely an hour. It's almost time, so I'll take Mr. Azek's place as the final destination. After that, I'll switch to a public carriage. 4 minutes later, he alighted from the carriage and arrived outside Aztec's house. The quality of the houses here was obviously better than Daffodil Street, but not as good as House Street. There was a lawn in front of the house and a small garden in the back. Ding! 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 Klein pulled the rope at the door and rang the bell in the house. After a while, he heard footsteps coming from inside. Then, he saw the door open. Aztec with soft facial features and bronze skin appeared in front of Klein. As he was at home, he was casually dressed in a white shirt, brown vest, and brown trousers. "Klein? I was just about to write to you," Aztec greeted him warmly. "I just got home last night." Klein took a deep look at the tiny mole below his right ear. "Mr. Aztec, I found clues about your past." "Really?" Aztec's expression instantly turned excited. His eyes, which were filled with the vicissitudes of life, lost their calmness. "Let's talk inside." Klein looked to his left and right. Aztec nodded quickly and made way for the guest to enter. He locked the door and led Klein to the living room on the first floor. He sat on the soft sofa. "What clues did you find?" he asked eagerly. Klein didn't expect to meet Mr. Aztec today. He organized his words and said, "I recently received a commission to eliminate a wraith in an abandoned castle outside Lamud town." Lamud. Azek repeated the name in a low voice, his brows furrowing a little. Looking at his expression, Klein slowed down and said, "In the process of eliminating the wraith, we discovered something. In the process of eliminating the vengeful spirits, we discovered something, so we went to the town to investigate. A townsfolk claimed to have a portrait of the first Baron Lamud and tried to sell it to me. Out of curiosity, I looked at the oil painting and realized that the person in the painting, other than the hairstyle and facial features, is very similar to you, Mr. Azek. Even the mole below the ear has the same position and size." Under my interrogation, the townsfolk confessed that the oil painting was made more than 40 years ago, but the object it was imitating did come from an abandoned castle. It was indeed an ancient portrait that was dug out from there. As you know, people with unique abilities like us have a skill to detect lies. And this skill told me that the townsfolk wasn't lying. Azek leaned forward as he listened. He clasped his hands and didn't speak for a long time. He remained silent the entire time. After 5 minutes, he exhaled and said, "Your description didn't make me recall anything else. Your description didn't make me remember anything else. Maybe I should go see that abandoned castle for myself. Can you bring me there?" "That would be my honor." Klein was already prepared as he replied, "But I need to make a trip home, lest my brother and sister worry." 2 Daffodil Street. Klein nodded at Aztec and quickly walked to the front of the house. He took out his keys and opened the door. Melissa, who had already returned home, heard the sound of the lock turning. She hurriedly moved from the kitchen to the living room. Upon seeing Klein, her eyes lit up. "I bought the ingredients. There's chicken, potatoes, onions, fish, turnips, and peas. I also bought a small jar of honey. Sister, have you also gotten used to the occasional extravagance?" Klein chuckled and said, "You'll have to prepare dinner today. You don't have to consider my share. I have matters to attend to and might only be back in the wee hours of the morning." "Oh, help Instructor Aztec. He's a professor of Koei University's history department." As he spoke, he turned and pointed at the carriage waiting outside the door. Melissa's lips opened and closed twice before she pursed them. "All right." Klein bade his sister farewell and walked out the door. He boarded the rental carriage that Aztec hired and arrived at Lamud town in 2 hours and 40 minutes. It was nearly 9 o'clock, and the sky was completely dark. Only the crimson moon and scattered stars occasionally penetrated the clouds to illuminate the areas without gas lamps. After instructing the carriage driver to wait in the town, Klein led Aztec on the road to the abandoned castle. As they walked, he realized that Aztec was getting faster and faster. He had to jog to keep up, and in the end, it was even Aztec leading the way. Klein wanted to say something, but when he saw the other party's silent face and tightly pursed lips, he wisely swallowed his words back down his throat. At this speed, it didn't take long for the two to arrive in front of the abandoned castle. It was almost in ruins, but it stretched out its body in the thick darkness, pointing towards the sky. It was desolate, gloomy, and gloomy. Aztec stared at the abandoned castle and slowed down his footsteps. He stopped there, his eyes occasionally deep and distant, as though he was constantly wandering between a dream and reality. Suddenly, he grunted in pain and raised his hand to pinch his forehead. The muscles on his face contorted into a hideous state. "Mr. Aztec, what's wrong?" Klein asked cautiously as he activated his spirit vision. Back when he was on the rental carriage back to Daffodil Street, he had secretly performed a quick divination by playing with a coin. He predicted that his return to Lamud would be safe. However, he believed that divination wasn't omnipotent. He was constantly on guard against any mistakes in his interpretation, or problems with the organization of the divination statements. Furthermore, Instructor Azek was a mysterious powerhouse. No one knew what his past was like, and no one knew how he would react if he were to be provoked. Caution, wariness, and worry became a normal emotion for Klein. Azek didn't answer immediately. With a pained expression, he took 2 steps forward and released the hand that was pinching his forehead. He pointed forward and said in a dreamy tone, "I've seen this castle in my dreams." Back then, it was still complete. It had a sturdy outer wall and a tall spire. I remember that there was a stable there, a well there, and a barracks there. There was a field there to grow potatoes and sweet potatoes. I remember there was a training field there. My child, he was a boy. He was only 7 or 8 years old, but he liked to run around with a broadsword that was taller than him. He said that he wanted to become a knight in the future. My wife always complained that the castle was too dark. She liked the sunlight and the feeling of warmth. Klein, who was observing the color of Aztec's aura, felt his scalp tingle. He was slightly touched, as though he was experiencing a supernatural story himself. This ancient castle is indeed related to Mr. Aztec. Could he really be the first Baron Lamud, a beyonder creature that has lived for 1,300 years? Is he a human or an evil spirit? That's not right. How could there be an evil spirit that runs around in the sunlight and has come into contact with the Nighthawks? Klein couldn't control his thoughts. He allowed them to collide with each other and trigger more thoughts. At that moment, Aztec stopped his ravings and walked through the door. He walked all the way inside. Without Klein's guidance, he found the mechanism and opened the secret door that led to the basement. Holding his cane tightly, Klein walked 2 steps behind Aztec. He walked down the stairs and returned to the place where the coffin was placed. Unlike what he had seen before, the lid of the coffin had been closed, and the warm and pure feeling had disappeared. The coffin has been closed. It's probably done by Fry. This is the professional ethics of a corpse collector. Klein nodded thoughtfully. He used his spirit vision to watch the emotionally confused Aztec walk to the coffin. Aztec reached out and pushed the coffin's lid open a gap. He stared at the headless skeleton for a long time before he suddenly let out a sorrowful and painful wail. Thud. 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 Aztec retreated with heavy footsteps. Before Klein could react, he stumbled and fell, sliding against the wall. He covered his face with his hands and sat there dejectedly. His surroundings suddenly turned even darker. Klein took 2 steps forward. He was about to reach out, but he retracted his hand, not daring to disturb him. At that moment, his spiritual perception told him that the current Mr. Aztec was extremely terrifying. He was so terrifying that the basement had turned cold and sinister. Klein silently moved his feet and approached the stairs. He believed in Mr. Aztec's character, but he was afraid that he would lose control. Amidst this unease, he waited for a few minutes. Finally, he saw Aztec lower his hands and slowly stand up. Mr. Aztec seems to have changed a little. That's the answer my spiritual perception gives me. But in his spirit vision, there's no obvious change in the color of his aura. His emotions are still as gloomy, dejected, and pained as before. Klein quickly made a judgment. He felt that Instructor Aztec had become deeper and more dignified. I remember some things, but only a very small part, Aztec said in an emotionless tone. Following that, he surveyed his surroundings. I sensed the power that caused your fate to be out of sync here. Ah? Klein was stunned at first, but then he asked in surprise, can you trace its source? The mastermind living in the house with the red chimney not only created coincidences, but also came to Lamud Castle and took the head of the knight in black armor. What is he trying to do? What is his real purpose? It's been too long, but I want to give it a try. Aztec's deep voice seemed to contain a volcano that was about to erupt. How? Klein asked curiously. Aztec walked back to the front of the coffin and stared at the bones inside. He took the skull of my child. I want to use the blood connection to find him. Your child? Mr. Aztec, are you sure that the knight in black armor is your child? You're really an old antique. Do you really lose your memory every once in a while? And this is the price for a long life? Klein secretly took a deep breath. He had the illusion that he was in contact with a mythical creature. At this moment, Aztec stretched out his right hand and cut his index finger with his suddenly sharp thumbnail. A drop of red blood dripped down, accurately staining the white bones. It quickly seeped into the bones and instantly turned the entire skeleton blood red. Wah! 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 Klein suddenly heard the cry of a baby and felt that someone was staring at him from behind. He suddenly pulled out his revolver and pointed it behind him. He then slowly turned around, but there was nothing in front of him. Even the stairs leading to the ground were gone. Wah! Wah! The cry of the baby drilled into Klein's ears. He looked at the coffin again and was shocked to see that there were shapeless or distorted faces mixed with black fog, forming a strange door. Creak! The illusory door opened, and one pale arm after another reached out. However, they all evaporated into black fog in front of Aztec. Through the crack in the door, Klein saw a white skull. It was carelessly thrown under a dark brown tree and rotted into powder in the wind. Clang! Countless pale arms were suddenly cut off by the door and fell to the ground. At this moment, Klein heard a long sigh. It was Mr. Aztec's sigh. It was a sigh that pierced through the heavy history. Following this sigh, the black fog disappeared and the crying of the baby came to an abrupt stop. Everything returned to normal, but it was a lot colder. Klein clenched his teeth and shivered. He looked into the coffin and saw that the crimson skeleton had turned back into a translucent white. "I'm sorry, I couldn't find him," Aztec said in a low voice with his back facing Klein. At the same time, he closed the lid of the coffin. "It's normal that you didn't find him. It's a surprise that you found him," Klein comforted him. "Anyway, I've been disappointed many times in this matter," he added silently in his heart. Aztec looked at the coffin in front of him again and slowly turned around. "I'll continue to investigate, and I hope to receive your help." "No problem, that's exactly what I want to do." Klein resisted the urge to tell Aztec about the red chimney right there and then. Because it would be useless even if he told him. He could only rely on himself to confirm the target. However, this also solved a big problem for him, which was how to lure the Nighthawks in after finding the house with the red chimney. He did not believe that he could kill such a mysterious and terrifying mastermind alone. But now, he could seek Mr. Aztec's help. Aztec opened his mouth but did not say anything. He only sighed and walked towards the stairs in silence. After leaving the basement and closing the secret door, the two walked along the path filled with weeds and thorns. Neither of them spoke a word as they walked out of the abandoned castle. In the dark night, Aztec suddenly said, "When this matter is resolved, I will resign and leave Tinjin to pursue my lost past." The owl's cry was accompanied by the chirping of insects as it reverberated on the road leading from the abandoned castle to the town. Aztec looked ahead and was silent for a few seconds. "Although I'm not completely sure, I have some ideas. Perhaps I am a person who has lived for a very, very long time. Mr. Aztec, you really should seriously consider whether you are still in the category of human." Klein replied in his heart, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. In the wilderness, in the dead of night, it always made people feel weak. I must have paid a price to have such a long life. I have lived from the end of the fourth epoch until now, like a ghost wandering all over the continent. Aztec's voice was low as if he was suppressing his inner emotions. "I don't remember the past. I have forgotten the people and things that I swore to remember." Klein thoughtfully used his cane to poke at the weeds in front of him. "Mr. Aztec, I have a guess about your condition." "What conjecture?" Aztec tilted his head and glanced at his companion. "I believe that your forgetfulness is a cycle. Perhaps you will die once every few decades and wipe away your previous memories. Then, after a certain period of time, you will wake up from your dark slumber and begin a new life. Only by doing so can you explain the different dreams you have. They are the things you encountered in your different lives." Klein described his theory. Aztec's footsteps suddenly slowed down, as if the darkness was tugging at the corner of his clothes. He looked ahead with a gloomy gaze and said after a while, "This matches some of the memories that I've awakened from the stimulation just now." Did he awaken some of his memories due to the stimulation just now? Klein's heart skipped a beat and he blurted out, "Mr. Aztec, perhaps you don't need to leave Tinjin to search for your lost past. You will slowly recall it." "Why?" Aztec tilted his head in surprise. Klein smiled. "You haven't completely lost your memory. The fact that you've awakened part of it today is proof. Also, do you remember when you woke up in Bakeland and realized that you had forgotten the past?" Aztec nodded solemnly. "This is a nightmare that has been plaguing me." Klein tapped his silver-inlaid black cane and explained in detail. Before today, I didn't think that there was anything wrong with this matter. But after combining your description and my own speculation, it seems a little strange. When you woke up from a dream, you had a new identity and enough money, and a way to appear without scaring others. Everything seemed to have been arranged, and you quickly integrated into society. Then who arranged it? There's only one answer: the past you. The you of the past recovered your memories and knew that you were about to usher in a new life, so you arranged everything to avoid suspicion. Aztec stopped and looked at the sparse and dim lights in the town in the distance. He once again fell into a long silence. Perhaps the parents I've been looking for are the past me. He sighed, indirectly admitting that Klein's reasoning was very convincing. Therefore, you don't need to do anything. All you need to do is wait patiently, and you will slowly recover your memories. Klein gave a conclusion to console him. Aztec subconsciously waved his cane, and then his entire body seemed to transform into a marble statue. After a long while, he replied with a profound gaze. Perhaps only when my old life comes to an end will I completely recover my memories. I don't want to wait that long. I want to have ample time to figure out and escape this fate. Therefore, I have to take the initiative to search for the past and stimulate myself bit by bit to complete the awakening you guessed ahead of time. And waiting will only make me repeat the cycle from before. This is indeed the choice that I look forward to the most. Klein didn't try to persuade him any further. Instead, he said, Mr. Aztec, apart from helping each other find the culprit who caused my fate to be discordant and took away your child's skull, can I implore you to help me with something trivial? Aztec nodded slightly. What do you need me to do? Klein organized his words and said, I hope that next week, or the week after that, you can go to a small town near Tianjin. It's best if you take a carriage to arrive within 2 to 5 hours. Create some supernatural incidents that won't harm anyone. Yes, I saw that you were able to trace the criminal based on the bloodline connection just now. You should be proficient in certain things in the field of necromancy. No problem. Aztec agreed without hesitation. He didn't ask why Klein wanted him to do that. At the same time, he tacitly agreed with Klein's conjecture of his abilities. Thank you. This matter is very important to me. Yes, when you choose the targets for the supernatural incidents, you can only choose the believers of the Evernight goddess. Also, don't leave any clues behind, Klein exhorted. Only then would the matter be reported to the Tianjin Nighthawks. Only then would he be able to join the mission team and suggest the use of sealed artifact 3-0782. Only then would he be able to steal the sealed artifact, which was the mutated sun's sacred emblem's power of God's blood, and create the flaring sun charm during the guard rotation. This was the most powerful item he could obtain at the moment. With the mastermind living in the house with the red chimney yet to leave Tianjin, and with him constantly investigating, Klein had to do everything he could to become stronger. Yes, according to the knowledge I obtained, stealing a little of its power won't cause any damage to 3-0782. At most, it will reduce the number of years its purification effects can last. I'm doing this for the peace and stability of Tianjin City. Klein defended himself in his heart. Aztec didn't care about Klein's motives. He nodded and said, I'll tell you the name of the town and the approximate time in advance so that you can be prepared. Phew. Klein heaved a sigh of relief. He felt that his trip to Lamud town hadn't been in vain. Yes, even though he had only uncovered the outermost veil of Mr. Aztec's mysteries, and there were still many unknowns and unsolved mysteries, he had at least gained his friendship. He had found a reliable ally in dealing with the mastermind. At 11:30 at night, Klein returned to 2 Daffodil Street, tired, sleepy, and hungry. Mr. Aztec didn't even treat me to dinner. Sigh, how could he be in the mood to eat in his current state? Klein mumbled to himself as he took out his keys and opened the door. The house wasn't as dark as he had expected. An elegant gas lamp was quietly emitting light, making the living room warm and bright. It gave Banson, who was sitting alone on the sofa, a bright coat over him. Seeing the door open, Banson, who was holding a book, was about to speak when he suddenly yawned. He had to cover his mouth with his hand. Klein closed the door and casually mentioned with a smile, I went to Lamud town with Instructor Aztec. I went to Lamud town with Professor Aztec. There's an abandoned castle there with a long history. Banson was suddenly enlightened. He smiled and said, a moonless night, an ancient castle that has been abandoned for 1,000 years, a cold and eerie environment, and an archaeological team of only 2 people. This is the standard beginning of a supernatural novel. Everything that happened tonight can really be considered a paranormal event. Klein thought of the strange door that Mr. Azek had created and the baby's cries. He said with some lingering fear, I'm not sure. He said with some lingering fear, that kind of environment does have such a feeling. Banson yawned again, then he closed the book and said, I need to sleep. Ever since I began learning grammar and reading classical literature, the quality of my sleep has become very good. Klein chuckled inwardly. He suddenly recalled what Miss Justice had mentioned, so he suppressed his voice. He suppressed his voice and said, Banson, as you know, our company has some connections with the Awa County Police Department. I recently heard that there's a rumor from Bakeland that the king, prime minister, ministers, and members of parliament are sick of the slow and inefficient government. They plan on carrying out a reform. They plan on selecting talents through an open examination to become officials that handle specific matters, just like the university entrance exam. Banson was at a loss at first before his eyes lit up. An open examination? Yes, as long as you pass the examination, you can also become a government employee that handles specific matters. I'm guessing that the content of the examination will be similar to the university entrance exam. Grammar, classical literature, a certain level of mathematics and logic, as well as basic legal knowledge. Klein took the opportunity to instill his thoughts. Finally, he said, Banson, this matter has to be kept a secret. Also, don't hold too much hope. No one knows if it will be passed by the House of Lords and House of Commons. I'll keep it in mind. I understand that I just need to study hard. Banson smiled and continued, regardless of this matter, I'll study hard and try to escape my current situation as soon as possible to find a better job. Studying is the biggest difference between humans and curly-haired baboons. No, scientific research has shown that baboons have high intelligence and a certain level of learning ability. Klein silently lampooned as he watched Banson walk to the 2nd floor. Then, he smiled as he rubbed his deflated stomach and walked towards the kitchen. After finding the leftovers from before and some of the chicken that Melissa had specially left behind, Klein relaxed and prepared dinner. At that moment, it was completely silent outside. The night was dark, and most people had already fallen asleep. Only he was breathing in the slightly cold air that was mixed with fragrances, creating a slight commotion. Everything was so peaceful and leisurely. After eating his fill, washing the cutlery and soaking himself, Klein returned to his bedroom and locked the wooden door from the inside. He yawned, braced himself, took out the ritual dagger, and sealed the entire room with a wall of spirituality. The hazy grayish-white fog lingered eternally, and the dark red illusory stars hung in the distance. Klein sat in the magnificent palace that looked like a giant's residence, quietly looking at the familiar scene in front of him. After a few seconds, he retracted his gaze and made a piece of yellowish-brown goatskin appear in front of him. Then, he wrote down the summoning ritual that he had modified. Light a candle to symbolize yourself. Use a wall of spirituality to create a holy environment. Drip full moon essential oil, chamomile extract, slumber flower powder, and other ingredients into the candle flame. Note, you don't need to be too particular about this step because you are summoning yourself. Recite the following incantation, I. Ancient Hermes, Jotun, Dragonese, and Elvish. Must be shouted softly, I summon in my name, Hermes, the fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. After scrutinizing it 3 times, Klein wrote a divination statement at the bottom. It's dangerous to carry out the ritual in the outside world. Phew. He exhaled, put down his fountain pen, removed the silver chain from his sleeve, and held it with his left hand. When the topaz pendant floated above the goatskin and was just a step away from touching the divination statement, he reined in his thoughts and entered cogitation. It's dangerous to carry out the ritual in the outside world. It's dangerous to carry out the ritual in the outside world. After reciting it 7 times, Klein opened his almost completely black eyes and saw the topaz pendant spinning counterclockwise. This meant that there was no danger. I can give it a try. Klein hurriedly made the conjured item in front of him disappear. He extended his spirituality to envelop himself and simulated the feeling of falling rapidly. After returning to his bedroom, as he had sealed the entire room with a wall of spirituality, Klein immediately cleared his desk and placed a mint-scented candle in the middle. He pressed his right hand on the candle's wick and used his spirituality to rub against it, igniting it. Under the flickering yellow light, Klein dripped the corresponding essential oil, extract, and herbal powder into the flame. A tranquil and leisurely fragrance instantly filled the air as the room alternated between light and darkness. Taking 2 steps back, Klein looked at the candle that symbolized him and shouted in Jotun, "That's right. I." Following that, he switched to Hermes. "I summon in my name, the fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck." As soon as he finished speaking, he felt the flickering dim candlelight and the tranquil fragrance around him fuse into a whirlpool, crazily absorbing his own spirituality. "Slumber flower that belongs to the crimson moon, please transmit your strength to my incantation." Klein endured the discomfort of having his spirituality extracted and finished reciting the incantation. At this moment, he saw that the candle flame had stopped swaying and was standing there quietly. It was dyed with a grayish-white luster and stretched to the size of a palm. He of gray, I and God. And I, white, and, of, he comma God, he God. He paused for more than 10 seconds, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and arrived above the gray fog again. He saw that there were rippling ripples of light at the end of the long ancient table. This came from the strange symbol that corresponded to the back of the high-backed chair, a strange symbol formed from the pupil-less eye, which symbolized secrecy, and the contorted lines that symbolized change. All Klein did was reach out his hand to touch it when he immediately heard me. "I summon in my name, the fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog," and other incantations. He saw the surging spirituality and rippling ripples of light fuse, forming an illusory, unformed door. The door swayed as if it wanted to open. Klein immediately had an inspiration, and he had a strong urge to push it open. Almost instantly, the boundless gray fog and the magnificent palace were suddenly pulled by something, producing invisible ripples. The ripples came one after another, surging towards the illusory, unformed door. However, no matter how hard Klein pushed, the door couldn't be opened. All the commotion eventually returned to silence. Is it because the door of summoning isn't fully formed? Klein retracted his thoughts and frowned as he analyzed the reason for his failure. He had casually named the illusory door of summoning. Yes, it's because my spirituality isn't enough. I'm unable to construct a complete door of summoning. When I advance to sequence 8 and become a clown, I'll be able to pass the initial dangerous stage. I can then try again. Perhaps there won't be any problems then. Klein nodded gently, having a general idea of what was going on. This experiment gave him great confidence and encouragement. This was because, other than the divination of the eternal blazing sun, this was the first time he had caused the mysterious space above the gray fog to have a different reaction. One day, I'll figure out all the secrets here. Klein made an excited declaration in his heart as he descended into the boundless gray fog while being enveloped by his spirituality. Returning to his bedroom, Klein quickly extinguished the candles and ended the ritual. Then, he tidied up his desk and removed the wall of spirituality. Amidst the sudden gust of wind, he yawned and fell into bed. Just as he wrapped himself in the blanket, he fell asleep. In a hazy and fragmented dream, Klein suddenly woke up. He realized that he was sitting in the living room at home, holding a copy of the Tianjin City Honest paper in his hand. Captain isn't here again, right? He was stunned at first, but then he looked out the oriel window, amused and annoyed. With a creak, the door opened. Dressed in a black trench coat, Dunn walked in slowly with a cane and a pipe in hand. He was still wearing his half-top hat and had the same deep gray eyes. Dunn came to the living room and sat on the single-seater sofa. He leisurely crossed his right leg over his left. He put down his cane, took off his hat, and leaned back. He looked at Klein in silence, as though he was thinking. "Captain, what do you want to do today?" Klein was at a loss. In order not to expose the fact that he knew that it was a dream, he pretended not to be affected and continued reading the newspaper. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. He looked up at Dunn and realized that the captain was still looking at him in silence, as though he was thinking. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Klein flipped through the newspaper a few times. From the corner of his eye, he saw Dunn looking at him in silence, as though he was thinking. "Captain, you're making me very uncomfortable." Klein couldn't sit still. He folded the newspaper and placed it to the side. He smiled and nodded at Dunn. Then, he went to the kitchen to get a rag and pretended to wipe the dining table and coffee table. "Captain, look, my dream is so simple, ordinary, and boring. There's nothing worth observing. Hurry up and leave. Why don't you turn into a ghost, and I'll pretend to be frightened so that you can complete your nightmare achievement." He prayed silently, but when he looked up, he saw Dunn's deep, gray eyes that seemed to be thinking. Under such a silent, unchanging gaze, Klein wiped the furniture and cleaned the room. He was exhausted in his dream. And what made him most tired was Dunn Smith, who had been looking at him quietly, as though he was thinking. He didn't know how long he had been busy, but he finally saw the captain put down his right leg and stand up. Then, he picked up his cane, put on his hat, and walked to the door. Klein held his breath and watched Dunn leave his house. He couldn't help but raise his right hand and make a gesture of goodbye. Phew. When everything returned to normal, Klein let out a long breath. That was really a nightmare. He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Bakeland, West End, Phillips Department Store. This was the most high-end department store in the Kingdom of Rouen. It was only open to nobles and rich people with membership. There were always luxury carriages parked outside, with different emblems on them. In addition to being a shopping mecca, this place had also become a well-known social venue because of the strict restrictions on personnel. Audrey, with her maid Annie and the golden retriever Susie, got off the carriage and entered the door under the attentive attentions of the attendants. Along the way, she would occasionally see viscountesses, countesses, or young girls whose parents were of prominent status. She maintained an elegant posture and used standard but not stiff etiquette to greet them one by one. She used different entry points to briefly communicate with different nobles. For example, when facing a countess, she had to praise how well-fitting her new dress was. When exchanging greetings with a baroness, she had to say how outstanding her husband's performance in the House of Lords was. In the past, Audrey never did this well enough. She was too willful and self-centered. But now, she didn't even need to spend much effort to deal with it perfectly. In the eyes of the spectator, the emotions and thoughts of most of the noble women seemed to be written on their faces. When she arrived on the second floor, Audrey turned towards a shop that sold ready-made clothes. The attendant in the shop was a young and short girl. She wore a black and white dress and had a head of stubborn blonde hair that reached her shoulders. She was none other than arbitrator Xiao Dericha. Audrey gave Susie a look without any change in her expression. She instantly understood what she meant and happily ran to another counter. Annie had no choice but to quickly follow and attempt to pull Susie back. "Well done." Audrey praised inwardly as she walked to Xiao Dericha's side and pretended to look at the different styles of dresses. "Why did you arrange to meet me here?" Xiao asked softly as she introduced the items loudly. Her voice was very young, just like a child's. "Where's the original attendant?" Audrey asked instead of answering. Xiao observed her surroundings and said, "I convinced her. She's very happy to rest for the morning." Audrey looked at the different styles of dresses and took out a folded piece of paper from her goatskin handbag. She secretly handed it to Xiao. "Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings has secretly infiltrated Bakeland. This is his portrait. I hope that you can help me find him." "Yes, don't alarm him." Xiao took the piece of paper and quickly unfurled it to take a look. She discovered that it was a lifelike sketch of a man in his 30s with a unique wide chin. "I'm often praised by my teacher when it comes to drawing." Audrey glanced at Xiao and raised her head slightly. She added, "The kingdom's bounty on Zillings is 10,000 pounds. If he's really captured, even the person who provides clues will definitely be rewarded with a few £100. A unique broad chin, the bun of an ancient knight, and eyes with a cold smile. Xianxia was half sitting on the sofa as she carefully studied the sketch that Audrey had given her. In her eyes, it was a living, walking gold pound sterling. After etching the appearance of the great pirate Xianxia into her mind, she continued reading the additional description. Brown hair, dark green eyes. The portrait is only for reference because the target has the ability to transform into someone else. The duration is unknown. The portrait is only for reference. The target can transform into someone else. Only for reference, transforming into someone else. Then why do I have to memorize the contents of the sketch so seriously? Xiao's expression froze, as though she could sense World's evil intentions. She looked up in confusion at Fur's wall, who was lazily lying on the sofa opposite her. She muttered to herself, "There's no way to find him. I don't know what he looks like. All I know is that he's a foreigner. The number of foreigners who come to Bakeland every day is uncountable." Fur's exerted strength from her waist in an attempt to sit up, but she failed miserably after 3 attempts. "I'm just an apprentice, not an arbiter," she mumbled as she pressed down on the sofa's backrest, successfully moving from lying to sitting. "Perhaps that lady thinks we're prophets?" Fur's joked. Xiao was about to answer when she suddenly realized that there were many additional descriptions. She read them out softly. Suggested to search through the following channels. 1. Xianxia has a sinister item on him. Every other day, he will devour the flesh, blood, and soul of a living person. Consider a missing tramp. 2. Gather information on Xianxia in detail and summarize his unique hobbies and behavior patterns. 3. A person's facial features may change, but as long as they don't undergo special training, they will always act like themselves, such as their favorite food, walking style, habitual actions, and more details. Furs nodded slightly when she heard that. Miss Audrey isn't as simple and innocent as the rumors say. She has a meticulous heart and calm observation skills. Really? Xiao asked with uncertainty. Without expecting an answer, she suggested, "I'll be in charge of gathering the information. You summarize that pile of gold pounds, no, that pirate admiral's hobbies and characteristics?" Fur's eyes widened. She shook the iron box of cigarettes in her hand and said, "How can you bear to do that? How could you have the heart to let a delicate and sensitive writer do such a thing?" Xiao glanced at her friend and subconsciously revealed a convincing aura. "Your Stormwind Mountain Villa has a very interesting reasoning content." Furs shrank her shoulders, lowered her head, and looked at the coffee table. "Do you know how many hairs I lost and how many times I lost sleep because of that reasoning?" She quickly raised her head and glanced at Xianxia. She then lowered her head again and mumbled, "Life is very short. There are too many things that need to be done. Why should we waste our time on such boring and tedious work?" "Very reasonable." Xiao nearly nodded in agreement. It wasn't easy for her to maintain her dignity as an arbiter. "Then do you have any other way to solve this problem?" She suppressed her voice, making her young voice sound deep. First thought seriously for more than 10 seconds before suddenly looking up. She suddenly raised her head and said, "We can get a professional to do it. After you gather the information on Rear Admiral Hurricane, we can erase his name and take it to an excellent detective. We can get him to summarize and deduce. All we need to do is to pay a consultation fee." Why didn't I think of that? Xiao's mind went blank. She and Furs looked at each other without saying a word. When the atmosphere became a little awkward, she cleared her throat and said, "We'll do as you suggested." With that said, she quickly added, "We'll do as you suggested." With that said, she quickly added, "We'll do as you suggested. The consultation fee will be paid by you." House Street, Divination Club. "Good afternoon, Mr. Moretti." The beautiful lady in charge of entertaining them, Angelica, looked ahead in surprise. "You rarely come on Fridays." Klein, who was exhausted from investigating the houses with the red chimney, smiled and said, "Fate won't keep repeating itself. Fate will not always repeat itself. It will always bring us some surprises." He happened to be passing by, and it was time for the rental carriage to be hired. Hence, he came up to drink some black tea and rest. In addition, this was also his last preparation. With his new experience at the Divination Club, he could logically submit a special application to Dunn Smith. Your words are always filled with philosophy, Angelica praised sincerely. Klein thought for a moment and said after some deliberation, I might not come to the club much in the future. I might not come to the club often in the future, so you don't need to recommend me to others. After digesting the potion, he had to move on to a new goal. Why? Angelica said in surprise and confusion. You are already very famous in the club. Most people know that your divination is very accurate and magical. We are even considering inviting you to be our Sunday lecturer. If I get £1 for every divination, I'll grit my teeth and persevere no matter how tiring it is. Also, I have to go to a few houses with red chimneys and try to find the mastermind as soon as possible. Klein smiled warmly. Don't hold me back. This is fate's arrangement. It's not that I won't come to the club anymore. It's just that I'll reduce the frequency. My membership fee will still be paid on time. Since it can be reimbursed, I'll still come here occasionally to monitor the place. Klein silently added. How regretful. I hope that you will come to the club when I'm lost. Angelica sighed. After the initial shock, she realized that she wasn't as surprised as she had imagined. Perhaps a club in Tingen can't have such a magical seer who respects fate for long. Angelica smiled as though she was in thought. Side black tea? Yes. Klein replied with a smile. He sat in the club for more than 10 minutes, rested a little, drank the black tea, and left. He took a tracked public carriage back to Daffodil Street. When he entered, he habitually opened his mailbox and saw a letter that had just been delivered. Opening it, Klein realized that the letter was from Mr. Aztec. I will be heading to Morristown on Sunday and will return on Wednesday. The townspeople of Morristown generally believe in the goddess. Going on a Sunday means that the Nighthawks will only receive the news on Tuesday or Wednesday according to the usual efficiency. I'll be able to make it in time. Mr. Aztec actually remembered my request. I hope he also remembers not to appear personally. He can just summon a ghost to scare them. Klein nodded indiscernibly. He spewed out his spirituality and ignited the letter by rubbing it. With a flick of his hand, the flames turned to ash and slowly fell to the ground. On Saturday morning, Klein wore a black windbreaker and a half-top hat. He held a silver inlaid cane as he leisurely walked into the Blackthorn Security Company. After greeting Roseanne, he looked at the partition and saw that the door to the captain's office was open, so he deliberately didn't control his volume. He deliberately lowered his voice and said, Yesterday evening, at the Divination Club, I saw a girl who looked like you. Really? Roshan asked with interest. Klein nodded without sincerity and replied, Really, I even thought she was your sister. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I don't have any sisters, not even cousins. Roshan giggled. Do you remember her name? No, why would I remember her name? Klein chuckled. Seeing you is no different from seeing her. Can I understand that you are complimenting me? Roshan never needed someone to start a conversation. She took the initiative to ask, Klein, you must have earned quite a lot from the Divination Club, right? As a true seer, your standard is not something other amateurs can compare to. If we don't talk about this, we can still be good colleagues. Klein coughed and said, Seers have to fear fate. They cannot use divination to seek abnormal benefits. Are you concluding your seer maxim? Roshan asked curiously. Yes, Klein answered frankly. After chatting with her for a while, he waved goodbye, took his hat, and walked to the partition. Knock, knock, knock. He looked at Dunn Smith, who was busy making coffee, and gently knocked on the open door. Please come in. Dunn raised his head to look at him, and hurriedly adjusted his posture. Klein had been testing the captain for the past 2 days and confirmed that Dunn Smith hadn't mentioned it to anyone while trying the acting method. It was obvious that he was wary of the upper echelons of the church. Thus, he closed the door behind him and sat opposite her. His expression was solemn, but there was a hint of excitement in it. With a solemn expression, he said with some excitement, Captain, I feel that I have completely mastered the seer potion. Looking into Klein's eyes, Dunn took a deep breath, leaned back, and slowly exhaled. Are you sure? His expression didn't change much, as though he was already prepared for the special application. He just didn't expect it to come so soon. Captain, why do you feel relieved and at ease? Klein didn't hide his smile. I'm sure, Captain. When you completely grasp the potion, you will have a special and magical feeling. Without a doubt, you will be sure that you have completely grasped the potion. A special and magical feeling. Dunn ruminated over this sentence softly, and his brows slowly furrowed. Captain's previous 2 advancements were done without completely digesting the potion? That's right, without knowing the acting method, it's difficult to completely digest it. I can only rely on a long period of polishing and subconsciously acting to reduce the risk of losing control. Poor Captain. Klein looked at Dunn quietly. He didn't say a word, nor did he add anything, allowing him to think carefully. After nearly a minute, Dunn's deep gray eyes reflected Klein's figure once again. He deliberated over his words and said, perhaps, waiting another year is a better choice. Does Captain mean that I won't be too conspicuous if I wait another year? With Madame Daly as an example, the higher-ups won't pay too much attention to me? At most, I'll be placed on the list for further observation? Klein thought for a moment and answered frankly, I originally wanted to wait until next year to make the special application. After all, there are still many things I need to grasp. For example, I'm only at the beginner level of combat. But, Captain, don't you think we've encountered too many coincidences in the past 2 months? We chased after the kidnappers and ended up meeting the Antigonus family's notebook in the opposite room. The delivery of sealed artifact 2-049 was delayed. In the end, Ray Bieber didn't escape Tingen and began his attempts at digesting the power at the dock. I attended a birthday banquet and ended up attracting the attention of Hannes Vincent. I went to the library to investigate and met that member of the Aurora Order on the spot. I don't know what these coincidences mean, but I keep feeling uneasy, so I want to improve myself as much as possible. Seizing this opportunity, Klein pointed out the matter of the mastermind. This was also something he had planned on putting on his agenda, to remind the Nighthawks without exposing his uniqueness, so that they could find more clues from other sources. And from what he had just said, there was only one conclusion in the eyes of others: his intuition was sharp, and he was good at organizing things. After Klein said the word but, Dunn's body gradually leaned forward. In the end, he crossed his hands and covered his mouth. His eyes were solemn and he did not speak for a long time, as if he was thinking about what he had just said. A few seconds later, Dunn raised his head and said in a mellow and deep voice, very sharp. Perhaps, there really is something hidden in the depths of the darkness. Without waiting for Klein to speak, he instructed, you can go and write the special application. Okay, Klein replied with a smile. He got up with a smile and walked to the door. As expected, he heard a familiar addition. Wait a minute, Dunn shouted for the person who was about to open the door and said after some deliberation, watch your words. Don't worry, Captain, I'm more concerned about this problem than you are. Klein nodded with a beaming smile. He originally thought that Dunn would propose another plan, which was to not go through the Holy Cathedral and advance to Sequence 8 privately. He would then go through the normal process 3 years later. But after careful research, he realized that it was impossible. Regardless of whether it was a special application or a normal application, the person who advanced had to go through the examination of the Holy Cathedral. It was just that one was very complicated, while the other was relatively simple. When the time came, the secret of him becoming a Sequence 8 would not be kept a secret. It would implicate the entire Tingen Nighthawks team. After leaving the captain's office, Klein, who had finished all his mysticism lessons, was in no hurry to go to the basement for his shift. Instead, he slowly walked into the office next door. At that moment, a man and a woman were sitting in the office. The man was in his early 30s, and the woman was in her 20s. They were the 2 new members. When they saw Klein enter, they were first taken aback. Then, they smiled and nodded in greeting. They were curious and in awe of Beyonders. Klein didn't chat with them. He found an empty table and scribbled on the draft of the special application. As he already had a plan in mind, he only took 10 minutes to complete the preliminary work. After reading it several times and making many changes, he sat in front of the Ackerson Model 1346 typewriter and turned the draft into an official copy. Amidst the tapping sounds of the keyboard, the 2 new clerks looked at each other and got up at the same time. They walked out of the office and went to the reception hall to chat with Roshan, leaving the room to Klein alone. They're very reserved and have a sense of confidentiality. Klein glanced at their backs and sighed inwardly. He retracted his gaze and continued typing on the keyboard. Just as he was about to complete the special application, Leonard Mitchell came out of the lounge. As he looked around, he buttoned his shirt, his messy hair exuded an unruly beauty. "What report are you typing?" Leonard glanced at the clerk's office, leaned against the door, tiptoed, and asked with his hands in his pockets. His green eyes examined Klein with interest. After Klein finished typing the last word and punctuation, he turned his head and said with a smile, "Special application." "Special application? Special application?" Leonard asked, puzzled. Klein picked up the piece of paper, quickly scanned it, and explained in a seemingly casual manner, "That's right." He then explained in a seemingly casual manner, "A special application to advance to sequence 8. Cough. Cough. Leonard suddenly coughed violently. It took him a long time to calm down. He blurted out, "You finished digesting the potion?" "Digesting?" "Student, you know a lot." Klein held the special application and walked in front of Leonard. He pricked up his eyebrows and said, "Yes." Following that, he stared into Klein's eyes, lowered his voice, and added with a chuckle, "I remember someone once told me that in this world, there will always be some people who are special. They can do things that others can't. For example, me. Or you." Leonard was rendered speechless. All he could do was change his standing posture, take his hands out of his pockets, and cross them in front of his chest. He opened his mouth and finally organized his words before asking in a deep voice, "Don't you think that this is too risky?" Since he knows how to digest it, he definitely knows that there's no risk involved in my advancement. Is he referring to the attention of the upper echelons of the church? Klein explained thoughtfully, "Leonard, do you remember the first mission we worked together on? It was just a simple pursuit of a kidnapper, but we actually discovered clues to the Antigonus family's notebook hidden in the opposite room. I was merely tracking the kidnappers, but I actually discovered clues to the Antigonus family's notebook in the opposite room." Leonard's expression turned solemn as he nodded indiscernibly in agreement. He muttered to himself, "Perhaps I have to speed up my progress." Just as he finished his sentence, he suddenly looked at Klein and nodded indiscernibly. He muttered to himself, "Perhaps I have to speed up my progress." Just as he said that, he suddenly looked at Klein and revealed a bright smile. "Aren't you going to share your experience with us? The experience of quickly mastering the potion and minimizing the risk of losing control. This guy sure changes his attitude quickly." Klein smiled. He was planning on using today's opportunity to give the Nighthawks a piece of advice to reduce the risk of them losing control. Of course, for the sake of his own safety, he couldn't be as explicit as he was with Dunsmith. At most, he would describe the first time he had laid the groundwork for the members of the upper echelons to know about it. "Then let's do it now." Leonard couldn't wait as he dragged Klein to the Nighthawks' recreation room. At that moment, other than Royale, who was on duty at Cheney Skate, Fry, Kenley, and Sikatron were all there, playing cards leisurely. Everyone. Leonard knocked on the half-closed door and recited, "Let me introduce the gentleman beside me, Mr. Klein Moretti, who only took a month and a half to fully master the potion." This guy is so exaggerated. Klein suddenly felt a little awkward. What? The author, Sikatron, who was neither famous nor a bestseller, tilted her head, as if testing her hearing. "Leonard, stop joking. Your acting is always so exaggerated." Kenley helplessly covered the cards in his hand. Fry held his cards and looked at Klein. After a few seconds of silence, he said, "Are you sure you've fully mastered the potion?" "Yes." Klein felt his concern and nodded with certainty. "There are obvious signs." "What? Really?" Kenley shouted after realizing what was going on and stood up. Leonard chuckled and pointed at the piece of paper in Klein's hand. "This is a special application he submitted, a special application to advance to sequence 8. How did he do it?" Sikatron thought of many things, but after taking a deep breath, she asked the question she was most concerned about. Even the calm and elegant her couldn't control the burning passion in her eyes. Klein found a chair to sit down on and replied in a low voice. I got inspiration from the maxim of a mystery prior. Do as you please, but do no harm? Leonard said dutifully. Yes. Our internal information shows that mystery priors who abide by this maxim have a lower chance of losing control than normal. Klein recounted what he learned from old Neil. After that, I had a further idea from Madame Daly's example. Spirit medium Daly? Kenley asked, seeking confirmation. Yes, Madame Daly also submitted a special application. She only took 2 years to go from a corpse collector to a spirit medium. She once told old Neil that she wanted to become a real spirit medium. Klein explained in detail. Coupled with the feedback I received from my experiences in the divination club, I gradually came up with the seer's code of conduct. I followed it strictly and tried to become a real seer. When I did so, I realized that my progress in mastering the potion became very fast, very fast. It can't even be considered mastery. After listening to Klein's explanation, Fry, Sika, and the rest fell into deep thought. Leonard also pretended to think. I'm going to submit a special application. Klein waved the piece of paper in his hand. If you have any questions, you can ask me in private. All right. Fry nodded coldly in response. After leaving the recreation room, Klein knocked on the captain's office door again. He sat opposite Dunn, picked up a pen and ink, and signed his name before pressing his fingerprint. Captain, here's my special request. After he was done, he took the paper with both hands and handed it to Dunn. Dunn read it carefully and put down the application. I'll hand it over to the Holy Cathedral as soon as possible. Be prepared for the examination. It might be next week, or the week after that. All right. Klein took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. He stood up, walked out of the captain's office, and closed the door behind him. During this process, he looked back at his application, and a thought popped up in his mind. I wonder what kind of examination I'll receive. After calming himself down, Klein walked underground and came to Cheney's gate. He knocked on the door of the guard room that was opened. Inside, Royale Radine had already packed her personal belongings. When she saw the person on duty arrive, she immediately tidied her hair and got up to leave. After nodding at each other, Klein suddenly said, My progress in mastering the potion isn't bad. My progress in mastering the potion is not bad. I just shared my experience with Fry and the others. You can talk to them. The expressionless Royale looked at him in surprise. Her lips quivered a few times. All right. Ma'am, I hope you can maintain this calm state later. There's a bunch of wooden people sitting in the recreation room now. Klein smiled and went behind the table. He picked up the silver-inlaid tin can that Dunn Smith used to store Fermo coffee. After making a cup of fragrant coffee, Klein sat down leisurely. He looked at the silent corridor outside the door and let his thoughts run wild. I hope Mr. Aztec's operation goes smoothly and doesn't leave any clues behind. No, even if there are any clues, I'll pretend that I didn't discover anything. I wonder where the mutated sun's sacred emblem is sealed behind Cheney's gate. It doesn't have any living characteristics. I just need to leave enough space. Speaking of which, I haven't entered Cheney's gate before, so I'm not sure what's inside. To be able to prevent the dozens of sealed artifacts of all sizes from causing any damage or escaping supervision, there must be something unusual about it. For example, Saint Selena's ashes. Amidst all sorts of thoughts, Klein suddenly heard hurried footsteps. He quickly retracted his attention and looked towards the door. He saw old Neil, who was dressed in a black classic robe and holding a matching felt hat, appear in the corridor. He quickly entered the guard room and stood opposite Klein. He did not say a word as he observed Klein from head to toe. Mr. Neil, did something happen? Klein laughed dryly and took a sip of the fragrant coffee. Old Neil sized him up again and sighed. You actually found inspiration from the maxim of the mystery prior and Daly's example. I must praise the goddess, and thank you for your teachings, Klein replied seriously. Old Neil pulled out a chair with a creak and sat down abruptly. He said somewhat dispiritedly, if it were 20 years earlier, it would be great, knowing that the other party's age and physical condition did not allow him to consume any more potions, even if he completely digested the previous one. Klein maintained his silence and did not speak. He felt that in this situation, anything he said would only agitate the other party. In the beginning, I tried to find a way to quickly master potions from the mystery prior's maxim, but unfortunately, I couldn't find the right path. Later, although daily success gave me an inspiration, I was already over 50 years old and had already given up trying. I subconsciously thought that it was the uniqueness of a genius that normal people couldn't imitate. Old Neil rubbed his temples and described his disappointment in a low voice. After a few minutes of silence, he raised his head and looked at Klein. What a pity. It's only at this age that I realize what I've missed. Old Neil probably has a vague understanding of the acting method. After being enlightened by my experience, he immediately understood certain things. Klein consoled him. Actually, there won't be much of a difference. The church doesn't have a corresponding sequence 8 for a mystery prior. Perhaps the Holy Cathedral has one. No, if they have one, they would at least tell the branch of the name. It's not impossible for it to be an underground market. Old Neil muttered a few words. He supported himself with his hand on the table and shook his head as he stood up. He smiled. At least I didn't lose control and lived a healthy life for decades. Praise the lady. He drew a crimson moon on his chest and left the guard room with a gloomy expression. He had lost his usual craftiness. Klein watched his back disappear from his sight and suddenly let out a long sigh. He increasingly couldn't understand why the upper echelons of the church would ban the acting method. After a long while, Klein snapped out of his daze and turned his attention to the internal information of the Nighthawks in front of him. Ever since he pulled the youth from the City of Silver into the tarot and learned that there were still many ancient names for many things, he had consciously strengthened his studies in this area and tried his best to compare the names of ancient and modern objects. After an unknown period of time, he heard another set of footsteps, the sound of calm and steady footsteps. Almost at the same time, the image of Dunn Smith wearing a black trench coat that went over his knees appeared in his mind. After completely digesting the seer potion, my spiritual perception has also improved. Klein nodded thoughtfully and saw the captain a few seconds later. Your letter. Dunn raised his right hand and with a flick of his wrist, he threw the letter in his palm at Klein. Klein raised his hand in a suave attempt to catch it, but be it his judgment or reaction, he was slightly lacking. Pa! The letter fell to the ground as Klein's right hand awkwardly stood upright in the wind. In the sudden silence, his right hand first froze, then he continued to raise it and tidy his hair. The light from the gas lamp isn't bright enough, Klein said perfunctorily. He bent down to pick up the letter and glanced at it. Mr. Hornacius. Daxter Guderian's letter. He nodded in enlightenment, opened the drawer, and took out a letter cutter. According to the rules of the Nighthawks, if there was a clear and correct recipient, Roshan and the other clerks would directly hand the letter to the corresponding recipient. If there was an anonymous or unknown recipient, it would be sent to Dunn for him to inquire about or make a decision on. Carefully cutting open the envelope, Klein took out the piece of paper inside and quickly unfolded it before skimming through it. He discovered that the asylum's doctor, Daxter, was requesting a meeting as soon as possible, which was 2 in the afternoon. Has he obtained the telepathist formula? Or is there something else? Klein waved the letter in his hand and looked up at Dunn. Captain, my informant, the one from Psychological Alchemy, wishes to meet at 2 in the afternoon. Did he divulge anything? Dunn asked as if he had expected it. No. Klein shook his head. Dunn thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, let Leonard temporarily guard Cheney's gate for you. I'll follow you and hide nearby. There's a high chance that such an urgent request for a meeting is a trap. I've heard of too many similar cases. Besides, if there's really something important, this will be the fastest way to act. Captain, you sure are experienced. Yes, when it comes to serious matters, you're reliable, trustworthy, and unforgettable, Captain. Klein immediately nodded. All right. 2 in the afternoon, Zutland Street Shooting Club, Small Shooting Range 9. Klein glanced at the bullet-riddled target and looked at the uneasy asylum doctor, Daxter Guderian. What happened? Why did you come to the Hound Tavern in a panic to find the mercenary team? That was the only reason why the owner of the Hound Tavern, Wright, would immediately deliver the letter to the Blackthorn Security Company instead of waiting for Klein to pick it up himself. Daxter observed Klein's subtle expressions and body movements before replying in a deep voice. He replied in a deep voice, "I feel that Hyujin has been acting strangely recently." Hyujin was the patient from the asylum who had developed Daxter into a member of psychological alchemy. "What's wrong with him?" Klein asked in a professional manner. Daxter secretly heaved a sigh of relief, as if he had found someone to rely on. He deliberated and said, "He seems to have really gone crazy." "Really gone crazy?" Klein asked in shock. Didn't Hyujin pretend to be sick and sneak into the asylum to train his mental abilities? Didn't he try to influence the patients from both positive and negative aspects? Is he really sick? Has he really gone crazy? I think so. Daxter paced back and forth anxiously. I was able to communicate with him normally in the past, and I was even taught how to use Beyonder powers properly. But in the past few days, his train of thought and his condition have become very strange. I often can't communicate with him, just like when I was dealing with other patients. Even though I managed to obtain the telepathist formula, I can't be sure if it's real or fake. I'm even more afraid of any uncontrollable changes. It's alright. As a seer who possesses the mysterious space above the gray fog, there's no way he would confuse what's real or fake. Klein first heaved a sigh of relief before he furrowed his brows. Who did he come into contact with before he started acting strangely? Only those patients. I can't be sure. I don't spend every hour of every day in the asylum. I also have time to rest, Daxter replied with a serious expression. Klein nodded slightly, as though this was a small matter. Don't worry, I'll send someone to protect you in secret. Quickly find out who Hyujin came into contact with. Also, you have to be careful that he's testing you. It's best if you report this to the other members of the psychological alchemy and see how the higher-ups of your organization react. Alright. Daxter nudged his gold-rimmed glasses and regained the calmness of a spectator. He then took out a piece of paper from his pocket and passed it to Klein. This is the telepathist potion formula. I'm not sure if it's correct. We'll verify it, Klein replied with a smile. He opened it and took a look. Main ingredients: complete pituitary gland of an adult rainbow salamander, 10 milliliters of spinal fluid from a Farsman rabbit. Supplementary ingredients: 5 grams of chestnut spore, 8 grams of dragon tooth grass powder, 3 petals of white elf flower, 100 milliliters of pure water. Excellent, Klein praised. He folded the piece of paper and placed it in the inner pocket of his tuxedo. After exchanging a few more words and confirming that Daxter's auditory hallucinations had been alleviated, he bade farewell and cautiously went to the shooting range that belonged to the Nighthawks. Dunsmith was waiting inside. Captain, the informant gave me the telepathist formula to thank me for helping him control the potion's backlash. However, he's not sure if this formula is real or fake. Klein passed the piece of paper to Dunn in a serious manner. Also, he mentioned something. As Dunn browsed through the formula, he listened to Klein's description of Hyujin. Finally, he nodded and said, I'll immediately organize people to take turns monitoring the mental asylum. You haven't received professional training on such matters, so you don't have to participate. Go back and continue guarding Cheney's gate. Having said that, he looked deeply into Klein's eyes. Including this formula, once you pass the test, you won't need to accumulate any more merit points. You'll be able to obtain the clown potion directly. Furthermore, I even paid an additional contribution for the clown formula. This is all a sin I committed in order to split the credit. Forget it, I won't be able to find a chance to say that I actually have the clown potion formula. Klein took a deep breath and tried his best to squeeze out a smile. I hope the examination goes smoothly. He agreed wholeheartedly with Dunn's decision to let him continue guarding Cheney's gate. Not only did he lack the expertise in surveillance, investigation, and other aspects, but he was also not up to standard in a head-on battle. When it came to marksmanship, he was considered pretty good compared to ordinary policemen. However, his team members were all Beyonders with enhanced physiques. Even if they weren't sharpshooters, they weren't too far off. As for close combat, Klein was only at the beginner level. To put it simply, even with the slumber charm, sleeping charm, and dream charm, he was still a support-type Beyonder. It was easy for him to deal with ordinary people, but it would be quite dangerous if he encountered someone of the same kind who was good at combat. When I advance to Sequence 8 and become a clown who is good at combat techniques and knows a few spells, I'll be able to complete ordinary Beyonder missions alone. If I can also steal the powers of sealed artifact 3-0782 and create the flaring sun charm, that would be even more perfect. It wouldn't be impossible for me to defeat someone stronger than me. Klein was filled with anticipation as he slowly walked back to the Blackthorn Security Company. When he ended his shift and left Cheney's Gate the next morning, the Nighthawk's surveillance of Hood Eugen in the mental asylum still didn't obtain any useful clues. They could only place their hopes on the so-called informant's internal investigation. When he returned home, Klein quietly finished his breakfast and went back to his bedroom. He slept all the way until noon. He woke up naturally, washed up, and walked to the first floor while smelling the aroma of food. Melissa is preparing lunch? Klein looked at Banson, who was reading the newspaper in the living room. Banson lowered the newspaper and said, "Yes. Yes, she had a guest visiting today. I asked her to chat with the guest while I prepared lunch, but she didn't trust my cooking and dragged the guest into the kitchen with her. That was very rude." Benson, you actually managed to notice Melissa's disdain for your culinary skills so quickly. Klein held back his laughter as he walked to the armchair and casually asked, "Melissa's guest?" "Yes, you should know her. She's Elizabeth, whom you met at Selena's birthday party." Banson leaned back and continued reading the newspaper comfortably. "Not just at the birthday banquet. She actually came to visit." Klein's expression froze as he glanced sideways at the kitchen door. Just then, Melissa walked out with a plate, followed by Elizabeth, who was also wearing an apron. "Klein, you're awake? I was going to call you." Melissa delightedly put the plate that emitted the aroma of meat on the table. "This is Elizabeth. You know her." "Hello, Klein." Elizabeth, who had a cute baby face, greeted him with a beaming smile. Klein responded politely and warmly. After the two exchanged greetings, Melissa blinked and said seriously, "Elizabeth will be following us to the Family Servant Assistance Association later." Elizabeth will follow us to the Family Servant Assistance Association later. Their family employs a few servants and has rich experience in this area. They can provide us with certain reference opinions. Actually, we've already drafted the requirements for choosing a maidservant. Listen to it and see if there's anything you need to add. Melissa wiped her hands on her apron and took out a piece of paper from the pocket of her household clothes. 1. Healthy body. 2. Hardworking and responsible. 3. Good at cooking. 4. Quiet and not noisy. 5. Simple family background. 6. Ordinary looks. The requirements were read out one after another. Klein and Banson listened with their mouths agape. Their eyes were blank. They never expected that hiring a maidservant would be so troublesome. "Melissa, weren't you against hiring a maidservant previously?" Klein subconsciously asked when his sister stopped. Melissa pursed her lips and nodded solemnly. "Yes, I was against it. But since my objection is invalid, I believe that we have to do this well. And to do something well, we have to make sufficient preparations." "Oh, is there anything you would like to add?" "No." Klein and Banson shook their heads in unison, causing Elizabeth to cover her mouth and snicker. After lunch, the group of four took a public carriage and arrived at the Tingen Family Servant Assistance Association on Champagne Street. It was very similar to the housekeeping company that Klein knew in his previous life, but it was half charitable. On the one hand, they registered the personal information and work needs of various servants. It made it easier for employers to choose, and it also increased the chances of the recipients finding employment. On the other hand, they would organize some basic training to improve the recipient's ability to work. Part of their expenses came from charitable organizations, and part of it came from the employers. With its agglomeration, integrity, convenience, and organization, the personal agents were quickly forced to join or change professions. After entering the association, Klein and company were immediately warmly received. A young woman in a pale yellow dress with frilly frills led them to the sofa and asked with a smile, "What are you doing here?" She smiled and asked, "Is there anything I can help you with?" "We need to hire a maidservant." At this moment, Banson was pushed to the front by his younger siblings. Do you have any specific requirements? The young lady asked with familiarity. Benson seriously recalled the comparison between his culinary skills and Klein's. I'm good at cooking. Good at cooking? The young lady frowned slightly. Frankly speaking, none of the handyman maids are good at cooking. Why don't you hire a chef? If you need female chefs, there are quite a few in our association. None of the handyman maids are good at cooking? Melissa couldn't help but interrupt when she saw that her request was met with a setback at the beginning. The young lady nodded and answered with certainty, the handyman maids are either the daughters of low-level laborers or girls from the countryside. The culinary skills that they have access to are relatively poor. Even if they have received simple training from the association, the most they can do is ensure that the food they make won't make people sick. Melissa was speechless for a moment. She finally understood what it meant by plans can't keep up with changes. What a pity, Xianxia said. Benson thought for a moment, organized his words, and said, perhaps we can change the requirement, willing and able to learn cooking. Not bad, Benson sure has a quick mind. There's no need for me to interrupt. Klein sat by the side, holding his cane in one hand and his hat in the other. He looked relaxed and at ease. That's not a problem. During culinary training, we will record the girls with outstanding performance. The young lady smiled professionally. Are there any other requirements? Yes. Sensing Melissa's gaze, Benson gulped a mouthful of saliva and took out the piece of paper from his pocket. He began reading it line by line. The young lady listened in a daze for a long time before replying, I'll first filter the information and recommend some handyman maids who meet the requirements. You don't have to rush to make a decision. Choose 2 to 4, and I'll bring them to your house for a test run. Then, you can decide who to hire. Of course, this will require you to pay a little more to the association, and you will need to prepare the ingredients yourself. All right. Benson folded the piece of paper and nodded politely. The young lady stood up and took 2 steps into the office. Then, she turned around and smiled sheepishly. Can you give me that piece of paper? I'm afraid I might have missed out on your requirements. No problem, Benson answered while holding back his laughter. After a while, the young lady in the pale yellow dress came out with a stack of information and handed it to Benson to choose. The information was labeled with the handyman's real name, year of birth, family situation, facial features, physical condition, past experience, corresponding characteristics, and expected salary. While Benson and Melissa were seriously flipping through the information, Elizabeth leaned close to Klein and whispered, Don't you have any requests? Yes, but it's not specific enough, Klein said perfunctorily. Yes, but it's not specific enough, Klein said perfunctorily. Then, what will you choose? Klein chuckled and pointed at the spirit pendulum hidden in his left sleeve. Of course, I'll write down the corresponding sentence and eliminate them one by one. I'll divine the most suitable one to be our family's handyman. Elizabeth was stunned. After more than 10 seconds, she nodded in confusion. The simplest and most effective method. I actually forgot that you are. Elizabeth was stunned for a moment. 10 seconds later, she nodded in confusion. The simplest and most effective way. I forgot that you are. Elizabeth was taken aback. After more than 10 seconds, she nodded in confusion. The simplest and most effective method. I actually forgot that you are. She didn't finish her sentence because Melissa sharply sensed that the two of them were whispering and cast her gaze over. Hey, sister, don't misunderstand. We're just having a normal conversation. Klein coughed lightly and took the initiative to read some of the information. Soon, they settled on 3 candidates. The price ranged from 4 solely 8 pence to 5 solely 2 pence per week. Benson didn't press down on the handyman's salary. Instead, he seriously discussed with the young lady about the additional money to be paid to the association. After a friendly discussion, he successfully changed the fee from 2 weeks' worth of the handyman's salary to 1 week's salary. However, he had to pay 1 solely for bringing the handyman to the association's carriage for the housekeeping trial. After settling the matter, Elizabeth bade farewell and left. The siblings took a public carriage back to Daffodil Street. Along the way, Klein felt very uncomfortable under Melissa's scrutinizing gaze. The moment he entered the house, he went straight to the 2nd floor. Klein. Melissa called out to him and said in a serious tone, as though she had thought it over. If you want to get engaged to Elizabeth, you need to work harder. Her father is an import and export merchant, and her mother is a baronet, which is often referred to as the daughter of a lord. Wait, get engaged? When did that happen? Klein looked at his sister in confusion. How far had she been worried? No, we don't. Before Klein could finish his rebuttal, Banson interrupted with a smile. Although Elizabeth is indeed a little young, and her family situation is much better than ours, I think the two of you are quite suitable. However, you might have to wait a few more years. She's studying at a public school, and her goal is to enter a university. Marriage is at least 6 or 7 years later. Of course, you can get engaged first. Can you not think so far ahead? Klein took a deep breath and said, I don't like Elizabeth. Well, to be precise, I don't like girls who are much younger than me. I like girls who are more mature. Actually, I can accept it as long as it's reasonable, but not now. He added helplessly in his heart. You like girls who are more mature? Melissa frowned slightly. Then you have to solve your marriage problem as soon as possible. Ah? Klein found it difficult to understand his sister's jumpy train of thought. He asked blankly, why? Melissa explained very seriously, by the time you have saved enough money for your future marriage, you will be almost 25 or 26 years old. Girls who are more mature than you are at that age are either married or engaged. Are you going to pursue a widow? What the heck is this? Klein replied in Mandarin inwardly with a blank expression. Banson smiled and retorted his sister, Melissa, you don't understand. Melissa, you don't understand. In today's middle class, it's not rare to see women in their 30s who aren't married or engaged. Most of them are believers of the goddess, and most of them have the ability to live a good life for themselves. They would rather be single than accept an unsatisfactory marriage. I saw it in the family magazine. Is that so? Melissa was only a 16-year-old girl after all. She didn't know much about such matters. Seeing that his brother and sister were getting more and more interested in the conversation, Klein coughed and said, when I say mature, I'm referring to the state of mind. It doesn't have to be older than me. Besides, the one who should be more worried about marriage is Banson. Sorry, brother, I have no choice. He silently apologized in his heart. Melissa was stunned for a moment, then nodded heavily. Yes. Banson had wanted to talk about the marriage problems of the middle class in detail, but he suddenly shivered and looked at his sister who was staring at him. I'm at a turning point in my life. I need to put all my energy into my studies. Only when I have a satisfactory job and a certain amount of savings will I have the confidence to pursue the woman I like and give her a good enough life. Klein and Melissa were stunned for a moment before they blurted out at the same time. Do you have a lady in mind? Banson, who had only spoken perfunctorily, was instantly shocked. He quickly shook his head. No. I'm just giving an example. Bakeland, Hillston Borough, in a dark and gloomy house. In front of an unlit fireplace, a middle-aged man with white hair at his temples held a dark-colored pipe as he sat in a rocking chair. He looked deeply at the guests on the sofa. He was the owner of the place, Eichinger Stanton, a very famous private detective in a small circle. However, he didn't set up a firm and had only hired an assistant to help him. Dressed in a white shirt and black vest, Eichinger brought the pipe to his mouth and inhaled in an intoxicated manner before slowly exhaling. The consultation fee for half an hour is £1. If I were you, I definitely wouldn't waste a single second. The two ladies on the sofa were none other than Furs Wall and Xiaoderi Cha. They had gathered information on Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings and planned on hiring a detective who was good at deductive reasoning to help them summarize the target's behavior patterns. Of course, they hid Zillings's name and changed the description of the Beyonder content. Xiaoderi Cha looked at Isengard, who had a thin, angular face and dark blue eyes. She passed the folder in her hand to Isengard's assistant, a brown-haired young man with gold-rimmed glasses and a capable temperament. Mr. Detective, I hope that you can find the target's behavior patterns in Bakeland from the information. Although she wasn't tall, when Xiaoderi Cha sat up straight and spoke in a deep voice, the authority she exuded made one involuntarily want to obey her. Eichinger gave her a deep look, took the folder from her assistant, untied it, and pulled out the information inside. He put down his pipe and focused on reading, one page after another, not missing anything. More than 10 minutes later, the white-haired gentleman slowly tapped the armrest. The target has a paranoid fondness for the wind. Then, in the capital of dust, Bakeland, he definitely wouldn't choose an area with heavy pollution to live in for a long period of time. That is to say, he might live in Empress Borough, West Borough, Hillston Borough, Sherwood Borough, or the outskirts of North Borough. The target is a mentally ill serial killer. Every other day, he murders a living person. A reasonable method would be to target homeless vagrants. In Bakeland, even the police don't know how many vagrants there are. The target's area of residence isn't too close to places like East Borough or Bakeland Bridge where there are many vagrants, nor would it be too far. Frequently searching for victims in the vicinity is a sign of immaturity. This doesn't match your description. And if he spends a long period of time to find the target he wants to murder, the target might not be able to control his desires and commit a crime when it's easy to expose himself. The target is an experienced sailor with outstanding ability to move around in the water. A reasonable deduction is that he doesn't live too far from the river. If he encounters an accident, that would be the best choice for him to escape safely. In summary, we can outline the target's area of activity. He lives not far from the Bakeland Bridge area. Considering the two banks of the Tussock River in West Borough and Sherwood Borough, the information you provided can only deduce this much. Although I don't quite understand it, it seems to make sense. Zio and Furs exchanged looks and nodded solemnly. They put away the information and got up to bid farewell. As he watched his assistant send the two ladies off, the grizzled Eichinger took out a brass accessory from his vest pocket. It was a pocket-sized, open book. In the middle of the book was a vertical eye. Eichinger rocked his rocking chair slightly as he stroked the accessory and muttered to himself, "Zillings has infiltrated Bakeland? Pritz Harbor, in a certain basement." The hanging man Alger sat on a chair, coldly looking at the man squirming and struggling in front of him. The man was dressed like a sailor, and his head was completely covered in a light blue film of water. His face was purplish red from the suffocation. His hands kept clawing at his face, but all he could do was fling out drops of liquid. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and gave a signal of submission. The corners of Alger's mouth curled up as he casually clapped his hands. The light blue film of water immediately disintegrated, turning into raindrops that fell to the ground. The sailor gasped for air and coughed violently, coughing so hard that it tore his heart and shattered his lungs. When the man calmed down, Alger leaned back slightly and mimicked the fool's calm and indifferent tone. "Tell me, why did Zillings go to Bakeland?" "He's there to complete a commission, but I'm not sure what it is exactly." The pirate completely lost the will to resist as he answered honestly and frankly, "I only know the benefits he might receive. Zillings once proudly mentioned in front of us that if this matter goes smoothly, he will obtain an item he has been dreaming of for a long time. The 4 kings of the pirates will also become the 5 kings. An item he has been dreaming of for a long time?" Alger frowned and fell into deep thought. On Monday morning, Klein still didn't rest. He continued according to his plan and investigated the houses with red chimneys in Tingen City. Unfortunately, he still didn't find his target this time. He returned home at noon, heated up the leftovers from the previous night, ate a loaf of oatmeal bread, and then slept for an hour. At 40 minutes to 2, Klein put down the book in his hand, sealed his bedroom with his spirituality, and once again entered the mysterious space above the gray fog. He casually sat at the seat of honor at the long bronze table. Ignoring the frequency of Sun's heartbeat, he reached out his right hand and gave an early response. Inside the city of silver. Derek Berg was sweating on the training field when his vision suddenly blurred. He saw the heavy gray fog and the fool sitting on a high-backed chair in the depths of the fog. He froze for a moment, then immediately stopped moving and lowered his head. When the illusion disappeared, he silently counted his heartbeats, held his silver sword, and quickly walked to the resting area. After 1,000 heartbeats, he had already locked himself in a private washroom. After waiting for another 10 breaths, he saw a dark red light surge from the void and drown him in an instant. Above the gray fog, Klein leaned back in his chair and tapped his left molar twice, quietly activating his spirit vision. He saw that deep within Sun's ether body, the mottled colors had become pure like the first rays of dawn. He smiled and said, "Congratulations, Mr. Bard." At the same time, he also noticed that the resplendent stars behind Derek's high-back chair were moving rapidly, reorganizing into a symbol that symbolized Sunday. It naturally changed without my will, just like a conditioned reflex. Other than the palace, the long table, and the chair, the other conjured objects can't be preserved after I leave this place. They're very special. There sure are many secrets above the gray fog. Klein looked at everything in front of him thoughtfully. He lowered his head again and replied humbly, "This is all thanks to your help. This is all thanks to your help. This is just the beginning." He wasn't surprised that the fool could tell that he had consumed the potion. At this moment, Klein took out his silver pocket watch, opened it, and chuckled. "Then, let's begin the gathering. Remember, it'll be about the same frequency after this. Or should I say, interval." As he spoke, he established a connection with the crimson stars that symbolized justice and the hanging man. He pulled the two members back into the magnificent palace that looked like a giant's residence. Audrey had just gotten a clear look at the scene in front of her when she immediately greeted him in a brisk tone, "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. I still have a page of Emperor Roselle's diary." "Good afternoon, Mr. Sunday. Did you get the telepathist formula?" Miss Justice is always able to maintain a happy mood. "How enviable. I hope I can be like that too." Upon hearing the cheerful greeting, Klein, who was sitting at the head of the long bronze table, couldn't help but sigh silently. But when he recalled how she had easily taken out £1,000 in cash, he suddenly felt that it would be very difficult for him to maintain a happy mood like Miss Justice. Son Derek Berg was a young man who cared a lot about his reputation. He immediately replied, "I've already obtained the telepathist formula." During this period of time, he sorted out the inheritance left behind by his parents. Other than the house, furniture, and a few items that he missed, the rest of the valuable items were taken to the black market in the City of Silver to exchange for the telepathist formula and the ingredients for the Bard potion. At present, he was only surviving on a ration of food. But he believed that this situation wouldn't last long. Once he passed the combat assessment, he would join the team that cleared out the surrounding objects of darkness and receive a sizable reward. "When I'm truly strong, I'll apply to become a member of an elite team to explore the depths of the darkness and find a way to remove the curse." Derek thought with a hint of hope as he turned his head to look at the fool in the thick gray fog. He had previously noticed that after Miss Justice sought Mr. Fool's permission, she had strangely made the unknown Roselle diary appear. Although Derek didn't understand what was going on, he felt that it was better to take a look at Mr. Fool. First, recall the formula in your mind. Then, pick up the pen by your hand and give it a strong desire to express. Klein leaned back in his chair in a seemingly leisurely manner. As the sun came from the City of Silver, which was suspected to be the forsaken land of the gods, he didn't conjure a pen in front of him, but a quill. Of course, there was still no ink. Derek didn't dare to doubt the fool's words. He immediately grabbed the quill that suddenly appeared by his hand. A few seconds later, as he was instructed, he saw the telepathist potion formula appear on the yellowish-brown goatskin parchment in front of him as expected. After examining it twice, Derek remained silent and pushed the promised item to Miss Justice. Audrey was excited, and expectant, but she took it in a reserved manner. She swept her gaze over it, and all the words that Klein translated appeared in her mind. Main ingredients: complete pituitary gland of phantom wyvern, 10 milliliters of spinal fluid of semispectral rabbit. Supplementary materials: I've never heard of the main ingredient. I don't know enough. Audrey, who had been cramming the types and names of common Beyonder ingredients from Furs and Zio, thought in frustration. At a time like this, she had already forgotten what a spectator was. Suddenly, Audrey heard a light knocking sound and looked towards the end of the long bronze table. She was pleasantly surprised to see Mr. Fool tapping the edge of the table with his right index finger and nodding slightly at her as a gesture. What was going on? Audrey was puzzled and her eyes were blank. Just as she was about to ask, she saw from the corner of her eye that the telepathist formula in front of her had changed. There were many additional notes. Main ingredients: complete pituitary gland of phantom wyvern, also known as rainbow salamander, 10 milliliters of spinal fluid of semispectral rabbit, also known as Farsman rabbit. Supplementary materials, I know all of these. Audrey was stunned for a moment before a strong sense of joy surged from the bottom of her heart. Thank you, Mr. Fool. You really are very knowledgeable. She looked at the seat of honor again and sincerely thanked and praised him. The hanging man Alger didn't know what had happened, but he was very disdainful of Justice's words. How could a godlike figure be described as knowledgeable? Such an existence, to a certain extent, was equivalent to knowledge. Klein accepted Miss Justice's praise calmly because this wasn't something that could only be achieved by coincidentally obtaining the psychological alchemy's telepathist formula. After pulling Sun into the tarot, he had been taking precautions against similar problems due to the uniqueness of the City of Silver. He had been constantly looking for relevant information to study. Even if Daxter Guderian hadn't obtained the formula in time, he could have easily completed the notes just now. After the previous divination and comparison, he was sure that the two telepathist formulas were correct. This is what it means to be prepared and not be in trouble. Klein thought smugly. Audrey looked at the telepathist formula a few more times before reluctantly retracting her gaze. She skillfully expressed Roselle the Great's diary. This is what you deserve. She put down her pen and looked at the fool in the grey fog. In addition, how about I give your adorer another 300,300 pounds? She sounded a little guilty because the 3 pages of Roselle's diary only cost her 20 pounds, while the sheriff formula, which was also a sequence 8, cost 450 pounds. This meant that, based on simple math, she should have paid an additional 430 pounds on top of the 3 pages of the diary. However, Audrey felt that she was lucky. The seller didn't know the value of Roselle's diary, which allowed her to buy it at a relatively low price. Roselle the Great's diary costs at least £50 per page. Audrey secretly clenched her fists and encouraged herself silently. 300 pounds? To this day, I've only seen so much money at Sir Deweyville's place. Klein sighed. He pretended to be uninterested in money and nodded calmly. A reasonable deal. This is my adorer's information. He tried his best to prevent the fool from saying such degrading terms as Bakel & Bank and anonymous account. He directly presented them on the sheepskin in front of him. Last Wednesday, when he was investigating the house with the red chimney, Klein took the time to go to the Tingen branch of Bakel & Bank. He disguised himself and opened an anonymous account. One only needed to remember the account number and provide the corresponding password to withdraw the balance from any of the Bakel & Bank branches. If the account holder felt that this method wasn't secure enough, they could also add a signature and fingerprint for comparison, which would be more troublesome. To keep it a secret and to hide his identity, Klein didn't set it up like this. He only left behind a set of password. This set of password was written in ancient Hermes, the fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the grey fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. This is because ancient Hermes can be used for sacrifices and prayers without any protection. No matter who it is, as long as they dare to copy this set of password, it's equivalent to chanting my name. That way, I can immediately receive the corresponding notification. I can then go above the grey fog to determine if it's normal or if someone is trying to steal my wealth. Klein was very satisfied with the idea he came up with. The only drawback was that it would slightly leak the existence of the fool, but it was still acceptable. As Audrey pushed Roselle's diary to Mr. Fool, she took the goatskin with the information of his adorer. On it was the Bakel & Bank and a corresponding anonymous account that was formed by a string of numbers. I wonder if Mr. Fool's adorer is male or female, and what sequence it's at. Yes, it's definitely very powerful. At the very least, it's not inferior to Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings. Audrey couldn't help but let her thoughts wander. But she quickly focused her attention and began to memorize the anonymous account. There's no need to go through so much trouble. At that moment, she heard the fool's deep and calm voice. When you get home, recite my name and you'll be able to write the corresponding information. This is just like me drawing the red chimney scene that I got from divination. The account number is very important. I can't make a mistake. Klein silently added. Is that possible? From Mr. Fool's words, he's very confident. As expected of an important figure that's close to a god. He can even do such a thing. Audrey was taken aback for a moment before coming to a realization. She felt that this was logical and reasonable. But why did I have to work so hard to memorize the formula just now? Audrey suddenly felt a little confused. At this moment, Klein pressed down on the page of Roselle's diary and wasn't in a rush to read it. He turned his head to look at the sun and calmly asked, "What kind of compensation do you want?" Derek thought seriously for a moment and said, "That's right. I don't have anything that I'm in a rush to obtain recently. I should be able to digest the Bard potion soon. The compensation is there. Yes, it's in preparation for the corresponding Sequence 8 formula or the necessary ingredients. Sequence 8 is light supplement. I have the ingredients. Even if I can obtain them, I don't know how to give them to you. Digest them. The City of Silver really has the acting method. The highest combat strength there is only Sequence 4. Is it limited by the ingredients?" Klein nodded thoughtfully, indicating that it was a deal. Audrey also acutely noticed the word digest. She deliberated and asked, "Mr. Sun, have you mastered the acting method?" Derek looked at Miss Justice in confusion and answered frankly, "It's nothing strange." The City of Silver's general knowledge classes teach the acting method? General knowledge classes teach the acting method. Perplexed, Audrey looked at the hanging man and realized that he was also looking at her. Both of them fell into silence. The origins of the sun are indeed very mysterious. I wonder how Mr. Fool managed to pull him into the tarot. The more I think about it, the more I'm awed. Audrey slowed down and looked at the fool, who didn't show any signs of surprise. The sun's origins are indeed very mysterious. I wonder how Mr. Fool managed to pull him into the tarot club. The more I think about it, the more odd I feel. Audrey calmed down and looked at the fool, who didn't show any signs of surprise, high up in the thick gray fog. At this moment, the hanging man, Alger, probed, "Mr. Sun, did you explain clearly the things to take note of when it comes to the acting method?" "Yes." Derek nodded without hesitation. "Our general education classes made it very clear that there's only one thing to take note of when it comes to the acting method. Remember, you are only acting. It's just as I expected. We are using an ingenious method to bypass the obstruction and completely disintegrate the remnant mental influence in the potion, and not succumb to it. Sun, you really are a naive youth. You were tricked into revealing important information just like that." Klein smiled and cast his gaze at Roselle's diary in front of him. On the yellowish-brown goatskin parchment, the slightly distorted and threatening Chinese words were written, "To N.D. August. The waters are deeper than I imagined. History is really a young lady who can be dressed up. August 5th. Today, I witnessed the strength of high sequence beyonders. It's terrifying. They have undergone a qualitative change in a certain aspect, becoming like gods. It's no wonder they're described as demigods. Yes, I think it's more appropriate to call them mythical creatures." August 6th. What's strange is why the 7 major churches have such a strange attitude towards potions. At the low and mid-sequence level, not only do they give the advanced the main ingredients, they also generously share the formula and demonstrate the process of concocting potions. If there's a corresponding ritual, they'll definitely explain it in detail. But at the high sequence level, they only provide the finished potion. This doesn't make sense at all. At the low and mid-sequence level, where the main ingredients are relatively easy to gather and the concoction process is relatively simple, shouldn't they keep the formula a secret and concoct the potion directly for the target? At the high sequence, since the main ingredients are difficult to obtain, shouldn't they share the formula so that the members who have a chance of advancing take the initiative to search for it? There must be a secret hidden here that I don't know of. August 9th. What happened in the past 2 days doesn't make me feel too good. The Industrial Revolution that I personally started, the age of steam and machinery that I personally created, will become the breeding ground for the birth of an evil god? What do you mean? The breeding ground for the birth of an evil god? Klein frowned slightly as he tapped the edge of the ancient table with his index finger. Has Mr. Fool encountered a problem? Something that can put him in a difficult position must involve a very high level. Audrey looked at the leader who was shrouded in a thick gray fog and read his current state from his body language. Klein, who was indeed puzzled by the high-level question, thought for a while, but he didn't get an answer. He began to consider the possibility of using divination to seek enlightenment. Yes, it's impossible to divine something substantial with just 2 simple sentences. I'm not a prophet. Directly divine the breeding ground for the birth of an evil god? I feel like I'm courting death. An evil god might not be as terrifying as the eternal blazing sun, but his powers might be even stranger. He might be able to find me by following the clues. Besides, there's no way to divine how dangerous such an attempt would be, because once a deity is involved, whether divination is dangerous or not will bring danger. He had to remember this question first and observe and think about it more. Regarding the magic potion, the church's arrangements were indeed strange. I didn't know what secrets were hidden behind it. Perhaps when the spirit guide daily became an archbishop or a high-ranking deacon and entered the core of the church, I would be able to receive some hints. Roselle's words really make one yearn for the elegance of a high-sequence beyonder. As thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein stopped tapping the edge of the ancient table and looked at Justice, the hanging man, and the son. You can communicate freely now. The hanging man, Alger, immediately said, Mr. Fool, Miss Justice, I've obtained a new piece of information. Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings has infiltrated Bakelin to complete a difficult mission. He might stay there for a long period of time and create a horrifying tragedy. In addition, I also know that this matter involves a very important item, an item that can help Zillings quickly become a high-sequence beyonder. Quickly become a high-sequence beyonder? Isn't he afraid of losing control? Audrey grasped the main point of the other party's description and posed as a spectator. Zillings was only a sequence 6 windblast. He was still a sequence 5 away from sequence 4. Alger had already expected such a question, so he calmly replied, that's why that item is very important. Of course, this is all my speculation. The information I received is this: Zillings believes that once he completes the mission and obtains that item, he will soon be on par with the King of the Five Seas, Nast and Company. He will make the 4 kings of the pirates become the 5 kings, reducing the 7 pirate admirals to 6. Ordinary people might not know, but as beyonders, we should all know that the 4 kings of the pirates are either high-sequence beyonder directly, or with the help of beyonder ships and mystical items, they have the combat strength of a high-sequence beyonder. If Zillings wants to obtain recognition and be on par with them, he has to be at a similar level. That's why I made such a speculation. I only know that the King of the Five Seas, Nast, is a sequence 4 beyonder, but I don't know the name of his potion. Klein listened quietly and didn't easily express his opinion. Although son Derek Berg couldn't understand the events described by the hanging man and had no idea who was who, he still listened attentively. He felt that the world had opened up a new door in front of him. Pirates? The place where they live has a sea as claimed in the books. That's very different from the surrounding environment of the City of Silver. They don't seem to be worried about curses or the invasion of things of darkness. How curious. Yes, Mr. Fool has exhorted me not to casually ask about the secrets of others. That's impolite behavior. Derek thought silently as he scrutinized the hanging man and Justice. Your speculation is very reasonable. Of course, it could also be a mystical item that can match a high-sequence beyonder, Justice Audrey replied with a faint smile. The hanging man looked at the fool who was high in the thick gray fog and deliberated for a moment before looking at Justice and emphasizing, there are 2 main points in my description. There are 2 important points in my description just now. First, Kalangos will be staying in Backland for a long period of time. Second, it involves a very important and possibly very magical item. So, Mr. Fool, aren't you tempted? You have plenty of time to get your adorer to come to Bakeland. Alger silently added in his heart, but he didn't dare to say it directly. He could only tactfully nod. Mr. the Hanging Man, you don't have to repeatedly emphasize it. I understand what you're trying to say. However, my strength doesn't allow me to get involved in this matter. Besides, I can't leave Tingen on my own accord. Klein leaned back in his chair as he thought helplessly. Ignoring adorers, I can find 2 relatively powerful beyonders to help me. One is Daly, who has already advanced to sequence 6. However, it's impossible for me to explain the entire situation to her. At most, I can mention that I've received a tip that Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings has infiltrated Bakeland and is living on a certain street. If that's the case, Daly might directly mobilize the power of the Nighthawks, making things very chaotic and troublesome. In the end, if you still can't find any helpers, yes, you can give it a try to prevent a tragedy from happening. The other is Mr. Aztec, but it's impossible for me to reveal the fool's identity to him. If I want him to get involved in Xianxia's matter, there's a lack of sufficient and legitimate reason. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein calmly said, "All right. I understand." Seeing that the fool still didn't express his stance and still didn't place much importance on Xianxia's matter, the hanging man Alger sighed inwardly. He hid his disappointment and began to discuss the results of his investigation with Miss Justice this week. In short, we've roughly locked onto Xianxia's general area of activity, and we're about to begin a further search. Audrey first briefly explained the specific situation, then said with a serious attitude, "We need more information, with the focus on Xianxia's hobbies and habits." The hanging man Alger recalled as he said, "He likes to eat fish, especially fish from the sea. He likes to eat fish very much, especially fish from the ocean. He eats them raw, he likes to drink strong alcohol, and he looks down on champagne and red wine. Once he gets ashore, he will always find a woman to vent, and his strong body makes it impossible for a single woman to satisfy him. He's used to using cold weapons and hates firearms. It's very difficult for him to leave the water for long periods of time. What I mean is, he has to swim or dive every few days." Audrey memorized all of them, forming and enriching the character named Xianxia in her mind. "I hope it works out." "Happy working with you," and Jing said with a faint smile. "Happy working with you." Alger could only force himself to believe in Miss Justice, who was very influential in Bakeland. As they conversed, Klein seemed to be listening attentively, but in fact, he was thinking about a problem from before. If Sun wished to obtain the ingredients, how should he pay him? Having barely passed the mysticism level, he habitually looked for ideas to solve problems in the field of ritualistic magic. This was a path dependence that he had accumulated from his previous successes. Previously, when I flipped through the internal information of the Nighthawks, I saw records of the goddess bestowing holy items to her believers. Yes, in many sacrificial rituals that involve evil gods and devils, there are also descriptions of the descent of items. Does this mean that when I respond to a prayer, I can bestow an item to complete the payment of the ingredients? In my previous attempts, I can only respond to thoughts that contain images and sounds. But this doesn't mean that I can only respond like this forever. When I advance to sequence 8 and stabilize, there might be new changes. In addition, there's another key point. Can I bring real ingredients or items above the gray fog? Yes, those sacrificial rituals that involve evil gods and devils often include a sacrifice segment. Can I consider sacrificing items to myself? This way, I might really be able to bring real ingredients and items above the gray fog. If the attempt succeeds, I can directly obtain items and ingredients from Justice, Sun, and the Hanging Man, and then bestow them to myself. Yes, sacrifice is a relatively high-level ritual. I'm temporarily unable to come into contact with it. The most important thing now is to improve myself as soon as possible. Klein reined in his thoughts and continued listening to the three members' conversation in a profound manner. He listened as they discussed matters regarding Xianxia to the characteristics of certain monsters. After a while, he smiled. "That's all for today." "As you wish." Sun, Justice, and the Hanging Man stood up at the same time. After severing his connection with the three members, Klein quickly descended into the gray fog and left the mysterious space. Returning to his bedroom, he removed the wall of spirituality and pulled open the oriel window's curtains, allowing the sunlight to shine in. There are 2 important things to do this week. One is to accept the examination and advance to sequence 8. The other is to create a flaring sun charm. Its power might even exceed that of a sequence 7 or 6. Klein looked out at the streets, filled with anticipation. Tomorrow, I should be able to receive the report on the paranormal incident that Mr. Azek had caused. On Tuesday morning, Klein, who had just finished his mysticism class, didn't find a quiet place to read the comparison of ancient and modern names and Nighthawk's casebook. Instead, he stayed in the recreation room and played cards with Leonard, Kenley, and Royale. I only asked Mr. Aztec to create a chance to bring out sealed artifact 3-0782. Whether I can grasp this opportunity or not will depend on my improvisation. Klein's mind wasn't on the card table at all, so he kept losing. He lost 5 solely in an hour, which made his heart ache. He planned to focus on recouping his losses. After buying the various ingredients for the flaring sun charm yesterday afternoon, his private stash had dropped to less than £1. Furthermore, he still had to pay 2 solely a day to rent a carriage to check for houses with dark red chimneys. While waiting for Kenley to shuffle the cards, he picked up the copper penny in front of him out of boredom and casually spun it. Suddenly, he noticed that Royale was staring at him with a serious expression. "What's wrong?" Klein was taken aback at first, then he saw the crumbling copper penny. "Is she wary that I'm cheating with divination?" "There's no need to be so serious when playing cards with teammates." He instantly understood and laughed dryly as he pressed down on the penny. At that moment, Dunn Smith knocked on the door and entered. He looked around and said, "There's a situation in Morristown. Leonard, go and handle it." "Morristown?" Klein perked up and pretended to be curious. "Captain, what's the situation?" Dunn scanned the area with his gray eyes and casually explained, "Recently, there have been a few paranormal incidents. Over the past few days, there have been a few paranormal incidents. First, when someone passed by the cemetery, they heard someone crying inside and saw a blurry shadow flashing by. Then, a widow woke up in the middle of the night, and when she went to the bathroom, she ran into her late husband and almost fainted. Then, there was an old man who lived alone. He kept hearing heavy footsteps echoing in the house, but as soon as he lit a candle or a gas lamp, everything became quiet again. The residents of this town generally believe in the goddess, so the local priest reported the situation directly. It didn't hurt anyone, and it's closer to a prank. It's likely Mr. Azek's doing." Klein used a rehearsed expression and tone as he said, "Captain, there might be some secrets behind the sudden occurrence of a few paranormal incidents. In this regard, divination can give us certain revelations. I think I can help Leonard." Upon hearing that, Leonard's green eyes immediately stared at Klein, as if he was trying to find clues from his face. Dunn first nodded, then hesitated in silence. When Klein saw the captain's reaction, he immediately added, "Don't worry. In the end, some things may need ritualistic magic to completely purify them." "Makes sense." Dunn thought for a moment and said, "Then you and Leonard will go to Morristown together." Before anyone could say anything, he added, "Well, you probably won't be able to make it for the afternoon's combat practice. I'll get someone to inform Gawain." Phew, the first step is complete. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and quickly packed up the solely and pennies in front of him. Halfway through, he suddenly froze. He turned to look at Dunn and solemnly said, "Captain, I think we have to prevent the worst-case scenario. If there's a powerful wraith behind the paranormal incidents, it might be very dangerous for Leonard and me alone. And from Tingen City to Morristown, it will take 3 hours, right? Even if we send a telegram in time to ask for help, it will take a long time." "So?" Dunn interrupted him. "I hope to get the help of another teammate." Klein pretended to ponder and said, "Furthermore, according to the rules, 3 or more Nighthawks can apply to use a Grade 3 sealed artifact when working together. Yes, 3-0782 is most suitable to resolve this problem." Upon hearing this, Leonard chuckled and said, "This is indeed your style. Cautious, careful, and never taking risks. You seem to be saying that I'm a coward." "I'm someone who has looked directly at the eternal blazing sun before." Klein pretended not to hear Leonard's words and looked sincerely at Dunn Smith. "Captain, what do you think? Indeed, we have to prevent any accidents. There have been too many coincidences recently." Dunn nodded as though in thought. He looked at the other 2 team members and said, "Kenley, go to Morristown with Leonard and Klein. Well, quickly draft an application. After I sign it, go to Cheney's Gate and retrieve sealed artifact 3-0782. "All right." The short Kenley put down the cards in his hand. "All right." Klein clenched his fists and cheered in his heart, but on the surface, he looked uneasy and cautious. At that moment, Sikatron was monitoring Hood-Eugen in the mental asylum, while Fry was on duty at Cheney's Gate. After leaving the recreation room, Klein put on his black tuxedo, took his hat and cane, and waited for Kenley at the staircase that led underground with Leonard. There was no one around, and it was quiet and desolate. Leonard suddenly turned to look at Klein. I think you should give up on your unrealistic fantasies. What? Klein replied in a daze. Leonard took a step forward, stood at the edge of the stairs, and looked down into the deep abyss. He looked down and said, even in a mission, you won't be able to discover my secret and understand my uniqueness. Classmate, can you not be so narcissistic? So you thought that I volunteered to participate in this mission to observe you in secret? I hadn't thought of that at all. Klein was first enlightened, then he chuckled. How are you so sure that my uniqueness won't help me discover your secret? Leonard's expression turned solemn, but he immediately broke into a smile. Is that so? Then I'll wait for your discovery. Once I gather more information and items, I'll head above the gray fog and help you do a divination. You're welcome. Klein cursed in his heart. Not long after, the short and capable Kenley appeared on the winding staircase with the mutated sun's sacred emblem. Feeling the unique warmth and purity, Klein heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that he had finally completed the first and most difficult step in his plan to steal the power of the eternal blazing sun's divine blood. Following that, the three of them left the Blackthorn Security Company and arrived at Zutland Street. They walked towards the carriage that belonged to the Nighthawks. The purification effect won't affect the horses, right? Kenley suddenly asked uneasily. I don't want a horse that only knows how to praise the sun to pull the carriage. He had only been a Nighthawk longer than Klein, but he wasn't very experienced. No, sealed artifact 3-0782 only purifies creatures with higher intelligence, Klein replied in a low voice. If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't have been bitten by the mosquitoes, he added in his heart. So that's how it is. Heh, I didn't read the information carefully enough back then. Kenley pressed down on his black top hat and laughed in enlightenment. As Klein hadn't mastered the skill of driving a carriage, he sat in the carriage for the next 3 hours, caressing sealed artifact 3-0782 in his palm as he watched Leonard and Kenley take turns driving. They finally arrived at Morristown around lunchtime. How beautiful! Kenley exclaimed sincerely as he got off the carriage and looked at the endless golden wheat fields around the town. The volcano constellation was coming to an end, and the harvest constellation was about to dominate everyone's lives. Leonard stood in the carriage driver's seat and looked around. He opened his mouth as though he was trying to compose a sonnet. But in the end, he only managed to say one sentence. How beautiful! Klein held back his laughter, put on his top hat, grabbed his cane, and got off the carriage. Just then, a middle-aged man in a black priest robe walked over. He drew a crimson moon on his chest and said, Praise the goddess. Praise the goddess, are you friends sent by St. Selena Church to help us? Yes, priest Sirius. May the goddess bless you. Leonard jumped off the carriage and replied with a smile, We're here to deal with the recent paranormal incidents. Suspected, the gray-haired, blue-eyed Sirius emphasized when he saw many townspeople approaching. Morristown was not very big. No matter which direction one walked in, it would take at most 10 minutes to reach the plains. It was difficult for the people who lived here not to know each other. What happened before had already spread like wildfire. Therefore, many of the townsfolk who were eagerly waiting for the Church of the Evernight Goddess to send someone to resolve the problem couldn't hide their curiosity and concern when they saw the priest welcoming the three strangers. Some of them tiptoed, while others tried their best to listen. Leonard chuckled. Priest, don't worry. We're professionals. Look, we brought holy water, silver daggers, dark holy emblems, and garlic. As he spoke, he magically took out the described item from the inside pocket of his clothes. Garlic? Are you trying to kill the ghost with a pungent smell? Klein looked at Leonard's performance in exasperation and amusement. Sire, on the other hand, was perplexed. He even began to suspect that St. Selena Church had hired a bunch of scammers. The onlookers, on the other hand, all showed gratified smiles, as if they had finally been rescued. Leonard approached Priest Sire and whispered into his ear, Don't worry. That's what they believe. Without waiting for Sire to snap out of his daze, he added, That's all they believe. Let's settle our lunch at the cathedral first before we deal with those incidents. Yes, lunch is very important. After we deal with those paranormal incidents, it will be time to take turns guarding sealed artifact 3-0782. That will be the opportunity for me to make the flaring sun charm. I hope everything goes smoothly. Of course, the flaring sun charm has to be made during the day to achieve the best results. Klein thought expectantly. The buildings in Morristown were mostly built in the style of 100 years ago. The most eye-catching building was the Black Cathedral with a pointed roof. After settling the carriage, Klein and the rest quickly finished their lunch of bread, toast, bacon, butter, and coffee. Under the purification of sealed artifact 3-0782, we can still last for 2 hours and 35 minutes. Kenley stood at the entrance of the cathedral and took out his gold pocket watch from the inner pocket of his tuxedo. He opened it and said, I suggest we deal with the suspected haunted incidents to prevent them from worsening. Then, we can return to the cathedral and take turns to guard it so that we can recover. Under normal circumstances, Sequence 9, 8, and 7 Beyonders who were close to their limits would have to stay away from the mutated sun's sacred emblem for 2 hours to fully recover. But if they weren't at their limits, or if they only wanted to recover a portion of their strength, they would need at least an hour. All right. I have no objections. Klein and Leonard spoke at the same time. Then, which incident should we deal with first? Kenley asked for his partner's opinion. Leonard put away his frivolous attitude and said, the moment the elder who lived alone heard heavy footsteps echoing in the house. Why? Kenley subconsciously asked for the reason. Klein also waited with interest for Klein's explanation. Is this the so-called intuition of a poet? He secretly mocked him. Leonard's gaze moved from the short Kenley's face to Klein's face, then back again. He chuckled and said, because it's closest to the cathedral. How did you know? It wasn't written in the information. Klein blurted out. Leonard chuckled and said, didn't I go to the washroom during the meal? On the way back, I met a pastor in training and had a casual chat. He told me that Noah's house is near the cathedral. Yes, Noah is the name of the old man who lives alone. As expected of a nighthawk with more than 3 years of service. He's very familiar with missions. Klein laughed dryly and said to Kenley, then, let's go to Noah's house first. All right. Kenley didn't have any objections. A minute later, they arrived at Noah's house. Noah was an old man with white and sparse hair. When he was young, he lost his left hand forever in a war. He had no choice but to leave the army and return to his hometown with compensation. At this moment, he opened the door and looked at the 3 strangers in front of him. He then looked at Sire, who had rushed over from the cathedral, and said in a hoarse voice, come in. I hope you can solve my problem. I heard that you brought holy water, holy emblem, silver dagger, and garlic. That's great. I'm relieved. Please forgive me for being long-winded. You have to understand the state of an elderly person who couldn't sleep peacefully for 2 consecutive nights. Oh, goddess, I've been bearing the burden of fear, and my spirit has become absent-minded. As soon as he entered the door, Leonard suddenly straightened his back and scanned his surroundings. Following that, Klein sensed a cold and gloomy aura lingering in the room. It was the remnant of the ghost's activities. Unclean creatures have indeed been here, Kenley, who was the last to notice the situation, said in a low voice. Very weak, Leonard said leisurely as he retracted his gaze. The Midnight Poet was considered a job with high spiritual perception among all the Sequence 8s in the church's records. Yes. Klein felt that the warmth and purity emitted by sealed artifact 3-0782 was rapidly dissolving the cold aura, and the other party was completely defenseless. At this moment, the townsfolk who had been waiting for quite some time gathered at Noah's house. They looked at Klein, Leonard, and Kenley with curious and expectant gazes. Ahem. Leonard cleared his throat and said loudly, we have the goddess's blessings. Those unclean creatures will soon disappear. They won't cause any trouble. With that, he gestured to Klein to perform the purification ritual. Why me? Klein asked with his eyes. Of course, he didn't know if Leonard could understand his gaze. Clearly, Leonard understood what he meant as he suppressed his voice. He lowered his voice and said, you're a professional when it comes to rituals. All right, it's my fault for volunteering to help. Klein straightened his clothes and took the holy water, sacred emblem, silver dagger, and garlic from Leonard. He first wore the dark sacred emblem on his chest, then peeled the garlic and threw it clove by clove to the corners of the room. Is this how garlic is used to exorcise ghosts? It's different from the description in the newspapers, will this be useful? The surrounding townsfolk broke into a flurry of discussion. They were curious and excited, as if they were in a circus. It's useless. I'm just doing it for show. Klein suddenly felt like he had become a clown. He hurriedly half-closed his eyes and used his silver dagger to scoop out the holy water and sprinkled it on the ground. As he sprinkled it, he walked around the house and muttered, "Evernight goddess, mother of concealment. Lady of crimson, empress of misfortune and horror, mistress of repose and silence." This standard charlatan immediately shocked everyone. The townsfolk fell silent. And once people entered a state of silence, it was easy to notice things that they had previously overlooked. It's a very warm feeling. It's like I'm basking in the sun. No, it's like I'm looking at a pure sky. How magical. Is this the effect of the holy water? As expected of a priest from St. Selena Cathedral. Praise the Lady. The townsfolk discussed softly as they looked at Klein, Leonard, and Kenley in awe. The owner of the house, Noah, visibly relaxed. He no longer had any doubts that the matter could be resolved. This is the effect of sealed artifact 3-0782. We don't actually have to do anything to exorcise the ghosts. We just need to stay where we are for a minute. It's not tiring or troublesome. After Klein purified the cold aura in the house, he opened his eyes and put away his silver dagger. He solemnly and seriously drew the crimson moon on his chest. Praise the Lady. Praise the Lady, the townsfolk replied piously. We still have some matters to settle, but we need absolute silence, Leonard said with a smile as he surveyed the area. The townsfolk who had seen what a professional was didn't dare to stay any longer. Under Priest Sire's instructions, they retreated out of Noah's house like a receding tide. Even the owner of the house had to leave temporarily. Actually, I really want to sleep right now, Noah mumbled as he walked towards the cathedral. Leonard extended his hand and closed the door. He turned to Klein and said, "Divine the cause of the incident." No problem. Klein also wanted to try to divine something. No problem. Klein also wanted to give it a try to divine something. I know it was done by Mr. Aztec. But his level doesn't seem low. A person who can live for 1,300 to 1,400 years definitely doesn't have a low level. So, my divination will definitely be affected. Under such circumstances, without the help of the mysterious space above the gray fog, I don't even know what revelation I'll receive. Klein took out a pen and paper and wrote a divination statement. The cause of the haunting in Noah's house. He took the piece of paper and walked to the round table. He sat down, closed his eyes, and leaned back in his chair. In the blurry and hazy world, Klein suddenly saw a black mausoleum. It was similar to a pyramid, but it was upside down and embedded into the ground, almost buried. And inside the ancient mausoleum, a thick black fog concealed everything. Klein suddenly woke up and opened his eyes. "What did you discover?" he asked with concern. Klein thought for a moment, and without hiding anything, he described the revelation he had received in his dream in detail. Finally, he said, "This is definitely not the style of a mausoleum in the northern continent. I mean, I'm barely considered an expert in this aspect." Leonard nodded as though he was thinking. "That's the southern continent's inverted pyramid. It means entering the underworld from the human world. And be it the former Balam Empire or its branch, the Highlands Kingdom, only the so-called descendants of death can build such a mausoleum for themselves. In a sense, this is the symbol of the Grim Reaper. Yes, ghosts are definitely related to death. This divination is undoubtedly correct." Ignoring Leonard's mockery, Klein fell into a daze and came up with an interesting idea. Could it be that Mr. Aztec is a descendant of death? Or rather, the reason why he has such a long life is because he made a deal with death, according to the corresponding chapter in the Revelation of Evernight and the Nighthawk's internal records. Death was an evil god. He had once caused a catastrophe in the northern continent at the end of the fourth epoch. That period was known as the Pale Age. Yes, it was said that he perished from the combined forces of the seven gods. The age of Lamed Castle can no longer be determined, but it can't be earlier than the Pale Age. If there's really a connection, then the mastermind living in the house with the red chimney has taken the skull of Mr. Aztec's child. Of course, this could also be an excuse for the northern continent's countries to colonize the southern continent. After all, they mainly believe in death. As they didn't discover anything else, the three Nighthawks didn't stay for long. They quickly left Noah's house and began to deal with the other two suspected haunting incidents. The same process and the same result. They quickly freed the town from the influence of the aura of death, but they didn't find the source of it. Along the way, Leonard asked the townspeople if any strangers had come over the past few days, but he received a negative answer. Mr. Aztec didn't come over? He must have arrived secretly and left quietly without anyone noticing. He's indeed cautious. He said that he'll return to Tingen on Wednesday. Does that mean that even if we don't deal with it, the ghosts will disappear on their own on that day? Klein thought about this as he followed Leonard and Kenley back to the entrance of Morse Cathedral. Furthermore, they could still last an hour and 45 minutes under the mutated sun's sacred emblem. We'll take turns keeping watch. We'll change every hour. Klein suppressed his excitement and looked at the sky. Let's try to rush back to Tingen for dinner. No problem. Leonard glanced at Klein and chuckled. But to ensure safety, I suggest that two people keep watch while one rests. We'll take turns. Klein was stunned for a moment. His thoughts raced as he replied with a smile, all right. But this way, we'll have to figure out the most reasonable way of taking turns. Who rests first, who's next, who's last, how much time they need to recover, and how much they need to recover. I think we have to establish an equation with unknown variables to find the optimal solution and compare it with keeping watch alone. It would be best if there's an efficiency function. Let's first assume that the unknown variable is. Stop. Leonard's green eyes were filled with confusion and fear. If that's the case, let's keep watch alone. The person whose turn it is will stay inside the cathedral. It's large enough. Of course, we'll have to let Priest Sire and the rest be guests somewhere else. The remaining two will stand guard outside the cathedral to prevent anyone from approaching. That's my opinion as well. Kenley realized that he had a headache whenever he heard about problems related to mathematics. All right. Klein reluctantly nodded his head. If he hadn't been able to convince his two teammates, he could only try to make a deal with Leonard using the excuse that everyone had their own secrets. He would have to pay a certain amount of information in exchange for his departure. Faint light shone in from the narrow stained windows high above, making the darkness in the Morse Cathedral a little more visible. Klein placed his top hat on his knees and leaned his cane on his leg. He sat quietly on the first row of chairs on the left side of the aisle and looked at the altar in front of him. There was no statue of a consecration there, only a huge dark sacred emblem. It had a black base and was embellished with resplendence. It surrounded half of the crimson moon. On the wall behind the sacred emblem, there were holes. The sunlight from the outside world shone in, condensing into pure, miniature spots of light. They connected with the dark surroundings and transformed into a majestic starry sky. Be it the Evernight Goddess, the eternal blazing sun, or the Lord of Storms, none of the Orthodox deities left behind a concrete image. They could only be consecrated and worshipped as their symbols. This seems to be another expression of not looking directly at God. Klein allowed his thoughts to wander. He wasn't in a hurry to create the flaring sun charm while he was guarding sealed artifact 3-0782 alone. He believed that he had to be cautious, patient, and wait. In the first 10 minutes or so, Leonard and Kenley could come in at any time to remind him of certain matters. Time passed quickly in the extremely quiet atmosphere. Klein suddenly snapped out of his daze and took out his silver vine-patterned pocket watch. He snapped it open and glanced at it. It's been 20 minutes, he muttered silently. He put his half-top hat and black silver inlaid cane to the side, got up, and walked to a relatively secluded corner near the altar. He first faced the side of the altar, but when he saw the huge dark sacred emblem and the holy scene that looked like a night sky projection, he felt an inexplicable sense of guilt and unease. Hence, he turned his back to the altar. Right on the heels of that, Klein took off sealed artifact 3-0782 from the inside of his black tuxedo and bent down to place the ancient, dark gold badge on the ground. Looking at the abstract symbol of the sun, Klein took out a small candle mixed with sandalwood and placed it right below sealed artifact 3-0782. This was a dualistic ritual that he had learned from the eternal blazing Sunday. He used objects that were closely related to the deity to directly symbolize him, and used candles to represent himself. Taking a deep breath to calm himself down, Klein took out the items needed for the ritual one by one, including a carving knife, 2 thin gold plates, the essential oil extracted from a mixture of black-edged sunflower, golden-edged sunflower, and white-edged sunflower, fingered citron powder, and rosemary powder. After doing all of this, Klein skillfully used the silver ritualistic dagger to guide the flow of spirituality around the simple altar, creating an invisible, sealed wall. He squatted down, put away the silver dagger, stretched out his right hand, and lit the candle that symbolized himself by rubbing it spiritually. In the flickering, dim light, Klein picked up the sun essential oil and dripped a drop onto the candle flame. With a splash, an illusory fog spread out, bringing with it the scent of sunlight. After burning the fingered citron and rosemary powder, Klein stood up with the carving knife and the gold plates. He took a step back and chanted an ancient Hermes, "Blood of the eternal blazing Sunday, you are the inextinguishable light, the embodiment of order, the god of contracts, the guardian of commerce." The inextinguishable light, the embodiment of order, the god of contracts, and the guardian of commerce were all part of the eternal blazing sun's honorific name. Without the prefix of blood of the eternal blazing sun, the ritual needed a response from the deity before it could continue. If that happened, Klein suspected that the eternal blazing sun would recognize him as the disrespectful person who looked straight at him. When that happened, Leonard and Kenley would only see a pile of black ashes when they entered. Furthermore, the ritual had to be done in ancient Hermes, a sacrificial language that came directly from nature. Only an unprotected but effective language would allow the incantation to bypass the eternal blazing sun and point to the mutated sun's sacred emblem. At the same time, as he was stealing the power of a deity, Klein couldn't divine if things would go smoothly. He believed that it would make him face the deity again. Therefore, he could only keep his heart in suspense as he cautiously chanted the follow-up incantation. "I pray to you. I pray to you to bestow me with power. Bestow me with the power to complete the flaring sun charm. Blood of the eternal blazing sun, please transmit your power to my charm, fingered citron, a herb that belongs to the domain of the sun, please transmit your power to my charm." As the incantation came to an end, Klein suddenly felt something light up in front of him. The dark gold emblem emitted a blazing light, like the sun that had descended upon the earth. Klein was instantly immersed in extreme heat. His hair quickly heated up, as though it was about to combust. His feet seemed to be stepping on the yellow sand that had been illuminated by the midday sun. His face and body were being buffeted by the strong winds that blew in from all directions. At that moment, he felt that he had to do something to guide and release the burning power. Otherwise, he would become a human candle. Without needing to think, Klein raised his hands. With his thoughts boiling like porridge, he relied on the combination of his spirituality and the strong winds. Following his instincts and the guidance of the ritual, he used a carving knife to carve symbols, corresponding spirit numbers, magical labels, and ancient incantations on both sides of the gold piece. Outside the cathedral, Leonard was standing in the shadows, avoiding the afternoon sun. Suddenly, he realized that the sun had become stronger, just like the hottest days in early July. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the sky. He saw that the blue curtain didn't have a single cloud or speck of dust. It was so clear that it left him in awe. Strange weather. On the other side, Kenley had also noticed the change in the sunlight. Leonard was about to respond with a chuckle when he suddenly tilted his head. He frowned slightly and looked at the cathedral as though he was scrutinizing it. Thankfully, Roshan isn't here. Otherwise, she would be complaining that the sun has tanned her skin, Leonard said with a smile as he retracted his gaze. The blazing sunlight only lasted for a few minutes before it gradually dimmed. Everything returned to its original state. Inside the cathedral, Klein's carving knife was making the final stroke. As the magical label that symbolized light was completed, the spirituality on both sides of the gold piece suddenly merged into one and retracted into the innermost part of the metal piece. No, this is closer to godhood. Klein finally broke away from the burning heat and examined the 2 flaring sun charms in his hands with a clear mind. The golden luster on their surface had already dimmed, and the patterns were simple and complicated. A warm and moist feeling seeped out bit by bit, seeping into Klein's skin. Not bad, I finally have a powerful trump card. Klein sighed silently. The activation incantation he had set for the flaring sun charms was the ancient Hermes word for light. If I want light, there will be light, he mocked himself as he put the flaring sun charms into another pocket. He didn't put them together with the slumber, requiem, and dream charms, as that would affect the latter and reduce the duration of their effects. Yes, the flaring sun charms' powers can be maintained for at least a year, maybe even longer. Klein reined in his thoughts and looked at the mutated sun's sacred emblem on the ground. Seeing that there were no changes on the surface, and that the warm and pure feeling was still assimilating the surroundings, Klein heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly completed the ritual and removed the wall of spirituality. Only then did he have the mood to check himself. He discovered that his shirt was almost completely drenched, his face was covered in sweat, and the edges of his hair were slightly curled. Thankfully. Klein sighed in relief, put away the items, and returned to his original seat. He was so tired that he fell asleep sitting down until he was awakened by footsteps. He opened his eyes abruptly and subconsciously touched the flaring sun charms to confirm if it was still there. You don't seem to be in a good state? Leonard asked as he entered the cathedral. Klein rubbed his temples and got up with a smile. Because I'm almost at my limit. He took out his silver pocket watch, opened it, and said, just in time, it's your turn to guard sealed artifact 3-0782. Before he finished his sentence, Klein took off the mutated sun's sacred emblem and handed it to Leonard calmly. After watching him walk out of the cathedral, Leonard put away his frivolous attitude and carefully examined sealed artifact 3-0782. His expression gradually became confused, revealing obvious confusion. After taking turns to guard it, the three Nighthawks embarked on their return journey. Before that, they got Priest Smile to keep an eye on the town's situation. If there were any suspicious incidents, they were to immediately send a telegram to St. Selena Cathedral. At 7:20 in the evening, they finally arrived at Zutland Street and handed over sealed artifact 3-0782. After confirming that the captain didn't notice anything out of the ordinary, Klein happily left the Blackthorn Security Company and rushed home before 8 o'clock. He took out his keys and opened the door. Suddenly, he saw an unfamiliar figure. It was a girl who was obviously not even 20 years old. She was wearing an old grayish-white dress and was diligently wiping the dining room. She had black hair and brown eyes. Her eyes were small, and her nose wasn't sharp enough. Her facial features were very ordinary. Who is it? Klein was taken aback at first, but he immediately understood that she was a maidservant who was here to try out doing housework. At that moment, Banson lowered the newspaper and looked at his brother. He smiled and said, "Companies that don't let their employees leave work on time are always disgusting. But the salary it gives can heal such wounds," Klein replied with a smile. "When Miss Justice's £300 arrives, I'll tell Banson and Melissa about the salary increase to £6 a week so that they don't have to worry too much about the family's finances." As Klein thought about it, he leaned on his cane, took off his top hat, and walked to the living room. He lowered his voice and said, "Have you made your choice?" He had used the information on the three maidservants to divine yesterday and came to the conclusion that they were suitable. Hence, he handed the decision to his brother and sister. "Yes, Bella. Her weekly salary is 5 soldi. She is very willing and has the ability to learn how to cook. She hopes to become a family chef in the future. That way, her weekly salary will double. Her father is a worker at the Tingen Iron and Steel Union factory, and her mother is a laundress." Banson replied with a chuckle. "Of course, the other reason why Melissa and I made the decision is that the other two maidservants believe in the Lord of Storms. She's the only believer of the goddess. I personally don't mind believers of the Lord of Storms, but Melissa doesn't like it." It wasn't that Melissa didn't dislike it. A more accurate description was that she lamented their misfortune and was angry that they didn't strive. Yes, Lucien said it. Klein recalled his sister's behavior all this while, and a smile appeared on his face. Benson didn't speak further. He put down the newspaper and stood up. "Since you're back, let's enjoy dinner." The next day, Klein entered the Blackthorn Security Company in a good mood. "Good morning. Roshan looked around and said, "Old Neil is sick. Why don't we visit him at noon?" "Old Neil is sick?" Klein asked in surprise. Could it be that the anti-diarrhea ritual caused severe constipation? From his reaction after he vaguely learned of the acting method, it's possible for him to suddenly fall sick. As he gets older, his mind becomes weaker. His body will most likely suffer from problems. Roshan nodded vigorously. Yes, he got someone to apply for leave from the captain. Klein nodded slightly and said, "Then we'll visit him at noon." Sigh, speaking of which, old Neil is quite pitiful. His wife passed away early, and his child is busy in some city. He can only lie at home alone and helpless after he falls sick. He recalled the first time he went to old Neil's house. Upon hearing Klein's sigh, Roseanne widened her eyes and asked in surprise, "What?" Klein was stunned by Roseanne's question as he recalled in a daze, "That's right." He recalled in a daze, "When I went to old Neil's place last month, I found a piano in the living room." He told me that his deceased wife loved music. As he spoke, Klein was alarmed. For some baffling reason, he had an ominous thought. Roshan frowned and said with uncertainty, "Perhaps I remembered wrongly." "That's not right." "Perhaps I remembered wrongly." "That's not right. Mrs. Oriana and I often visited old Neil's place in the first half of the year. Back then, there wasn't a piano in the living room. I clearly remember asking him why he remained single. His answer was that he had never met the lady he wanted to marry. No piano in the first half of the year. And he's still answering the question of why he remained single." Klein tensed up and asked in a deep voice, "Roshan, how long has it been since you visited old Neil's place?" "Ever since Kenley became a nighthawk and Viola chose to leave this place, I've been either staying up late or catching up on sleep. How could I have the time to visit someone else's place?" "Yes, since the beginning of June." Roshan was a little confused by the question, so she could only answer honestly. Klein's heart sank when he heard that, as if he had a premonition of something. He hastily took a halfpenny piece out of his pocket and held it between his thumb and middle finger. Taking a deep breath, Klein deliberated for a moment before quickly deciding on a divination statement. "Old Neil's current condition isn't right. Old Neil's current condition isn't right." As he silently recited the statement, his eyes quickly turned black as he entered a cogitation state. Ding, he flicked his thumb, causing the brass penny to fly into the air as it tumbled and spun. Pa! The coin fell and landed right in Klein's open palm. This time, George III's head was facing up. And the head represented correctness and affirmation. This meant that old Neil's current condition was indeed not right. As Klein held the coin, he suddenly recalled the time when he had just advanced. He quickly grasped spirit vision and saw a pair of nearly transparent, abnormally cold, eyelashless, and strange illusory eyes behind old Neil. His explanation back then was that it was a remnant of ritualistic magic. "Right, I also saw a nearly formless figure in the shadows by the door. The color of his aura is completely the same as the surrounding yellow and gloomy environment. Also, after I completely digested the seer potion, I secretly switched the spirit vision switch to a light clasp of my teeth. After that, I tried it and casually looked at old Neil, but he suddenly coughed violently, as though his lungs were being torn apart." Scenes flashed through Klein's mind, making his expression turn increasingly solemn. Roseanne glanced at him and asked with fear and trepidation, "Did old Neil lose control?" "No, although he's petty, stingy, and wants to reimburse for everything, he's actually a good person. He rarely gets angry, so he won't lose control." "I can't be sure, but I believe that old Neil is only close to losing control." Klein consoled Roshan, quickly passed through the partition, and pushed open the door to the captain's office. Dunsmith was drinking his coffee when he was shocked by the sudden intruder. He nearly choked on his coffee. What happened? He didn't blame Klein, and his expression turned very serious. Klein answered rather succinctly but without hiding anything. "Captain, I divined that old Neil's condition isn't right. Last month, old Neil told me that his deceased wife liked music, but today, Roshan said that he's remained single. Furthermore, on the day I became a Beyonder, I saw a pair of illusory and strange eyes watching everything behind old Neil. There was also a nearly transparent figure spying on us at the door. He told me that it was a remnant of ritualistic magic. I felt that something wasn't right, so I attempted a divination. Dunn listened with a solemn expression and stood up. As he walked to the coat rack, he asked in puzzlement, why didn't you directly divine if old Neil had lost control? Over the past month, old Neil has behaved no different from a normal beyonder. He even worked with me to help Swain eliminate a mandated punisher who had lost control. I've also used my spirit vision to observe the color of his aura several times and found that he's relatively healthy, just a little old. Therefore, I believe that he's only close to losing control and is showing signs of it. There's still room for redemption, Klein expressed his opinion in one breath. Dunn wore his black top hat and knee-length trench coat. He nodded slightly and said, a very reasonable deduction. Let's go visit old Neil now. Yes, try not to agitate him. Then, try to control him and use ritualistic magic to stabilize his state and prevent his deterioration. Control. When Klein heard this word, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Captain, can we use sealed artifact 3-0611? He had been thinking about how to resolve old Neil's situation and try to save him, but because he was too flustered, uneasy, and worried, he couldn't come up with a solution. Only when he was reminded by Dunn Smith's words did he remember that there was a sealed artifact that could be of use. Number, 0611. Name, Quiet Hair. Danger level, 3, there's a certain level of danger. Use with caution. Only operations involving 3 or more people can be applied. Security clearance level, official Nighthawk member and above. Sealing method, does not come into direct contact with living creatures. Description, this is a simple accessory made up of many strands of dark black hair. As long as they come into contact with it without protection, all living creatures will lose all their desires and emotions, including but not limited to hunger, anger, sadness, pain, jealousy, envy, hatred, happiness, satisfaction, and greed. It has been confirmed that the affected creatures will even lose their desire to come into contact with 0611. They will quietly stay in place until the end of their lives. If there is an external force that causes the affected person to come into contact with 0611, the former will gradually return to normal. However, the experimental data shows that the condition for all of this to work is that the contact time does not exceed 2 hours. Once the contact time exceeds 2 hours, the affected person will remain silent forever. The highest level of the experimental subject is sequence 5. You can avoid direct contact by wearing gloves or other means. These strands of hair do not possess any living characteristics. They do not have any tendency to attempt to escape the seal. Appendix, these strands of hair appeared in a failed advancement incident. They are the remains of a Nighthawk captain who failed to advance to sequence 6. Upon hearing Klein's words, Dunn nodded with his deep gray eyes. Excellent suggestion. I almost forgot about 3-0611. Go to the recreation room and look for Royale. I'll go to Cheney's Gate to retrieve the sealed artifact and apply for it when I return. That's how it should be. There's no time to waste. Klein didn't waste any time. He immediately went to the Nighthawk's recreation room and called out Sleepless Royale, who rarely had any expressions. What mission is it? Royale asked calmly with her silky black hair. Klein exhaled and answered with a heavy tone, Visit old Neil. Visit old Neil. He? Royale's eyes widened as she had a bad guess. Visit old Neil. He? Royale's eyes widened as she had a bad guess. I'm not sure yet, Klein said with a slight nod. Royale didn't say another word. The two of them fell into silence. The surrounding air seemed to condense and become heavy. After a few minutes, Dunn finally returned from underground. He wore a black glove and grabbed a clump of messy, intertwined pitch-black hair. Compared to the mutated sun's sacred emblem, the tranquil hair didn't have any obvious external abnormalities. If it were to fall on the road, it would be easily overlooked. After calling the carriage driver, Caesar, the four of them embarked on their journey to old Neil's house. The wheels rolled over the muddy road that had just rained. The carriage was even quieter than the middle of the night. After an unknown period of time, Dunn sighed and said, when old Neil was young, he actually had a couple who was about to get engaged. When old Neil was young, he actually had a couple who was about to get engaged. However, she suddenly fell seriously ill and was difficult to treat. Old Neil risked leaking the secrets of Beyonders and attempted to use ritualistic magic to save her, but he failed. Back then, Old Neil was only a beginner in mysticism. According to the records, the Nighthawks were wary that Old Neil would lose control because of this. Fortunately, he eventually regained his rationality and didn't show any abnormalities. I hope this is also a false alarm. Klein couldn't help but draw a crimson moon on his chest and pray softly. May the goddess bless him. Dunn and Royale did the same. May the goddess bless him. The sky gradually brightened, and the dark clouds completely dissipated. The Nighthawk's carriage stopped in front of Old Neil's house. After getting Caesar to drive the carriage far away, Dunn restrained his emotions. With his cane in one hand and sealed artifact 3-0611 in the other, he walked towards the main door with his gray eyes. Klein pressed down on his half-top hat and, together with Royale, followed the captain through the garden that was planted with roses and golden mint. After arriving at the door, Klein took a step forward and pulled the rope that was connected to the bell in the house. Ding ding dang dang, the clear and melodious sound of the bell echoed in the room, breaking the heavy silence. Ding ding dang dang. Ding ding dang dang. Klein pulled it a few times before retreating politely and didn't try again. The three Nighthawks waited patiently for a few minutes, but they didn't hear any footsteps coming to open the door. Maybe Old Neil went to see a doctor and isn't at home, Klein said with a forced smile. Before he finished his sentence, a melodious melody came from inside the house. It was a beautiful piece played by a piano. It was like a peaceful lake covered by a thin layer of mist under the moonlight. Dunn's expression immediately turned abnormally solemn and grave. Klein's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. He was about to do a divination when he suddenly saw water gushing out from the gap below the main door. The color of the blood reflected Klein's eyes, as well as his nearly frozen gaze. At that moment, there was a sudden cough from inside the house. Old Neil said in a hoarse voice, "Dunn, what are you doing here?" Dunn's gray eyes were extremely deep as he replied unhurriedly with his mellow voice, "We heard that you were sick. We heard you were sick, so we came to visit you." The house fell silent. After a few seconds, Old Neil shouted angrily and fearfully, "No. You're lying." Without waiting for Klein and the others to speak, his tone suddenly turned weak. "Yes, I know I'm not in the right state of mind. Old Neil." Klein suddenly closed his eyes, but the blood that seeped out from the crack of the door didn't stop. Following that, Old Neil raised his voice. "But all this while I've never hurt anyone, nor have I ever thought of hurting anyone. I didn't betray the important secrets of the Nighthawks. At most, I've claimed some expenses that I shouldn't have. I really haven't done anything bad." Klein. He suddenly shouted like he usually did. "I told you that the maxim of a mystery prior is do whatever you want, but do no harm. I've always adhered to this saying. I'd rather endure and wait than do anything that would harm others." Having said that, he pleaded in fear. "Dunn, Royale, Klein, go back. Go back. Wait for tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'll be back to normal. I swear to the goddess, I won't hurt anyone." "Really?" Dunn closed his eyes and asked in a very gentle tone, "What exactly do you want to do? What have you been trying to do?" "Me?" Old Neil was at a loss at first. Then, filled with hope, he said, "I'm trying to resurrect Celeste. Dunn, I found a way. I'm on the right path. You should have heard that I made a mistake when I was performing ritualistic magic. I didn't cure her illness or save her. I know that it was because I didn't have a good grasp of mysticism. But now, I have enough knowledge and experience to complete everything. What a pity. I didn't get any inspiration from the mystery prior's maxim and Daly's example. I missed the best opportunity. If I were a high-sequence Beyonder, things would be much easier." As he spoke, Old Neil sounded like he was about to cry. "No, I can't give up anymore. Dunn, go back, I beg you." Klein clenched his teeth and heard the captain's voice fluctuate slightly. "How do you plan to resurrect Celeste?" Old Neil instantly became excited. "I'll use alchemy of life to prepare a body that won't age for her. Dunn, perhaps you don't know this, but a sequence 4 of the Church of Earth Mother is good at alchemy of life. The corresponding sequences of the savant pathway can barely do it. Yes, I'll use the grace of a deity to complete it. Then, I'll summon her soul from the spirit world and pray for the help of a deity to reunite her soul and body. Isn't that a great idea? Dunn forced the corners of his mouth to curl up. Yes, it's a great idea. Old Neil, let us in. Perhaps we can help you. Dunn, are you still unwilling to let me go? Old Neil pleaded. Go back. Go back. I'll be back to normal tomorrow. Really? Dunn, I swear I won't steal your coffee beans again. Klein, Royale, I swear I won't make you cooperate with me to claim expenses that you shouldn't have. Really? Under Klein's and Royale's blurry vision, Dunn lowered his head before looking up and saying, Old Neil, you misunderstand. We're here to visit you. You're our companion. You're sick and in a bad state, so we'll definitely visit you. Open the door and let us take a look. Let us rest assured. As long as you're really fine, we'll immediately return. As you know, there have been a lot of missions recently. We have to monitor the mental asylum while dealing with all kinds of sudden incidents. Old Neil hesitated for a moment before saying, I'm really fine. I really don't have any big problems, really. I'll recover tomorrow. The blood-red liquid that seeped out from the cracks in the door flowed down the steps and onto the stone path, flowing into the soil of the garden. Old Neil, we've known each other for 15 years, right? We've been on countless missions together. I'm very concerned and worried about you. I have to see you with my own eyes before I can be at ease, Dunn said in a mellow voice. All right then. Old Neil mumbled, I'm really fine. With a creak, the door slowly opened. Klein quickly raised his hand to wipe his eyes, restoring his vision to normal. Then, he saw that the carpet in the foyer was covered in a blood-colored, sticky, and hairy liquid. He looked forward and gradually moved up. He realized that the floor, ceiling, round table, piano, and chairs were also covered in a disgusting, sticky, blood-colored liquid that was covered in short black hairs. Old Neil's white head hung in midair, connected to the ceiling through a thick layer of sticky liquid. A pair of eyes grew out of his forehead and cheeks. They were cold and eyelashless eyes. The keys of the piano danced on their own, playing a beautiful and melodious melody. Dunn, look. I'm really fine. Old Neil said with a radiant smile. Royale, Klein, you think so too, right? The moment he opened his mouth, Klein saw a sticky, blood-colored liquid with short black hairs flowing inside. Dunn's gray eyes flickered as he casually chatted. Old Neil, where did you learn alchemy of life and the resurrection ritual? Old Neil replied excitedly, I heard it. I heard it. I've tried the first part. It's real. This is a gift from God. He kept telling and describing in my ears. He is. Old Neil's voice froze. More than 10 seconds later, he said in a daze and fear. 10 seconds later, he said in confusion and fear, he is the hidden sage. Hidden sage? Isn't that the non-personified deity that the Moses ascetic order believes in? And this deity later came to life, bringing with him evil and corruption. The Moses ascetic order holds the complete mystery prior sequence. Klein's heart stirred as he thought of many things. At the mention of the hidden sage, Old Neil seemed to finally snap to his senses. He looked around in a daze and sized up everything. In the indescribable silence, his 6 eyes looked at Dunn at the same time. He said with a bitter smile, So I've already become a monster. Without waiting for Dunn and company to reply, Old Neil suddenly revealed a panicked, fawning, fearful, and timid smile. Let me leave. I'll enter the mountains and never appear again. I won't hurt anyone. I'll only quietly attempt my ritual. Really, let me go. Please, I beg you. And at that moment, Klein felt something illusory shatter in front of him. Right on the heels of that, Old Neil's 4 cold, lashless eyes flashed with a dark glow as they locked onto Dunn. His expression turned indifferent. You're pulling me into a dream. No, it's useless. My eyes can see through all of this. The blood-colored viscous liquid that covered the ceiling, floor, and walls began to squirm like a giant opening its mouth in an attempt to swallow Klein and company. As for old Neil's head, it turned blurry like layers of illusions. Klein didn't pull out his revolver in a panic. Instead, he reached into his pocket, intending to use the slumber charm. Suddenly, he saw everything calm down again. The blood-colored, viscous liquid that was covered in dense black hair was as calm as a windless lake. Old Neil lost his cold, hateful, and longing expressions. He became calm and peaceful. At some point in time, Dunn had already thrown sealed artifact 3-0611 into the blood-colored viscous liquid. The 4 lashless eyes on old Neil's forehead and cheeks slowly closed, as though he lacked the desire to open them. Any creature that came into contact with the tranquil hair would become silent and lose all motivation until the end of their lives. Dunn, Klein, and Royale drew their guns and aimed at each other's heads. At that moment, old Neil's face revealed an expression of extreme fear as he struggled with all his might. His strong desire to live was able to slightly overcome the influence of sealed artifact 3-0611. The 4 additional eyes had disappeared. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and mouth were deep. His hair was white, and his dark red eyes were slightly turbid. He looked just like the first time Klein saw him. Dunn, do you remember that I once saved you? Royale, do you remember that I helped you save your family's lives? Klein, do you remember that I taught you mysticism every day? Do you remember that we discussed how to claim expenses? Do you remember that I made you hand-ground coffee? Do you remember that we dealt with the out-of-control mandated punishers together? An illusory plea drilled into Klein's ears, causing his right hand, which was holding the revolver, to tremble. It made him feel that it was extremely difficult to pull the trigger. Bang! Bang! 2 silver demon hunting bullets flew out, stabbing into old Neil's head one after the other. Klein saw the unusually familiar face reveal a look of despair. He saw his skull split open, and he saw blood and milky white splatter in all directions. The surrounding viscous blood-colored liquid began to shrink, quietly flowing back to the area around old Neil's head that had fallen to the ground. Dunn and Royale lowered their guns at the same time and fell into silence. Klein watched all of this in silence. He watched as old Neil's corpse finally turned into a pile of rotting flesh and blood. He saw a pair of dark red, crystalline eyes in the flesh and blood that were in pain. He felt that all of this was more like a dream. He couldn't believe that it had happened and ended just like that. He watched in a daze and speechless as Dunn took 2 steps forward and saw his captain slightly hunched back. Dressed in a black trench coat, Dunn looked at old Neil's corpse in front of him. We are guardians, but also a bunch of pitiful wretches that are constantly fighting against danger and madness. Dunn's words reverberated in old Neil's house. They reverberated between the corroded floors, walls, and ceiling, as well as in Klein's mind and soul. There had never been a moment that left a deeper impression on him than now. He felt that he might never forget this feeling for the rest of his life, even if he returned to Earth in the future. In the almost frozen atmosphere, Dunn walked towards old Neil's corpse and half-squatted down. He took out a white handkerchief from the upper side pocket of his black trench coat and covered the pair of dark red, crystalline, and pained eyes. At that moment, Klein saw from the corner of his eye that the piano keys had stopped moving on their own. A nearly transparent figure appeared. This? Klein, who had already activated his spirit vision from outside the door, was stunned. He actually hadn't noticed this strange spirit at all. Was it because of old Neil's mental interference, or was it because of the power he gained after losing control? Klein watched as the nearly invisible figure quickly evaporated and completely disappeared from his sight. He vaguely understood something. Amidst his heavy and repressed feelings, he heard the captain instruct, "Search old Neil's house carefully. Search old Neil's house carefully and look for any possible clues." All right. The moment Klein spoke, he was stunned by his own voice for a few seconds. It was so hoarse and deep, as though he had a bad cold. All right, Royale replied. Her voice is in a similar state to mine. Both her nostrils are blocked. Klein looked at the female teammate who never had any expression, as though he was meeting her for the first time. He placed his cane on the umbrella rack in the hall, walked around sealed artifact 3-0611, and walked into the living room with heavy footsteps. He went up to the second floor and searched each bedroom for clues. Old Neil would hire short-term employees to clean the room regularly, so it wasn't as messy as most bachelors. Everything was neat and orderly, as though there was a real mistress of the house. Half an hour later, Klein found some manuscripts on the bookshelf in old Neil's bedroom. The manuscripts were messily recording some strange and bizarre rituals. Life refinement. The required materials include 100 milliliters of spring water from the Elven Spring, Sonia Island's Golden Spring, 50 grams of star crystals, half a pound of gold, 5 grams of phlogiston, 30 grams of hematite, and a large amount of fresh blood from living people. Under the blood of the living, old Neil commented, I can consider extracting my own, accumulating them one by one and using ritualistic magic to preserve them. I can consider drawing my own. Klein closed his eyes, and his fingers crumpled the draft. Thursday morning, 9 o'clock, moonrise, Raphael Cemetery. Klein wore a pure black suit and shirt. He held a silver inlaid cane and stood quietly in a corner of the graveyard. A neatly folded white handkerchief was stuffed in his chest pocket, and he held a solemn and serene slumber flower in his hand. At that moment, Dunn, Fry, Leonard, and Kenley carried the black coffin with old Neil's corpse in it. They walked to the front of the tombstone and silently placed it in the pit that they had dug. Looking at the yellowish-brown soil covering the grave, Roshan, who was wearing a black dress and a white flower in her hair, sobbed softly. Can someone tell me, is this all true? Why did you lose control? Why did you consume the potion? Why did you become an extraordinary? Why did you have to have vengeful spirits? Why did you have to have monsters? Why couldn't there be a safer method? Why? Klein listened in silence until old Neil's coffin was covered by the soil, until all traces of his existence were buried deep in the grave. May the goddess bless you. He drew a crimson moon on his chest, then took a few steps forward. He bent down and placed the slumber flower in front of the tombstone. May the goddess bless you. Dunn, Fry, and the others tapped their chests 4 times in a clockwise fashion. Klein raised his head and straightened his back. He saw the black and white photograph on the tombstone. Old Neil was wearing his classic black bonnet. His exposed hair was mottled with white, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and mouth were deep. His dark red eyes were slightly turbid. He was so calm. There was no more sorrow, pain, or fear. Below the photograph was an epitaph. It came from what old Neil had recently written in his diary. If I can't save her, then I will accompany her. The cool morning breeze blew gently. The coldness, silence, and silence of Raphael Cemetery infected everyone present. At noon, Klein walked to the armory with the captain's signed list. He pushed open the half-closed door and saw Bright, who had a thick black beard, sitting behind the table. Klein was obviously taken aback. He then handed over the list. 50 rounds of ordinary bullets. As he spoke, his gaze swept across the silver-inlaid tin can on the table. He seemed to smell the fragrant aroma of hand-ground coffee, and he seemed to hear the laughter in his ears. But why wait until we have extra money? You can write an application to Dunn and get him to approve the expenses. Bright looked at Klein's expression and sighed. I can guess how you feel. I can't believe that old Neil left us just like that. Sometimes, I even think that this might be a dream created by the captain. This might be the fate of many Nighthawks, Klein replied with a bitter smile. After this incident, he was disappointed and resentful towards the higher-ups of the church who had concealed the acting method. I hope such tragedies will become less frequent. May the goddess bless all of you. Bright drew a crimson moon on his chest, took the list, and walked to the armory at the back. Bang! 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 The smell of gunpowder permeated the surroundings. Klein vented his anger by shooting at the target in front of him. He only cleaned himself up when he ran out of brass bullets. He then took a trackless public carriage to Gawain's house. He practiced set after set of exercises as though he was torturing himself until he was stopped by Gawain. Combat practice isn't meant to hurt yourself, Gawain said in a deep voice as he stared at Klein with his slightly turbid, dark green eyes. Sorry, teacher, I'm not in a good mood today, Klein exhaled and explained. What happened? Gawain asked emotionlessly. Klein thought for a moment and answered simply. A friend of mine passed away suddenly. Gawain was silent for a few seconds. He raised his hand to touch his mottled blonde sideburns and said in a light tone, I once lost 325 friends in 5 minutes. I once lost 325 friends in 5 minutes, and among them, at least 10 of them were the kind of people who could trust their backs to the other party. Klein sighed in enlightenment and said, "That's the cruelty of war." Gawain glanced at him and suddenly gave a self-deprecating laugh. "The cruelest thing is that I'll never be able to avenge them. I won't be able to fulfill their wishes. I'll never be able to. And you still have such a chance. Although I don't understand what happened, I know that you're still young. You still have many chances." Klein was silent for a moment. He suddenly took a deep breath and gathered his spirits. "Thank you, teacher." Gawain nodded slightly and said without any expression, "Rest for 10 minutes. Rest for 10 minutes, then repeat 10 sets of the previous exercise." Klein was momentarily at a loss as to what expression to use in response. Friday morning, in the recreation room of the Nighthawks. Klein, Sikatron, and Fry sat around a round table, but they weren't playing cards. One was reading a newspaper and flipping through a magazine, one was staring out the oriel window in a daze, and one was holding a fountain pen as though he wanted to write something but couldn't put his pen to paper. The room was quiet. No one spoke or joked. The atmosphere was heavy. Phew. Klein exhaled and put down the newspaper. He planned to focus his attention on reading all sorts of information. At this moment, Dunn Smith knocked on the door and entered. He looked around and said, "Klein, come out for a moment." "What's the matter?" Klein had a premonition as he stood up and followed him out of the recreation room. Dunn stood at the staircase that led underground. He turned around and looked at him. "The people from the Holy Cathedral are here." The wind blowing from the underground was terrifyingly cold. Klein felt a sense of relief in his tense state. It was finally here. As long as I get through this, I won't have to worry about such things for at least half a year. Once I advance to Sequence 8 and become a so-called clown, I'll have true combat strength. With the aid of divination and the flaring sun charm as my trump card, I'll have a high chance of surviving even if I encounter a greater danger. In order to wait for the Holy Cathedral's investigation, I didn't even withdraw the 300 pounds that Miss Justice had deposited into an anonymous account. I didn't want to be audited and found to have financial problems, and be convicted of having a huge amount of wealth of unknown origin. Just as all sorts of thoughts flashed through Klein's mind, Dunn Smith adjusted his shirt collar and said in a deep voice, "That's right. The person in charge of this examination is one of the 9 high-ranking deacons of the Nighthawks, Crestet Sesamir. The Holy Cathedral thinks very highly of you." "Senior deacon?" Klein blurted out in surprise. The 13 archbishops and 9 high-ranking deacons were the upper echelons of the church in the usual sense. It was said that there was no lack of high-sequence beyonders among them. These 22 gentlemen and ladies were completely equal in status. They only followed the Evernight Goddess's oracle and were only responsible to the Pope. Dunn took a deep breath of the cool underground air and nodded slightly. "Yes, a high-ranking deacon. However, you don't have to be nervous. Crestet is only a Sequence 5 and hasn't stepped into the realm of a demigod. There's no need to be too afraid. Yes, his title in the Beyonder world is the Goddess's Sword. As he has obtained the recognition of a holy artifact, his combat strength isn't inferior to a newly advanced Sequence 4. I've talked to him just now. He's very kind. What the captain is implying is that he only said what should be said and didn't say anything that shouldn't be said. He's telling me not to be nervous and to follow the plan." Klein nodded thoughtfully and asked, "Where should I meet this senior deacon?" "The alchemy room for mixing potions," Dunn answered simply and directly, a trace of sadness flashing across his face. "An alchemy room for mixing potions? The laboratory where old Neil concocted the seer potion?" Klein slowly exhaled and returned to the Nighthawks recreation room. He took his coat from the coat rack. He put on the thin black trench coat, put his hands in his pockets, walked down the winding staircase, and turned left at the crossroads. Soon, Klein saw a hidden door illuminated by an elegant gas lamp. He saw that the long tables inside had been moved away, leaving the center empty. 2 classical high-backed chairs were placed there. They stood facing each other, less than a meter apart. A man in his 30s, wearing a black windbreaker and a white shirt, was sitting at the table facing the door. His golden brown hair was shaved very short, and his dark green eyes were like a moonless lake in the middle of the night. The collar of his shirt and trench coat were raised high, hiding his entire chin in the shadows. "Hello, Your Excellency Casimir." Klein bowed. Crestet Casimir crossed his right leg over his left. He leaned back in his chair leisurely and smiled. He smiled and said, "Hello, Klein. You may sit over there." He pointed at the high-backed chair opposite him. Beside his feet was a suitcase made of silver-white metal. Its length and width were similar to the case of a violin. "It can hold a sword that isn't too long." Klein took a few steps forward and sat in the seat that belonged to him. Crestet bent his right index finger and pressed it against his nostrils. He muttered to himself for a few seconds. He pondered for a few seconds and said, "I plan on testing your mastery of the potion. Are you all right with that?" "No." Klein shook his head confidently. "Very confident." Crestet chuckled and maintained his previous posture as he stared at the man in front of him quietly. Klein suddenly felt the light from the gas lamp disappear as it was swallowed by the thick darkness. He suddenly became extremely exhausted, as though he had reached the time of sleep marked by his biological clock. However, he was also highly tense and couldn't relax, just like how he had been in the past when he couldn't sleep peacefully due to exhaustion. The quiet night permeated the surroundings. Klein could hear the dripping sound of the tap that wasn't tightened. He could hear the voices in the Blackthorn Security Company as well as the sound of the wind blowing past the stairwell. Other than that, he didn't see anything he wasn't supposed to see or hear anything he wasn't supposed to hear. "Very good." Crestet's magnetic voice dispelled the darkness, and the light from the gas lamp inside and outside the alchemy lab appeared before Klein's eyes once again. Klein was suddenly freed from his deep exhaustion and regained his previous high spirits. Unknowingly, it affected me. Is this the standard of a Sequence 5? Is this the terror of a high-ranking deacon? He recalled what had just happened with some lingering fear. Crestet Casimir clasped his hands on his knees and shrunk down a little, causing his lips to be blocked by his high collar. "You've passed the test. Your mastery of potions has reached an excellent level. Next, I want to observe if there are any hidden dangers in your body and soul, and if the remnant spirit of the potion has unknowingly changed your personality, leaving behind problems. You have 3 minutes to adjust your condition." Klein immediately nodded and said, "All right." He secretly took a deep breath and slowly entered a meditative state, eliminating all kinds of bad thoughts. Crestet didn't say anything else. He took out a silver pocket watch from the inside of his black windbreaker and opened it. Then, he focused on the ticking of the second hand. 3 minutes later, Crestet closed his pocket watch with a click and said with a smile, "Don't worry. I'll start chanting." "Chant?" Klein revealed a puzzled expression. Without waiting for him to speak, Crestet hummed a melodious tune. The melody reverberated in the alchemy room and gradually lost its harmony, no longer matching the tone. Creak. Ah. Stab. Klein seemed to hear the sound of fingernails scratching against a blackboard, the sound of plastic foam rubbing against each other, the sound of an electric drill, and all kinds of noises that drove him crazy. The noises grew louder and more chaotic, giving rise to a violent desire to destroy. However, Klein, who was often tested by crazy ravings and terrifying screams, quickly suppressed all kinds of impulses. He also appropriately showed some anxiety, tension, annoyance, and uneasiness. Being too perfect was actually a problem. At some point, Crestet Casimir stopped chanting, and the noises in the alchemy room disappeared. The peace and silence of the underground surged in again. "It's good to be quiet." Klein sighed from the bottom of his heart. "Very good, very good. There are no hidden dangers in your body and soul. Of course, wanting to beat me up or stuff my mouth is a normal reaction." Crestet's lips were blocked by his high collar, so one could only judge his emotions from his tone. "No, I wouldn't dare," Klein admitted honestly. Crestet laughed. "Congratulations, you have passed all the tests. Next is the question and answer session." His dark green eyes suddenly became even deeper. His gaze was so deep that it seemed as if he could see through flesh and see into the soul. "Please go ahead." Klein straightened his back. Crestet maintained his previous posture and asked casually, "What's the matter? You're saying that the experience at the Divination Club helped you master the potion quickly?" "Yes," Klein answered very frankly, but he didn't give any further description. Crestet nodded slightly. You said that it was inspired by the mystery prior's maxim and Daly's example? Yes. Klein first confirmed, then changed the topic and explained in detail. I learned from a mystery prior teammate that any mystery prior who abides by the maxim has a lower chance of losing control. Later, I heard Madame Daly say that she wanted to be a true spirit medium, and that she was a genius who advanced to sequence 7 in 2 years. Combining these two situations, I felt that I could try to be a true seer and summarize the seer's principles. Yes, the results were much better than I expected. I quickly mastered the potion. Your Excellency, I'm not sure if you've had a similar experience, but when you truly master the potion, there will be a special and wonderful feeling. Klein described his experience, vaguely describing the acting method. If it were his previous life, he would definitely be nervous and blush if he were to say such half-truths in front of such a powerful nighthawk. However, ever since he transmigrated to this world, he had told too many lies and was long used to such things. He performed flawlessly. The deepness in Crestet's dark green eyes disappeared, and his gaze returned to its original state. He chuckled and said, "Don't worry, it's not an illusion." From his answer, Klein didn't sense any suspicion or scrutiny. He secretly relaxed a little. Dunn has verified your experience. I think you are indeed a genius with clear logic and keen intuition, Crestet praised. Crestet complimented and asked, have you shared this experience with your teammates? Of course. Klein admitted frankly. I hope to help them reduce the chances of losing control. We are teammates, comrades who face danger together. I can't think of any reason to hide it, and it's also because of this reason that I didn't tell the clerks. Crestet lowered his right leg and sat up straight, revealing his thin lips from the shadow of his collar. The corners of his mouth curled up. Although it hasn't been 2 months since you joined the Nighthawks, I believe you know your teammates better than most people. Yes, I plan to share some of my experience with you, but according to the rules of the Holy Cathedral, you have to swear to the goddess that you won't tell anyone who doesn't know about our conversation. Is that all right? I passed the test? Klein was delighted and nodded without hesitation. No problem. All right. Crestet Sesamir nodded and leaned forward a little. Then swear on the holy relic. As he spoke, he bent down and picked up the silver box at his feet. Holy relic? The holy relic that made you known as the Sword of the Goddess? Klein curiously observed the senior deacon's every move. Crestet placed the box on his knees, and his dark green eyes instantly turned black. He raised his right hand and pressed down. Something on the surface of the zitherbox-like silvery white chest instantly shattered and disintegrated, receding like the tide. Almost at the same time, Klein felt that all the light around him was attracted to the box. Therefore, he saw that the alchemy room was completely dark, except for the elegant gas lamp itself surrounded by the metal grid, and the silver-white box flowing with light. The scene was exceptionally strange. With a crisp sound, the core of the Nighthawks, one of the 9 high-ranking deacons, Crestet Sesamir, opened the chest, revealing a pure white bone sword inside. Yes, a bone sword. When he first saw this short sword that was less than a meter long, Klein instinctively thought that its main material was bone. In the dark alchemy room where the gas lamp burned silently, the dagger quietly emitted a pure white, moist light, like the moon hanging high in the night, comforting people's hearts, like a lighthouse pointing the way in the storm. Its surface seemed pure and flawless, but upon closer inspection, one would find that its depths were densely covered with layers of symbols and labels, and these mysterious patterns and the sword body formed an inseparable whole. Klein looked at the holy sword and suddenly found that he couldn't move his eyes away. His vision was sucked in, and his brown eyes slowly lost their luster. At this moment, Crestet moved the box upwards, moving the pure white dagger away from its original position. Klein instantly snapped to his senses, finally escaping from the nightmare that he couldn't avoid despite watching helplessly. He looked to the side and asked solemnly, Sir, do you need me to place my hand on this holy sword? Yes, come here. Crestet's voice was like a lullaby reciting from a pillow book. Klein stood up, squinted his eyes, and moved forward one small step at a time. Because it was too dark, he couldn't even see the senior deacon's legs and his slightly old leather boots. Stop, Crestet said calmly. Klein stopped in his tracks and stood in place. He quickly glanced at the pure white bone sword out of the corner of his eye and then looked away in fear. Following that 1 second of memory, he bent down, extended his right hand, and accurately pressed on the holy sword. A cold but not bone-piercing feeling passed through his skin to his brain, calming the distracting thoughts and worries in his heart in an instant. It was as if he had come to a village after the hustle and bustle, sat on the roof, smelled the harvest, and quietly looked up at the night sky and the starry sky. "Repeat after me," Crestet said in a low voice. "Okay." Klein nodded. Then, he heard the high-ranking deacon in front of him speak in Hermes. "The Evernight goddess who is loftier than the starry sky and more eternal than eternity. I swear on my true name and my spirituality. I, Klein, will never reveal the corresponding details to anyone who doesn't know about the acting method from now on. If I violate it, I'm at your disposal. Please bear witness to my oath." Klein reined in his various thoughts and solemnly recited the oath in Hermes with Deacon Casimir. Vaguely, he felt that he and the pure white bone sword had established a subtle connection with a certain existence in the infinite distance. He retracted his right hand and drew the crimson moon on his chest. "Praise the lady! Praise the lady!" Crestet smiled and bowed as well. Right on the heels of that, he slammed the lid shut and pressed his right hand heavily and slowly on it. The darkness was instantly lit up, and the light from the gas lamps filled the room once again. Klein saw that Deacon Casimir's eyes, which had been tainted with a dark black luster, had also turned dark green at the same time. He retreated to his high-backed chair, frowned slightly, and asked in confusion, "What's going on? Acting method?" Crestet cleared his throat and did not answer the question directly. Instead, he smiled and said, "You might be confused about what I'm about to say next, but I won't explain it to you, because it involves the secrets of the church. You'll only be qualified to know when you become an archbishop or a high-ranking deacon." Klein looked at Casimir, who had his collar up high, and answered inwardly. "You'll only be allowed to know when you become an archbishop or a high-ranking deacon," Crestet emphasized. Klein nodded solemnly in agreement. Crestet placed the silver box by his feet again and crossed his right leg. In the long history of the church, generation after generation of Beyonder geniuses have gradually figured out the best way to avoid losing control. And the core of this method is the name of the potion. It's not only the key, but it's also the key. Glancing at Klein's pondering expression, Crestet continued. "We discovered that the names of the potions all point to certain groups, and the corresponding groups have similar and unique patterns of behavior. To put it simply, the names of the potions contain certain rules, and different potion names contain different rules. When we strictly abide by the rules contained in our potions, the risk of losing control will be minimized." "Similar to my seer rules?" Klein seized the opportunity to ask. "This isn't even as easy to understand as the explanation I gave to Justice and the hanging man." At the same time, he silently lampooned in his heart. "Yes." Crestet gave an affirmative answer. "When we abide by the corresponding rules, it looks like we become the group described by the potion's name. That is to say, we are acting the job that the potion's name points to. Yes, this is the acting method. You have to remember that everyone's spirituality is special and unique. Compared to people who have consumed the same potion, the core rules that they need to abide by will not change. But the corresponding boundaries will have their own characteristics and will not be similar. Therefore, the experience of others can only be used as a reference. This is the key point that I didn't realize." Klein said sincerely, "Thank you for your reminder." "Thank you for your reminder. I'll keep it in mind." Crestet smiled. "This is the accumulated experience of generations after generations," Yizichin said. "After using the acting method, we not only gain control of the potion, but we also digest it. It's just like digesting the food we eat. When you truly digest the potion and the remaining mental influence, you will obtain a unique and wonderful feeling. Do you understand?" "I understand." Digesting, this word is very appropriate. Klein pretended to be deep in thought. After Crestet explained in detail for a while, Klein asked after some deliberation, "Your Excellency, since the name of the potion is the key and the key, how did the first Beyonders obtain them? I heard it was recorded on the blasphemy slate?" Yes, that's correct. Crested answered frankly, but the records are all ancient names. Later on, the names of the potion were derived from divine revelations, and some came from the summaries of Beyonders themselves. Klein nodded slowly and pursed his lips. Your Excellency, since the acting method is so effective, why doesn't the church tell every Nighthawk about it? As I said, this is the church's secret. When you become an archbishop or a senior deacon, you will understand the reason. Alright, go back upstairs and inform the other Nighthawks. Get them to come down one by one. I'm going to carry out the final step of the examination. Was he trying to prevent Fry and the others from revealing the acting method? Klein stood up thoughtfully and bade farewell according to the etiquette of the Nighthawks. He walked through the corridor and up the stairs to return to the Blackthorn Security Company. He saw Dunn smoking his pipe at the entrance of the basement. It was unknown how long he had been waiting. The corners of his mouth curled up. Klein took the initiative and said, there shouldn't be any problems. His Excellency, Casimir, asked me to inform Fry and the others to talk to them one by one. Yes, this is the final step. This also means that there were no problems before this. Dunn put away his pipe and went to the Nighthawks' recreation room to explain what had happened. As he watched Fry and Sika enter the basement, Klein suddenly thought of something. He hurriedly said, Captain, should we replace Royale, who's on duty at Cheney's Gate, and Leonard, who's monitoring the asylum? Oh, and Kenley, who's on leave? Dunn was taken aback. He pinched his temples. I forgot, he paused, then chuckled and said, however, it won't be too complicated. One of the benefits of having a high-ranking deacon do the examination is that there's no need to send a telegram to the Holy Cathedral. There's no need to go through all the complicated paperwork. He can give you a conclusion on the spot and give you the clown potion formula and main ingredients. That's not bad. Klein couldn't help but look forward to what was about to happen. An hour and a half passed. After Kenley walked out of the alchemy room with a solemn and doubtful expression, Klein was called underground again. He once again faced the high-ranking deacon, the goddess's sword, Crestet Casimir. This time, the golden-brown-haired, green-eyed His Excellency didn't sit. Instead, he stood there, allowing the cold underground breeze to ruffle his black trench coat. Crestet's two heavy collars stood up high, hiding his chin in the shadows. He looked at Klein and smiled. Nighthawk Klein Moretti, I solemnly inform you in the name of the goddess that you have passed the examination of the Holy Cathedral. Phew, I finally passed. I passed just like that. Upon hearing Crestet Casimir's announcement, the mentally prepared Klein first heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he felt a little lost. He felt that it wasn't real enough, like it was a dream. He had predicted that the examination would be more difficult and lengthy, but on careful thought, he felt that the current situation was what it should have been. If he hadn't digested the seer potion in a month and tried to advance, and had instead waited 3 years as planned, the examination might not even have alerted the Holy Cathedral. It would have only been handled by the captain of the Tingen Nighthawks. I thought there would be a segment to investigate my family situation and interpersonal relationships. Perhaps His Excellency Casimir had arrived in Tingen 2 days ago and secretly completed this step. I thought the examination would include the completion of specific missions. I was overthinking it. The purpose of the examination is only to confirm the extent to which I have digested the potion, as well as whether there are any latent dangers, whether I have a clear understanding of the acting method, and whether I have shared my experience with others. As these thoughts flashed through Klein's mind, he revealed a heartfelt smile. Thank you, Your Excellency Casimir. Praise the lady. Crestet nodded slightly and said, the advancement is to better serve the goddess and better protect the kind believers. You have to remember this. Trust me, it can also help you resist the temptation of losing control. Remember, it's temptation. Temptation. Klein ruminated over the word. Crestet sized him up with his dark green eyes and said very seriously, the acting method can help you digest the potion and reduce the risk of losing control. The acting method can help you digest the potion and reduce the risk of losing control, but it is not a panacea. Sometimes, you might even confuse the role you are playing and your own existence. You know, such opera and drama actors will inevitably have serious psychological problems, and when it reaches a certain level, you will really go crazy. Remember, you are only acting. This is the only thing that the City of Silver concluded. It's basically the same as Deacon Sesamir's description. Klein nodded thoughtfully, indicating that he agreed with Crestet's point of view. Also, Crestet emphasized, losing control is not only related to the potion, but also closely related to your own emotional state and mental health. Yes, the most important thing for Beyonders is to be able to control themselves. Only then can they resist the temptation of evil gods and devils, and only then can they resist the corruption of jealousy, greed, and other emotions and desires. Of course, I don't mean to completely eliminate such emotions and desires. This is something that humans, even demigods, are unable to do. Yes, perhaps only certain special sequences can achieve such a state. Klein suddenly thought of old Neil and couldn't help but ask, is it to maintain these emotions and desires within a reasonable level and not be controlled by them to do irrational and abnormal things? Crestet nodded solemnly. Yes. After answering, a few wrinkles appeared at the corners of his eyes. This is what I wanted to tell you. Next, I will give you the formula of the clown potion and the corresponding ingredients. He bent down and lifted the silver box onto the long table. Then, he turned around and moved a few steps, blocking Klein's line of sight. When the surrounding light mysteriously disappeared again, Klein, who was standing in the pure darkness, suddenly realized that the formula and ingredients were in the box containing the holy artifact. However, his gaze had been completely attracted by the pure white bone sword, and he hadn't noticed or even noticed if there were any other items in the box. After a few minutes, the light from the gas lamp illuminated the alchemy room once again. Crestet took the box and retreated, revealing the items on the long table to Klein. Among them, the most eye-catching item was a gray goat's horn the size of a palm. It looked like it had shrunk from a normal size, and its entire body was crystal clear. Light swirled around it, and there were layers upon layers of strange patterns on its interior. Beside the goat's horn was a blue rose. Its petals had red patterns on them, and when they connected, they seemed to transform into a laughing human face. Ha ha ha, woo woo woo, ha ha ha, woo woo woo. Klein heard illusory laughter and cries around him, and he saw specks of gray light floating in midair. The crystallized horn of an adult Hornaceous gray goat and a complete human-faced rose. Yes, the main ingredients for the clown potion are all here. He nodded indiscernibly and walked to the front of the long table. 80 milliliters of pure water, 5 drops of mandala juice, 7 grams of black-edged sunflower powder, 10 grams of golden cloak grass powder, 3 drops of poison hemlock juice. Klein looked at the parchment and compared the contents with the formula in his memory. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he recalled old Neil's demonstration. After taking a deep breath and slowly exhaling, Klein restrained his emotions and used the alchemy room's equipment to distill the pure water needed for the potion. In the potion formula, pure water referred to water that had been repeatedly distilled. Then, he washed the black metal pot and placed the supplementary ingredients into it. He was so skilled that he looked like he was doing chemistry experiments in high school. As there were no Beyonder ingredients to catalyze it, he didn't notice any obvious changes in the liquid in the metal pot. At most, he could see powder and impurities floating in it. After completing the preparations, Klein cast his gaze at the 2 main ingredients and rejoiced from the bottom of his heart. Be it the crystallized horn of the Hornaceous gray goat or the human-faced rose, there's no quantitative description. Perhaps the crystallized horn of an adult goat or a complete human-faced rose is no different from the same kind in terms of quantity, so it happens to meet the requirements. Yes, in the mysterious and extraordinary world, this is definitely possible. This way, I don't need to worry about putting in too many main ingredients. After a few seconds, Klein picked up the human-faced rose and threw it into the metal pot. The moment the strange flower came into contact with the liquid, it immediately let out a sizzling sound. The illusory laughter around him turned sharper. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Without any delay, Klein grabbed the mysterious goat horn and threw it into the metal pot. Pfft, the scalp-numbing laughter suddenly vanished as the floating specks of gray light rapidly shrank back into the metal pot. Klein looked down and saw that the liquid inside was dyed gold, yellow, and red. They intersected with each other, but they were abnormally clear. Gulp. Gulp. Bubbles tumbled in the liquid, but they were unable to escape and could only silently burst. This scene reminded Klein of Sprite and the sparkling drinks from his previous life. It tastes delicious. A thought that matched the characteristics of his race flashed across his mind. Suppressing his nervousness, excitement, and anticipation, Klein used a device to transfer the liquid in the black metal pot into a glass bottle. What surprised him was that there wasn't a single drop of the potion left in the metal pot. As expected of a potion that allows one to become Beyonder. Klein raised his right hand and stared at the beautiful tricolored liquid in his palm. Crestet Sesamir, who had been maintaining his silence, smiled and said, "Don't worry. At the very least, I didn't notice any problems with your potion concoction process. I've been waiting here to deal with any unexpected situations that might occur after you consume the potion. Don't worry, as long as the problem isn't serious, I should be able to save you." "Yes." Klein nodded, but he placed the clown potion back on the long table. He removed the silver chain from his left cuff and switched it to a non-habitual grip. Then, he let the topaz pendant hang steadily above the potion, almost touching the liquid. To Beyonders of other occupations, spirit dowsing could only divine yes and no. Of course, when there wasn't enough basic information, the spirit pendant would stop spinning and not spin. This was what was known as a divination failure. As a seer, Klein had long experimented with it. His spirit dowsing could still vaguely determine the degree of yes and no. His eyes darkened as Klein silently recited, "This potion is harmful. This potion is harmful." After repeating it 7 times, he opened his half-closed eyes and saw that the topaz pendant was spinning clockwise, but by a very small amount. Clockwise means yes, which means that this potion is harmful. It's a very small amount, which means that the degree of harm is low. Yes, the potion will cause you to lose control, so there's definitely a disadvantage. The low degree of harm means that there's no problem with the potion. Klein heaved a sigh of relief. He wrapped the spirit pendant around his left wrist and covered it with his sleeve. At this moment, Crestet couldn't help but sigh. "You really are a professional seer. I have to make full use of my advantages, but I can't rely on it too much, thinking that it's omnipotent," Klein replied softly as he picked up the clown potion again. "If I drink it, I'll become a Sequence 8 Beyonder." With this thought, Klein didn't hesitate any longer. He raised the cup, tilted his head slightly, and gulped down the potion. Bitter. So bitter, it doesn't taste good at all. He instantly understood what it meant to look good on the outside but actually taste bad. He felt his entire face scrunch up, and he couldn't vomit even if he wanted to. Right on the heels of that, Klein realized that his face was flushing red, and the other parts of his body were experiencing similar changes. He was very sure that he was like a steamed prawn, but his psyche had been extracted, turning into thin needles that were infused with the potion and piercing into his cells. It was a feeling that one didn't need a microscope to observe the cells. Klein stood there and saw the intruder enter the most minute areas of his body. In those few seconds, he felt like he was a robot that was being modified with parts and circuits. After an unknown period of time, his own figure was reflected in his mind. It was as though he was listening to his own singing voice through an earpiece. With the help of this strange reflection, Klein realized that he could accurately grasp his facial expressions and body movements. At the same time, his ears buzzed. He heard ravings and shouts that hadn't appeared in a long time reverberating around him. Hornacis. Phlegria. Hornacis. Phlegria. Hornacis. Phlegria, phew. Klein imagined stacked spheres of light and slowly entered a cogitation state. Bit by bit, he escaped from the situation of his spirituality leaking out and losing control. When the color of Klein's eyes returned to normal, Crestet Sesamir smiled and said, "You can move around a little to get used to the changes in your body. You can move around and adapt to the changes in your body. Find the core powers that the clown potion brings." Klein nodded. Thinking that he might need the guidance of a high-ranking deacon, he didn't have any qualms about the presence of outsiders. He followed what he had repeatedly practiced over the past few days. He took a step forward, twisted his waist, swung his arm, and threw a straight punch. Pa! He heard the crisp sound of his fist tearing through the air. He felt that the force of his charge had completely exceeded his expectations. At that moment, he felt like he was sitting on a train that had suddenly braked. He suddenly lost his balance and fell forward. Oh no. I'm going to have the same dark history as Leonard. A thought flashed through Klein's mind. He was already prepared to fall, but at that moment, he realized that he could still effectively control his muscles, body, and center of gravity. His spine, tendons, and ligaments exerted force at the same time. In that instant, he adjusted his center of gravity and stood steadily in a twisted posture. Enlightened, Klein did a few more sets of movements. He confirmed that the biggest change was that his body's coordination had greatly improved. Without any special circumstances, he would no longer lose his balance. I feel like a roly-poly doll. I can even perform acrobatics. It's not difficult to walk on a water pipe either. As expected of the clown potion. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein tested out the increase in strength, agility, and speed. It won't be any worse than Teacher Gawain's current condition. After I completely adapt and do targeted training, I'll definitely become stronger. Also, with my current control over my body, it will be easier to grasp combat techniques. Klein stopped moving and nodded thoughtfully. He had originally thought that it would take him about half a year to barely become a good fighter in the eyes of an ordinary person. But after consuming the clown potion, he felt that he could become a police officer proficient in combat in a month, or even 2 to 3 weeks. This was the difference between Beyonders and ordinary people. Different Beyonders had different talents. In a sense, they had already surpassed the human level. Crestet quietly watched as the newly advanced clown tried out all sorts of moves. He only nodded slightly when the clown completely stopped. It really is a magic potion for combat. Without waiting for Klein to speak, he asked, "What did you hear?" "I heard someone mumbling Hornaces." Klein temporarily hid the word Flegria. He decided to observe Senior Deacon Sesamir's reaction. If he was willing to talk about the Hornaces mountain range and the country of darkness, he would use the excuse that he had heard something different. Crestet nodded indiscernibly and skipped over the topic. "You have to remember one thing. In the same sequence pathway, high-sequence Beyonders can influence the corresponding low- and mid-sequence Beyonders to a certain extent. Some of them, in a sense, are demigods of that pathway. The ravings or shouts you hear might be deliberately conveyed by them and filled with malice. If this sequence belongs to a certain evil god, then we need to be even more vigilant." I just chatted with Dunn. The Nighthawk who recently lost control in your team is in a similar situation. Old Neil. Hidden Sage. Klein's expression darkened as he nodded solemnly. "Your Excellency, I will remember this. I will not be tempted by the ravings or shouts. I will not be corrupted by them." At the same time, he thought of something else. Could this be the reason why the Church only provides the Sleepless and Corpse Collector pathways and hides most of the other sequences? After all, the former belongs to the Evernight Goddess and is one of his own. As for the latter, the corresponding death has already perished. The reason why they can still choose Mystery Prior and Seer is because these two jobs are considered support. They can effectively make up for the shortcomings of the Sleepless and Corpse Collector pathways at sequence 9 and 8. Furthermore, they are only at the beginning, so the accumulated influence isn't too great, but this doesn't explain why the name of the potion, the corresponding characteristics, and the things to take note of when encountering one. At that moment, seeing Crestet Sesamir pick up his suitcase and prepare to leave, Klein quickly gathered his thoughts and asked in a seeking manner, "Your Excellency, I would like to know how to act as a clown." "Your Excellency, I want to know how to act as a clown. Do I have to go to a circus?" Crestet adjusted his high collar and chuckled. "According to the current philosophy, you are making a formalistic mistake. You have to understand that the name of a potion doesn't only represent a job, but also a type of person. People with common characteristics, such as a seer. We can describe it in another way, a person who peeks at fate but also reveres it. Of course, as I mentioned, everyone who consumes the same potion will have different rules of behavior. You can't completely refer to the experiences of others. Do you understand?" Klein nodded thoughtfully. "I think I understand a little. As long as I grasp the essence, I can act as a clown in real life?" "In theory," Crestet replied, choosing his words carefully. "I understand." Klein drew a crimson moon on his chest and said, "Thank you, Your Excellency. May the goddess bless you." What's the essence of a clown?" Ignoring the various meanings of clowns on Earth, from the point of view of the current world, a clown is a job that entertains others in absurd ways, such as funny makeup, exaggerated actions, and acrobatic performances. The core is absurd ways or entertaining others. It doesn't feel right. Do I have to consider the court jesters of the past? Klein thought silently as he fell into confusion. Crestet glanced at him and drew the crimson moon on his chest as well. Faint wrinkles appeared at the corner of his eyes. May the goddess bless you as well. At that moment, Klein suddenly had an intuition that was close to a premonition. It was that Deacon Casimir would take a step forward with his left foot. Then, he saw Crestet take his left foot out of the alchemy room with the silver chest in hand. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Klein watched as Crestet walked out of the secret door and disappeared into the underground tunnel. This? He was first stunned before he felt a strong sense of joy. The beyonder powers of the clown potion were stronger than he imagined. It could actually rely on intuition to predict the target's next move. This ability, coupled with superb coordination, outstanding agility and speed, and decent strength, is equivalent to the so-called skill-based combat. Klein thought in enlightenment. This can also be considered a manifestation of the sequence 8 powers of a seer, but it's still not enough. This pathway should indeed be the type where every advancement before a high sequence beyonder gains a unique ability. However, the intuition is fleeting, and there's no way to grasp it every time. Of course, this is strong enough. Grasping it once is very likely for me to turn defeat into victory. Alright, when the negative effects of the clown potion are reduced to a manageable stage, I'll have to attempt the ritual to summon myself again. I almost forgot about this. Yes, the captain must have infected me. Amidst all sorts of thoughts, Klein examined himself once again, trying to figure out if the clown potion brought about any other abilities. According to the internal records of the Nighthawks, if the potion allowed the consumer to grasp a certain spell, then the beyonder would be able to vaguely sense the specific spells after advancing, as though they had been imbued with knowledge. But I didn't, which means that the clown sequence is indeed as described in the internal records of the Nighthawks. It doesn't have the ability to cast spells quickly. Does cunning mean that I can now effectively control my facial expressions and body language, making it easier for me to believe my lies? Klein stretched his neck and seriously analyzed his own situation. At this moment, he couldn't help but think of the suited clown he had once encountered. The clown's unique and varied spells had left a deep impression on him. This member of the secret order appears to be a sequence 7 beyonder. The reason why he dresses up as a clown is purely to hide his face, to prevent himself from being wanted in the future. It's no wonder he was able to deal with 2 sequence 7s and 1 sequence 8 for so long. If it wasn't because he failed to decipher that I wasn't affected and was controlled by sealed artifact 2-049, even 10 of me might not be able to finish him off. Of course, clown isn't completely devoid of spells. He still has some spell-like abilities. Klein walked sideways to the long table and picked up the piece of paper with the clown formula written on it. His eyes darkened, and with a flick of his wrist, he threw the piece of paper out. Pah! The soft piece of paper was like a flying knife, stabbing into the wall of the alchemy room. In the future, I can always bring a deck of tarot cards with me. It can be used for divination and also as a weapon. Klein retracted his attention and tidied up the items left behind when he concocted the potion. After dealing with these, he put away the remaining ingredients and burned the potion formula. He exhaled and walked out of the alchemy room, closing the secret door behind him. Due to the matter with old Neil, he temporarily wasn't in the mood to entertain everyone with absurd methods. He planned to wait until the spillover of the clown potion was reduced by cogitation before doing so. Phew, it will be a brand new experience. No matter what, I'm no longer a pure support member. Old Neil has passed away. Among the members of the Tinjin Nighthawk team, I'm the only one left who can be a support member. The Holy Cathedral will probably transfer at least one mystery prior or seer to us. Klein walked along the deep corridor illuminated by elegant gas lamps. He approached the staircase and slowly walked back to the Blackthorn Security Company. Then, he saw the sunlight in the entertainment room of the Nighthawks. End of chapter 170. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.